All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 12-hour broadcast that we are going to do. This is like an old Jerry Lee, was that his name? Jerry's
Lewis.
kids?
Yeah,
Lewis. Broadcast. Let's go ahead and bring DJ Trey. He's our first guest, and I'm going to go ahead and start talking to him anyway. So let's bring that man on screen here. I've got my crack producer over there working.
I love it. She's doing a great job too.
So far, she is doing a great job. But here we are. We're going to settle in. Well, I am anyway for 12 hours today for this broadcast. And I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good. I brought some chairs from the house.
These are nice, man. Really.
These
from the room nobody sits in.
Yeah. Well, right there in the living room. They usually sit in front of some bookcases that we have, make us look all sophisticated, sit there and read all the time is what we do.
Yeah.
And not watch the television that's just like right over next to it.
Sure.
No, I just sit there and read all the time. But I got my chairs. I think they came from IKEA, actually.
Okay. Yeah. They're comfortable.
And
I can feel it.
I had to get some comfortable chairs. And I've got I got a pillow here with me.
I saw that when we came in.
Did you see the pillow?
Oh,
did you really?
Yeah, man. This Buckeyes right there.
That's exactly right. They are number one in the nation.
Yes, they are.
Now, our producer over there is from Indiana, and so she is pretty excited about a record-setting year for Indiana.
Sure.
Well. But we're not here to talk about football today. We might end up talking some football today. I've got a lot of talking to do.
Yeah, you do.
Today.
12 hours, man. And it's awesome what you guys do over at United Way. Well, I love it.
I appreciate it. Well, we love you, man. We love you. We do a podcast here at United Way. If you've not seen it, I would encourage you to check it out. We call it Voices United, and we have people in the community, like our electeds, come on, and other folks that run nonprofits. And we had you on recently.
Man, I loved it.
So John from the Chronicle called, and he said, "Man, that was a really good podcast with DJ Trey. It was fantastic. He just really enjoyed it. I mean, he doesn't always get a hold of me and tell me that every one of them's great, but he really enjoyed that one in particular.
Oh man,
but you're a big broadcast professional, man. I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, do some on-air stuff.
It was cool, man, to find out like how many similarities we have, and that is. Yeah, that took up a good majority of the time together talking.
It did, man, and it flew. Time flies when you're having fun.
It did. It was probably more than 30 minutes, I would imagine. I try to keep them shorter than that, but the next thing you know, you get in conversation.
We had a lot to talk about. We did.
Yeah. Some of those similarities were actually both George the Third.
The third, yeah.
Our fathers are both pilots.
Yep.
I don't know, there were some others, but those are the ones.
Our granddads were still. Mine was Bim Bim. Yours was something with a B. Yeah,
Big Bear.
Big Bear. There we go.
Big Bear. That's
what
we called him. Yeah, Big Bear. So that was a great podcast. A lot of fun.
Absolutely
talking with you. And we had the opportunity last year around this time. We showed up at your house.
Yeah.
And Madeline might have a picture of that. She's over there on her phone right now. But Madeline might have a picture of that, even that she could bring. Oh, she's saying that she doesn't. It's in the system somewhere.
It is, yes.
But that was fun. Tell us about how tell everybody how we rolled in on you and surprised you.
Man, that was good times, George. My wife was telling me, hey, we got to meet with a bride. We got a bride and groom, and I've been doing weddings for 34 years now, and just in tune with all that. When I hear you got a meeting with a bride and groom, I dial in, and I've got to get there, and there's paperwork to fill out, and there's nervous brides and grooms. So I was all tuned into that and had no idea you guys were going to show up. So I pulled up. My wife said, we got a bride and groom coming over. So I hurried home from work, and I was a little hungry. So it all worked out great. You guys went over to Bubba Q's, and right. United Way showed up. There it is, right there. There's the photo.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that in my flower bed right there, looking good with my all-time lights on.
That's right. Now listen, I showed this picture to my wife the other day, and she's like, "George, you've really lost weight." And I was like, "Well, thank you."
She's great.
She said, "Look at your." Well, I'm not going to point out, but I've lost a few pounds. Thank goodness. It's almost embarrassing to put that up, but that's actually up there for you, not me. Yeah. Don't let me take.
Well, you'd been to Bubba Q's,
yeah.
So might be a little reason you were.
I see that the Chamber of Commerce is watching right now, and I do appreciate that. So if you're watching live, you can make comments, and then our producer, Madeline, can click on those comments and even pull them up on the screen if she chooses to do so.
Yeah.
So I would encourage people to do that all day if they like.
Sure.
I don't know if you post something up there that she doesn't want you to, the audience to see, that she won't click on it. But all right, we're looking and sounding great. All right.
Yeah, we are. They said I never get out this early. You're exactly right.
That's probably Jade.
Yes, Jade White.
I guarantee that's Jade right there.
I love Jade. She and I work together at the radio station here in town. And I didn't wake up till 10 o'clock. I would get to work around 5:30, but I wouldn't get up till 10. It's one of those deals, I would just kind of walk around like a zombie. But yeah, Jade's exactly right with that.
What time do you get into the radio station now?
I usually get in about 9:30, something like that, 9:45, 10 o'clock.
All right. And tell everybody what radio station you're on.
I'm on 103.9 The Boot in beautiful Brooksville. And we broadcast here. Also, our sister station, I do a few shows. Well, I'll do 3 to be exact on 99.9, the News and Talk of the Nature Coast. It's shows on the weekend, and we pre-record. Some of them are live, some of them pre-record. Sometimes I have to go over there on the weekends, but do a real estate show with Paul Sturgis, and it's called Real Estate and Beyond the Real Conversation. I got to give that a plug because that's every Sunday. And then we do a show called the Dr. Ted Fogarty Show. That's on Sunday at 7:30 a.m. On 99.9. And then I do every other Saturday. I do Just Say No to Crack with Dr. Brian Dahmer, a family chiropractic center for wellness. And
what a name! Perfect.
Where he got this name from? He talks about it all the time because it's Dr. Brian Dahmer. He's got an office in Homosassa and one in Inverness, and he's spreading his wings. Got about 8 locations. And he started that because I have to elaborate on this. They're talking about Just Say No to Crack, a radio show on Fox News there. But what it basically is Just Say No to Crack. He's got 2 daughters, and they would pop their own backs. And you know how it is. I have 2 daughters too, and you have a few.
I have a daughter. I have a daughter. And speaking of weddings, by the way.
Oh yeah, I got one coming up. Your daughter's wedding next year.
Yeah,
a couple months. That's right. Yeah, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah,
forward to it.
Yeah.
I guess that with daughters, your daughter too, they would hang around with all their friends and they would pop their necks and walk on each other's backs. And Dr. Brian Dahmer, being a chiropractor, he's like, no, you can't do that. You're gonna mess yourself up for life. A disc is gonna slip. So what he basically does, Just Say No to Crack, means cracking your bones. Don't crack your own bones. And with things, pain medication that people, when they hurt their backs or hurt their bones or hurt their joints, they get addicted to painkillers. So crack being that, you know what I mean? It's an addictive opiate. So, just that's when they want you to get in there and, get fixed. If you got a disc out of line or something out of whack, he'll put it back in whack. I guess that's the way, isn't it?
Yeah,
out of
that's
whack.
what you would say, right?
Never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If something's out of whack, would it be in whack if it was right?
Yeah,
I guess so.
It works for me.
Me too. He puts you back in whack, I guess.
That sounds perfectly Southern to me.
It does. I just came from Mississippi, so I probably got some lingo going on here because I just got back. I'm fresh out of the Wagoneer, back from a 12-hour trip to Mississippi.
So is it pecan pie there? Or is it pecan pie?
Pecan pie.
Oh,
pecan.
You don't even say it different than what I just.
Yeah, pecan.
Pecan.
Yeah, pecan, and then you can slow it down real slow. If Jade's still watching, Jade just commented. I see it over there. Pecan. Yeah, it's got a U in there somewhere.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha.
They make some good pecan pie in Mississippi. They do here in Florida too. My boss, Barbara Manuel, I had to give them a shout out. Barbara and Steve Manuel. They used to own the radio station here. They sold it, and then they own the one only in Brooksville there. And she makes a good pecan pie. Miss Barbara does.
Does she bring some in?
Oh gosh, yeah. She brings it into work, and around Christmas we do a Christmas party there at the radio station, and she'll bring a few of those in. And I could probably attest for Richard Spires too. Those go first.
Now I was on the radio this morning with Richard.
Yeah,
I called in this morning, and and he's always messing up my title here.
Oh yeah,
and whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, even when I just introduce myself in the community, I just usually say I'm just a member of the team at United Way, and it's not like me just sort of faking some humility or anything, but it's just there's 4 of us here. We've got a lot of work to do. We do really good work. If you'd like to contribute to that good work, you can go to citrusunitedway.org and contribute. And Madeline, we need to bring up the scroll at the bottom of the screen right now. So if you can click on banners, go all the way over there on the right. We're going to do this today like Joe Rogan style. You know how he always
Man, I love this.
He just talks to Jamie offset. It's no big deal,
Sure.
right? She's over there, and there we go. She's got it pulled up now.
She's a producer extraordinaire.
She is the producer extraordinaire for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And on your on that 8.6, that recorder, Madeline, where it has the numbers for our microphones, do you have L and R clicked? Because if you do, now that puts a microphone for you if you want to say something. And you just called yourself the what?
Producer extraordinaire.
There you go. And
There
so
we go.
that probably the audience probably heard that.
Yeah, you're mic'd up, I think.
That's some hyperbole.
Yeah.
So so Madeline, you can click back over to comments then, so we can see some comments. This is what we call OJT. This is on the job training.
Yeah.
For us. I think I need those lights. So look, like in a TV studio, they have a light that comes on the cameras, don't they?
Yeah. The little light comes on and know which camera's on and everything like that.
Yeah, because I keep looking over here, but we're actually
ready for my close up, Mrs. DeVille or Mr. DeVille,
good.
Mrs. Yeah.
All right. So at any rate, if you'd like to contribute on this Giving Tuesday to the work we do here at United Way, that's where you can do it. You can see the scroll on the bottom of the screen. You can call our office. Jen will take your call and she can take that contribution, or you can go to our website, citrusunitedway.org, and you can do it there. And there I was looking at that camera over there again.
Right. Yeah.
And whatever, it is what it is. But listen, today is Giving Tuesday, and we would love for you to partner with us here at United Way. But we would just love for you to partner with any agency in our community that is doing good work. So we're going to have plenty of guests today from other agencies, and we would love for you to give to some of them today as well. You know, DJ Trey, we talk about buying local quite a bit, and that's important, but also I think it's important to give local
100%
as well, right? So there are great charities out there. Like I'll see the commercials for like St. Jude's on TV, and like you watch those commercials, man, and you can't get to your wallet and to the telephone quick enough. And I'm never going to discourage people from giving to those causes. I want people to give to those causes as well, but also want to make sure that we consider giving local as well, right? Because there are so many great things that happen right here in our own community.
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more, George. You know, you give local, it all stays here in the community, and you watch your money at work. You watch your donations at work. I feel it that way. You know, I mean, like you brought up St. Jude, you know, it's a big part of my life. I've had friends that have worked there and different things, you know, as nurses and things. Growing up in Mississippi, you know, St. Jude right there in Memphis, Tennessee. And, you know, give what you can to them. But yeah, talking about local, back to local, swinging back to that, it does. You kind of watch your money at work, and the people you're helping are the ones you see in Publix, you see at firework displays, you see at the Christmas parade coming up this Saturday. You actually see your donations and your money and your hard work, and you know you see it at work. You know, no pun intended. You see your money at work by the people that it helps right here in your community.
Right. And it's not a zero-sum game either out there in terms of raising funds for nonprofits. Madeline and I had the opportunity this past summer, to go to a conference over in Orlando about fundraising. And one of the things that really stuck with me is that people who give to United Way are actually more likely to also give to, let's say, Habitat for Humanity or the Family Resource Center or Nature Coast Ministries, right? There's just something about folks that when they're giving, they're giving. Yeah. They don't just, so we think sometimes, well, we want to tap into those folks that are not currently giving.
Right. Okay.
Well, that'd be great. Right. Yeah. Let's get them on board. But it's really the people who give to other agencies are actually more likely to give to your agency as well. It's just,
they don't single it out. It's like they spread it.
That's good. And just, I don't know, maybe some of that has to also do with the fact that maybe they're just really paying attention to the nonprofit sector and who's doing what, and just listen, no one's got the market cornered on doing good
Right.
in the community.
Yeah.
There's just so many of us out there doing really, really good stuff. So we love it when people partner with us to help us do the good work we do. And we love to watch. I just saw today that, or Madeline told me about a contribution that the Family Resource Center received today. Very generous contribution from a local company.
Oh, nice.
It was like $10,000.
Wow.
Man, good for them, right?
Yeah,
They're
for
doing
sure.
such a good job at Christmas time, taking care of a couple thousand kids. RJ will be here at 5:30 today. And
Okay.
We'll be talking about that with him. But yeah, we want to celebrate all of those gifts because they all make our community just a much better place for sure. So
absolutely.
All right, February 7th. That's the wedding date.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
Got it
the
in
wedding
there.
date, man.
Got it locked in. Man.
I am so excited about my daughter getting married.
Mhm.
I just love Alex to pieces. I mean, he's just absolutely fantastic, and the Eden family, just so cool, man. I'm so glad you're going to be there to do the DJing, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to it. We're going to party hardy, and it's going to be a great night because, like you said, man, if you love your future son-in-law, that's half the battle right there. If you can get along with your future son-in-law,
Yeah.
so you're there. So all you need to do
you're
is
the same situation, right?
Man, yeah, I'll tell you, I love my son-in-law. I got to give him a shout out. His name's Eric Russell Garay. I'll get it right. My daughter gets on to me, but yes, they recently got
That's
married.
the last name?
Russell Garay. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that as
Man,
a
me
small
too.
stick.
No, exactly. See, yeah, exactly. It took me a while to pronounce his name. You know, when my daughter took it, you know, when they got married, excuse me, I'm getting choked up because I still see her, you know how it is. We still see them as just kids. They're not supposed to, grow up. They're supposed to stay little, but no, it goes by so fast. And she's giving me a granddaughter. I've got a
pictures,
yeah, man. I get choked up, but yeah, Alexis and Aaron Rossell Garay. And Cody is my granddaughter, Kodi, Cody Marie.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cody Marie
Rossell Garay. Well, Cody Marie Lizette Rossell Garay. Yeah, she's going to be in 6th grade before she can spell her name.
There's a lot of women. There's a lot of women in our generation with that middle name. That was like a very popular middle name.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
Marie.
Marie. Yes, it's my ex-wife, the mother of my 2 daughters, Alexis and Peyton. It's her grandmother's. It's in grandmother. She's from Canada, and me and her are still buddies. We're Facebook friends, and I see her when she comes down. Her name's Donna, and she lives in Fort Erie, Ontario. And if you're watching that Canadian money, it'll donate just like American money there.
Yes, it will.
Gigi. She's gonna there you go. But yeah, man, it's a ride. It's a great ride. You know, the whole daughter getting married thing and bringing grandkids in, and you think you love your kids. You all love them the same, but I'll tell you, it's something about the grandkids. She was born October 15th, and I went over Sunday. And Emily, I apologize. Emily, I was late for dinner, so mine ended up in the microwave because I was over hanging blinds. They recently just got moved into a house in Citrus Springs, so they're doing it. They're getting it done. And Navy people, they're Navy folk, and he's in Chicago right now. My daughter's on leave, for maternity, and getting all that done. And I think he's going to come back to here to Florida and play Navy down here. So he's going to be able to be home on the weekends and stuff. So looking forward to that. I think that's what it is. George, you and I are the same, with your daughter get married in February. I don't know. It's just I guess the word you'd call is a trip. It's just a trip to watch a child that you raised, kind of get married and have their own children and then move into a house and deal with the little quirky problems that you did when you were, a teenager, whether or not teenagers anymore. He's 26. She's be 21 in 2 days. So on the 4th, she'll be 21. And I think it is a trip just watching them go through what you went through. And, and just like, your parents and my parents, we didn't take any advice, but we see where they need to change things, and you try to voice it. And then you start feeling like your parents, and then you start feeling old, and then you look at the grandbaby and it all comes back around, So I was late for dinner Sunday night because I just couldn't put Cody down. I was feeding her. I had work to do over there. I put some mini blinds up, fixed the washing machine, and held the baby for the rest of the time. The other 2 hours I was over there. So sorry, Emily. Donate to the United. Use my debit card.
Perfect.
See, that'll make it
perfect. Now, if she doesn't take you up on that, I'm gonna have a talk with her.
Exactly.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Madeline, send her a message right now in case she's not listening.
Yeah, donate to the United Way, Emily. Yeah, use my card.
Perfect. 4 figures.
Whoa.
Emily. 4 of us.
Counting cents. Counting cents. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
But no, going to that, donate what you can. It's $25, $100, $1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Whoever did that, man, kudos to them.
Well, listen, I will tell you that I think it's preferable to me to have, let's say, 1,000 donors.
Yeah.
Giving small amount.
Sure.
Right. Rather than just a few donors that are giving large amounts.
Yeah.
Right. Now, listen, we want any type of partnership that we can get, right?
Yeah.
To do the good work that we do is, when people like our mission, we are that connector in our community that connects people with resources. And
sure.
We provide some programming here as well, always geared towards helping people become self-sufficient.
Yeah.
One of the last things we ever want is to enable.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like that just takes people's dignity away from them to some degree when they continue to need assistance over and over and over.
Yeah.
We want people to learn the skills that are necessary to manage their
to do their own
money,
thing, so
their lives, right, in a way that's healthy and productive, and
sure.
And that's what people want for themselves, and we always want to be there to do that. And when people say, "Yeah, George, I can get behind that," if you can get behind it at $5 a month, or you can get it behind it at $500 a month.
Right.
Either way, we're always very appreciative. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So it is cool though to see them start off in life like you were saying.
Yeah.
We're always talking here at United Way about ALICE families.
Okay.
So ALICE stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed.
Okay.
So I always say work that backwards, right? So employed. So people who are working.
Right.
They don't have a lot of, they don't have a whole lot of income, right? They have income constraints. So everyone's got income constraints.
Right.
If you don't, then please, if you have no income constraints, please go to citrusunitedway.org, click that donate button, or call Jen. The number's on the screen right now. And talk to her. If you have no income constraints, we definitely want to have a conversation with you. But most people have income constraints, right?
Yeah.
And then asset limited, people who may not have assets that they could sell if they got a pension, pay a bill, or whatever.
Right.
So 50% of households in Citrus County
are
below that ALICE threshold.
I see.
So they are barely making ends meet. That's really about 32% of households, and then another 18% below the poverty level.
Yeah.
Which, if you look at the numbers on the poverty level, just the income, like, it's insane. Like, nobody can live on those numbers. There's just no way. It's not even possible.
Yeah.
I don't even know why we even talk about those levels or why we even go there. Like, it makes no sense to me at all. In fact, I would love to see at some point some of the eligibility criteria for assistance that's out there, like governmental programs and whatnot, to sort of adjust to those ALICE numbers, because they're just more feasible.
Yeah, it's more of that than it is anything. Yeah.
But it's 50% of households, right? And Trey, if we can break it down from there even into like family dynamics, if the household is comprised of a married couple with children, that number drops from 50% to 22%. Only 22% of those families, those households, are below the ALICE threshold. That's a big difference.
Absolutely.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
And so there's something to be said for your daughter and fiance, and they've just had a baby. My daughter and Alex about ready to get married, for them to get off to a really good start and to create a strong family.
Right.
It's just going to be good for our community. It's going to be good for their finances.
Yes.
It's just going to be good for their children. It's going to be good for everyone, right?
Right.
The family, the household that is paramount.
Yeah.
In any community.
Sure.
So it feels really good, right?
It does.
For us right now
Absolutely.
to be like, okay, our daughter's found some good guys.
Yeah, they found some good guys. They work hard. They can pay the bills. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what any dad or mom wants,
Yeah.
for their kids to be, financially independent, so to speak. You're still going to help them out here and there. It's going to be, and it goes back to what you were talking about, the Alice thing. It's, you don't. It's a hard. It's a. What am I trying to say? It's a bad feeling, knowing that you're a toothache away from not being able to pay the mortgage, or you're a broken toe, or you're a couple of days out of work away from having to repo your car, or so. You were talking that close to one kind of, not even a tragedy, just life. One life incident, like the stove going out. You having to buy a stove. You're not renting. You own the house. You got to drop $500-$600 on a stove. That's a lot of people don't even have that as a safety net, so to speak. You don't have $500-$600 extra a month to kind of put away for a toothache, or going to the doctor, or a copay or something like that. So yeah, when you look at it that in that spectrum, it's kind of surreal, with what we're dealing with today. Because you look back, we talked about it. My daughter Alexis and I talked about it. Back in the 50s, even 50s and 60s, our grandparents. The dad could work, the mom stays at home, takes care of the kids, the house. That's kind of a thing of the past. A one working household. You got one parent working in the household, mom stays home, or dad stays home and mom works. It takes everybody working and doing it, and that's what you guys help out at United Way. It's not the people that aren't trying, that aren't like busting their hump and getting out there every day and trying to make a living for their family. So
Yeah.
Kudos to you guys, man. You guys help out the ones that are helping themselves, so to speak.
All right, man. Well, we've got our next guest about ready to come in here,
cool.
and it looks like he's joining us virtually. In fact, so we've got Commissioner Kennard coming up here. You can go ahead and bring him up if you want, Madeline, and we'll say goodbye to you in a second. But
Okay.
But what do you think about our studio setup here, man? Did we do okay?
You guys did amazing. I love the tree. Did you bring this from home, or is this from George?
I brought it from home.
You brought. I kind of. Yes, I got you.
Madeline took care of this. Commissioner Kennard, how does our tree look from where you're at?
It looks fabulous, and I'm sorry that I'm not in the studio.
Well, you are always welcome to come. We'll send you another invitation to come to our normal Voices United podcast. We'd love to have you come in here. And Trey, did you see how I rigged these microphones?
Man, I did not.
Check this out. This is okay. So what I did was, I bet Commissioner Kennard's a handy guy too.
Yeah.
What I did was I didn't have a table that I could secure these to.
Sure.
So what I did was I cut a 2x4 to length.
Uh-huh.
I screwed the 2x4 to the underneath side of my wife's chairs here.
Yeah,
Don't tell her. Don't
And
tell her.
I left just I left just enough 2x4 sticking out to where I could screw in the microphone holder to the chair.
Man, you ought to patent this. This is nice. This is good.
It's actually
Joe Rogan. If you're watching,
we hope Joe is watching.
I know, right?
Joe, if you're
Wouldn't that be
watching,
something?
Joe Rogan, if you're watching,
Donate.
please look at the bottom of the screen. You'll see citrusunitedway.org is the website. You can go there, click the donate button, or call Jen at our office at 352-795-5483. Hit extension 0. As soon as the prompt comes on, you'll hear me welcoming you to Giving Tuesday. Hit 0, talk to Jen, and she can take that contribution. So,
Absolutely, and he'll give you the blueprint on these mic holders, these
That's
mic,
right.
these mic mounts,
So
these
it
chairs.
sounds like we're hoping that Joe is watching, but your wife is not.
Yes,
Well,
that's it, Commissioner.
I will say though, in all fairness, she did come up here with me Sunday night and helped me get this thing squared away. So she saw what I did. I didn't catch any grief for it. It's fine. I mean, look, these chairs came from IKEA. I mean, come on. I mean, it's not like I went down to
They're not Tiffany.
Yeah.
Well, they look like it, but
Yeah.
they feel
Yeah.
like it. They're very comfortable.
They are comfortable.
I wish you were here, Jeff. Chairs are comfortable.
Commissioner Kennard, if you were here, I would offer you come back to mic one or camera one, Matt. I would offer you this comfortable pillow.
Right. Very nice.
Yeah, if you needed it,
Yeah.
to make your experience here more comfortable.
That's the ugliest pillow I've ever seen.
Oh no, he may be a Buckeye. Yeah, I think
Listen,
he. Tell us about it.
As a Seminole, I was just glad to see the season end. The 2 years in a row have been painful.
Yeah.
Well, I can relate, right? So it's been since 2019 that Ohio State beat their nemesis, the team up north.
Yeah,
We don't even say the word.
the unnamed team up north.
The team up north. It's crazy. Like if you go in the trophy room at the Ohio State University, all the trophies from where they've beaten the team up north, it has the score and it says Ohio State and it says TTUN.
Really?
They don't even write the no, they won't put it on the trophy at
You gotta
all.
love college football.
Yes, you do. So, all right, man. Listen, DJ Trey, you're welcome to hang out here, or you're welcome to go to work, man. Whatever.
Man, I appreciate it.
I'm not going to kick you out.
No, it's all right.
You could,
I'm gonna turn it over to Commissioner Kennard and George right here, and you guys have been amazing today. And I will say this, if I got 2 seconds, we used to do this on the radio. I love this a lot better. This is really cool. This is the setup, the way you have your guests back here, lined up for the day. We used to have little competitions at the radio station. I got to give Ryan Downs a shout out. We would go on air and we would challenge people to donate, and we would at the end of the day we would see how much the different air shifts got as far as donations from the United Way. So just keep that into consideration. Take that into consideration. And if you're watching this, if you rewatch it later, we're challenging you, to donate right here in Citrus County, and all the money stays right here. You're helping out your fellow men, like we said, fellow men, fellow women, and children. The kids you see at the Christmas parades, at Publix, at Walmart. You're helping out people right here in the community, and you see your money and you see your donations at work. And George and the entire crew here at the United Way, I just love you guys to death, and you got me for anything you need. I love this. This was so much fun this morning. I appreciate it.
well, good to have you, especially start of the day. Get that energy going,
Man, yeah.
Man, you're always amped up.
Dude, I get out of bed jumping around in the morning.
Man.
I'm a morning person. My wife's not. So,
Commissioner Kennard, could you imagine being Emily and have to deal with this level of energy all the time?
always, man. Just
Hey, look, I roll out of bed early. I'm a morning person as well, so no problems here. I like the morning. It's a very productive part of the day for me.
for sure.
Good.
Commissioner Kennard, thank you, man. Good to see you this morning. And
You bet.
come
You
check
bet.
out these chairs and these custom mic mounts next time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have a
I
good
will
show.
The only
be in
thing is,
studio
it's get-
next time.
They're getting Madeline, come over here to camera one. Here's the problem right now is that I don't
What
know
you got?
how do I drink my morning coffee?
I need to slide that table. Before
might
I
go
leave,
over
I'm
here.
putting George a table on the other side.
Yeah.
Madeline's looking at us like we're crazy.
Fully
There you go.
customized IKEA chairs.
I tell you,
That's
they
right.
are. They are.
That's it.
You got to patent these things. But George, thanks, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you coming in.
Commissioner Kennard, thank you so much.
see you
donates
next
to the
time.
number at the bottom of the screen right there. Thank you, guys.
All right, man.
Woo.
Enjoy your day.
George, you too, brother.
All right, brother. Well, Commissioner Kennard.
What a fun start.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, man. I've been watching social media and the newspaper and whatnot. I'm ready to offer you a job as a fundraiser over here at United Way. Let me tell you, you did a bang up job getting some funds to preserve some important land in Citrus County. Why don't you just tell us about that real quick?
Hey, the community showed up absolutely in a huge way for that. I forget the total number of individuals or businesses that were involved, but it was right around 50 businesses and individuals that stepped up and committed big money towards that project to get it done in about, I want to say it was 3 weeks. In commitments and checks on hand, we've raised a little over $400,000. We have just a tremendously what do I want to say, gracious, benevolent community. You know, the adjectives could go on and on, but when people need help, when our community needs something, boy, I tell you, the folks here really show up.
Yeah, they really do. And Madeline just had on the screen there. I don't know if you saw it, but she had on the screen a picture from Crump. So I believe that was you all accepting the check from Withlacoochee River Electric Co-op. And
Yes.
They are amazing. I'll go down and talk to their employees next week, I believe it is, and how giving that organization is, and just in their employees as well. You know, we do workplace giving campaigns.
Yeah.
We do fewer of those now than in days past. You know, that used to be the mainstay of contributions to United Ways, and now it's more individual donors just in the community and businesses. We say our businesses. Folks see it in the newspaper all the time, every weekend, a business that joined our 365 circle here. And we have some grants and whatnot as well, but workplace giving still is really important to us. And it wasn't that long ago before I arrived here, maybe 5-6 years ago, their total workplace giving campaign was less than $1,000 for the year.
Really?
And now that's over, I think we'll go over $15,000 this year.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You know, in businesses such as theirs, small businesses, it starts at the top. And David Lambert, you don't have to sit with him, but for 5 or 10 minutes, and he will tell you how important it is, not just to him individually, but to Withlacoochee Electric as a company to participate in taking care of their community. And when you've got a boss saying things like that, employees not only, staff not only listens, but they learn from it, they grow from it. That's developing leaders of the future to go, you know what? It's important for me to feed my family. It's important for me to take care of my daily tasks, but it's also important for me to look out for my community and try and help out where I can. You know, wherever their leadership ends up taking them, if it's staying within the organization or going out to a new organization, they take those, those goals, those things with them when they move on.
Well, you said it too. It's the leadership there, and you mentioned Mr. Lambert, and even at the local level, folks like Gary Steele and now Jamin Monbaron. Jamin's on our board here at United Way. Fantastic guy. But they led that charge for sure,
Yeah.
and they let me know, and I believe them. I don't think they're just telling me what I want to hear. They tell me that our message about United Way and the work that we do resonates with their folks there. And I'm glad it does, but it's still why are they really giving? Because they've created a culture there of giving. The leadership has done that. And so we see that reflected in our workplace giving campaigns. And you see that reflected in I think that was $100,000 check.
Yeah.
Madeline, it was $100,000 check that they provided to help preserve Pirates Cove. That's just incredible.
That was vital to getting us across the line so quickly. But I've got to tell you, we had people right from the very first phone calls, donating $50, $100, plenty of donations for $1,000 checks, and others that were 25,000, others were 10,000, and I know we had one. I don't recall if there were two donations from individuals that were $50,000 donations. It was just, and this is right in the middle of so many other important organizations in our community, such as United Way, the YMCA, so forth, doing their fundraisers as well. And here we come at them, just bad time of the year, right in the middle of the holidays, to be going, oh, and by the way, can you help us preserve this piece of property out here in Ozello? And they absolutely ran with it. Certainly As a sitting commissioner, it's something I've carried the lantern on. But I did have a group of people helping me out with this. We had a small committee, and we had a couple phone calls together, and they jumped on it. They went out in the community and started asking. Certainly, Dan and Diane Williams. Boy, they sure know how to fundraise as well. Johnny Cash, Barry Schwartz. They're just the number of people that just said, "Let me help. How do we help you get there?" Really was heartwarming.
Yeah, and that is something about Citrus County. You put the word out there like that of a need, and people always respond and respond generously. And yeah, I do worry sometimes about some level of compassion fatigue, I call it. When there's just so much out there that great causes to give to, I do get concerned about that a little bit. But we were just talking a little bit ago before you logged on about how some people are just giving. Like we think sometimes, well, we need to reach out to the folks that are not giving, and we do.
Yep.
And we would hope to inspire people who don't actively contribute to good causes to consider ours and consider other causes as well and give to them. But really, the people who give to United Way are more likely to give to a cause like you've championed here to preserve that property, or to Habitat, or to the YMCA, or Blessings, or other great programs in our community. People are just giving, right?
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
just one cause that they give to. So I
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
know.
man. I think maybe we need your committee to come down and give us a training or something on how to raise that type of money. But what a great cause. And we actually do our campaign kickoff at Crumps now, and
Yeah,
Diane and Dan have been great to us as well. And one of the things that we told Diane as we were planning our campaign kickoff in August is that, listen, we'd like to give a portion of what we raise to a cause that's important to you, Diane. And so what she would ultimately ask us to do is make a contribution to the Homosassa River Restoration Project.
yeah,
And
yeah.
we were just really happy to do that. And when we took that $5,000 check to those good folks that lead that effort, they said, "Well, we just didn't know whether that would fall under the purview of United Way." And interestingly enough, United Way Worldwide just added a fourth pillar or impact area for all of us as sort of out here, local United Ways, as guidance for us, in terms of considering what impacts we'll make in our community. And
Yeah.
it's community resiliency.
Yeah.
And that means, that can mean a lot of things for us here, the day in and day out here. It means helping people recover from storms like
Hmm.
Helene and Milton, and maybe even once we get through some of the recovery, start doing some prep ahead of time before the next storm comes to make our community more resilient. And also, I think that has something to do with cleaning up our lakes and rivers, and we're happy to contribute to that. We needed our environment to be healthy as well here, right? That's good for families. That's good for our community. It's good for our economy.
Absolutely. It used to be resiliency and environmental stuff. Environmental talk used to be such a partisan conversation, but now you see just billions of dollars coming out of Tallahassee to support environmental projects here locally. Thankfully, we get millions of dollars that we can put into projects here locally, and have committed those. So regardless of somebody's what it says on their voters registration card. People understand the importance of taking care of our environment, and having experienced a couple hurricanes right there in about an 18-month period, people understand the importance of resiliency. There's a lot of, we've been talking about Pirates Cove out at the end of Ozella Trail, but here locally, county government, the county commission's been talking a lot about getting Ozella Trail stabilized so we can get out there and repave it. The residents and the visitors that travel that road are anxious to get it repaved. But the sides of that road are sort of sloughing off into the marsh there because of the beating they've taken. So resiliency is very much a part of the day-to-day vocabulary in local government and state government, and is attracting an awful lot of resources, to make our community as a whole more resilient.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, and to your point, when Helene and Milton came through, they were not checking voter registration cards.
Right.
They were not doing that.
Yep.
They do not discriminate based on party. That's for sure. And so it shouldn't be a partisan issue at all.
No, I agree. In the aftermath of those storms, to see our community once again come together, folks with heavy equipment just showing up saying, where can I help? I got an email from a company out of Orlando saying, we see the damage that's been done. We've got X, Y, and Z equipment. Where can we help? And they showed up and they worked. No fees, no reimbursement from the county, nothing. They just showed up, as did local companies as well. Came out and helped clean up our community.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's time to pitch in, man. And I was talking this morning with Richard. I know you call in to Nature Coast morning news with Richard Spires on 999 often. What day is your day? Is it Thursday to Friday?
Friday mornings at 7:40.
I listen, man. I listen faithfully. I hear you on there all the time.
I
And
enjoy that.
I do too. I called in this morning and we were talking, and he said, George, I seem to remember that about this time last year, you and your team were actually out mucking out houses, and we really do enjoy that type of thing. I always say, don't let the perfectly coiffed hair fool you. I know how to swing a hammer, and I really like to, by the way. And so, in fact, Madeline, is that a picture you pulled up of us out? Is that from Jerry's house? Yeah, went and helped Jerry clean out underneath of his home and Janet, and we just love doing that type of stuff. And we've had instances where I've showed up at a house and people are like, well, I didn't expect the CEO of the United Way to show up to muck out a house. I'm like, okay, listen, I'm not that important, honestly. I showed up and helped one guy, and he said he recognized my name, and then he's I see you in the newspaper all the time. You're the most famous person I've ever met. And dude was like 90 years old. And I was like, his name was Jerry, actually. I said, Jerry. I said, Mr. Jerry, I don't think you've met very many famous people. Then if I'm the most
you need to get out more. No.
Yeah, you seriously need to get out more, sir, please. But we just enjoy doing that, and it's just so good for our community when we get out there. Last year, you'll remember the in between Helene and Milton, that rush to get out there. Like you were saying, people brought out heavy equipment. Folks like Jonathan Powers.
Yeah.
Quite a few others, but I just remember John being out there and kind of working with him, and he had a front end loader out there. We just get it done, man. We just roll up our sleeves and get it done around here.
I am telling you, I've got one comment about that, and then I want to go back a little bit further and talk about something that United Way did here in the community that probably was either missed by a lot of people or just maybe has drifted off and they've sort of forgotten about it. But I remember it was the I forget the name of the storm. It was the first one that hit us. I want to say it was in 23. And my wife and I were just absolutely overwhelmed. And now, thankfully, our house is elevated, so we didn't get anything in the living quarters. But the muck and the sawgrass and everything out in the backyard and the garage, the downstairs, and it's just she and I there. So it was overwhelming, and we just started and said, you know what, let's just start with a rake. Let's start, one scoop at a time with this stuff. We'll spray down the muck and we'll see where this goes. And we weren't probably an hour and a half into it, and this whole group of students showed up. In came Johnny and Wendy Cash and Ray and Diane Cortese, and this whole student group from Seven Rivers Church and School showed up. They went to work, and I'm telling you, it brought me to tears. I'm not an emotional guy, but to have that kind of help, like what you're saying, that United Way went out and did as well. Again, it goes back to what a benevolent community we live in. We should be very, very thankful for our neighbors, for the folks that are here. Now, I'm going to go back a little bit further back to the COVID years when the federal government and state government was just pouring money into the communities to try and get out to people who were displaced. At that time, the county commission ended up, certainly government could have distributed that money, and we did get as much out to the communities as we could. But also at that time, United Way was just pumping money out to individuals to help them with their bills, help them stay in their homes and so forth, even though maybe their place of work was closed down, whatever it was. And I think I want to say it was $150,000 that we were able to get out to United Way, and y'all got it out to help people stay where they were at and help them out.
Yeah, I think it was like 400. It was
Yeah.
400. It was
Was it?
$400,000. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. When I arrived here, I was at the tail end of that. We probably had less than 100 left to disperse, but yeah, that was huge.
right.
Yeah, and listen, likewise, I feel our team around here feels like, to some degree, kind of like we're back in that mode of
Mhm.
thinking, as well as it relates to helping people recover from the
Yeah.
storm. Because after Idalia, and that was 2023, after Idalia, plenty of us agency leads showed up at EOC for a meeting to talk about recovery from that storm. And there was a FEMA volunteer agency liaison that was there, a guy named Chris. And he said, Citrus County has a gap here. You don't have what FEMA calls a long-term recovery group, and you need one. So who wants to take that project on? And so I end up taking that project on. Commissioner, you ever see the old cartoons where, like Tom and Jerry, where all the characters line up and someone says, ask for a volunteer, and every character takes a step backwards and leaves some poor soul out front? I feel like that's kind of how it happened. And so there I am, the one left out front to begin this long-term recovery group. And we start putting the pieces of that together, and I've been working on that. Well, recently, end of July, our United Way received a capacity building grant for our long-term recovery group from the American Red Cross. And so they've provided us with some funding to really solidify that group. And so what does all that mean for citizens in our community? There are plenty of people that still have not fully recovered from Helene and Milton.
For sure.
And they've not fully recovered because they get some money from FEMA. It's inadequate in most cases. And then they get some money maybe from their insurance company, if they had insurance to begin with. And they're still not whole. They have tons of unmet needs. People need their HVAC replaced. People need new carports. They need this, they need that, the other thing. And they don't have the finances to take care of those needs. And so, I want to encourage folks that are watching right now, and you as well, Commissioner, that when you hear about those needs, please tell them to call our agency and talk to our staff. We will work with them, and we have some funding to be able to help people meet those needs. And we also pull together what we call an unmet needs committee. It meets every second Tuesday of the month. And on that committee, we have Salvation Army, not local, regional Salvation Army, Red Cross, United Methodist Church, Catholic Charities, and us, so 5 agencies that we hear cases that are brought before us of where people have needs, and we can fund those needs. And those agencies that I just mentioned, they have a lot more money than we do. Trust me.
Sure.
And they want to spend that money and
Yeah.
help people get back on their feet. And those agencies are serving multiple counties. And so it's imperative that we get the word out to folks to let them know here in Citrus County, because I want to spend as much of those agencies' money as possible here.
Yep, I
I'm gonna be a
agree.
little greedy. I'm gonna be a little greedy. I want it spent here, helping people get back on their feet after storms. So, and that, Commissioner, we see after storms, we see that initial surge of resources to people in the immediate aftermath, and that's really good. And we participate in those efforts as well. But really, what's most important, in my viewpoint, is that long term walking alongside folks to help them ultimately recover, because that process is not just an initial 30 days or so. That goes on for a lot of people for a year and a half to 2 years.
Well, I am glad that you've mentioned that on the podcast, and I will continue to reiterate that at every opportunity that I can. That yes, you're right. Right after the storm, all the help shows up. The agencies show up. Whoever can be there to help typically shows up, and then you get 60 days out, 90 days out, a year out, and you've still got folks out there going, what do I do now? And that feeling, like I said, ours thankfully was very brief, but that experience, my wife and I experienced that. Wow, what do we do with this? I mean, how do we get through this mountain of mess that's in front of us? And here we are well over a year past that storm, and there's people that are still out there that are struggling with, like you said, the needs. And so, absolutely, we need to get them directed to United Way and see what kind of resources that you can get them plugged into through those national and regional organizations.
Well, we can do it. And sometimes it's just helping people navigate the bureaucracy as well. There's various state level and national programs out there. And I always say, listen, I'm a guy with a business degree, and I read all that stuff, all the stipulations and qualifications and exclusions and all the rest of it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, the legalese and all the rest of it, it just becomes such a onerous process to even tap into some of the resources. So we're here to even help people navigate some of those challenges as well. We're happy to do it, but
Well, it's
yeah,
unfortunately that's necessary to have organizations that can help people work through those things. Unfortunately, I just fielded a call on the way to the office this morning. A woman absolutely frustrated with a situation that her husband is dealing with, and it's an issue with the DMV, which we don't have a whole lot of authority there, but she's fed up. She's just trying to navigate through the application process and so forth. But we'll help her. We'll help her get there. I'm going to make some phone calls this morning and try and help her get through some of this stuff. But thankfully, we've got United Way to help these people out that are going through this still, and can help them get some of those regional and national resources.
yeah. Listen, whenever I talk to all 5 commissioners every so often, and the one thing I hear from all of you is it can be a very, very challenging job. That's for sure. We all know that. I think it could be one of the most thankless things you can do personally. I mean, that's just one man's opinion from the outside looking
Yeah.
in. But the one thing that I hear from all of you is how happy you are to be able to help people in those conversations like you just mentioned, right?
Yeah.
It's that
Yeah.
call that you get, the person maybe pulls you aside in a community at the appropriate time and share a need with you, and then you have the ability to help get stuff done for people. So I think it is a thankless job, but you get to affect a lot of change and help people personally. So, so thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Well,
I think y'all need to be told thank you a little bit more when you do those types of things.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you as well. You know, certainly the United Way is out there in the midst of helping people, particularly this time of year during the holidays when people are struggling and they see capitalism in full flight all around them, and people doing all this good stuff and fun stuff, and they're going, I need to feed my family. I need to figure out how I'm going to keep the electric on this month. Cold weather's coming. How am I going to keep the heat on? And you guys are right in the thick of it. So thank you as well. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it. And if you're watching live right now, just so you know, you can make a comment below the feed in the comment section there on Facebook. And if you want to say hello to Commissioner Kennard or any of our guests that are going to be on here today, or just say hello to the team or make any other comment, we can pull those comments up. I see the Citrus County Business Alliance, or Building Alliance rather. They commented earlier. I didn't see what it was, Madeline, what they had to say. So, oh, awesome.
Your chair project.
Oh, my chair project. Oh, there we go. Commissioner, I got an endorsement from the CCBA on my chair project here. So
we'll tell just a little fib and tell them it was all properly permitted and it's passed inspections and so forth.
That's right. Well, I think they really need to tune in about 10 hours or so and see if the mic's booms are still on here. See if it's falling apart. If it's falling apart, then they may retract their endorsement of this project. But
very good.
And Jade White, actually, we knew it was Jade earlier when we got a comment from the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce, and Madeline let me know a little bit ago that Jade made a contribution. So Jade, if you're out there watching, thank you so much for that. And you know, I'm a big fan. I'm one of Jade's biggest fans. And so we appreciate that contribution. And Commissioner Kennard, we appreciate your contribution that you make to our community every day and your leadership. We appreciate you. And if I don't talk to you beforehand, I hope you have the best Christmas ever.
Well, thank you, my friend. You as well, and we will have something on the way to United Way from my chiropractic office as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You bet. Have a great Christmas.
All right, you do the same. All right. Well, our next guest, we're an hour in. 11 hours to go, folks. And
how do you feel?
I feel pretty good. My back hurts a little bit. It does. It hurts just a little bit. I was setting the studio up the other day, and it's quite a process. I'm not somebody who can just picture what I want and then make a plan for it and then just go make it all happen in a space like this. I'm the person that adjusts the plan midstream about 5 times, which means carrying tables up and down and then deciding a different table would be better, and then hauling some chairs up here and then decide, no, I don't like those chairs. Let me take them back downstairs. Let me get other ones. And I was thinking about it earlier, Madeline, when I was talking to DJ Trey. We're talking about our families and our kids growing up. I'm about 14 months away from hitting the big 50. I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm starting to feel the back pain, but I'm good.
I'll keep my comments to myself.
Oh, she went like this, and I thought, wait a minute, she's telling me to be quiet, but she's shushing herself right now. All right, we do have our next guest with us. Come on over. Come on. This is really informal today here. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. Let's get this around here, and then you can move that mic down to your. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I've really just rigged this up today, so we'll see if it stays, and hopefully it will. I don't want that thing like falling and hitting your kneecap or something, and then we have to talk to our insurance company or something. But
She's a former police officer. She's
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I got this.
All right. So we have Sonja with us.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, it's from Nature Coast Ministries,
Yes.
and we love the work that you all do, and so we wanted to have you join us today, and we appreciate you taking up the invitation. Have you ever done like a Facebook Live or anything like this before? No, first time.
Well, as far as for Nature Coast, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Any nerves or anything? Like
No,
there could
I'm
be millions
good.
of people watching. I don't think there is.
No,
No, there's not. There's not. Madeline just gave me the number. We appreciate if you are watching right now. There's the camera. We appreciate if you are watching. And if you are watching and you would like to make a contribution, you can go to citrusunitedway.org, click the donate button, make a contribution there on this Giving Tuesday, or you can call our office. Numbers on the screen, and Jen will answer the phone and take your contribution there as well. And let's just say now, how do people give if they want to give to Nature Coast Ministries? Let's
we
say
have a lot of different ways.
Okay.
Probably the best known one is we do have a thrift store. And when donations are made at the thrift store, those donations, clothing, furniture, whatever they're donating, we've had some really unique objects that have been donated to us. We try to evaluate, is this a thrifty item that we can give it away for $1 or $2? Or is this something that's collectible that, maybe this will help pay the light bill? So we evaluate everything that comes into the store and we put a fair price on it. We're not trying to get rich, but we are trying to pay the rent and the lights, and for two businesses, not only the thrift store, but also the dental clinic. So that's one of the biggest ones. We do have some private donors that would like to donate to us. $100 here, $100 there, it adds up. And then we apply for grants when we have projects. And we are working on another grant. We were asked if we were interested in proposing an oral surgery room at our place. And we've only got 3 operatories. It's a very small dental clinic, but there is a need for an oral surgeon. So now we're trying to figure out, do we have the space, and can we create an oral surgery room in a safe environment? Can we afford it? Can we build it? Will grant money help? So there's a lot of different ways that people can donate to us that helps us.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where is the store? If someone wants to come by the store and donate, whether it be household items or whatever, or monetary contributions, where's the store?
So the thrift store is in Homosassa. There's, I think, the only Ollie's in the Homosassa area, and we're in the same strip malls as Ollie's, Luigi's. There's Cattle Dogs, Atlas Insurance. There's quite a collection of different businesses that are there that have been there for a long time. On our website, www.myncm.com, there's a place that you can go on there and donate by PayPal or by your credit card, and of course sending in a check or
Madeline, can you pull up on your computer their website? So it's
myncm.com.
myncm.com.
My Nature Coast Ministries.
Yeah. And Madeline can pull that up. We're high speed, low drag. Let me tell you, she can pull that up and show the audience the web page and where people go to donate. There's the website.
Dr. Witherow and Sue Bruner. That's her dental assistant.
And so where do we go to? I can't see all that well.
You would go to the.
There it is.
Yes.
Madeline's pulling that up.
And it kind of shows you, the cost of, because some people are like, well, I don't know how much to donate. But I promise you that whatever you donate, you're not just helping somebody with a one-time issue. It's a one-time issue that's going to make a huge difference in their life. We had a young woman. It was a terrible situation, and she lost some front teeth. And to be such a young lady, missing her front teeth can cause some other devastation issues. And it's like, we've got to help her out. She did qualify to be below the federal poverty guidelines, but we can't make her wait 6-8 months, it's kind of like an urgent situation because she is young and she's missing her front teeth. She's got to get back out to work. She's got to build up her confidence again. So it's evaluating everybody's situation, and is that something that can wait because we need a different doctor to look at that one, or is this something we got to handle quickly, like front teeth missing?
Yeah, I mean just think about the impact as you say that. Just
Yes.
that's a huge issue,
Yeah.
not just in terms of,
Yeah, you're not
I
going
hate to say it, but yeah, it's like employability.
Absolutely.
It just is what it is,
You're
right?
not
And
going to
just
smile. You're going to cover your mouth. You may be in pain because of you've got this healing process going on. And maybe what happened to you that made you lose your front teeth. There's just so much that goes into. So donations, it's not helping somebody just a one-time factor. It's a lifetime factor. It's helping that person to have a clean mouth. A clean mouth means you have a better chance at having a clean heart and a clean brain. So you'll stay more healthy. Mental health issues, if you're not having to cover your mouth all the time because you've got really bad teeth or you're missing teeth, it's helping somebody for a lifetime of opportunities.
Mhm. So where is the dental clinic?
The dental clinic is in Crystal River.
Mhm.
So there's, I don't think I ever say the bowling alley correct, Bolero
Bolero is what I call it.
Okay, so I knew I didn't.
So
say
it's like
right.
it. So now you've got Mallards as a landmark as well. So it's like in
Yes.
between Mallards
Correct.
and the bowling
And the
alley.
bowling
You have
alley,
that plaza
and
there.
we face away from Gulf to Lake, so
Mhm.
we face away from them, and we've been there since 2014, and it's 3-chair operatory, several dentists with supporting staff, hygienists, front office staff. Everyone's a volunteer.
So what all services, dental services, can someone get there?
So typically it's general dentistry. Somebody comes in and maybe their teeth have broken off. We got to get those roots out. Sometimes that takes an oral surgeon. So we do have an oral surgeon who has retired, has joined our volunteer staff. So now we have an opportunity that if we need an oral surgeon because maybe this mouth is more damaged or needs more than just general dentistry, we now can do it with an oral surgeon on staff.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
And you have everything you need for that surgery to take place?
Not
there?
yet.
Okay. So yeah,
yeah,
there's a little bit of a need there to get that totally where.
there is
Tell
a
us
need.
about that.
Yeah. So we were general dentistry for years. And then there may be a situation where a dentist will do something and then go, oh, this is where I have to stop and I need to get somebody else to step in because this is beyond my my abilities, because of what we are. We're limited in what we can do there. And here lately, it's like, wow, we've got some people that's some really serious mouth issues, and we don't have an oral surgeon that can help us through this process. So we now have an oral surgeon that's volunteering for us, and the question was asked, would we be interested in having an oral surgery room? Would never say no to that, but it's like, well, where are we going to put it? Do we reduce our lobby? Do we move the front office staff to the lobby area and we make people sit outside? I mean, where do we put this new room? So the board of directors are now discussing, is this something that we can do? Where are we going to do it? And what's going to be the cost? Where's the safest room that we can put this oral surgery room at? And then what are our limitations going to be? Is it going to be general anesthesia, or are we going to put them all the way under? So there's a lot to talk about before we actually hire that contractor to say, okay, close this room in, and now we need to get what this oral surgeon's going to need to do the job. So it's all good stuff. Nobody said no yet. We're interested. It's awesome to think that for all these years we've done general dentistry, and now we're able to move to that next level because of the need.
Do you see the need increasing? Like, we all know it's tough times out there, and people income qualify.
Income qualified, yeah.
For
They have to
your
be below the federal poverty guideline by 300%.
Yeah, we were just talking about some of those guidelines earlier.
Mhm.
We talk about a lot here about that Alice households.
Mhm.
50% of households in Citrus County fall below the Alice threshold. And so 32% are Alice, 18% below the federal poverty level. And those poverty level numbers are just staggering when you look at them. Like, there's no way anybody can live on those incomes.
Right. And
I
then break
can't
a
even
tooth.
I can't even fathom it. Yeah, right. And then break, yeah, and not just like break a tooth, but the situation that you mentioned, and I know that may not be normal. The young lady that
Yes.
had her front teeth missing, but that's catastrophic when you're
Yes.
an Alice uh, in an Alice household,
Yes.
or someone that's at or below the federal poverty
Right.
level. So that is God's work you were doing,
We're trying so hard.
for
And
sure.
we're so blessed, to have this ministry. We understand the assignment. We understand the servitude that we need to do for this county. And it's unfortunate that we can only do this county because we have that many that need help and assistance with their mouth. If that mouth is not clean, there's a good chance we're shortening that person's life.
Heart disease,
Heart
like all
disease,
kinds of
brain, everything. It's like this mouth it just says so much right there. It's like, keep it clean.
yeah.
Keep your mouth clean.
Yeah, and some
On so
people,
many levels.
yeah, right. Some people, yeah, I just thought, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That's another level of keeping your mouth clean, right?
Yes.
That's for
Yes,
sure.
yeah. Brush the ones you want to keep.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people just genetically have really good teeth, and some
Very
people do not. I'm soon to be 49 years old. I've never even come close to having a cavity in my entire life.
You are lucky.
Yes,
We're
and
blessed.
there,
Both.
Madeline, same with you.
Same.
Right? Madeline's never had a cavity,
Wow.
and there's been times, like in my 20s, late teens, early 20s,
Mhm.
whatever. I remember going like 3 or 4 years one time without going to the dentist.
Yeah.
People out there watching right now are like a collective.
I'm sitting there
yuck,
thinking,
disgusting.
I hope he
right?
changed his toothbrush.
And but I have just always religiously taken care of my teeth.
Mhm.
Never had a cavity,
Good for
even
you.
all of those times. But I'm fearful of the dentist too. Like, I'm afraid of, like, if they had to do some significant work on I'd be such a coward. I'd have to go. There's that
Knock you
dentist
out.
that says we cater to cowards. I don't know who that is. Have you heard that commercial?
I've heard the commercial.
Yeah,
yes.
that'd be me. Cowardly as can be.
Well, we'll
That's where
pray
I'd be
for
going.
you before we
Yeah.
start on you.
Is Nature Coast Ministries an actual, like, denominational?
Non-denominational. We're not
Non-
a church, but
Yeah.
we started in a church back in 2008, and we have an eclectic group of religions on our board of directors. Nobody is excluded, but we all believe in God. We believe in the servitude of God and serving God's people.
Yeah, so it's not like you're a ministry of a church necessarily. It's not like a church that you go to on the corner and that's the one that's running this ministry.
That is correct. It
Yeah.
was in 2008. 2014 is when things changed. I don't believe that church is no longer open. But our ministry changed. We used to have, a food bank, come here for, let us help you pay your light bill, your rent, a lot of things that United Way does. When the county said, hey, we got a lot of people doing this and doing it really good. What can you guys offer that this county doesn't have? And that is no cost dental care. And we're the only ones.
Well, you all do it well, and it's worth supporting. That's for sure.
Yes.
And I do. Madeline pulled up the website earlier. I don't
Yes.
know if she still has that pulled up, and she can click over to it. But we certainly, today's Giving Tuesday, and we want to. I don't want to sit in this chair for 12 hours today and walk away without some great contributions to our local United Way. But it would really do our hearts well. To hear that some of you that really like this mission of Nature Coast Ministries, that you would go to their website and contribute to them as well, or even if you called in and talked to Jen and said, "Hey, I'd like for that $100 contribution that I'm making right now over the telephone to go to Nature Coast Ministries, we'd be happy to send a check your direction for sure. We should do that anyway. I might just do that myself." And so,
Thank you.
yeah, that's what Giving Tuesday is all about. And
Yeah.
you know, I really want people to give local, right?
Absolutely.
You know, I want people to buy local. I
Mhm.
want people to give local as well.
And we are local. We won't even poach into other counties when it comes to donations. When they say, "Well, can you come to Brooksville to pick up my couch?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I can't," because then I think if we're doing that, then now we're opening ourselves up to help the residents in Hernando County. And it's not that we don't want to help Hernando County or any other county. Well, we're doing everything we can do just to help Citrus County and adults at that. So we're really mindful of stepping out of a donation. Now we had one person, they donate things to us all the time, and they said, "Hey, I've got this. It's in Spring Hill. You know, could we really want Nature Coast Ministries to have this?" And then I'll make that exception because it's something we've been working with for a very long time. But on the normal, no. And you know, some people understand. Some people need a little extra explaining as to, you know, we literally take care of Citrus County and its residents, adult residents. I wish we could do children, but we don't have that set up. All of our dentists are for adults, not, you know, pediatric care. And same goes with the thrift store. You know, somebody comes in and they need some clothes, we'll help you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. It's a good point. Like for us here at United Way of Citrus County, we are exclusively Citrus County as
Mhm.
well.
Yes.
I mean, there's 28 United Ways serving all 67 counties
Wow.
in the state of Florida. And so obviously we do the math. We realize, well, there's some big United Ways, right? There's like United Way Suncoast that I believe they serve probably about 5 counties down in the Tampa Bay area. There's United Way that I believe serves about 7 counties. North of us, Levy County, that's
Okay.
served by United Way of North Central Florida out of their offices in Gainesville. So listen, if anyone is watching this broadcast, it's live on Facebook. You could be watching it from anywhere. Get a hold of your local United Way, right? If you're in Brooksville watching this, then get a hold of United Way Hernando County and contribute to them. They do great work in Hernando County and Pasco County and our friends up in Levy and whatnot.
I think kudos to Citrus County's United Way because this has been the most vocal United Way that I've been involved in. You support this county, you're supporting the nonprofits, even just doing something as simple as helping us to educate people who we are. Because I hear a lot of times, well, we didn't know you were here. And it's like, oh, you must be new to Florida because I'm running my mouth all the time. But you support United Way supports this county in such a different way than I think some of the other United Ways have done. And I'm not bashing them, but you've been very vocal, very visible. And I think that's what helps all of this about giving and supporting is you're taking the lead and helping all of us out.
Well, I appreciate that. And that's affirming to me. When I got here, I just really wanted to make sure that we really embodied what I've always believed United Way is all about. I didn't want to stray away from that at all. And that is being that connector
Mhm.
in the community. We try the best that we can to connect nonprofits together as well, whether it's
Mhm.
our CEO breakfast or other discussions maybe that we'll host in the community, try to bring the nonprofit community together. And that's challenging. I mean, first of all, everyone is so busy.
Right.
It's hard to get people together. But, I think the other thing is um, even the nonprofit sector sometimes can feel rather competitive, and I don't want it to, I don't
See,
want it to at all. And in getting here 3.5 years ago, I just really wanted for other nonprofit leaders to know that I don't all I want to do is just pull us together. And I had one nonprofit leader say to me early on, said, George, I know you just want us all to come together, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm going to try.
See, I disagree. Yes, there is some competitiveness with the nonprofits because we all have to get the bills paid. That we've got to figure out, how do I do this? Am I going to open up a thrift store? Am I going to go knocking door to door asking for money? Am I going to put a big ad in the newspaper? How am I going to compete for that money? But I think when your audience knows what your nonprofit is all about, that's where you're going to strike the interest. I know lots of nonprofits and the executive directors. I don't feel like I'm in competition with any single one of them because our ministry is so different. We provide no cost dental care when nobody else is doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a thrift store. So is that competitive? Maybe not. But when I look at all the other thrift stores, we're doing the same thing that they're doing.
Right.
We're Google Lensing, is that, hey, that's not $1, that's $2. Let's put 2 on that. Oh, it's half off. We're going to get $1. So we're all doing the same thing, but we all have a different, I'll just say ministry. We all have a different goal for what we're trying to achieve. And I like the idea of executive directors coming together because I think it allows a better collaboration. If I was to get a phone call from a nonprofit going, hey, do you have a couch? Yes, I do. I'm going to send George over. I'll be looking for George. And then I know when George shows up, hey, I hear you're looking for a couch.
Mm-hmm.
These are the ones I have. You pick one. And it's a done deal. It's that kind of collaboration, that unity, the connection that allows all of us nonprofits to actually do a better job because we all know what each one of us are doing. What does the community need? Who are we helping? That's not considered that those 2 bad words, toxic charity.
Mm-hmm.
How do we help somebody help themselves? And it's allowing the executive directors to come together to say, hey, I need help with this one person. They just need pots and pans. Oh, okay. Well, they need a bed. Well, hey, they've got a bed, and just make it work in that direction. I think you should keep doing it. Keep bringing us together. If anyone thinks that we're in competition,
there's not
we're not.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yesterday I was in a meeting with some community leaders, and you walk away from there thinking, if anyone's in a silo, because I think we get accused of that a lot in the nonprofit sector of operating in silos. I got to tell you, Sandra, I don't think we're really operating in silos very much. As evidenced by the fact at the meeting I was at yesterday, we were all just talking about how we collaborate so much together.
Exactly.
We really do.
We do.
We do a great job in Citrus County of supporting each other's efforts and collaborating.
I get phone calls at 6:30 in the morning. Hey, are you up? I'm like, I'm not even out of my pajamas.
Yeah.
What do you want?
And
but it's okay because I'll take that phone call. If that's the only time that person can talk to me, okay. What you got?
And as
So-
far as giving and contributions are concerned, I've mentioned this a couple of times today, is that the person who is likely to give
Correct.
to Nature Coast Ministries is it the person who doesn't give at all, and we want to make a giver out of them, or is it the person who gives to United Way? The person who gives to United Way is more likely to give to Nature Coast Ministries.
Thank you.
And so there's no need for any type of, we just need to put our mission. I think you said we need to put our mission in front of people.
To put it out
And
there.
when they, and people will coalesce around the mission for sure.
Exactly.
You guys got a great mission
Thank you.
at Nature Coast Ministries.
Thank
We love the work that you do, and happy to help spread the word today on Giving Tuesday.
I want to say quickly, we're not looking for anything from the person that's gotten the dental work. I don't want to get choked up. When they walk away with a smile and they're incredibly grateful that they are no longer in pain, that's the giving that we work for, because that person's going to go on happier. We're getting those hugs. They appreciate the prayers. That sometimes is more important than that $100 bill. We'll take the $100 bill. We still got to get the light bill paid, but just that simple gratitude that now somebody's feeling better and we help them get there, because that's going to help them grow as a person.
That's payday right there.
That is our payday.
Listen, that's payday. You
Yes.
know, 12 years prior to coming here, I ran a
Mhm.
mentoring program in our community, teaching kids how to ride dirt bikes and whatnot.
Mhm.
I was in Leadership Citrus, and it was our public safety day.
24.
I was, oh yeah, Madeline was in that class with
It was
you.
the best
wasn't-
class ever.
Oh, I'm sure that's what
It
they all
was.
say. I have 2 plaques because I was in the COVID class, and then that disbanded, and then I was in the next one. So if you look in my office, you'll see 2 of them. I always say I'm such a terrible leader. I have a business, and I have a degree in business and professional leadership, and I had to go through Leadership Citrus twice apparently to get it through my head. But we were at Public Safety Day,
Yes.
and there was a young man who was going through the fire academy. He made me look so good that day. He comes over to me while I'm standing around with my classmates, and his name was Tyson. And Tyson was going through the fire academy. He said, "Mr. George," and he was one of the early kids in Filter in our mentoring program, and was becoming a fireman. And it was just like, I keep looking over here because Commissioner Finnegan just walked in. That was payday. That was payday because 12 years,
Yes.
I think 12 years, I actually got a salary for 3.5 of those years, maybe 4, because I had written a successful grant to the Department of Juvenile Justice.
There you
It was
go.
literally 8 years of just volunteering
Yeah.
and my family volunteering and making that happen and
Making
helping
it
change
happen.
lives. And
Yeah.
you get that, right?
I
Big
get it.
smile on their face.
I
and
get it,
and
yeah,
that's
yeah.
payday.
When they give you that hug or they say the thank you, and it's like, oh, there, that's all it was.
That's
all they need.
awesome.
That's all we needed.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well, I think Madeline is going to our crack producer over there on that switcher board. She could probably just hit fade to black, and it's the F. Yeah, and there we go. I think they can still hear us though.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in, and we'll swap chairs for a moment and bring in our next guest while hugs are being exchanged. We're doing pretty good on time though, Madeline. Is this weird? We're like talking in a dark room right now. Is the way. Yeah, sure. Set that down. Madeline, are you freezing?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Are you cold?
Yes.
Do you
it's
need a
so
pillow?
cold.
You need a pillow or anything?
I feel like I'm laying back a lot, but
We got pillows
it's
over there.
okay. Well, this is right here. Let's talk about Giving Tuesday.
Can we
Let's-
can we hear her? Can we hear her?
You good with
All
me?
right, good.
I want to talk about Giving Tuesday. Let's start by giving some heat to this room. It looks like snow. It's gonna snow.
I don't, I've got a thermometer over there on that clock. It says it's 67 degrees in here right now.
It's
I
wrong.
feel like let's set me up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madeline, do you mind grabbing Commissioner Finnegan a pillow? Is that okay with you?
Thank
She's
you.
taking off her headphones of our producer.
I saw Sanja kind of really back, and I thought, what kind of chair?
I actually thought I said to Madeline
I'm laying
earlier.
down here.
I said to Madeline earlier, we might need to have some pillows in the chairs, and it was actually you I was thinking about, quite honestly, that you might need a.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can move that.
The rules are with the microphone.
No, we're going to do this really informal today. I do see some. Who was the last person? Was that Trey that made a comment?
DJ Trey, my man.
DJ Trey. He told me to give you this pillow,
Yeah. Let's see what Trey wanted me to have. Yeah.
my Ohio State pillow.
I lived a stint in Ohio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew that. Where at in Ohio?
Closer to the East Liverpool area. I did a year at Youngstown State.
Oh.
Sounds like I was in prison. I did a year. Did some time at Youngstown State
Right.
University. Yeah.
Okay, so that's over. East side, close to the Pennsylvania
Yeah.
border.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
where my dad's family's from. We're in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia all kind of come together.
Good people.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody
Hill
from Ohio.
people. Yeah.
Hill people. Well,
Yeah.
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 So where I grew up, right outside of Columbus, it was just farmland, just flat
Mm.
farmland. Ohio's definitely different wherever you go. Like down south, the Hocking Hills, you get that western part of the Appalachian Mountains come through there and whatnot. And we spent a lot of time in Kentucky too, like going down to visit family. A lady called here yesterday, and Madeline was on the phone with her. She was looking to donate a bed or something to somebody, and I love this lady as soon as I heard her.
Yeah.
So she's about ready to hang up, and I rushed over to the phone, and I was like, "Ma'am, I just got to know where you're from." And she was like, "I'm from Kentucky," and I was just like, "I knew it.
Had
I
an
knew it.
accent.
Sound like my people."
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. Well, it's Giving Tuesday. I appreciate you coming. What do you think about our what we've done up here?
I mean, you all are high tech here. I mean, I'm impressed. I saw the other side of where Madeline's sitting, and
Lots of buttons.
is this in a good spot for me, Madeline? She's got a lot of screens. For those that you can't see this at home, she has a lot of screens and different pictures on those screens. I mean, and I saw her fade to black. This is a professional outfit. I think Dennis Phillips will be impressed.
I think he
I'm
he
assuming
will.
he's not coming here though, right?
No, he's going to join us
Yeah.
online. Did you confirm with him today or send him another email?
I emailed.
All right. Did we hear from him? We were nervous before last time. He came on
Yeah.
and we didn't. I don't know that Madeline got the confirmation last time, and so we're watching his Dennis Phillips live broadcast. And we heard him say to his guest, said, we got to get off here. I've got to be on a podcast with United Way of Citrus County in about 10 minutes. And I think Madeline and I gave each other a high five. We're like, okay, he's on it. I like to go on and comment on his DPL broadcast that he does. I did not too long ago. And he said, George, I'm gonna see you soon. We're going to talk. So I'm sure he'll be on.
That's
That's
fantastic.
at what, 2:00 today, Madeline, or 2 o'clock?
He's a 2.
I
can
can't even
his
see
name. I
the
can see it.
board anymore.
Yeah, you've got
um,
a great slate of people.
We do. We got
Yeah.
Steve Howard coming in here next.
I know
and,
that guy.
Yeah, I think you do know that
Yeah,
guy.
good
So
guy.
yeah, so if for the folks at home, so Madeline's got a screen in front of her that she's got her computer connected to. Then we have another screen that is connected to her computer that's facing us, so we can see the feed. Then she has 3 cameras running into a switcher, which has its own monitor, so she can see what camera angle is up. And then we have these microphones running into a soundboard. And
Who knew how to do this?
I
Was it
YouTube
you? Of course.
YouTube knew how to do it.
YouTubed
Well, you remember what during COVID, you might remember during COVID, I was self-employed doing the filter thing,
Sure, yeah.
helping kids in the community. But I was only able to do that because I was self-employed, traveling all over the country, training corrections professionals
DJJ.
and cognitive behavioral stuff and communication and this and that and the other thing. So COVID hit and I couldn't go anywhere. So
Hmm.
now I'm just at my house, was able to do some training online through Zoom, but I just so used to running my mouth week in and week out. I was just like, what do I do now? So I created a podcast right from my house called
Small Talk.
Yes, you remember, right?
Small Talk.
Small Talk.
Well, remember, I was not a social media person. So I am, I'm a decade later than everybody else. And, so I was just getting into that. So I didn't catch a lot of that. And at first, I probably didn't understand, like, how do you even watch that?
Right.
Everyone talked about, why aren't you on social media? It just wasn't my thing. And, I think probably during that time in 2020, a close childhood friend of mine that I still am very good friends with, she said, "Oh, just get on it. It's just your family." So I had like my family and real friends. I had like 40 people. It was great. And, then you run for office and 2,000 of your closest friends later or so. I don't know what it is, but still, I wouldn't say I'm good at it. People are like, "Oh, didn't you see that on Facebook or didn't you got the invite was where?" I'm like, "But no, like call me, email me, text me." I mean, sometimes I do catch stuff on there. But I'm busy. I like face to face. I like being out living my life, not looking at a screen. I've never been a screen.
Yeah, I don't like the pressure that comes with when
No.
someone's like,
I have to know what's going on with you.
or maybe there's an event or something like you just said, and
Mhm.
they're like, I've had people look at me like I'm crazy and be like, "Well, you didn't see it?" No, I didn't. I'm
No.
sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't. I mean, and if you look at my feed, which, I saw you commented on my last post that I made.
Yeah, we gotta talk about your issues.
I know I definitely have some significant issues, and
I want to tell you
we've
what my
known each
dad
other-
told me as a teenager, and I'm like, I can't put that on Facebook. I can't do it. So we should do it live on
let's
television.
just do it. Or we're live on Facebook right now. if it was
We have a history. We're friends. It's okay.
22 years, I think, is about 22, 23 years.
Maybe I'm not that old,
Yeah.
George.
No, neither am I.
Okay. My dad told my sister and I when we were driving as a teenager, check the gas in your car every single time you get in the car. If you run out of gas, you shouldn't be driving. You don't deserve to drive. And I think that every time you post something, like, George does not deserve to drive.
No, he does not.
It's a privilege. Driving is a privilege.
And listen, we are young people, so I'm not dating us here by
Oh,
any
okay.
stretch. Okay.
Okay.
But, my first car was a 1988 Pontiac Fiero Formula. And
I wanted that car.
Did you? Oh, I
How
had
did
it.
you get such a great car? My dad was like, no way, they blow up.
yes, they did blow
They
up
blow
early. They made those 84 to 88.
Yeah.
It was the earlier models and the
love that
four
car.
cylinders. They were the ones that would blow up. By the time you got to 88, that was the last year they made it. And mine was the Formula model, which that meant it had the body of like the four cylinder, but it had the V6 in it. So it was like a fast one. It was like a GT.
So jealous.
Yeah, I loved it. Red.
I wish you
loved
still
that
had
car.
it.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I got rid of that car. I would say probably about 5 years ago now. I had it that
Only
long.
5
Yes,
years ago.
I had
How did
the-
I not know that?
I had that car that whole time, and
Mm.
one of the kids at Filter, who really just became like part of our family, he just loved that car, and I gave it to him.
I love that. Young man, if you're out there, I want to take a ride in this car.
So yeah,
It was like the poor man's Ferrari. That's what that was. The poor man's
yeah, and it
Ferrari.
actually you
Yeah.
could buy body panels that you could just unbolt the body panels off that car and
Yeah.
screw new ones on. It looked like a Ferrari. Yeah, that was a fun car.
No,
But where I
My
was,
first car was like, I think a 1980 Ford Granada. It's
Yeah.
$500.
you've come a long way.
Yeah.
Well, listen, where I was going with that is that it's much easier now in my F-150
Yeah.
to tell when I'm running out of gas. I mean, it's got a digital screen
It
there.
dings at you, George.
It does. It dings at me at 50,
Yeah.
at 25, and at 10 miles to go. I mean, I'm looking at it, it tells me how many I have to go. But it's happened way too many times where I actually pull into my driveway and look down and it's at 0. And this is not fun because
How do
then,
you get to the gas station?
okay, so we call that
Rebecca?
mower gas. That's what we mower gas.
Mower gas.
Yes.
Not mixed with oil. I
Now,
hope.
listen, it is Giving Tuesday, and
You need a
I
gas
assure
card.
you that my producer's over there on the phone. I want her to. I want
She's ignoring us.
I want camera one right now. The other thing is that
Why are you putting it on me?
Dossie was texting.
I mean camera one, not.
That is camera one.
Oh, okay. Good. There we go. Do camera 3, whatever. I'll figure this out
I'm
eventually.
number one. I'm number one.
It is Giving Tuesday. We encourage you to give to our United Way. You see multiple options there for how to do that. I assure you that even though I am not responsible enough to keep gas in my car, I am responsible enough to take those contributions that you make to our United Way, use them wisely, help our community in so many ways. So I just want to let you know that now. If you feel dissuaded from giving because I can't even keep gas in my truck, don't worry about it. Some things I'm good at, some things I'm not.
I'm going to back you up on that because I think that's an important thing. When people give to nonprofits, it's sometimes for me because I ran one. Sometimes it's about the mission, right? Well, always the mission and so many nonprofits is important, but a lot of time it's about the leadership. And you are somebody. That's why we give to the United Way to all the various parts. You have different, parts of United Way that we could give to. And we do that. And it's the leadership because I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that that money is going to be used so wisely and to the people in Citrus County that that's going to use that money as a seedling, if you will, and that's going to help them grow so much. And that is why I give to the United Way. And I hope that's why people out in your audience, if they're watching this, will say, yes, I want to give. I don't know where to give, but I really want to make sure that my money is going where I want it to go. I want to help people in this giving season. This is the place to do that. And I feel confident in that.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, we've known each other for a long time, and that relationship certainly helps. And listen, if you were still running a nonprofit, then I'd be championing that louder than anyone.
Thank you.
I would. I mean, when we met, if we look at where CASA was when we met and where you left that place when you moved on from there, oh my gosh, what a service that truly that you have, and a legacy.
Thank you.
That true, like some things outlive us. Our children, your son, and my children. That's our biggest legacy, right? I mean, that's what I almost, when I started Filter, the first name of it was Legacy of Citrus County. Like that term is just important to me. But then I thought, I don't think any child's going to say, I want to join Legacy of Citrus County, right? So we quickly and smartly rebranded that whole thing. But that idea of legacy is really important to me. And my neighbor, I think about Mr. Troy. He lived across the street from me at our first house after Rebecca and I got married. We were there for 14 years. And Mr. Troy was one of my best friends. He passed away at 85 years old. And so he was just 71 when I met him, and he became one of my best friends. And he served in Korea, came home, started a small business in Indiana, a gas station.
Didn't make enough of an impact on you though, did it?
No. There's some things Mr. Troy would not be proud of me for. And raised a family, and he made such an impact on my life. And then he leaves this world and no one knows he was here. And that is the, I do, right? So I don't know. I think everyone wants to have some sort of legacy and not be forgotten when they leave this world, and our children, our grandchildren, that's our biggest legacy. But when I look at CASA, undoubtedly, when you leave this world, you're did I mention you're very young? It's going to be a long time from now.
Yes,
but what a legacy that will be for you. And you know what I get concerned about in this world where like everything becomes political is I don't want people to forget that because now you're I hope that would be such a horrible thing for politics to ever overshadow that contribution that you've made. It needs to be remembered. And listen, I'm big on that. I mean, I think about Phil Royal all the time, who's no longer with us. I think he left a great legacy in our community as well. And I want to say now, I'm going to put this on the record now. There's been so much drama about memorials and whatnot in our libraries. I want to help put together a Phil Royal memorial to put in the libraries if that's something that made sense to the leadership in our libraries.
Well, the libraries really are for books. We're
they
trying
are.
to get them to encourage to read books.
There's
Phil had books.
Yes,
and appropriate for the library, but maybe
with all the talk about memorials and whatnot, if we're going to memorialize people, if that's such an issue, then let's memorialize folks like Phil and what we have
that
some
matter to Citrus County.
that really matter to Citrus County. I think that's I think that would be really that would be special. I think
so many good people have passed through our community, and when you look back at that, you know, the impacts that people have made in Citrus County. We really have been blessed. And, you know, you mentioned CASA, and it's been so many years now. I feel like, you know, each year's a year further away. But people still do comment on that. And that really warms my heart. And probably even more than just the community saying things. Just in the Veterans Day parade, I had one of my very first clients, if you will, a survivor of domestic violence. And I've seen her out, not for years and years, but recently a little bit more. And she was just yelling my name at the parade. And there's been a few of those, right? I start to see them and people coming up to me and, do you remember helping me? You know, you really changed my life. And to have that impact on somebody is a privilege, really a blessing. You feel like God's using you for something really good. Probably one of the best compliments I got from someone was, you know, everything you touch becomes better. I don't want that to end. You know, what I'm doing now, whenever I'm done, I want people to look back and go, okay, there was some impact there. You know, I left it better than I found it. And I think that's anybody in a leadership position. I know you included. That's what we want, right? Whatever our time is and what we're doing, we want to do it, not only a good job while we're there, but leave it better than how you found it. Make an impact on somebody else's life. Do good where you can.
Mhm.
United Way is so good with that, you know, making an impact on all these people's lives. And when their lives are impacted like that, oftentimes they turn around and make an impact on somebody else's life.
That's right. That's right.
So giving today gives to somebody that will give tomorrow.
Well, I'm a simple man, and I would say my motto, really to live by, is be helpful.
Simple and easy. I
Very
love it.
simple. Just
Yeah.
be helpful, right?
Just be helpful.
Now, do I fail on that sometimes? Well, of course we all do. I'm not perfect. I need grace like everybody else does.
Right.
But I really just aim to be helpful. There are times where there's things I want to say that are gospel truth. Now, you know this because you know me now.
And you're honest with
Yeah,
me, which I love. We're
yes,
those type of people.
you know,
Friends should be honest with one another.
Yes, and I think my microphone. I don't know if this is going to last. It was endorsed by the CCBA earlier today. I just rigged all of this up.
Yeah,
but I'm
You
afraid
too.
it's going to fall at some point. But yeah, there it is. Yeah, the comment that they made earlier. But there's some times where I know I could say something that would be gospel truth, but the thing I always remind myself, like, would that be helpful?
Mm.
And it's not always helpful,
Right.
you know, to just say whatever you want to say or whatnot, even if it's the truth. Sometimes, you know, I'm just always endeavoring to try to be helpful. I was talking to someone at lunch last week and talking about, well, what are your goals, George? Like, you know, what's beyond United Way and this sort of thing. And I don't know. I mean, I could do this for a long time. This is a great place to be at United Way, where before coming here, I was in that lane of helping kids in the juvenile justice system and helping families that were experiencing that type of brokenness that comes out of juvenile crime and whatnot. But here it's just such a wide swath. We get to help people with disaster recovery. We get to make sure that 211 helpline is operational in our county so people can pick up that phone when they don't know where to turn and get somebody on the line and figure things out. Our financial stability classes, helping keeping people in their homes when some catastrophe is hit and it looks like they might be evicted or whatnot. We just cut such a wide swath. It makes the elevator speech difficult. Sometimes I'll tell you that, because it's just hard to sum it all up without sounding like you're just dropping a platitude on somebody. We're helping the community. We're making the community stronger. Give to United Way. There's just some very specific things we do, and
because there's real stories behind it. There's real stories of real people who need the help and their lives are being changed. That's what the United Way is all about.
I've always struggled about even telling some of those stories, because I've always, Yeah, you get it right.
Mhm,
You
yeah.
definitely in that domestic violence lane. I imagine you experienced some of that too, where you want to tell the story, and people aren't, you know, upset about you telling their story. Generally, I mean, you always, of course,
There's no names
there's no
involved.
names, you know, that sort of thing. But I do struggle with that sometimes because I don't ever want to feel like we're standing on top of someone's brokenness to pull at
Mhm.
heartstrings and all the rest of it. But people need to hear those good stories.
The
And
good stories, yes, I really had to think about. For me, it costs us, so I'm telling stories in what I would deal with every single day. And you go into a nice group of, people that in Citrus Hills or wherever, they're gathering, they've invited you out, they want to hear more and want to hear a story, and you tell, I mean, and jaws are dropping, and it's like, yeah. And I'm thinking that wasn't like the bad story, right? The not like the terrible, terrible things that some people have to go through. So um, you realize when you help people, I think law enforcement feels this way sometimes too. You're living in a different world than maybe the neighbor that's living beside you. You're seeing different things. And it's important to see all the good, right? So if you're in those professions and you see a lot of the negativity the world has to offer, it's helpful and healthy for those people to get respite and seeing all the good things. Like here, there's a lot of good things that are happening and people that want to help.
yeah, there are.
Yeah.
And you're very involved with the veterans community here.
Yes.
So you're on the board for the veterans.
Citrus County Veterans Foundation
Mhm,
I do that privately.
mhm.
And then as a board member of the Citrus County Board of Commissioners, I sit on the Citrus County Veterans Advisory Board, and they, bring whatever information or advice to the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah. And we love the foundation, one of those great nonprofits in our community. And Kurt Ebbets heads that up. And what a fantastic guy Kurt
They all
is.
love you, the whole foundation. I mean, when we're looking for help, even outside of our scope, you're always a yes. You're always, how can we help? It means so much, to
Yeah.
make that call, and it's like we can get the help.
Yeah. And, they're just yesterday, I went and sat with a foundation with a proposal for our financial stability class. And one of the people that was in there, and it's been a while since our United Way has been to this particular foundation. And the last time they funded some veterans outreach from here, and they asked us about that, like, well, okay, what are y'all doing with veterans? And listen, I'm a real big believer in not duplicating services. It's what I love about Sanja coming in here and talking about what they do at Nature Coast Ministries with their free dental clinic. Like, that is
Great
not
work. Great work.
duplicated anywhere. I love that. It just doesn't feel like it makes sense for me right now at United Way to go create a separate program when we can really add value to and help organizations like the Citrus County Veterans Foundation, who does great
Absolutely.
work.
Like
And
you're
then,
an arm of that, right?
yeah,
So you are doing veterans work. You're just, you're
absolutely.
you're finding, you're reaching people and getting your information through the foundation, and in turn really helping the foundation. Yeah, I think the United Way is doing fantastic work with veterans because I see it.
Yes. And just last week, Iris from the VA, she gives us a call. She's got some veterans that need Thanksgiving meals. And next thing you know, there's Texas Roadhouse stepped up with that and gave us
wow.
some vouchers. So on
Nice.
top of their vouchers, we came in with $750 worth of gift cards that she could distribute to the veterans that she works with. And that's a collaborative effort between us and Kings Bay Rotary. I just love those types of things where we get to sort of be that hub that I think United Way needs to be to connect people and resources together. And so, yeah, there's $800-900 worth of meals for veterans to make sure that they had Thanksgiving meals. And we definitely have our priorities around here when people call for help. And it usually starts with, I don't know how to parse out these two, number one and number two, but we're very sensitive to the veteran community and also people in our community that are elderly
Mhm.
particularly like if they have medical devices that electric is running and they're not going to be able to keep the lights on this month. We just don't want to let that happen, obviously. And so that's sort of like our starting point oftentimes is,
Right.
and hurricane survivors.
Oh, you guys did amazing work with all the hurricane survivors. I mean, I don't think you were, I mean, I shouldn't say you weren't prepared, because I feel like after that, United Way's prepared for everything. But I mean, the onslaught of need that you would have to address, and you all just stepped up to that in such an amazing way.
Yeah, I don't think it's come without the PTSD um, that that we've all experienced. But we made it through this hurricane season. We're
Oh,
good. Is our next
praising
guest here,
God.
Madeline? He is here. All right. Well,
Our time was short.
I know. I feel like we could have done this for a long time.
Yeah.
I told you, you probably don't remember, but I told you, Diana, when we get our new studio set up, I'm going to have you be the first guest. But
I wasn't.
you were like on vacation,
Oh,
a well-deserved vacation,
thank
by
you.
the way. But I'm
Well,
glad you made it.
Hubby
in today.
had a birthday, so we had to go celebrate.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you for the work that you have done and are doing now and will continue to do, for sure. We
Thank
appreciate you. Appreciate the way you and Steve and Air Effects, Electrics, and all the other X
Plumbing
businesses.
FX,
Yeah.
FX services now starting.
Yeah. We
We're
appreciate
expanding. Thank you to the community.
yeah, the way you all personally and professionally help us out. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
So,
George.
thank you.
Thank you to the United Way. Please give.
Yes, absolutely. So you can give. Go ahead, Mally. You can take that. We reappeared. You can give by going to citrusunitedway.org. Click that donate button and or give us a call. And we talked a lot about CASA, and we'll talk about CASA more today. But you can go to their website. I'm sure they have a convenient way that you can give to CASA on this Giving Tuesday as well. It's not just about United Way today. There's so many agencies doing great work. So, all right, with that, we're going to fade to black.
Fade to black.
There we are. And now we'll switch seats. Thanks for coming in.
Is
Appreciate
Steve
it.
here? He's virtual. Oh, he's virtual.
All right, Malin, did you unmute me? Mr. County Administrator.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. So Madeline's giving me all kinds of cues and you're like pointing at the screen in there. I thought you were coming in today live is what I thought was happening. So when she's pointing, I thought you were in our lobby. I was like, oh, let's switch seats and whatnot. And here you are.
Back-to-back meetings going one after another. So I thought if I could do this, this would be helpful for me.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you being willing to join us for sure. So, I recently sat down with one of your old bosses. I think I told you about that.
Yes, Sheriff Grady Judd. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I sat down and I talked with him. There, Madeline just pulled up on the screen. Yes. Went over there to Polk County and spoke to him, and we actually have that episode up on our Voices United podcast. Yeah. Anybody can go to wherever you get your podcasts, and you can listen to that.
You get him to send you a Christmas card, you'll enjoy him. He has a lot of fun with these Christmas cards he puts together. But I had a lot of fun with Sheriff Judd, and just like I'm having fun with the sheriff here. So a lot of great things that law enforcement does, and I'm a big ally of that, and as well, all public safety, including our great firefighters, first responders. So I'm thankful for them throughout the year, but especially during these times. And they help keep us safe. And that's one of the number one priorities of a community, is to ensure the safety of your citizens. So I applaud for that.
Yeah, he did confirm that you saved him all kinds of money, by the way.
We did it. We did our best. We had some interesting, what he didn't tell me when he brought me on was he kind of made a deal with the Board of Commissioners. They were looking for salary increases for their deputies. And in order to do that, the sheriff wasn't going to increase his budget. So when he came on board, he said, "Steve, find me the money. You got to cut everything, different savings." And we began that process, of course, much larger scale than Citrus. We had, when I left, about 3,000 inmates and almost probably 1,700 employees alone. But we found ways to cut, but collaborate. The bigger thing is collaboration, bringing people together, rethinking the way you're doing county business or law enforcement, those kind of things. So, we did a lot of good, but it's all about a team. Just no different than what we're doing right here at Citrus. It's teamwork. Makes the dream work, they say. And there's a lot of opportunity if we just come together. I have a theme that I'll be talking a lot about going into 2026. It'll be called Success Through Collaboration. And this will be the next as we begin to really, which even today, being with you today, all the great work that you do with United Way, it's all about, having success through collaboration. So we can't do this alone. We need the partners, we need the public, we need everybody's voice to do this work. So that's important. So I'm excited about rolling that out in 2026 throughout the community, but that'll be the theme for at least Citrus County government, be success through collaboration.
Well, that's a great theme, and certainly that feels very much in line with our theme around here. United Way, for years, our tagline has been "Live United," and just last year, United Way worldwide, and of course, this filters down to local United Ways as well. Went through rebranding, and the motto that, and I love it. The new motto for United Way is "United is the way." Right, that's that collaborative nature, and I hope people are feeling that even today with this broadcast that we're now in our third hour of that broadcast here today. That we're not just encouraging people today on this Giving Tuesday to give to United Way of Citrus County. We would love that. We'd love to have the partnership of anyone who gets behind our mission, but we want people to give to their favorite nonprofit here in our community today. And we have a lot of nonprofits that will be joining us today because, that collaboration with one another is so important. And Steve, we talk about silos, and it's easy to get into silos and whatnot, maybe even in the nonprofit community. But I've got to tell you, I feel like that's a little bit of a misnomer in our community because the nonprofit sector here does a really great job of working together. I can't imagine any nonprofit leader in the community that I can't get on the phone and collaborate with. And I'm sure you experienced that in county government as well. I'm sure that the nonprofit community here is responsive to the needs of county government as well.
And I always say, you recognize relationships when you have crisis. And during the hurricanes, there was not a nonprofit that that didn't step up within this community. A variety of there's too many folks to even mention. But during those times of peril, it was amazing to be able to reach out to folks. And just like you said, it's amazing. I mean, with a lot of the nonprofits, and it's amazing. It's special in Citrus. I've worked in other communities in Florida and out of Florida, but there's something special in this community. People step up, they come together, they do collaborate, and everybody has strengths, and they kind of put that all together, and that really makes a big difference throughout the year. So it's one thing to have a lot of attention on something during a few months of the year, but everybody does this year round here, which really is the difference, and that's amazing. When you see all the different, and I learn all the time. There's different. I just had an opportunity to, for the first time, my schedule had conflicts previously, but I did the Galaxy of the Stars event opportunity where they showcased all the great stuff that was going on with those teachers. But I learned a lot about that collaboration and all the good work that's happening there with the foundation, Education Foundation, and all the good work all those folks are doing there. with all the variety of programs that most people don't know about. I actually highlighted that in the Sunday commentary. That was pretty amazing. I learned something. So when I meet with these nonprofits, I always find something. I learned something new that they're doing that I didn't know about, and then thank them for their service. In every single nonprofit we have, government is not the solution to everything. So, Citrus County, as much as we want to help, and we do a lot of great work. A lot of our team members, lots and lots of great work, but we need others to help in the system. It truly is a village to do that. And without that strong collaboration, we wouldn't be able to do it. It'd be impossible. All the good work that you're doing the United Way and others, but that's making the difference. That's making the big difference.
One of my favorite quotes, I don't even know who said it, but is progress moves at the speed of relationships. Progress moves at the speed of relationships. And I think that's what's crucial, in moving forward as our community experiences quite a bit of growth. I think the one thing we need to make sure that we really hang on to is the relationships that we have with one another, because it's through those relationships, whether it's our United Ways, a relationship with county government, we have a great relationship, our relationship with other nonprofits and whatnot, our relationship with the business community is really important here in Citrus County. But those relationships are just how things get done, right? And it's not, it's not good old, I'm not talking about good old boy network type stuff. It's just that, Steve, I feel very confident that I can call you if I need something. Of course, you can give me a call if there's something, a need that United Way can address or help bring people together to address. And that's what it's all about. And maybe I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention before you arrived, but I think I was. But I've never seen a county administrator that's everywhere, like you've been everywhere. So hat tip to you since you've been here. If there's a community event and whatnot, you can't make everything. You got a family, you got children and everything, but you've certainly demonstrated to me that getting out into this community, doing those types of events, like you just mentioned with the Education Foundation, the school system, you're out there, man. And I applaud you for that.
Yeah, we do our, and like I said, it's a work-life balance. So I'm careful with it. Actually, I celebrate my daughter's birthday today, 7 years old. So happy birthday to my daughter. So
happy birthday.
We were out of town for a couple of days for the holidays. We made it back for the Inverness Christmas tree lighting and got to see Santa Claus there. But we do our best because it's important to me to engage the public and be accessible. So I always tell folks, reach out to me. If you want to talk about me, talk about in front of my face, not on Facebook. That's what I say. You can come see me. Let's talk about it. And oftentimes I bring citizens in to have that engagement, and I learn a lot from them. And there's a lot of talent in this community. I just met with a gentleman that's a little in the over 80s, in the beginning stages of being 81 or 82 years old. Amazing, talented individual in his career that he had in the past. He sat down with me, and this is an individual that's all into AI, for example. That's a talented individual that did a lot of amazing stuff many, many years ago, but was showing me some things that we could do as a county through his lens with technology and things like that. So we have every age group, I think, in this community that you can tap that talent and bring it to the table and make us better.
Hey, and speaking of that, talking to or about Steve on Facebook, you can do it right now though on this feed.
Right.
If you have a comment that you want to make, then you can just go ahead and make your comment. Say hi to Steve right now if you like, and we can put that up on the screen. Listen, in the time that we've got left, I'd like to just mention a little bit about our collaboration and just some of the good work that you all do at the county level. And I'll start off by saying we have to have, you know better than I, but we have to have the best housing department. Citrus County Housing Services, Michelle, Val, Johnny, Marina, like the team over there is absolutely fantastic. And Steve, I've been to the podium a few times since you've been around. Every time I go up there, I try to give some good news about what's happening in Citrus County during a BOCC meeting. And I think I've been asking for Michelle to get a raise, tongue in cheek, obviously.
Yes.
All of these meetings that I've been to over the last couple of years, there could be no one better to get people housed. I mean, they just, when they see a need for housing, they just are like a dog with a bone, and they are relentless and get people housed like it's nobody's business. And we know what a challenge that is right now. Affordable housing is an issue in Citrus County. It's an issue in Florida. It's an issue in our country. So we don't need to be just down on Citrus County about that when we start talking about that. That's just a national issue that we're all dealing with. And we've got the folks that you got the folks on your team that are better at it than anyone.
They are. And actually, I think she won a statewide award the last few months for that. But she does amazing work, especially during the hurricanes. I mean, it was amazing. We did things that they didn't ever see before. The Red Cross, for example, some of the strategies that Michelle was deploying, they're like, we never seen this before. Actually we got an award for it, for all the great effort she's doing. Even during that time period, even during the storms, I recognized we didn't really have a good program in place for FEMA recipients to rebuild and things like that. There's some counties in Florida that have a similar system. I asked Michelle if I could give her the resources because I feel so confident in her leadership ability. She said, absolutely. So we're helping even in that because people don't know where to turn. But I would tell you, I get lots of emails, phone calls, things like that. But she does everything she can within her ability to help with housing. And they do amazing work. Even grant systems that they have, for example, Habitat for Humanity, some of the programs, they're over $4 million in grants that they facilitated for Habitat for all this, which is a couple hundred homes that were able to be realized because for her efforts, as well with all the good stuff in her staff and all of her great staff that she has. So we can't thank her enough, and I couldn't pay her enough for all the great work she does. She's just amazing talent. You're right. This is an issue with housing across the country. It's difficult. There's other data you can look at, and you're seeing more people are going to continue to come into Florida and other places. So it's challenging. And the other thing is the demographics also of the aging population. We have some of those, but some of those folks are upside down, and have a mother that's widowed. So I understand that. I understand some of those challenges where my father passed away about 20-something years ago. So I can see those strains on some folks if they didn't make the right decisions possibly along the way, or that things happen and life happens. So she's dealing with all of those issues as well as compounded. But boy, they do just amazing work there in that office.
They really do. And, as you talk about the aging population, one of the programs that's administered by the county is Meals on Wheels.
Yes.
And that is you got some smart people running that one, because let me tell you something. What they do is they invite people from the community to come along and do a ride along and check it out and see what they do. So I'm telling you, so smart for them to do that, because if you go do a ride along, you will be a fan of that program, Meals on Wheels. I went and did a ride along with a great volunteer, awesome lady. Her son's a deputy sheriff in our community. And I just saw the whole process, loading up all the food into the back of her Tahoe and going out and running that route and visiting with people. And I quickly realized that it was so much more than just the food. That's obviously essential, but it was a well-being check on some of the most vulnerable people in our community. And it was just eye-opening to me, Steve. I didn't realize that aspect of it. And if you're that senior, you that might be some of the only interaction that you're getting face to face with somebody during the week. There are people with accessibility issues and whatnot, and the volunteer that I was with was just a saint. I mean, you could just tell her love for those people, and so in no time. I get back to the office and we're talking about making agency investments in our community as a United Way. And, I pushed to to go ahead and make an investment in Meals on Wheels, because even the government funding that's provided for that program, as I understand, is not going to cover everyone, because some people are kind of like right there on the verge, and they might just miss the qualifications for the program by just the slightest amount, but the county still wants to serve them and needs to come up with some extra resources. And we were just so happy to chip in and help out with that.
Yeah, they did about 44,000 meals last year alone through that program. Actually, I've done the ride along the last 3 years there as well. And as a result of that, actually, I have Meals on Wheels that go to my mother, not in this county, in another county in Florida. Just like you said, my mother has mild dementia, and there's, again, that welfare check, and they will call me. If some reason she doesn't answer that door, they call me and they say, Steve, we tried to knock on the door, your mom didn't answer. And then that gives me an opportunity to have a loved one that's close by to go check on her, because my mom doesn't live here locally. She's several hours away. So again, it's amazing. And like you said, the interactions I had with a lot of those citizens as we deliver those meals, this is it. This may be the only person they see. They may have no family. And it's a very important program to make sure that quality of life continues on. So again, great program, amazing volunteers. And we did a little Citrus Focus video on that several months ago and did a ride along with one of those volunteers. But boy, they take it to heart, and it's amazing all the great work that they do with that program. If
you're watching right now and that's a mission that really resonates with you, and you would like to contribute to the Meals on Wheels program, certainly one way you can do that is you can call the number that's on the screen, and when Jen answers and takes that contribution, you could just let her know that you'd like for that to go to Meals on Wheels, and we will make sure that it gets there, every last dime of it. Such a valuable program that's being ran here in our community. And I don't want people just to think that, well, that's ran by Citrus County. They've got endless coffers of money to support that. They need those contributions as well to help those people that are just sort of right there, and maybe just don't qualify, but they still need that help. And this year we were happy to contribute also to Nature Coast Volunteer Center, which is another county ran program, and we're happy to help with that. And I think the contribution that we made, along with the contribution made by the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, really went a long way to help that program and help keep nearly 400 volunteers that are involved, keep them out there doing great work in our community. So that's something else that you all do that is very noteworthy for our community.
There's thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that you can't replace. And there's a lot of federal cuts to those programs that, unfortunately, that would be not good for this community if those programs go away. But those volunteers they're on the front lines. So they're augmenting staff and other things like that throughout this community, but all the good work they do. But I attended one of their luncheon celebration. It's amazing if you look at how many thousands and thousands of hours that they contribute across this county in so many areas. It's amazing, all the great work that they're doing to make this a better place. And they're doing just that, making a difference, a huge difference.
So all of that falls under, see if I can get this right, like the Division of Community Services. Is
Yes.
that the proper terminology for that?
That's a proper term. You are. Yep. It's a proper term.
Yeah. Oh, there's Lori right there.
Yes.
Yeah. Watching. So hello, Lori. Appreciate that comment.
Thank you for all your great efforts and all the good work you're doing for this community. You're making a positive difference.
Yeah, we love Lori. She's a positive difference in many ways. Lori's just a positive person. Like, you're just around Lori, and the next thing you know, she's just one of those people that just kind of uplifting to me anyway. So I enjoy her. Well, listen, Steve, I so appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to join us today. There's such a great lineup of folks already. We've had DJ Trey, Commissioner Kennard, Sanja from Nature Coast Ministries, Commissioner Finnegan, chairwoman at this point, and you, Steve, and our board chair is here at United Way. Tamika is coming up next, but we appreciate you taking the time. Appreciate your leadership in our community. Appreciate you being out there in the community. And tell me one more time the motto about collaboration.
Yeah, so in we had three. When I came on board, we actually just celebrating 36 months with this community. We're fixing to release, get you a copy of that, the 36-month performance report that is full of accomplishments, historical accomplishments. And I always say it's not because of it's not because of me. But what I love is Citrus. You underline us in it. It's Citrus. It's all about us moving this community forward. So as we do that, the first year was called the Year of Make It Happen. It's amazing the accomplishments that we did. We've documented those milestones, achievements. Good quote by Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. We're going to let you verify it. This stuff actually happened and was accomplished. And then year 2 was soaring to new heights. It's been full of accomplishments. We have that documented as well. The third year, as we close it out in 2025, we charted our course, and that's what we've accomplished. And we've put all that together. And then as we go into 2026, the theme will be success through collaboration. This is where it'll take the county really where I think to the next level, because you have to do that. You can't do this alone in a silo. And all the great work that you're doing, I compliment you again all the time, United Way and all the other nonprofits. But we have a great relationship. I'm excited about strengthening that relationship with all nonprofits as we continue to be focused on, Team Citrus. It's a team. You hear the old quote, together everybody achieves more, and that's really true. As we come together there, we have a lot of most people, I say, don't get up in the morning want to be angry. There may be a few people, most people want to be positive. There's a lot of positive stuff that's happening in this community, and that means all of us. We all play a role in that. Everybody can be a leader and do that. There's all these great, volunteer opportunities, whether that's making a donation, to United Way. That's a great way to do it too, because, all the great things United Way are doing, you can make a donation through there, knowing that your money is being well spent for all these programs. So if you can't, maybe do the volunteering, but do all those things. But don't sit on the sidelines. Get to the table with us to move this county forward, because we're going to do it. I am convinced that Citrus best days lie ahead. I always tell folks I've seen the end of the movie and we win. So that's positive. We're going to win, and there's a lot of great things happening, and I'm excited to continue to serve. It's an honor to serve as your county administrator. And I can tell you we're going to have an amazing 2026, and it's because we're all going to work together to ensure that we have success through that collaboration, and with everybody on the team, success is guaranteed.
Well, we will be here to collaborate with you, and our motto, like I said before, United is the way, fits quite nicely hand in glove with yours, and we'll be here to be supportive and help however we possibly can. So, County Administrator Steve Howard, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being here today with us. Thank you so much.
Your staff, and may God continue to bless Citrus County. Thank you. Happy holidays. All
right. Yeah. Have the best Christmas ever. All right. Hey, we're going to take a brief break, and I'm going into 2.5 hours. And so like a really brief break. I mentioned a minute ago that our board chair is here. And so she's sitting over there off to the side. So we're going to make some adjustments here real quick, and then we'll be right back. So if you're watching, I hope you're just at your desk, maybe even at work with it on in the background. That's cool. I hope you'll stay in there with us. We're going all the way to 8 o'clock today, as long as these cameras continue to work. Wouldn't it be crazy if like today the power went out or something? Okay, I shouldn't even talk like that. No talk of Murphy today, Murphy's Law. But all right, so we'll be back in just a minute. You see how I rigged this up?
It's awesome.
I know. I'm just hoping that this doesn't fall apart by the end of the day. I did see the microphone keeps moving towards me though, so I don't know. This is not a permanent.
Feeling your energy.
It's not a permanent solution, but here, let's get that one a little closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's supposed to be like a fist away. No, you don't want to lean your head in though.
Okay, we're a fist away.
All right, there we go.
We're good.
All right,
We're
well,
good.
welcome back. We've got Tamika Spires Hanson joining us today, and Tamika is our board chair here at United Way of Citrus County, and just all around amazing person. But I don't know, you had some before we unmuted, you had some words that were not so nice about my pillow. Did you say it's awful?
Disappointing to see an Ohio pillow
No,
sitting in the
oh,
United Way
no,
office.
no, no,
It's a
no,
poor
no.
representation of United Way.
Hold on a second. We need to get some terms straight here. Ohio, that's the Bobcats. They're down in Athens, Ohio. This is not Ohio.
Oh, I know.
This is
That's a Buckeye.
This is the Ohio State University Buckeyes.
Yeah.
So wait, I want to get that clarified right from the get. I mean, I'm not trying to be picky here or
Or bias.
or anything.
Tamika, you are the board chair. You can remove him from his position, I believe.
Madeline, is your mic on right now?
feel
Is the
like-
world hearing you
Sure is.
suggest
is.
that the board
Yeah.
chair should fire me at this point?
I don't know. Maybe he's going to come in one day and find that he's got Florida Gators everywhere
Oh,
in his office.
Well, I don't know.
Start, Madeline.
When-
One step at a time.
We need to check our fire policy before that happens,
right?
because I might just burn the place down if
Don't be a hater.
I shouldn't say that. What if this place did catch fire and that's on video? Okay.
that'd be
I wouldn't
grounds
do
for your
that.
removal.
That would
Mhm.
be that'd be grounds for more than removal. I have a feeling I might get a call from Dave Vince and others.
Fire department.
Yeah, for sure. Hoping that's okay. I'm good. Well, we're into it's been 2.5 hours so far of this 12-hour broadcast. What do you think about our studio though?
I love the studio.
Yeah,
And 2.5 hours in, and you haven't missed a breath.
I haven't. Have you been
Mm-mm.
watching?
I've been watching, of course.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really miss a breath. This you didn't know there was an upstairs. in this
Okay. Thanks for
office.
pointing that out on live feed. Thanks. Yeah, I did not realize there was an upstairs up here.
This used to be
we
this.
come in and go in and get our business done when we come in.
Well, fair enough. You normally go through the what we have labeled the employees only door out there, is
Yes.
where we welcome you in because it's just easier. So this used to be the CEO's office,
Okay.
and then I realized the team that I had, and realized that they would need ample supervision, especially Madeline.
Yeah.
Ample supervision. So I was too far away, too detached, being up here in this perch.
If that's what you want to tell yourself.
This is what I'm telling-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
some people say that's your tail. I sit on mine.
Mhm.
This is my tail. Is that they needed ample supervision. So I went ahead and moved from here, went downstairs, and then this became a file room. And I think that's what it became next, wasn't it, Mal? It became a file room. And then we started doing the podcast and whatnot. I was like, okay, well, we're in a little closet downstairs with a wall painted green behind me. And I was like, well, maybe we could do more stuff like this. And so, yeah, this is what it's turned into. And
Yeah, it's a great setting
It
and
is.
to share personal stories. And that's what
And-
it's all about.
yes. And I think that's the wave of the future, right? That's where
Mhm.
we're heading is. So I think about this sometimes. I invite people to come on to our podcast, and we get great guests to come on, and oftentimes it's local leadership, people who are elected and whatnot. And so those podcasts routinely, between the podcast itself on your favorite podcast platform or the views on Facebook or whatever, it generally reaches 1,000 or more. It's kind of where we're at right now. Some have gotten 3,500 views and different things. But if I said to any of our local electeds, hey, I've got an audience for you of 1,000, maybe 3,000 people to hear what you have to say, they should take me up on that, right?
100%.
They should take if
3,500 lives that you're touching.
that's exactly right. So we can do that virtually. We can't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily do that at a space or a venue in Citrus County, but we can do it right here. So we did create this. And virtually everything you're seeing here is has been funded personally by Madeline and I, because we always feel like saying that, because we want to make sure that as we get fancy and people look at this room and the technology that we have, is that
You want to ensure that you know that the audience knows, and that the world knows that you are funding United Way funds for the people, not for the office.
Yes,
which is
yes.
really understandable.
And listen, this has been beneficial. Listen, one way it's beneficial is this broadcast today. People are giving,
Mm-hmm.
and what a way for us to reach out to folks. In fact, when Commissioner Kennard was on here earlier, he told us as he was signing off that we would be receiving a contribution from the chiropractic business today, and
Looks like he
that-
just donated $500. Thank you.
he did. We
to
just saw
Dr.
Madeline.
Kennard.
Yep, and he contributed, and we'll use that $500 to help people in our community and do good things. And so, yeah, I do think this is kind of the wave of the future. And if there's other nonprofits out there that would like to come in and figure out how we do this, then we'd be more than happy to show others how to do this and offer this space to them to use it as well. You know, the Key Training Center, they used to have their own TV station, and then they sold that. And so when they do the Run for the Money, they have their, what used to be a telethon, but it's a 4-hour broadcast that they do. And so they used to do that TV station, no longer have it. So they wanted to do it over Facebook and YouTube. Like right now we're broadcasting in 3 places.
Okay.
Our United Way's Facebook page,
Okay.
my personal Facebook page, just because it was there and I could click on it real easy. So why not? And our YouTube page as well. But I take the equipment and go down and set up for their Run for the Money broadcast. I won't say telethon, but broadcast that they do and help them.
And that's nonprofits partnering with other nonprofits, which we absolutely love in our community.
Yeah.
The amount of culture that has transpired with the different groups that are working together instead of against each other now, right? We're all in it for the same goal, and that is to better our community.
Yeah. And we've talked about that. You may have heard a couple times today. We've talked about silos, and it's an easy thing to say, oh, our nonprofits get in silos. I don't know. I don't really think that that's the norm here. I don't think it is. I think we actually do a pretty good job of working together. There's times where maybe someone calls here and they need some financial assistance. Maybe they're like 2 months or even 3 months behind on rent. And we know you better than anybody as a realtor in our community. We know what rents look like out there. And it might be a number that they need to catch up. And that number might be really high and we can't afford it. There's times that we get on the phone with like the Education Foundation or Salvation Army or the Family Resource Center or, you know, a variety of others and say, Daystar is another one, and say, look, this is like $3,500. We can't do that whole bill. Like what can you do? And it might be a few of us coming to the aid of that person. So I don't think we really work in silos so much. And if someone is in a silo, that's really a choice at this point, because we actually do a pretty good job of working together.
Well, and I think that goes back to the core of who you are and what your mission statement is, right? I mean, creating that culture that would then permeate and spread like a virus to other nonprofits, right? You're setting the example, and then you're not the exception. You become the norm of partnering together and collaborating. And sometimes, like you said, it's using those funds, and we may not have enough, or we may have resources that they need at one point of time. And so they pick up the phone and they call you guys all the time, which is fantastic.
Yeah. And we, during our board retreat back in June, we took a look, as I'm sure most nonprofits do, at our mission and delved into that. And really where we arrived at is it's our mission here to connect working families to the resources that are in the community, right? That they need to be connected with. That's what we do. And whether those are resources that we are providing here at our United Way, things like tax assistance.
Right.
I don't want to skip over Christmas here, but January, February, March, April coming real soon. And Madeline and I will be going back to our annual training for
Mhm.
tax prep, and we'll be doing tax assistance right here in the office for households that make less than $80,000. So whether it's that program or our GROW program or financial assistance program, uh, 211 disaster recovery
Mhm.
that we do here, we have those in-house things that we take care of. So we're connecting folks to those resources, but then there's the other resources that other agencies provide, and we connect them to those. Like, so if someone called here and said, listen, I need some mentoring for my high school student, then you know who I'm going to call.
Right.
I'm going to connect them with, right? I'm going to call the Education Foundation and Men Building Men, Women Building Women, which you're a mentor for Women Building Women, have been
Right.
for a while.
Yeah, for several years. And
Yeah.
it's so important that people think that it's just a monetary contribution, but it's not. You can give your time, you can give your mentoring, your experience. I might be able to connect you with somebody who can get them a repair done on their home, right? That somebody who's willing to donate their time, their services, and capabilities. So I love that it's a constant communication between the agencies
Yeah, it
in our
really is.
community.
Yeah.
And I see it more often. You look on social media now, and I'm not big about getting on social media, but look at the different businesses that are now publicizing how they're giving back, right? Like it's great that we have a community that everybody has embraced it to give where you live.
hmm And for the ones that might publicize it, there are plenty who
That don't. Yes,
There's
absolutely.
plenty that don't. And we listen, I'm not going to listen, I like both. We love to celebrate businesses that support us. I love that. I love that the Chronicle allows us at no charge
Mhm.
every Saturday to put a picture in there of the latest business that is supporting us through our small business 365 circle that we have here.
And that's local businesses helping
Yeah.
local businesses as well in the community, so that's great. I don't think people understand the umbrella that United Way has over the different programs that serve the community. And you mentioned them a few minutes ago, but I don't know that they fully understand. I didn't before I came on the board,
Yeah.
knowing that we have a program that helps facilitate tax preparation, the GROW program that teaches them a different skill set each month. So we're not giving the hand out, we're giving a hand up, right? We're
Mhm.
teaching them to break the cycle.
Yeah. And Madeline is really excited about the prospect of extending that GROW program to teenagers.
Oh, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's so much that our school system only has so much time involved with the kids, right? There's so many kids. The parents don't know what you don't know, right? Like to teach how to run a checkbook, to teach basic life skills of cooking and cleaning, things that they didn't receive at home, maybe because of their environment, but they then get the opportunity to, again, let them grow into phenomenal adults who are contributing and then giving back eventually.
Yeah. Well, listen, and even households where they're on point. I mean, there's just some things that kind of escape you. It's I always say it's hard to be 100% all the time.
It takes a village.
I'll give you an example. So my son Cohen, he's at the house, and we had to get a water heater replaced. I called you for a recommendation about who to use. So our house has 2 water heaters
Mhm.
for some reason. So I got that one replaced, and Mitch came out and took care of that. Did a great job. And by the way, he contributed to us last year about this time. So I don't mind saying Mitch Duncan.
Right?
Yep. Good dude. Contributes to our United Way. And anyway, came out, did it. And then the second one went bad too. So now I'm leaving for work, and Mitch's guy shows up. And so I wrote out a check, my signature and whatnot, and wrote Mitch Duncan and Sons. And I'm like, son, now just fill in the amount whenever they tell you what it is. And he's like, what do I do?
What's check?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh. I've never taught my son how to write a check. And I'm not the one that's like, the school needs to teach them how to write a check. In fact, I was in a meeting in Tallahassee, and that was it for chamber, and we were in a session. We were talking to I don't know, education secretary or somebody. I don't remember who it was at this point. I'm sorry, secretary of whatever. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, someone mentioned we don't teach kids how to write checks in school anymore. And I was like, why does the school have to do it?
Exactly.
Why don't you do that? That's your child. You teach your kid how to write a
Mhm.
check. And here I am. My son's almost 20 years old and I never showed him how to write a check. But I'm also the guy that posts on Facebook how I run out of gas constantly.
Maybe that's how they do it from Ohio. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
could be.
Running out of gas, White Castle, and I don't know, my white pants.
Your white pants.
I think that's about the extent of my Facebook posts these days. But I don't know if you've noticed though, even though I love the White Castle, and there's one now 50 miles from us.
Oh,
It's not only 70 miles in Orlando. They got one in Claremont now. I got to go visit that.
She's clearly excited.
Yeah, she's very excited about this. But Tamika,
I'm gonna put it at my calendar right now.
I have lost 25 pounds.
I can tell you've lost 25
You can?
pounds. Yes, absolutely.
Well, Diana Finnegan was the first person. We were at the prayer breakfast at the Y, and she's like, "Oh my God, you lost so much weight." I was like, "Thank you. Somebody's noticed. I mean, appreciate
Well,
it."
we can't
So,
blow your head up too much. Got to keep you humble.
I mean, come on, Tamika. Humility is my middle name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sitting here on a 12-hour broadcast live on Facebook. I'm not one to put myself out there.
Oh, okay.
So
The man who never takes a breath to stop talking.
no, I don't. What's interesting about that, though, and I don't want to make this about me on Giving Tuesday. It's about United Way and all the other great nonprofits in our community. But like if I go to a luncheon or something, I don't do well with small talk at all. Small talk.
Small talk.
I don't do well with that at all. I would much rather be engaged in a weighty conversation. But I don't know when the camera, Madeline's like, yep, that's George. But when the camera's on and the microphones are here, I can just yuck it up all day long. I don't know what it is mentally that allows me to do that when the microphone's on.
That's good because a lot of people have a problem with that.
Yeah. Well,
You're not one.
No, I'm not one. And we've known each other for a long time. Long time. I think the first time we met was probably at the fitness station.
Many moons ago.
Many. Yes.
Many pounds ago.
Should I say how many years ago that was, or should we keep that to ourselves to make ourselves not seem as old as we are?
No, I think people know how old we are.
It was about 27 years ago.
27 years ago we met.
Because March will make 28 years of me working in the nonprofit human services sector. And that started for me at Cypress Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the night shift. And I would get off the night shift and go to the fitness station and work out in the morning. And I'd see you in there, that long hair you used to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a long, long time. Our kids grew up together.
We did.
Still good friends, and our sons. And yeah, y'all are like family to us. And that husband of yours, I love that dude. He's something else.
He's a keeper.
Yeah.
He's had a rough year, but
Yeah.
we've had one of the hardest years this year, but we've had one of the most blessed years this year.
Mm-hmm. And your son is in Japan?
He is in Japan serving in the Air Force. We're going to go fly out there in a couple weeks. Super excited.
Awesome. Are you going to be there around Christmas? Or?
We're going to fly out on the 16th and come back on January 1st, which would be actually January 2nd here because they're 14 hours ahead of us. But yeah, we're going to spend Christmas and New Year's with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're looking forward to it. He's been there about a year now.
Yeah. Well, awesome. I'm so proud of him.
Flourishing.
He looks like a man.
He
now.
doesn't need his mama anymore. I don't understand. I did something too well, I guess.
Yeah.
You want them to need you a little bit. But
Right.
He's doing fantastic.
He's growing up. He just looks like a man now to me.
Yeah.
I remember being
Talks like a man.
Yeah. I remember being at the gas station one time. Right after I'm growing roots in this chair.
Yeah.
It's not
Shift up a little bit.
It's not as comfortable as I thought it would be. I was at the gas station one time, probably about 6 or 7 months after graduating high school, and I saw one of my classmates, and he just stood there and stopped and looked at me for a second. He said, "You just look like a man now." I'm like, "Really? Well, I appreciate that. I don't know what the difference is in 6 months, but I think of that because I think that's the way I look at Aiden now. He just looks like a man. So he's grown a lot. I guess military probably does that for you.
Yeah. They break
For
him
sure.
down and build him up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got a little more than 5 minutes left in our time, and then we've got Justin Leach coming in from
Yeah.
Habitat.
That's
coming
great.
in. Yeah, love Habitat. That's a program that we have invested in this year to help folks there. I really feel like the mission that we've been on to help Alice
Mm-hmm.
families in our community, I feel like that's something that has really resonated with you.
100% coming from an
Um,
Alice household.
yes, because I know you, and I know you're very successful, and I got to think a lot of that comes from your upbringing. There was certainly, like, in terms of finances,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
There was some lack, when you were growing up, and I don't want to paint like a terrible picture of your childhood or anything like that, but
It was challenging.
you know what
Absolutely.
what
Yeah.
it's like to live in a household where
Yes.
it's hard to scrape by, and
And I haven't lived at home since I was 15 and learned, and had to grow up quick, right? You have to, I think people talk about being a product of your environment, but I think you have to take that accountability, and then you eventually become a product of your own choices. You have to make the change, right? Nobody can make it for you.
yeah. So that's it. I think you just hit the nail on the head. Like, we want to help people become self-sufficient.
Correct. And that's why I absolutely love this program so much with the Alice. And if
Yeah.
everybody doesn't remember, Alice is asset limited, income constrained employed, which means these are people that are working every day just to try to make ends meet. And most people don't have the funds. And I know you talked about it earlier on the podcast, to come up with an AC repair or a plumbing repair, or, one of my favorite stories that you had a client that came in and he needed his rent paid. And, you peeled that onion back, you asked questions. Well, why can't you pay your rent? And he had lost his job. He lost his job because he couldn't get an eye exam to get his CDL license again. And rather than paying his rent, you got him into an ophthalmologist. You got his eyes done. He got back to work again. So you're not continuing a cycle of, let me just get a handout for rent payment. You actually helped fix the problem, and he's self-sufficient now, right? So again, it's enabling and engaging people to be productive and break that cycle.
Yeah, we've done that with car repairs before.
Yep.
We've going back to what I said earlier, sometimes we can't afford the whole bill. There's been car repairs where the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce, who is a big sponsor of our United Way here every year, that they've split the bill with us. Because what is the chamber concerned about? Well, they're concerned about seeing people working and our economy and all the rest of it. So again, it's part of that connecting piece that we do here. It's just so much better to help that person take care of their own needs and empower them.
And what it does do, again, you're empowering them, right? They feel that they are making a difference. And I think whenever you connect with people, which the staff here at United Way is phenomenal. I mean, you've got a great crew behind you, Madeline, Jess, Jen, yourself. You guys put in so many more hours than what people see out in the public. And you do a lot behind the scenes that you don't talk about, you don't mention. And our entire board is very grateful for the hard work that you guys put into it.
When I'm done today, I'll have 30 hours in already for this week. So I don't know. Can we negotiate some time?
Let me see at the end of Giving Tuesday to see how much you racked out. We can talk about that.
People, please, Madeline, please change the camera. Put that one on me. I need to make an appeal to the people that at the end of today's broadcast, I will have worked 30 hours already this week in order for me to get my board chair sitting right next to me to allow me some flex time. What do people call that? Flex time or whatever. We need contributions. So please help a brother out and go to citrusunitedway.org, click the donate button, or call our office, talk to Jen, and she'll take your contribution there. So we'll see what we can
muster up.
See what
I just really want people to understand that this all stays local. I know that's one of the biggest concerns whenever I'm having conversation with people and they're like, oh, it's going to go, out of the county. No, everything stays in the county. And, we're an open book. You want to come and see what our money goes towards? make an appointment, come on in, stop in, and we'll show you. You know, we've got a account for every dollar that is spent and every family and life that has been changed
I
from
think
the
that is
donations.
that's been like number one priority for me in my
Transparency.
3.5 years has been transparency and the books. And so you've been along for that journey.
Yes.
And so, you know, we just completed another audit.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have the audits of the years that I've been here and that Tabitha's been doing our books and the current leadership that's here. They've just been absolutely squeaky clean.
Mhm.
I am as proud of the way we honor contributions here
Mm-hmm.
in our finances. Every bit as proud of that as I am of the good work that we
Yeah.
that
And I
we
think
do.
from day one you came in, we were looking, what can we cut back, right? Where can we find more value, right? And we've done a great job, and you've done a great job spearheading that,
Yeah, I
and the
appreciate
staff
it.
as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been a team effort for sure. So it's been good. It's been a good ride so far.
So please, 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 everybody donate to United Way. Such a great program, nonprofit, and I'm certainly proud to be a part of it for several years. I think 5 years now.
Yeah, I will tell you that I was thinking about our board terms. So here we have 3-year terms,
Mm-hmm.
and you can do 2 consecutive terms. And then after that, you have to sit off at least a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had this moment where I was like, oh my gosh, we've got some board members
Yeah.
that within 2 years, they're going to have to come off per our bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be really rough for me. There are
Which doesn't
not.
mean we can't serve at a capacity of volunteering still,
That's right.
right? We could be a committee off of the board and still be, and I always will be, even whenever my time is up. I'm always going to be giving back to my community.
There is no single person that is responsible for more contributions, monetary contributions to our United Way in my 3.5 years that I've been here than you. You have contributed yourself and from your business, and you and Kim, and I think there's a brother now in this old sisters.
We have a soul brother now.
We
Yeah.
do, Larry, right?
Larry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But professionally and personally and unabashedly going to the people that you know in your network and asking them to give.
Mhm.
And I know some of that is the confidence that you have in our United Way, the team that's here. You know me for a long time. You're not going to.
No. And that was the biggest thing when I came on the board. I said, I don't want to serve on a board that's not doing what it's supposed to do. It's not making the results it's supposed to make. It's not giving back to the community the way it's not, it's supposed to get back to. And that's what it does. So
Yeah,
that gives me the confidence.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You
to
are
chat.
greatly appreciated. That is for sure. And you've got about 7 months left in your tenure, and we'll pass on the gavel
Pass on the torch
to Jamin.
Yep.
Monbaron.
And Jamin is an amazing board member, and you're going to be in great hands.
Yeah, he's a great dude. He's a great dude from Withlacoochee. So
Yeah.
I'll go talk to them next week at Withlacoochee. What a great organization, and they're good to us here at United Way. So, all right, Tamika. Well, I'll let you
Thank
get
you. Everybody
going
give.
and go out and sell some houses today,
Sell some houses.
and say hi to that husband of yours. And,
I will.
all right, we appreciate you.
I will. We got Habitat coming next. So
There's Justin.
I'm gonna
He's right
sign
over
up
there.
a team for their next clay shoot. Is it a clay shoot that you got coming in January?
Yes,
Put a little
January
plug in for
24th.
that.
Thank you.
We did it last year and had a blast with it. Was it Have a Blast?
Have a blast.
Have a blast. We
Have
had
a
a
blast.
blast. So it's a fun time and a great way to give back.
All right. Well, we'll get Justin in here to share that in just a moment. All right, Madeline, fade to black. Let's switch up the chairs. All right, man. I had to get some. Oh Lord, here we go. I'm not sure my micro. You know, we need like a builder to come in here or something. Man. You know one to
I may
help me
know
get
one.
this- to get this
Yeah.
ironed out a little bit.
Maybe we can see what we can do.
I don't know, man. I'm afraid this microphone boom arm's not going to make it all day, but it was endorsed though. My little setup was endorsed here by the Citrus County Builders Alliance. Now, you see what I
It
did
looks
down here? Do you see
legit.
that 2x4 under there?
I see
So
that.
I cut a 2x4 and secured it to the bottom of these chairs that came out of my living room and left just enough 2x4 to screw in. Well, I started with a screw to hold that boom arm on, and then it didn't take long for that screw to bend and break. So then I had to find some other hardware.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it's
Beef it
gonna
up a little
I
bit,
think,
but
I
hey,
think it's gonna.
It looks legit.
I think it's gonna last. Can you hear Justin? Okay, Madeline. All right, now listen. Even for the audience out there, if you're watching, and we've got some people that are watching live right now, and our guest is Justin Leach from Habitat of the Nature Coast.
Of the Nature Coast. That's
Woo!
it.
I got it.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Don't tell me I don't know about the nonprofit community around here. But if you're watching right now, you can say hi to Justin. Give him a shout out. Madeline can pull it up on the screen. But also, if we have any technical issues today, where
Hi, everybody.
people you can't hear us or you don't hear us very well, you can always pop that up on the screen. You know, I was mentioning with Tamika that the Key Training Center, they do their Run for the Money every year.
Mhm.
And then they
Yeah.
have their broadcasts where they're raising money and whatnot. Well, I take my equipment, not all of this, by the way. It's a lot of stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. But I take my equipment down there and run that broadcast for them. So I'm running it like I think it was last year. Maybe it was the year before. It all runs together. But we're probably like 20 minutes into the broadcast. And I noticed in the feed, the comment section, that my friend Lindsay Tozer, she comments, "We can't hear you." So we've been talking for 20 minutes because I did not click the correct audio button. And
That
it happens.
that stuff happens. It,
It
just
happens.
does. Yep.
So hopefully we've got so there we go. So Madeline just put up a picture of her desk there. So the screen on the left, as you can see, is come on in, Court. The screen on the left, as you can see, is her monitor for the computer. Then she's got her laptop over there to the right, which is plugged into that switcher board, so she can pull up websites. We'll have her pull up Habitat of the Nature Coast website here in a second when she gets off her cell phone. And then there's a don't look at me like that, Madeline. And then there's a recorder there, a sound recorder that also works as like I don't know, like an interface, right? So we can run sound live. And then you've got another screen over there that shows her the different camera angles. And someone asked me today, who knew how to do all of this? And I said, YouTube.
YouTube.
That's who knew how to do
Well,
this.
hats off to you guys for
Like mission
figuring
control.
out that setup.
Yeah, look,
There are just wires going everywhere,
there are.
and it appears everything's working.
I feel
I mean,
like this is
it's
pretty.
impressive.
It's pretty decent wire management, I think.
It's good.
Yeah. Listen, if you guys at Habitat, you ever want to use this space and shoot a video or a PSA or whatever, you just let me know, and
Well, that's awesome. I
and
appreciate
y'all
that.
you all can use this stuff and get the word
now I know
out.
you got all the gear.
Yeah, man, we've
gear and the
we've got-
know-how.
and I know I keep repeating this because I don't want donors to think that when they give to United Way, they're giving to the tech table here. Madeline and I took care of the price of all of this stuff, even the curtains, the wood that's
Wow.
on the wall, and this lovely carpet that we found, and my chairs from home. And Madeline, this table came from your house, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's my tree.
That's your
And
tree,
that's your
Madeline.
tree.
Yeah, we're just piecing it together here on the nonprofit budget
I
to make
love it.
this work. But it is Giving Tuesday, and we're encouraging people to give to our United Way, but also to give to other agencies in the community as well. So Madeline's just pulled up for everyone the Habitat for Humanity of the Nature Coast website. Is that the most current website we've got there?
That is.
Yes.
So we have to change our name logo on that.
All right, it's
We're
new.
getting all the pieces together. So
It's
still working on
it's
that.
new. You guys are just going through this, but is that the donate page, Madeline?
That is.
So people
Yeah.
can go right there
Thank
and
you.
donate
Thank
to
Mhm.
Habitat.
They sure can. They sure can. Multiple ways, multiple levels, or surprise us, however you want to do it. But every single cent helps with build affordable housing in our community. So we appreciate that, and we really rely on our community and the supporters and donors and volunteers. So again, everything helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we always like those big checks.
Oh yeah,
There's
sure.
no doubt. I mean, everybody, you
Yep.
know, that's always so helpful, especially this time of year. Like, this is a
Oh, yeah.
great percentage of a nonprofit's budget. Yours, ours here, all nonprofits. A great percentage of contributions come this time of year,
Yes, they do. Yeah.
and we want those large checks to get us excited and whatnot. But I'll tell you what is equally exciting to me is when hundreds or maybe even thousands of people cut you that check for $10, $20. Jerry Mulligan last year, he wrote a column in the paper, as he does every year, asking people to consider giving to United Way, and he asked for $36 last year, and he had the
Yep.
tie-in in his column of why he was asking for $36, and just to see those checks rolling in for $36, I mean, that does our heart well, because we know that we can do good with that. Some of that good even it looks like us cutting a check this year to Habitat
Yes.
for $12,000
Which
to
was amazing.
to help your
Thank you.
organization as well. And it's a really cool thing. Yeah, there we go. Madeline's
There it
got that
is.
picture
Yep,
up
that was
there.
a great day.
Yep. And that's in front of the model home that you all have out there
Correct.
at the
In Citrus Springs.
Yeah, the
job site in
community
Citrus Springs.
that
Yep.
you all have created out there. And we're just very, very happy to do that. We love your mission and what you all do. And I don't know, it's cool to be at United Way, because not only do we get to raise funds for the stuff that we do in house here, and we've talked about a lot of those things today, but we also get to raise money for you guys.
Mhm.
And bless
Yep.
you all. I was in a meeting yesterday, and a local businessman who's very charitable, great guy. He was sitting next to me in a meeting, and he was talking about how many times his business gets hit up for contributions,
Yep.
this sort of thing.
Sure.
And I said at one point, I said, well, so do we. So do we. And the point that he was making that really resonated with me was not getting hit up for contributions. It's that we want to give, but we want to make sure that when we do it, that the money is going where it's supposed to be going. It's going for a good cause, that there are outcomes, people are getting help. And
Exactly.
and we just have so much confidence in Habitat that you all do that. I
Well,
can't imagine community without you all.
I appreciate that. That means the world to us, as does United Way support. Like I said, that was an amazing day for us. That was great. And you're absolutely right. Whenever people go to donate to any cause or nonprofit, I mean, they want to make sure, hey, what's this money going to be used for? Is it for their mission or what? And when I joined Habitat, it was almost 3 years ago. I was pleased to learn that every dollar that's donated to us goes 100% to building affordable homes. So thankfully, we have some successful restores in the county that pay our overhead costs. So every dollar that's donated to us, that's going towards building homes.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yep.
And it seems to me that there's been a shift in the way you all go about doing that. And so you can drive through the community, and you might even spot, if you know what you're looking for, you might spot a Habitat house in a residential community, just sort of like a one-off.
Sure.
And there used to be more of that. And now you have this model where, and maybe Citrus Springs is Habitat for Humanity here locally. Maybe this is the organization's first crack at this. I'm not sure, you could correct me, but where you went in and bought a lot of land
Mhm.
and are building houses, building a community.
Exactly.
And I gotta
Yep.
think that that has to be such an economical way to do it as well. Like, so if I'm a donor and I'm thinking about contributing to you all, it's cheaper to build all of those houses together than it is the one off in a neighborhood where we've got all these supplies getting trucked out over here. And now we got supplies and crews going over here to this far flung place and then this far flung place. I'll never forget Harold Walker, who's really, really smart dude. I really like Harold a lot. And he's just like an idea factory. And we were talking about in this community and still are about doing road resurfacing.
Okay. Yeah.
And he was like, well, why don't we, instead of having this schedule where it's going to be this road and then that road and the other road, he's like, if you resurface this street here and there's an adjoining street that's not set to be resurfaced until like 3-4 years from now, why don't you just bump that up a little bit? I mean, the crew's already
Tie
there.
them together.
Because
Yeah.
if you did, then it would be over the long haul much more economical. And I got to think that's my mind works on analogies.
Yep.
I think it's just kind of the same way with what y'all are doing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Certainly with building homes, it is. There's great efficiencies in that, cost savings in that. And so we back up a little bit. This is our second Habitat neighborhood. We did one pre-Justin era.
Oh, okay.
2018 George, called Southern Pines and Inverness, and it was
Yes.
smaller, but it was
I got
roughly 35 homes.
Right off
altogether.
of South Apopka.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
that's the one, and that's a beautiful community.
It is.
The people who live there, they're happy. It's very well maintained. It's awesome looking. And so, of course, Citrus Springs now is a much larger project. It's about 176 lots, all said and done. But if it were up to me, I would never what I call scatter build again. And most habitats throughout the country, that's what they do. And obviously, because it's hard and it takes a lot of resources to compile a large landholding, right?
Let's just call it money.
Money. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah. I
Yep.
Oftentimes I'm like, let's not use the R word.
Let's call it what it is.
It's
money.
money.
It takes a lot of
It
money.
takes a lot of money
to do a
that.
big land purchase.
Sure.
But if we can continue to pull this off once Citrus Springs is done and wrapped up, I mean, we're already looking for the next spot. And again, it comes down to it's just more efficient. There's a lot of cost savings building in a community. Like you can get subcontractors in there, they can come and do 4 or 5 houses at a time versus they drive all the way across town, work for a day, then they're driving somewhere else an hour away, etc. So they can kind of stay in our community as well as our employees, our staff. But furthermore, what I really like about the communities is exactly that. It's a community. So the people that live there, they're all similar. They've all been through the program. They all know each other. They've worked side by side together. You know, they have friendships. They look out for each other. And I think that goes a very long way, giving them that sense of pride in their community. And they keep it up well. Like I said, they look out for each other. It's just the best way to do it.
Do you ever run into people who might be concerned about a community like that? And maybe they think, oh, this is just going to be low income housing, and then it's just going to be a bunch of riffraff and that sort. Do you ever run into that type of
all the time?
You do
All the
so
time.
that really is a thing that you
A big thing.
but that's it doesn't seem like it's really manifests, right? It just seems like a little irrational.
It
something. I don't
is,
know.
but I mean, what I hear it almost every day. I'll walk around wearing a Habitat shirt,
Mhm.
and they go, "Oh, cool! You work for Habitat for Humanity. You give away free homes to homeless people, right?" Well,
Not
not
quite.
exactly.
Not
It's a
quite.
little bit different than that.
For sure.
But they equate a lot of times Habitat with Section 8 housing. You know, especially if they've moved from up north down to here and they think housing projects and they think that's what Habitat does, which just, you know, isn't the case. So that's just an educational opportunity there through that conversation. But for some reason, unfortunately, that's a widespread misconception about Habitat.
Yeah. So I hear some of those concerns every now and then. I don't hear it a lot, but I do hear some concerns like that voiced in the community. And I sometimes I just find myself encouraging people to remember this is still Citrus County.
Mhm.
This is not, we're not in a major urban area that's just rife with criminal activity around every
Right.
corner. Part of the reason why many people just love it here is because, our sheriff's office is doing a pretty good job.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Yeah. I mean, this is not, the south side of, I don't know, pick your city where, you hear
Right.
on the news,
It's
how
just not.
there's
We're just
it's
blessed. We
not.
don't really have those problems.
We're in a great place.
Yes,
I
we
mean, do
are.
we have some crime? We've of course
Sure.
we do, but it happens. But yeah, you all are fostering a sense of community out there. And Madeline just pulled up a build day picture.
Oh, yeah.
So one of the things we haven't even talked about today, and I can't believe Madeline has not prompted me to do so yet, because she runs our Women United group here. And next month, she'll really be letting women in our community know how much she would love for them to join that group for $100 a year, and then take that money and provide scholarships to graduating seniors. But also
cool.
that group does some fun stuff in the community, like luncheons and whatnot, but also they volunteer as well. And so that was a picture of a Habitat Build Day
Yep.
that they got out, and she's got some more pictures here
I just
as
love
well.
that, yeah.
What does it look like they're doing there, Justin? Can you see that picture?
It looks like they're taping our aux board,
Gotcha.
which is what weatherproofs the house.
Mhm.
Big component of it. So let's consider drying in the house. That's a big step forward. So,
Mhm.
and it's a great task for volunteers, and they can go out there, and if they have a large enough group, do several homes in a day, which is awesome for us. I mean, it's
So-
days and days of manpower, labor for us.
So was they taping the seams?
Taping the seams. That's
Okay, so
exactly right.
Now
Yeah.
that tape, is that tape like the metallic tape that you would use for HVAC? Is it similar to that?
It's
'Cause it looks
similar.
like that
It
to
is.
me.
It's similar to that, but it is different. It's very specific to that sheeting we use, which is called aux board. It
Okay.
has to be the right product codes and all that good stuff.
Mhm.
But it's meant for that. But yeah, very similar to the old school, duct tape in a
Mhm.
sense.
So once they get that all taped up and all dried in and everything, what's the next step? They have to put in the soffit work after that, and the siding.
Yep, soffit, drip edge, siding. Siding's another one, and soffit too, that we rely on volunteers for a lot to do.
Mhm.
And that's really cool seeing the siding go up. Start at the bottom, first row, and then I got to go all the way up, all the way around the house.
Yeah.
And volunteers really seem to like that task. It's a satisfying one at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's like instant gratification.
That's it. Yep.
That's it.
Put in a day's worth of work, and it looks like a completed home at the end.
Now, have you ever seen someone that maybe got that first piece of siding a little crooked or anything, and then you step back and you're like, man, it looks like that house is running downhill. Have you ever had a situation like that?
I mean, I may be that person that's done that quite a few times. It was really funny. With a quick story, my very first day as a Habitat employee, I go out to our job site, and I see a team of people putting the siding on a house, and they're about halfway up the house. And this was like before lunchtime. Cool. Go, finish the day, come back the next day, same house has no siding on it. I stop and talk to our construction manager, like, I know I saw this house was almost done yesterday. What happened? He goes, oh, well, that's kind of common. We get the starter row wrong. We start off and the whole thing's crooked. We end up taking it down and doing it over. But that's part of it.
Right.
And that's okay, because we accept volunteers of all skill levels, including no skill levels. We're just glad to have them out there. We can help teach them. They can learn, take away life skills. And, of course, it's production hours for us. So, I mean, of course, it's a big benefit to us.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you gotta undo and redo, but that's all right.
Yeah. So if I were out there on the job site and I was watching that happen, I know what I would do. I would be inclined to just be like, yeah, you're doing great. And I'd probably watch them put up every piece of that siding, cheering them on as to not break anyone's heart. And then once they all left, I'd get out my that claw end of my hammer and I'd start peeling that off.
Yeah,
And that's how I would probably.
that's a great way to do it. Yeah, it's a great. It is.
That's a great way to do it. Instead of coming out there and looking like a crusty dude who is perfectionistic. Far be it from me to ever be perfectionistic. I'm getting an eye roll from my colleague over there.
I saw that.
Yes. You can, I don't know if you've seen my office downstairs, but you can look in my office and tell the nature of my perfectionism and my OCD.
I'll have to look on my way out.
It would translate to the job site too. There's no doubt, but I wouldn't want to break everyone's heart.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
For sure.
Just come on out, build. You know, if it needs.
Madeline
fixing,
looks like
Turning lights in
Madeline.
the back parking lot comes to mind.
All right. Well, we have had instances here where my perfectionism has caused great stress and consternation. maybe,
Imagine
but
that.
Yeah. But hey, our studio looks great today.
It
doesn't
does. It does.
And those that tongue and groove that I secured to the wall back
Yeah.
there, it all looks
Is that
straight.
your
It's all,
handiwork?
yes, sir. It's all level.
You got a good starter road, didn't you?
I did. Madeline did the staining, and we put that up there, and it's looking good.
That is a really nice touch. That
Yes,
looks
sir.
awesome.
Yes, sir. Well, listen, it is Giving Tuesday, and we're happy to have Justin here from Habitat for Humanity of the Nature Coast. And so it's of the Nature Coast because you all have been invited to expand your services into Levy County. So
That's correct.
tell us quickly, how did that come about?
Well, kind of a funny story, but we were in the midst of our 5-year strategic plan as an organization. And in that, one of the top items was expand into Levy County. And that was just a thought, but we put it in the plan at that point. About the time the board voted on our plan and we adopted it, we got a call from some folks in Levy County and said, "Hey, Habitat of Citrus County, would you be willing to consider coming up and providing your services here in Levy?" And so, well, how about that? The ink's hardly dry on our plan saying we
Mhm.
would do just that. I mean, that timing was just perfect. And so here we are. There's a formal process with Habitat International to take on a new service area. We've been through that. We've been approved. It's officially ours. Hooray. And we're working with all the stakeholders in Levy County now to get some projects going up there. So we're in the midst of that now.
And I imagine up there you're looking at that same strategy here, looking for attractive land.
That's exactly right.
Mhm.
That's the number one priority right now. Identify a piece of land that we can acquire or work a deal with on someone, and start a community.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got to listen. We've got challenges here in Citrus County. If you look at the amount of Alice households that we
Yeah.
have, we look at the affordable housing, whatever we're calling it now, affordable,
Attainable,
attainable
yeah.
workforce,
Workforce,
housing. I mean,
all the names.
yeah, all the names. It all points in the same direction. We've
That's
got
right.
people that need the stability of a home here in Citrus County, but this is not a uniquely Citrus County problem. That's
It
a
is
problem all over the country, right
that's
now.
right.
And so I always like to make that point because while we need to do everything we can to alleviate that problem locally, we need good leadership, whether that's political leadership from nonprofits, leadership from citizens in our community. We'll step up and volunteer and all this sort of thing. But we still need to realize that we don't need to be beating up people locally, talking about our local problem. That's a problem everywhere, Justin.
Yes,
and
it
we need to
is.
do everything that we can to alleviate it. And so I'm sure the challenges in Levy County, I would actually think might even be, I have to look at the Alice numbers. I would think that they're probably right in line with Citrus, and they might even be a little higher.
As far as I can tell, you're right on the money with that. Yep.
Yeah.
Everything that I've seen. Absolutely.
So there has to be a tremendous need there.
There is,
And
no doubt.
I'm glad that you all, in the wisdom of your board and leadership and strategic planning, have decided to go that direction. And, Steve Howard was just on here earlier and talking about his mantra for the next year. Success through collaboration is what he said.
There we
I think
go.
that's really good. And we always
Mhm.
say here, united is the way.
Yep.
And so you've got some collaboration already with Levy County. It
Yeah.
sounds like
Mhm.
county government and stakeholders there. And so you guys will
Absolutely.
do great work there. And so we greatly appreciate the work that you all do here in Citrus County. And I would encourage people to go to their website. What is the website address right off the top of
www.habitatcc.org.
habitatcc.org. You can go there. Madeline showed it earlier. Look how she's showing it again right now. Go to their website and navigate your way to making a contribution to them. Or you can always call the number at the bottom of the screen right now. You'll get Jen on the line and you can make a contribution to our United Way. If you want to, you can tell her you'd like that directed towards Habitat, and we'll be happy to cut Justin a check tomorrow after this marathon
Woohoo.
day here. We'd be happy to do that. We love supporting you all and appreciate the personal relationship as well
Oh,
with other
absolutely.
people on your
Yep.
team down there. I've said it a few times today, like there's no need to be in a silo. We all work so well
No, there's
together.
Yep.
Yep.
We can get so much more done if we work together.
Yeah.
You know, thankfully we do. And I will say that I can say that we're both blessed. We each have amazing team members, all of them. So I know I'm very thankful for that, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've said, Madeline's heard me say it before. Like, if I were not the CEO at United Way of Citrus County, and there was another CEO of a nonprofit out there that I could apply for if the job were open, I've said it, haven't I? Like, Habitat is a place that I would go, because the mission, they probably wouldn't hire me, but I'd have to remind them that I can swing a hammer despite the perfectly coiffed
Come
hair.
look at your boarding here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. But it's a great organization. So
Well, thank you.
appreciate you all.
As is United Way, of course. So
All right, man. Well, I hope you have the best Christmas ever.
you too.
Yeah, I don't. We'll
I'm
probably talk
excited.
before then, but yeah, I hope you all have a great Christmas and at the Leach household, and
Yes, sir.
blessings to y'all and to Habitat.
Well, thank you, and likewise, I
All
sure
right.
appreciate the time and the opportunity.
Absolutely. Let me know if you need the studio, man, for PSA or
Now
anything.
I know you got these cool
You got
digs.
it.
I'm gonna have to take you up on that.
You got it. So, all right. Well, we're gonna fade to black, and then we're gonna have Justin head on out of here and get back to work, building some houses, and then we will be joined next by Corey from 352 Legends.
All
All
right.
right, here we go.
We just sink right into this thing.
Yeah, man. I brought the chairs from the house to just. You do just sink right in that, don't you? That fits you good, man.
That's good. Feels
Yeah,
good.
get the pillow there. Can you hear Corey?
Oh, are we live now?
We are live.
Oh, hello.
We're live.
Check one,
So
two,
get
three.
get that a little closer to you. And you can turn it, you can twist it. And, yeah, there you go.
Feel like a rock star.
Yeah. I got a pillow, man. You like my pillow?
That one hurts my feelings.
Boy.
It hurts your feelings?
I have horrible childhood memories of what Ohio State did to Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah, I mean, I even heard you like you almost even stuttered there as you even said the words Ohio State. Like it was even hard for that to come out.
It's so painful.
I wish we had like replay. I wish we could just rewind that real quick and just hear you like Ohio State. You know, you're just like it just brings up bad childhood. These are great, comfy chairs, Corey. We could just sit here and
I feel like
Corey, tell me how that made you feel when Ohio State whooped up on Miami. And I believe that was in 2004. I seem to remember, not to bring up any bad memories or anything, but on my the wall in my son's room, we have a big poster with a picture of The Last Stand, as it is called, where y'all had your opportunity, but you just couldn't get through that Buckeye defense and score that touchdown. And I mean, how's that make you feel? I'm not re-traumatizing
versions of how that night went.
Okay, let's hear your version.
I remember every second, and I was probably only 11 or 12 years old. I mean,
I was
Gators
much older.
Dockside, one of the very few times, I'm one of 5 kids, one of the very few times my dad ever was able to bring me out on a one-on-one guys night. Takes me to my favorite restaurant, Gators Dockside. Great night. Even my geography teacher is there. I mean, I can't even remember her name, which I don't remember any of my teachers' names from elementary and middle school, but it's just this particular night. Miss Petty. And she's an Ohio State fan, and she's been a couple of tables down. I see my teacher out at nighttime. I think I'm the coolest guy in the world. Only kid there. And we're watching the Miami Hurricane versus Ohio State game, and everything looks great. And even to the last play, we were all jumping up and down. I had enough time to give my dad a high five and say, I can't believe we did it. And then a flag come out.
That was rough, wasn't it?
I don't think I've ever gotten over it.
You clearly haven't. I mean, it's in your voice. I can see it in your eyes right now,
it's
man.
Painful. And then I have to live with that being the last time we ever made a championship game.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, I experienced similar pain when that was not 2004. That was earlier than that. I think 2004.
I think it was 01 or something.
Yes, it was 01. 2004 is my painful memory. That's the year that the Gators beat Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, out in Tempe, Arizona. And Tamika was here earlier, our board chair, and she and her husband were at that game. And so Ted Ginn Jr. receives the opening kickoff for Ohio State, runs it back for a touchdown. That's the start of the game. Buckeye Nation is so excited, and it all went downhill after that. We ended up losing that game, and that's my painful memory. But one thing about being a Buckeye fan, and folks, if you're watching right now, we didn't just turn this into sports talk. I'm sitting here right now with Corey Edwards from 352 Legends. And it's a youth league in our community that we are proud sponsors of here at United Way. We just absolutely love the work that they do with kids in our community. And so it is all about football. And there you see a picture of us making an investment in your organization back in June. And we're just so happy to do that. But one thing about being a Buckeye fan,
you guys are live, correct?
We
you
are.
Know what? I should put this on that 352
You
Legends
should.
page right now, just so people are seeing this.
Yes, please do. And oh man, I was going to talk about the Buckeyes more. You threw me off, but yeah, okay.
That was intentional.
I bet it was, but yeah. So we wanted to make that investment so that every kid could play. Now, I get the sense that every kid's pretty much probably going to play anyway. That's the way I kind of look at it, because running a small nonprofit mentoring program before I came to United Way, we weren't going to turn people away.
No.
Like whether the funding was there or not, we're going to figure out a way to make that
On
work.
the back end, you figure it out.
That's right. So many times when we say we're scholarshiping that student, what that really means is that we're just taking that one on the chin, and it's not as a negative way. I don't even.
No.
Maybe that's not the right way to
No,
say
if
it,
you
but,
put
but
out- if
financially we
Rocky
are.
says that, if Rocky says that,
Then it's okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
that's
saying. You
okay.
take on the chin, but you get right back up. It doesn't bother you. You go on to the next shot. You know.
Right. And so what really did our hearts well is to hopefully help your organization take fewer on the chin and have the resources that y'all really do need to like truly scholarship kids. And we're just so happy to do that. You know, we're out in the community all the time talking about what we do at United Way, whether it's things that we do here, tax prep, 211, our disaster recovery programming, Alice assistance, our Grow Financial program. Those are all aspects of what we do here, where we are implementing our own programs and whatnot. But the other aspect of United Way, which I think people are more familiar with traditionally, is making investments. I always call them investments or agency allocations, but investments in other nonprofits that are doing a great work. And so we're always out there talking about that. And I got to tell you, I've probably said more in the last 5 months, no shade to Justin, who was just here, because he was one of those recipients as well, Habitat was. But man, the one that got me most excited was giving to 352 Legends.
Appreciate that.
My career so far, 28 years in March of working in the nonprofit human services sector, overwhelming majority of that time with children. It's just near and dear to my heart. Rebecca and I, over the years, when our kids were younger, we took in 5 kids at different points into our home to help them get on their feet. And so that's just what we've really devoted our lives to. So the opportunity to invest in what you all do is just that. It's like an opportunity, you know, and we were happy to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. So tell us about 352 Legends. I'd be happy for you to tell us, how did you get on this mission? And how's it progressed, and where are you all now?
Well, you know, it all started about, I'd say now a little over 3 years. And, you know, I was actually just looking for a couple kids so I could put together one single flag football team for my, at the time, 7-year-old son. And I only even did that because I didn't really know much about flag football, just like I would say that the majority of people in Citrus County. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a very successful flag football program, and it, you know, it imitated tackle football. You know, it was a different version of flag football than what we play. And I had ran across a couple people playing flag out in Orlando, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, whoa, what is this? This is different. You know, I've always coached tackle. I'm on my 20th year now for Pop Warner. And I said, this type of flag football is cool. Like this is what we need to be playing. And I decided to try to get my son a team and maybe go to a couple tournaments. And the first thing I noticed when I put out the Facebook post was like how many people were like, whoa, what is this? You know, how can we get involved? And I said, all right, just show up to the park. Let's see what we got. And first try at it, I think it was like 47 kids, something like that, showed up. So, you know, we made like 5 teams, and we went off to Marion County because we couldn't get a NFL flag program in Citrus County yet. And we played out there, and we did really good. And right after that season ended, we said, we're not done yet. We want more. So we did another season right after that. NFL flag turned us down again for Citrus County. So we ended up bringing like 130 kids out to Spring Hill. We had to travel, and we represented Citrus County out there. And next thing you know, both those league operators give a lot of credit to Andrew Sutar and John Ivory, the league operators out in Marion County in Hernando, because they vouched for us. They said, hey, if they can get these kids all the way out here, I'm sure they can do it in Citrus County. And finally,
Vouching to the NFL.
Belgian NFL flag, you know, they just like a lot of other corporations, like large corporations, you know, outside of your grocery stores and stuff like that. You know, when it comes to like youth sports, it's tough to get the main brands out here. They basically say we don't want our name on a smaller size town where it won't grow or it doesn't stand a chance to last. but they just didn't understand, what this community is made of. We may be small town, but the buy-in here from everybody is you can measure it up against the big towns, because you look at our numbers nowadays, from something that started off with 47 kids 3 years ago, we're averaging like 600 to 800 kids per season. Just at the last year's award ceremony for NFL flag, we came runner up in the second most successful organization. They call it Rookie of the Year award. Second most successful organization in all of America.
Wow! Congratulations.
I mean, it was a big deal. We didn't even know we were nominated until we got there. But it just shows, when you look at the per capita of kids, how many kids we have in this county and how many kids, let's say a larger town like Marion County has, we're only 150 kids less than them. And they got 5 times the amount of kids. It just shows the buy-in from the community. And, I like to attribute a lot of it to the Every Kid Plays initiative. Flag football is cool. What we're doing is cool. Who we are, is fun. But it's the Every Kid Plays initiative. It's an initiative that we started from day one. And what this initiative really does is it just guarantees that if a kid wants to play football, he's going to play football. If she wants to play football, she's going to play football. We're not going to let the financial burden of youth sports deter a family from signing up. And, with that being said, it sounds great and it's an amazing initiative. But, I'd have to say the reason why you don't see more of this out there is because of the stress and burden it puts on the organization of how are we even going to make that happen? I mean, money's not, imaginary. You don't just come up with money to say these kids play for free. There's a bill for every kid that plays.
Mhm.
That bill comes up to about $78 to $85, depending on the awards you get that year. And that doesn't even include the officiating fees, So, the first year we got through it, the second year we got through it, but the third year, this past year was huge. We noticed that the holiday season, our winter league really punched us in the gut because of how many families were hurting right after Christmas. I mean, how are you going to foot a $150 bill if you're just signing up one kid? What if you got 3 or 4 kids? How are you going to do $400, $800? I mean, what are you going to do? Because you're not even talking about the cleats they need, the mouth guards they need. How's a family going to pop up with $1,000 right after a holiday season? And, starts putting your backs against the wall. But heck, you guys bailed us out big time this year. United Way, walking the walk. You generously donated $12,000 to the Every Kid Plays initiative. And I could tell you right now, the amount of stress that took off the board members here when it came to how are we going to raise this money to keep up was astronomical. I mean, it actually gave us a breath of fresh air to keep going. And it was huge. I'm forever grateful of it,
Yeah, and that's right in our wheelhouse here. We have 4 impact areas that we focus in on, and one of those is youth opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're in a day and age where I know we're in a day and age where kids need more of these opportunities to get off of screens, to put the video game controller down for a minute and get outside and play, and just the social interaction that comes with that, the life lessons that comes with that. It's just so incredible. It is very, very important. And however we can be a part of that, we want to. And you obviously shared this on the 352 Legends page, right? Because the viewership has doubled since you did that.
We do have a huge following.
So shout out to everybody out there.
I got a shout out to the legends out there. Let's be completely honest. We talk about flag football being cool, the Every Kid Plays initiative being cool, but I mean, we got legends. I mean, when we talk about legends, our day oneers, our OGs out there, they're the reason why this ever became so cool too. I mean, when we started this, we got so fortunate with the people that joined us right off the back. because they were diehards. And it was immediately what we were wanting to build, which was not just another organization or a league. We wanted a family, like a unit. How do we bring Citrus County and make it a county league? Because there wasn't many county leagues out there. You know, everything these days is just you're traveling or you're going outside the community. This is just a county league. And when you show up to our fields, you see the people gravitate towards that family atmosphere. Like we are 352. You know, it's a big deal. You're not just a football player or an athlete out here. You're 352, and that carries weight when you leave our community these days. And the people viewing in, glad you guys are watching at home.
Yeah, and if you are watching at home right now and you are a legend, then pop a comment down there into the comment section below this this video, and we can pull up your comments on screen if you want to say hi to Corey. Oh, there's my dad. Look, there's my dad saying doing a good job. Well, Dad, I did inherit some of your back issues, unfortunately. I'm starting to feel it a little bit. Are you feeling it too?
I don't know how you done this for
Yeah,
8 a.m.
It's since 8 a.m. I've done it. So it is.
You might need to swap out the chair.
Yeah, I might swap out a chair eventually. But
Well,
no.
did you put any chiropractors or masseuses on there?
Yeah. Well, we did have a chiropractor here, but he came in virtually. Commissioner
that one probably should have
Kennard.
been timed a little better.
Commissioner Kennard. You know, I might need to set an appointment with Commissioner Kennard for tomorrow, maybe. But at any rate, I love to see the numbers. They're actually continuing to increase here, people watching. But there's been some discussion about finding places to play and whatnot. That's a struggle right now, isn't it?
It's the biggest struggle. If you would have seen us at our last winter league, 780 kids, something like that. It was up there. It hurt us so bad because, there's not enough fields with lights in this town. It's not just this town, it's every town, but we're talking about our hometown, and there's just not enough fields with lights. It's a problem. And then, the overuse of parks, you got kids playing all year these days. You're seeing a huge rapid growth in boys and girls sports right now. And, you don't have enough grass, right? You play on it for 3 months, that needs time to recover, but there is no time to recover. It's got to be go, 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 go right now. And I will tell you, over the last year, Citrus County Parks and Rec is stepping their game up like no other. We're on currently a week-long break from our fields, just a week long. They went out there and they filled in all the holes. They put ryegrass down at most of the fields. And it's been great because when we get back to our fields now, we're going to have neon glowing grass out there for the winter and not just a dirt field, which is amazing. But, even with that being said, with the rapid growth of the county, you're seeing Habitat, he was just telling how many homes he was putting up. A lot of those homes are family homes. They're bringing in kids, we're going to need another park in this county, without a doubt. Going to need another park. It's going to have to happen. It's been over 20 years now since Citrus County has built a park. And what's been great is seeing all the commissioners and the Parks and Rec, all the city government, everyone's trying to figure out how, when, and where right now. And, the only downfall of it all is great things take time.
Mm-hmm.
Great things take time. But, if you get deterred by the amount of time it takes to actually get a park built, you're probably going to hit the 30-year mark before you get another park. Can't get deterred. You can't be discouraged because they say it's going to take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years to get a park. You just got to roll your sleeves up and be in for a long run and see it through all the way to the end. And I think that's where we're at right now. I wish I could put a timetable on when this county is going to put in another park. But I can't. But I can tell you it's in the talks and the process, in the beginning stages of it, which is very encouraging, because if we don't do it now, then we're going to be in a deep amount of trouble in about 5-6 years if we haven't started the process.
Yeah. Well, I think you've been a great advocate for that. saw you online. I was watching a county commission meeting one day, and you went up to the podium for the first time. You may have been up there a couple of times by now. I'm not sure, but I at least saw you up there for your first, and I thought you really articulated the need very, very well as you do. And there's some political will there, I believe, to help make this happen. And we definitely want what's best for our kids in this community, for sure. I mean, I think all communities do, but there is something special about this place.
Yep.
There just really is. And you've experienced that. And man, if there's some way that we can meet needs for kids in our community, if we articulate that need to folks, it's just amazing how people step up.
I know.
Quickly. And
every time,
part of the issue to me just sounds like the rapid growth, right? This thing has exploded, and you obviously, your league has fulfilled a need that was in the community. It's interesting how sometimes you realize the level of the need after you have endeavored to fix it, right? Like, you may not have known that you would end up with nearly 800 kids, but that need just manifests itself when you put good programming out there. Folks start coming out of the woodwork, and it's going to be interesting to see how far does this extend? Will you have 1,000 kids? Will you have 1,200 kids at some point? You talk about 5-6 years down the road from now, you very well could.
We're anticipating this winter league. We've done now 8 seasons. Each season has shown growth. It has not retracted at all. We were at 780 kids last winter, the most popular season of the year. The projections show about 900 kids this season. We're not far off. I mean, I'm scared right now because our registrations are currently open. And typically, everyone knows me because I'll be sitting here pulling my hair out over the next month because typically what will happen is 3 months long registrations will be open. Right now, we're sitting at 200-300 kids, right? And I had 40 days left of registrations open up. That number is going to stay there. It's going to stay around 300 kids. And then in the last week, we're going to put out a flyer, and it's going to say last week to register. And everybody decides to register. Everybody. From what you think is going to be a slow season. Don't even blame yourself, Matt. I haven't even signed my own kid up yet. So this is this is just what happens, And of course, my fear is always, it always happens until it doesn't, So every season, I after registration's end, I say, Corey, just remember this happened last season. Don't stress it. It's okay. It's going to be all right. But I tell myself that, and I feel confident telling myself that until here I am, 35, 40 days. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's no one signed up yet. I mean, now I'm saying that at 300 kids. I mean, we used to just have like 70 or 100 kids signed up, this early. And maybe that's why most of the panics happen. But me knowing that the numbers are going to hit around 800, 900 kids this season, being at 300, it's really scary. Because you got to order the awards, you got to order the rings, you got to be ready for the uniforms. Where are you going to stage it all? This stuff. What fields are you going to play on? If you have 900 kids, you're going to need more than 4 game fields to play on. You can't fit it all in one day, So not knowing what you're going to get until you get it is so stressful. But
I got to come out and spend some time with you all and watch some games.
Yes.
And when I see the pictures on Facebook, here's one of the things I really appreciate is it looks like you all just go above and beyond, whether it's the tunnels, just the way you all set up the fields, the awards that you're giving, like everything is top notch. When I started a mentoring program for kids, I really wanted to make sure that we were able to give the best of everything to the kids. The safety gear that they needed. They needed a helmet, obviously, riding gloves, boots, all the safety gear. And there was no way that I was just going to put out a call for, hey, if you got a helmet you don't need, give it to our organization. No, we fundraised and we got those kids the best of the best equipment. And that's really, really important for us to show our kids that we are doing our best to give them the best. And I see that reflected in the way you all operate, and I appreciate
It's
that.
important. It can't just be a league. It's got to be an event. I mean, when people show up, you got to think about these kind of things. Concessions. Concessions is what keeps a league alive these days. If someone shows up and they go to their child's game that lasts 45 minutes and leaves right after, how many burgers or hot dogs do you think they're going to eat? Not many. Now, if you have an event, you got a DJ kicking your favorite songs, like Taylor would say, and everyone from the community's there. You see your buddy, you haven't seen in a couple of years down in another field watching their kid play. You're going to hang out. You're going to get an extra soda. You're going to get an extra burger. You're going to hang around, and it's about making it special, giving them the best of the best, put on a show. It's not just a league. You want the kids talking about it all week long at school next week. So doing that stuff is why your organization was so successful when you did, because you got them the best of the best. We feel the same way. Get them the best uniforms, get them the best, experience. And you'll be rewarded for it in the end with people that are just happy about being there, not just there for the kids' game, and there because it's a hangout. Seems like,
Well, that event's really important, man, because when you look at the nature of social media, and I listen to so many discussions, podcasts and whatnot about where our culture is going to be 5-10 years from now with the AI revolution and whatnot, and people living their lives more and more digitally rather than just true social interaction. The picture world you are painting of people coming together on the weekend and staying there and hanging out and seeing people. Yeah. Isn't it crazy, man? Like I'd have never thought when I was a kid that we'd be having that conversation. And certainly people watching right now. I see Gary, Gary's watching Bartell, and
that's a big
hey
one
Gary.
right there.
Yeah.
Gary, the man.
But just like how important that's going to be, because I sometimes wonder if when 40 years from now, I'm 78 years old, 88 years old, 40 years from now, will the community center still exist? I wonder that sometimes, and we need to do a good job of
fostering human interaction.
Community.
It's so weird to even have to put a label on it. Human interaction.
Isn't it crazy?
You have to have human interaction, and people aren't getting enough of that these days.
Yeah.
We're asking a computer how to respond to everybody these days. You don't have any intellectual thoughts anymore. And it just seems like it's a very toxic culture to actually, I guess, encourage these days. It seems like it's being encouraged. And I don't like that trajectory of where it's going. You lose human interaction. You don't have to agree with the man, but Charlie Kirk said when you stop talking to each other is when, violence occurs. Once you take out your social interaction with your neighbor, your community is going to fail. It's going to fail. So you got to create places where people can naturally come and interact with one another.
Yeah.
And hang out.
Yeah.
That's a good thing that we do have youth sports and events like this in our county for people to get out of the house, hang out, be a normal person like we used to be. Yeah.
So it's more than just, it's a flag football game. It's community is what it is.
Community all day.
And that's why y'all's mission just really resonates with us. And we're so happy that we were able to support you all this year. And so you all are a blessing to our community. So, and listen, how old are you?
Oh, I forget sometimes. It's either going to be 36 or 37.
Yeah.
Ashton, how old are you?
37 in your, does that qualify as mid 30s still? We'll call it mid 30s, maybe.
I don't know. You ever heard of 37U?
Actually late.
You ever heard of 37U yet, George? You know
what
37U is for tackle football?
No.
Oh, it's a huge thing on social media these days. It's the funniest thing, but I officially qualify for 37U. It's a bunch of the older guys that play sports still.
Well, I saw y'all had what you call a turkey bowl.
We had the turkey bowl
where y'all got together, you older guys. I think you even encouraged people to make sure that they had their insurance premiums paid up before
this year.
Did you all have anybody leave on a stretcher?
This year we did not.
Okay, good. So the way you just said that makes me think that's happened in the past.
It has. I think we learned from our past mistakes and trying to go too hard on the football field in our late 30s, early 40s. We did. Last play of the game last year, we sent someone to the hospital with a broken wrist. You know, you can't put your hands down to break gravity anymore. And this year was amazing. We had like 40 guys show up, and women. I mean, it was everybody that showed up, 40 people, and we got to play flag football Thanksgiving morning. And I'm telling you, nothing feels better in the world than eating Thanksgiving dinner after playing a football game, because that couch you sink in, that food tastes so much better. And yeah, you got football on the TV.
I walked 5 miles before dinner on Thanksgiving, and that's probably going to be the extent of my activity now at 48 years old. And 4 knee surgeries I've had. Definitely need a 5th one right now, maybe even a 6th one, but definitely need a 5th one on this old dog right here. And the back issues that my father passed on to me.
Come work out with me.
You're swole, man.
Come work out with me,
That's
man.
intimidating. You're kind of swole, but you know, here's the thing, man. You're one of those guys. We have different body types. You know, you're one of those guys. You know what I'm going to say, right? You get on the bench press and put 2.25 on. You put a couple Cadillacs, as we used to say, on there.
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
Oh, I
yeah.
am.
Put a couple Cadillacs on there.
I a post about that the other week.
Listen, guys like you have to move the bar from here to here, and you've bench press. You know, for me, I got to move that dude all the way out here. You know what I mean? So.
It's like excuses.
It is excuses. Madeline's over there calling us
I'm holding you
excuses.
responsible for this one. I think 2 days a week, George needs to come to the gym.
Listen,
We have one literally right beside our office.
Oh, wow.
yeah,
George.
Freak Strong's right next door.
And that's a great gym. Oh,
It's old
George.
school.
It's old school.
I have
oh,
a,
yeah.
I have to show you some pictures. I've got a garage that's and fantastic home
It's like
gym.
the hardest place to work out, it seems.
No, it's not. I don't like. Okay, I can't believe I'm going to say this after all of our discussion. I don't like the social interaction
Oh,
at the gym. At the gym, I like social interaction elsewhere.
I get it. It's
but I don't
awkward
care
with people
for it at the
watching you.
gym.
Yeah, especially in the beginning stages, like you're just trying to get back into it, so you don't want to push it too hard, and then you just feel like you're obligated or you're pressured to do it because someone's watching you do your first set, and you're like, hey, you want to tell them this is just a warm up, okay? It's just a warm up. This isn't what I actually lift. But yeah, it's a little awkward getting back in. It's like they say, the hardest part about the gym is making it there your first week. It's the hardest part.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about a guy who he started by driving to the gym, sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, and then drove home. That was like literally like his first step, and then eventually made it in.
That's great. Oh, that's great.
You know, it sounded a little, I don't know, it sounded like maybe he needed to be assessed or something to figure out what's going on with him. Like that sounds a little weird.
It could be so discouraging.
I don't know, man. People develop momentum in different ways, and that was his way to develop some momentum. And so, hey, it is what it is. If it worked for him, but I am down 25 pounds over the last few months. So, you know, the walking is actually. I got a weighted vest. Went for a walk yesterday. It's Giving Tuesday, folks. We're not going to talk about ourselves anymore. It's Giving Tuesday. Our next guest is here, and Corey, I totally appreciate you coming and spending the last 30 minutes with us. Obviously, we could sit here and yuck it up for a while, so we'll have to have you come back on to our Voices United.
You just got called out by a pastor.
Oh,
Which
man,
one?
Pastor Justin just said,
no.
excuses, George Schmalstig. Just do it. Listen here, Pastor Justin, you and your mullet. Look here. I have lost 25 pounds, I will have you know, and I'm on my way. Listen, my daughter's getting married in February, so I've got a couple more months to lose a few more lbs. I don't want to be in those pictures for like my grandkids and for my posterity, Corey, to see Grandpa. Who was that? He was awfully fluffy back then. What's going on with him? So I got to lose a few lbs.
Pastor Justin, you know, I'm saved because of that, man, and because of the gym. Met him, you know, he was on the treadmill.
I'm gonna
when
say
he got me in the church.
I'm gonna say you saved because of Jesus, but
listen, tell me what got me in there.
Oh
man.
Lord, here we go. What do you say now?
Oh,
Justin.
Hey, Justin, you were breathing heavily on that treadmill. You can't give George too much.
Thank you.
Here, all
Thank
right?
you. I'll tell Justin the devil is a liar, Justin. I'll rebuke him in the name of Jesus. Hey, listen, I'm 48 years old. I've been in church for 49 years. I know how to rebuke him.
I love it.
Yeah, he'll mess around and get extended the right hand of fellowship is what he's going to get. So he did say that you're a great guy. You know, he's got nothing but heat for me and talking about you being a great guy. You're doing great things. So, all right, man, I got to get you out of here.
All
But
right.
you got to come sit down with me again for our Voices United podcast. And we still have plenty of viewers right now, and more than half of those viewers, I'm sure, are because you brought them in here
Okay,
today.
Ashton, I bet
And
you half
so
of them are there,
don't leave. Don't leave. We've got Ashton
Yep.
next, and then we've got former Sheriff Jeff Dawsey, Angela Kennedy from Pace Center for
It
Girls.
only gets better.
At 1:30, we have Melissa Nelson, who is the president and CEO of United Way of Florida. And then at 2:00, we have Dennis Phillips, meteorologist. Did he confirm yet, Madeline? I think he's going to be
Dennis
here,
is-
but
He's solid.
he's
We're good.
solid. He'll
You
be
can't get a
here.
meteorologist. Just get Captain Gary here.
Josh, Captain Gary Barta. We got Josh Wooten, Jerry Mulligan, Melissa Bowermaster, and the list goes on. I think we'll finish off the day with last couple we got up there: Holly Davis, Commissioner Davis,
That's great.
Gene McGee, and our team here at United Way,
Woo.
finishing off the day. I will have back pain. We'll have grown roots in this
He's
chair by
calling any
then. But we're going to
chiropractors
make it
or back
happen.
massagers. Come on.
All right,
up.
listen, if you want to give to 352 Legends, like I've said all day, you can call and make a contribution to our United Way. And if you say, hey, I want that directed towards 352 Legends, we'll be happy to cut Corey a check for that. And where can they find 352 Legends on the internet?
Yeah, hey, if you're looking to sign your kid up for the upcoming Winter League Citrus NFL Flag, you can go to www.352legends.com.
All right, perfect. Go there. And people, can they make contributions on your website too?
We have a Zephy link. That's a digital link where they can make contributions for the Every Kid Plays initiative.
Okay.
That's typically the only donations we take. It's just to keep feeding that initiative.
Awesome. Well, we want to keep feeding that.
I want to.
So we want to keep feeding that, make sure every kid can play.
Thank
and appreciate your time in here today. All right, man. See you later, brother.
hope your back feels better, man.
Oh, no, I'll be good. I'm good. All right, we have hugs being exchanged over here. All right.
I was hoping to not have to follow him up.
What?
Like big shoes.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think his shoes were that big, were they?
I don't think his shoes were as cool as mine.
I know he doesn't have to bench press as far as I do. Let me get this moved over to
Should I
you.
get Maggie for you to hold while you're doing this?
Yeah,
Okay.
go get Maggie.
Maggie.
So while Madeline goes and gets Maggie, let me just tell you who she's going to go get. I don't think we've included Maggie on our website yet.
I don't know, but Maggie's going to cost me a lot of money and time because
Oh.
Sailor May now wants another dog because of Maggie,
Gotcha. So that's your daughter.
my daughter. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, this-
Madeline told me that your daughter just absolutely loves Maggie. And y'all are going to see why here in just a moment because
she's so fluffy.
she
and
is
so
she is cute. So if you go to our website while you're there making a contribution on today's Giving Tuesday, if you go over and click on our team, navigate to that page, you'll see our board members, you'll see our United Way team here, and on that team you'll see our chief fun officer, who is Buckeye.
Mhm.
That
Oh,
that is
poor
my
thing, his name, but he's so cute.
what about his name?
I mean, it
Have
could
you
have
seen
been
my-
it could have been Albert, would have been better.
Have you seen my pillow here, Ashton, that
Yeah.
I've propping myself up with?
I mean, you guys have had a winning season. I'll give it to you.
we have winning season. So we're on a 16 game winning streak, but then someone said to me, good friend said, but you don't play anybody. And I'm like, bro, seven ranked teams in that 16. Here she is. So Maggie is she is our project manager.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there she is.
Oh,
She is so excited to
She
see
is
you
just-
right now.
Did
There she go.
y'all-
Lick
did
the
you guys
microphone.
See her piggy tails. We didn't have to show them. Oh, I'm sorry, George. You were talking about your winning Ohio team.
Yeah, well, she just stole the show. We should
Again?
get Buckeye up here too, Madeline.
Okay, I gotta put you down.
We'll get Buckeye in my lap.
Right now? Or
I mean,
next
he's only
guest?
60 pounds.
Y'all, Buckeye is the cutest too, but his name, it should have been Albert.
Albert.
The Gators.
Oh, well, they need a few more winning seasons, I think, before we could.
You know, we're
We could.
what?
They had a good weekend though.
4-8, and we beat the terrible Seminoles, but so I guess that's a winning season, right?
Yeah,
Oh, can you hear me?
a little
A little
closer.
closer.
Okay.
I think you could probably hear.
Can you hear Maggie?
You could probably hear Maggie
Okay,
licking you.
that's it.
Probably.
She's good now. She settled down.
You know, you can adjust her up too if
We should
if
make
need
that
to.
a new facial at AH, a Maggie facial.
Well, speaking of that, so I don't think I even introduced you. So we have Ashton Wester
Mhm.
from the Aesthetic House right here in Meadowcrest. Just we could throw a rock from here and hit the building. And you all have been great supporters of our United Way. You are a board member here.
Mhm.
Happy to have you as a board member, and you all also are a member of our what we call our champion circle
Mhm.
here. So that's a major donor to our United Way, and you all, your business, you and Fallon over there, you were quick to jump on that. I mean,
It's a pretty
Wh-
easy decision, honestly, to support the United Way, just because we want to make an impact in the community. And with United Way, we're able to know that where we're donating is truly being impactful. And it's not just about writing a check. We know that we're truly benefiting the families who ultimately support our community. It's a pretty easy decision. Honestly, every year it's not a thought. We're just like, all right, we need to go ahead and get our check right now to the United Way. We appreciate the fact that we don't have to wonder where our money's going, because ultimately when you're donating, towards an organization, you want to know that it's being impactful, and you guys do a great job of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was mentioning earlier while Tamika was on here is that
Mhm.
in my 3.5 years here, oh, Miss Maggie, oh, come
She's
up
so
here.
cute. Those
Oh,
pigtails.
she's so precious. I've never like a little dog person
But
either.
she's so sweet.
So this is really kind of like one of the first little dogs that
You're getting a
I've
Maggie facial
spent-
too.
I am that I've spent time with, and
She's literally
I just
the
love her. And why do I love you? Because you first loved me.
cutest. She's
Yes.
so sweet.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
The
big
big
yawn.
yawn.
Big yawn right in my face.
Mhm.
All right, Maggie, where were we? I wish Buckeye could be a lap dog like
Yeah,
this.
he's a little bit big for a lap dog, but he could be.
Yeah, but 3.5 years that I've been here, maybe I'm as proud of what we've done financially in terms of transparency and making sure our books are in order. Every bit as proud of that, and I'm sure every nonprofit executive is, right? We've got to run a good business.
Mhm.
We've got to run a good business. I find myself reminding people that nonprofit is a
It's
tax distinction.
Still a business.
Yeah, it's still a
Mhm.
business. We still have incorporated at the end of our name. We've got to run a really good business, and it's just so important that we do that. And we are running a good business, and that translates into confidence of folks like you and our community. And by the way, you're a board member. Anybody can see our financials anytime. All they got to do is ask, but you get to see them routinely, and so that probably makes it even easier.
I think that's probably one of the bigger parts too, is the transparency. You guys it's an open book.
Mhm.
Anybody can see where their money's going. And so I think that's pretty cool. Just
Yeah.
knowing that we can actually see where and how we're affecting the community.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a big deal to us, and I mean, without doing that, then we're just not worthy of contributions, and so it's a really, really big deal for us that we do that. So, it seems to me like the work that we do to support Alice always seems to really resonate with you. That hurt, Maggie. That seems to resonate with you like it does with quite a few board members. If you're just joining this broadcast, I've mentioned this a few times today, but ALICE stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed, and so those are the folks in our community that are working. They have significant income constraints. We all have income constraints, and they may not have assets that they could just sell to pay that electric bill or pay for rent this month. But these people are working hard, and so I don't know, maybe a better term is just working families, if we're really to simplify it. And Alice, we're starting to hear that term more in our community. We've really been banging that drum since I've been here at United Way. Alice is a term that came from United Way. United Way of Northern New Jersey, or that's the United Way that really spearheaded that research and gets into those numbers every year, provides us every year with an ALICE report, every 2 years with a report. The intervening years, they come up with an update. We just got another full report in May of this year, and I would encourage anyone to go to our website, citrusunitedway.org. I know you're going there today to donate, but while you're there, you can also click right there on the homepage and access the ALICE report. Last year, the data was showing about 51% of households in Citrus County fell below that ALICE threshold. This year, it ticked down. It ticked down one, at least it went in the right direction, but 50% of households are below the ALICE threshold. So 32% in that ALICE range, and then 18% even below that, which is below the federal poverty level. And those numbers are outrageous when it comes to like the dollar amounts that they put on they're so incredibly low. So it is going in the right direction. Hopefully it will continue to, obviously, but still, that's half of the households.
And there's so many people that you don't realize are affected as well, and I guess that's the hard part is even with having kids. Like I have 3 kids who are in school. My twins are in 6th grade. My little girl's in 3rd. And just like explaining to them, listen, it's the kids you don't even expect it from. Like some people, you're like, okay, I can tell maybe they might be having a tough time at home. I said, but there's so many kids who might be being raised by a single mom who's working 2 jobs, or, they might just have, income constraints with 2 parents working. It happens all the time. So it's trying to even get them to understand it doesn't always look one way. So, but what I love too about the United Way is that you guys don't just say, okay, here's a check for your electric bill. I love the fact that you guys offer, classes here and workshops to try to facilitate the growth, so that way they can do this on their own. So that way they can learn to save for the future. I mean, there was a woman that you talked about who had never had a savings account, and, just helping someone who wants that, doesn't really have the tools to do it, kind of help her set something up that she probably never imagined she could do. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, sometimes it's just helping people navigate those
Something
tasks.
That seems overwhelming.
Yes, yeah. And so even tasks that maybe you and I might find to be mundane or something like that, if you add the stress of everything else going on in your world, relationship issues, the financial burdens, the housing instability, all these things, they start piling on. Maybe your child starts to feel that stress and act up a little bit. These things start compounding, and then it's just, then you end up with, people are overwhelmed. Madeline, would you do us a favor and let's pull up our website and show people how to navigate their way over to that ALICE report, and people can see this, and maybe we can even cut this clip later and just put it up as a short. So you see there, the Alice report there on that graphic, the bottom right hand side, you can click there where it says Alice report. Go up, Madeline,
Oh, sorry.
on the graphic.
Mhm.
Yep, right there. Click on that. And as long as our links and internet are working well, that's going to pull up Alice in Florida. And you should even see county reports. Yep, and then you can navigate to Citrus, and that's going to pull up some specific information about our community. And so if you scroll down, you'll see a little bit of a deep dive into the numbers. But you just mentioned the single mom in our community. Let's keep scrolling down, Madeline, and let's get down to head of household. Keep going.
My mouse.
Oh, the mouses. All right. I think we're pretty close there, right? Now I can't see this. I've got really good eyes, but I can't see the top number is what there, like
48%.
48%. And what's the head of household there on that one?
Single or cohabitating with no children.
Single, cohabitating rather.
Mhm. Oh, cohabitate. Sorry.
That's our, it's our English teacher over
Oh
there.
my God.
It's a new word.
Cohabitating, single, cohabitating with children. So 48% of those households are below the Alice threshold. All right, so go to the next one. Is that married with
children?
married with children? That's 22%.
Yeah.
What a difference,
Mhm.
right? When that family is intact.
Yep.
And then we get into what we got next.
Single female head of household with children.
Single female head of household with children. Now that number is going to go to what?
82%.
82%.
It makes a difference when you have two people.
Yeah, and just
bringing in an income.
yeah. And so you mentioned that single mom. What is it? 60 some odd? Is it for
64%.
64%? Yep, for single head of household male with children.
With children.
Yep. So we see a little disparity there between single men and single women. But the numbers that really jump out, those are some sobering numbers.
They are.
If you're that single female head of household, 80, what was it? 80 what?
82.
82%.
It's a big deal.
That is huge.
Mhm.
That's huge. So, yeah, we don't want to just take care of that electric bill.
Right.
We want to,
Mhm.
but we don't want to just do that.
Right.
I got to start getting uncomfortable with that when I first got here. It was a real priority for me to, when that doorbell went off down there and I
Mhm.
see someone on the other side of the glass, let's welcome them in.
Mhm.
Let's ask them if they want something to drink. Let's go sit down. Let's hear your story. It's amazing how many issues come up
Mhm.
that maybe you weren't anticipating, or maybe they weren't even anticipating until we start talking. And let's hear their story. Let's see what other resources that we can connect them with. Let's figure out what the chances are of them being stable might be, so that you don't have to come back
Mhm. 'Cause
month
that's the
after
goal.
month.
That's you don't want them to have to rely on someone. You want to, like I said, give them the tools to be able to do this and sustain on their own.
Yeah, and it's necessary even
Mhm.
just from a financial aspect.
Right.
You've seen what it's like for us to sit down and scrutinize our budget
Mhm.
every year and
Yep.
the budget projection for the next year. We can't put a single client
No.
into our budget,
Right.
right? We've got to be able to get you self-sufficient if you're willing
It's
to be
also
self-sufficient.
necessary for that parent, for their children's sake, because they're ultimately teaching them how to do it on their own as well. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because if they see their parent just running to get help for an electric bill here and there, it's not the child's, at some point learning that, okay, I can just use that as my crutch. And not that, there are people who just get in a bind and, the car, didn't anticipate the car not working. And, things do happen. But long term, we want to be able to give our kids the skills, because by helping the parents, we are helping the kids. So.
Yeah, I'm really sensitive to this. Like it's Christmas season, and so there's great work being done, like by the Family Resource Center and others, to provide Christmas gifts to children in our community. But notice how that's done, right? The Christmas gifts are given to the parent, so that the parent then can give those to the children, because we always want the parent to be seen by the children as to be their provider.
Right.
They are the source. And so I really, programs that provide some benefit, tangible items, whatever it may be, directly to the child, that sometimes gives me a little bit of heartburn.
It does.
I want the things that we provide to our children to be given to parents in most cases, and then provided to the children by the parents.
Right.
I think that's always optimal, right? So they can see their parent as the provider and not. I mean, I'm not always against it. I mean, there's definitely value in kids learning that their community is for them as well. So we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, but as a general rule, I like to see things provided to the parents so they can provide to the children. I think that's
long term. We
best.
want them doing that. We want them to be able to provide for themselves and provide for their family eventually.
Yes. So overall, we saw those numbers, but overall, it's 50% of households when we put them all together that are in that situation. And we just want to do everything we possibly can to make that situation better for our community. And no one nonprofit is going to do that.
Nope.
The government's not going to do it. Local, state, federal can't do that. It really just takes all of us doing it. And that's one of the reasons why I really appreciate United Way. I'm not an old United Way person. I came here 3.5 years ago and new to United Way, but I do love that mantra that we promote, that United is the way. And I think we're seeing that today, even in here today, with all of these different nonprofits that are coming in to sit down.
Which is so cool. I think that's another amazing thing, is that you guys support other nonprofits. It's not just like, oh, we're the United Way, or we're the top of the totem pole. It's the support that you guys provide every organization, so that way it's truly impacting everybody in the community. I mean, even I think you talked about it earlier with someone else, was it Mr. Kennard? No, it was
maybe Mr. Howard, Steve.
Who was your DJ Trey?
DJ Trey, he started off the day.
Hysterical. That's when I realized that this was going to be like videoed. I thought it was just audio earlier.
Oh,
and I was like, oh, good, it's gonna be a video. That's great. I'm glad I wore my Grinch shoes.
Surprise!
Surprise! But I think you guys talked about also one of the new pillars is like supporting the environment as far as like the overall health of the
you had it right
community.
the first time. It was Commissioner Kennard.
Was it?
Yeah,
Yes.
about community resiliency.
Yes, and I think that's amazing because obviously we've been affected. Our area's been tremendously affected by these storms, and seeing you guys out and about, I want to say like shovels in hands. It's not just passing a check and saying, good luck, here's some money for cleaning supplies, and, just send them on their way. You guys are out in the field, you're doing the work, but it's also helping to kind of prepare them for what in a storm in the future, which we hope doesn't happen, but we live in Florida.
Well, I have a very simple, I said earlier, I have a simple motto, just sort of life motto, and that is be helpful. Try to be helpful wherever I possibly can. There's so much talk about leadership all of the time, right? And I actually have a degree in business and professional leadership, and I'll tell you, all of those books I had to read and the education and whatnot, classes in college about it and whatnot. To me, I have a very simple viewpoint on leadership, and that is that, and my team knows it by heart, leaders go first. Very simple. I mean, the rest of it to me is academic,
right?
But leaders go first. And so if the call to muck out a house comes in, then you know what? We'll come.
Yeah.
We'll go first. There's been days, this used to be the CEO's office, and what people can't see right now is that there's a big panel of windows over here that looks down to the lobby and to the front door. There was times when I was up here, it still happens, but I would see somebody at the door that I knew might have been like a repeat customer who was difficult.
Right.
And I know they might be coming in kind of loaded for bear or whatever.
Right.
I'm telling you, I'd see them. First thing I do is head on down those stairs,
Yep.
because it's not up to just my team
Yeah.
to bear the brunt of that.
It's
While
so
I'm up
true.
here,
Mhm.
I was up here in this perch. I just let them handle it. That's their job. No. Leaders go first. I'm gonna go right on down those stairs, and we'll just
Some
go
days
ahead
it's
and
difficult to do, but
yeah,
I love
it
that you
is,
do that.
and that's the burden of leadership. But
Yep.
it is what it is. And so, is our next guest here, Madeline?
Mhm.
All right. Well, we want to.
I do have another patient today.
I'm creeping a little bit here. We're at 12:34, but
Yeah.
we've got.
He's actually been here. He thought he was at 12.
Oh, are you
Sheriff
serious?
Dossie thought he was at 12, and I said,
Oh my
I hate
gosh.
to break it to you, but I think I'm at noon.
Man, we got to get him.
He's
we
down.
gotta get
He's
him
down
up
there with Jess. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, Ashley, I appreciate
you so much.
you, Fallon, the Aesthetic House team. And in fact, if you go on our Facebook page, which if you're watching right now, you obviously are, but you can click on videos. And we're also on YouTube today, but you can click on videos, and I'm sure it's still on there, Madeline, a video that we shot where I went in and got a facial.
Oh yeah.
Was that a hydrofacial? Is that what it was?
Hydrofacial.
I got a hydrofacial at Aesthetic House. Sarah hooked me up and did
She's
that.
amazing.
She is amazing. And I bought a gift certificate for my wife to come in after that. Is the sheriff out there? All right, have him come on in. And
There he
so
is.
great experience down there. Great
Yeah.
experience for
You're gonna have
anybody.
to come back for
My
another
daughter's
facial.
coming to see you because she's getting married in
Oh,
February, so she's been in
Yep.
to Aesthetic House, and
I got to meet her. She's a sweetheart.
she is, isn't she?
Very
She
sweet.
comes from good stock.
Beautiful.
She comes from good
She must
stock.
get that from her mom.
Yeah, of course she does. All right, Ashton, thank you for coming in and
Thank you.
absolutely
See you
spending
later.
time with us.
Oh.
All right, we're not. I had a good Thanksgiving, man. We actually, my wife had to work on Thanksgiving. She works down.
Was that the reason it was good? If you were by yourself?
No, I was not by myself. Well, in fact, so we had Thanksgiving a day early.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let's get this moved up here. Yeah. So we had Thanksgiving a day early on Wednesday, and then Thursday I was in here working.
Oh,
Just
wow.
came to
okay.
work. I don't know. I got bored. So I came to work, and it really, a lot of that work was just getting all of this set up. Look at all this stuff, right? To get all this set up to make this happen today. And but yeah, we had a great Thanksgiving.
Good.
It was good. So if you haven't noticed yet, we have former sheriff, Citrus County Sheriff Jeffrey Dossie here with us. Man, it's good to see you.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah. So appreciate you joining us today. We've had
My pleasure.
quite the list of dignitaries here.
I don't know how I got it.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen,
I'm one of the has-beens, you know.
listen, you were sheriff for 20
years.
20 years. Okay. I thought it was 20 years. You know, I was thinking about this the other day about when Phil ran for sheriff.
Mhm.
And I was on Phil's campaign team. and he asked me to come on, just like some messaging type stuff and whatnot. And we were talking about his campaign kickoff that he had out at M&B Dairy one night, and in his speech that he would give. And he asked me to help him out with that speech. And it was a little bit intimidating for me because I've never written anything or collaborated with somebody on comments like that, speech like that. And so it was late in the evening, probably about 10 p.m. And my mind just started, like ideas just started coming to me. And he talked a lot about technology in 2016. 2015 was the campaign, predominantly talking about technology and moving forward. And I thought about the fact that when you came in, it was 96.
I came in 97.
97?
Right.
So 96 election.
Yeah, we
and
would
you
like
take
Phil
office.
would have
yeah.
won in
Yep.
16, and then we would take an office in 17.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. So, and I remember including in those comments how much technology had progressed in that time. I mean, I didn't even see the internet. I had not even seen the internet yet. Well, no, I saw the internet for the first time in 1995.
Well, you know, when we came in office, computers weren't in the car. And, you know, computers now are like the cameras that the men and women carry now. Computers were the next generation of law enforcement, whereas you had information at your fingertips, and the importance of having that, and the importance of connectivity. And you could start seeing the evolution of the career field from non-technology into technology. I know that sounds, in this day and age, elementary, but back then it wasn't. Just trying to figure out how to connect those cars that are out on the streets in Ozella, in Old Homosassa, in Floral City, in Istachata. How do you connect them all together to whereas it is seamless to the depths and that the speed is there so that they're not endangering themselves? And, you know, one of the benefits that Phil, you know, as we talk to him, the office of sheriff, people don't realize, is truly their position. And what I mean by that, it's the people's office. We're elected to protect you. You give us the authority and the responsibility to safeguard yourself, your children, your grandchildren, and the immense responsibility of that. And how that comes about is you're out there with the people. You're connected with the people. And I think Phil would have been perfect for that. His personality was like very like mine. You know, you never met a stranger. You could go out there and you could talk with them. And more important, Phil would listen to them. And, you know, as technology was starting to evolve, Phil had left the career field at that time and was in a field that dealt with technology. And it was a seamless transition for him to go back in. He already knew how to be a cop, but now he was bringing the wealth of technology with him. So I think it would have been a wonderful asset to the career. It's too bad we didn't get to experience that.
Yes, absolutely. And you and I were two of I think probably 5 people that eulogized him at his service, and I will just never forget that. I stepping to that podium. I mean, you did a fantastic job, as you always have. I mean, you were sheriff and had so much more experience than that. It was a little intimidating for me.
It's intimidating for us too.
Yeah,
we just can hide it better.
It was it was really intimidating for me to stand at that podium at Seven Rivers. And part of the intimidation was I was very honored to be asked to do that. But there were people in the crowd that knew him much longer than I did. We did have a great relationship, but to honor a man like that in that way, that was a little intimidating. But man, when I got up there and started to speak, there was just a peace and a calmness that came over me. And I don't know when I've ever felt more comfortable. It was
most likely it probably came from your heart. And, you know, and all the speeches I gave, I never had anything formally written. All I had was subject that I would talk about. And then I would rely on just the ability to speak in public. And I would fill in all the spaces. And that's probably, you may have had something a little bit more formalized. And The nerves come from the fact, one is you don't want to let Phil down, and this is a great honor for you. And I think we all feel like that when you get up there.
Yeah, and I did write it out, man, word for word, and it's not something that I do now. I just make myself a couple bullet points and then fill in the gaps, like you say, whenever I talk. But
Yeah.
I certainly wrote that one out. In fact, I remember sitting at my desk the night before, just like, what am I going to talk about? And so I thought, I took a lot of video on that campaign. So let me go back and watch some of the video, some of Phil's own words, and find some inspiration there. And I did. He spoke at the Citrus County Auditorium one morning, and I took video of this, and he said, I'm going to do the right thing to the best of my ability until the day I die. And so I wrote down word for word what he said. And in my eulogy, I read those words, and I said, you might even call that a royal promise. And it was really cool to see after the fact how, like, April had made some dog tags and different things that had royal promise on it, and had Phil's words on it. And man, some of that stuff is down in my office right now. A campaign sign hanging on the wall, a picture of the banner that he signed for the Key Training Center when he went out to do the run. There's a picture of that. That dog tag, my campaign badge with my name on is down there. Just a special dude, man. We missed out on that one.
Yeah, I think he would have been a great transition from my administration into his. That you build on every administration. At least that's what you hope to do. I think Dave, who's our president, Sheriff Vincent, is building on his experience working for my organization, and not patting on the back that we did everything right, but that's really the goal. Is that when you leave office, you want to leave it better than you found it. And there's nothing wrong with that. And the person that was just there shouldn't feel like there's something wrong with it. That's what you do. Your time was here. Your time, hopefully you improved it from the prior administration. I took over for Charlie Dean, Terry Lacasse era. I brought in a different level of technology, brought in federal grants, and then Phil and now Dave, both of them, watched how that administration formed, and the good and the bad. You stay away from the bad, you excel on the good. And, I believe wholeheartedly that the man we have in there right now will be, and he was very good friends with Phil. So I don't think he'd feel bad if I said there's a great correlation between the two guys.
Oh, there's no question. Listen, I saw Dave with Phil's tie on. I recognized that tie that he had on. In fact, Dave was on our Sheriff Vincent was on our podcast here a couple months ago.
Nice.
And I brought that up to him. I said, I recognize that tie, and that tie has been passed around a couple of times to, like, Craig Dalton as well wore that tie for a picture. He was just a special guy for sure. So 20 years as sheriff here in Citrus County. Did it take a while after you left office to like decompress or anything? The reason why I ask is because when you're sheriff, you are, number one, like, your name changes.
Yeah, you're sheriff.
You're sheriff.
And
That's
even
that's
to
your
today, which I'm very blessed.
Yeah.
People call me sheriff to this day,
No,
which I take as a great honor.
I couldn't see myself. You're never going to hear me say, "Hey, Jeff, how you doing?" Like, that's not a thing. Like, you got a couple of years. You got a couple of years on me. You're a little older than me.
I probably got a lot more than
you got a
just a
couple years. I mean, just out of being polite and mannerly and
I
whatnot.
haven't
Being
figured out how I got to this chair from your chair, because I used to say the same thing. There is a transition that is seamless.
You might be firmly there. You might be firmly there. So I'm going to give you that respect anyways, because you're a few years ahead of me. But I do I greatly respect the work that you've done here in our community. There's moments, I don't know, that I remember. I remember you coming and speaking to the Anti-Drug Coalition years ago. And I remember you saying, I don't know why I remember this so well. I remember you saying Citrus County is a very different place after dark.
Yeah.
and like you always like leveled with everybody, honest, like this is the truth of the situation out there. It's not like we live like on the south side of Chicago or anything.
No,
We live in a
thank goodness.
great community, right? But
there's an element of danger
no
and
offense,
evil.
no offense to anyone
Yeah.
watching.
I mean, there's
from
an
the
element of evil and danger out there.
there is.
You know, you say Jerry Mulligan, who was a dear friend of mine, and we kid all the time. And, you know, Jerry, who was our publisher for a very long time, when I would get up in the morning and I would read the Chronicle, and if you said something that I disagreed with, I always left my house at 4:30 in the morning. That's when I left. I would call him. And I said, Jerry, you ruined my day. I'm not ruining yours.
You call him at 4:30 in the morning?
4:30 in the morning. I had his personal cell, and he saw my
Yeah.
phone number. He a lot of times would correlate why I was calling. Sometimes he would answer, sometimes he wasn't, because he didn't want to miss an important phone call from me. But you know, we talk about the office, and when Jerry and I used to talk, he says, you know, you never cut your budget, and your budget always goes up, and you're fortunate, and I was very fortunate and very humbled by the percentage that we won. And I told Jerry, I says, to your point, did you ever hear me tell the citizens I was going to cut the budget, or that I didn't need this money? Because I did. My responsibility, like I used to always tell the people, was you have empowered me to protect you and your family. If there's technology out there that I can bring in, if there is some special unit that I can establish that'll keep you safer, that's my responsibility to do it to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it is Giving Tuesday, and we've already mentioned one nonprofit, the Key Training Center. That was really close to Phil's heart. And if you're watching right now today and you want to make a contribution to the Key Training Center, I'm sure you can go to their website. I don't have it handy right now, but you can find the Key Training Center easily on Google. Then go there, donate to them. Or you can call our office and make a contribution. Tell us that you want it to go to the Key, and we can certainly make that happen as well. Great nonprofit. When I think about you, though, there's one nonprofit that ultimately always comes to mind.
Yep.
And that's Jesse's Place.
Yes.
And do you look at that terrible situation? Well, how do you look at it? Because I could make some assumptions about it, but Sheriff, I'll never forget where I was when I saw that story. You know, the dirt bike program, of course, that I
Yes,
ran, Filter. Right. I came and talked to you early
several
on.
times. Yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, came to EOC and shared with all of the sheriff's office command staff, all the brasses, I would say, about that, because I really wanted support from you on that, and you gave that to me. And in fact,
it was a great
when I left that meeting at EOC, I got about 20-30 feet from the door out into the parking lot, and I heard the door open behind me, and I turned around. Phil Royal was chasing me down to tell me what a great job I did presenting that day, and what a great program that would be, just again to his character. But when I was starting that, I had to get trained to be a dirt bike instructor, and I did that in Alpharetta, Georgia. And I'm in the lobby of a hotel eating breakfast before going to the training site, and on the television is the story of Jessica Lunsford. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? And I'm all the way up in Alpharetta, Georgia. Just one of those moments I'll never forget. If you look at the 20 years that you were at the sheriff's office in the role of the sheriff, of course you were there longer, is that like a key moment, defining moment that you kind of look back at that case?
Well, it is a moment that will live with you as it does with me, and probably several of my employees, and the executive director of Jesse's Place, Melissa. It lives with you day in and day out. Okay. It is a horrific case. And we were well trained. I had sent people to Alexandria, Virginia, to the Missing and Exploited Children Center. I had been there. I'm trying to think. The superintendent of schools was there. We had sent numerous people there so that we understood when this happened, you had to do X, Y, and Z. And anybody can second guess, and not everybody knows every little element of what occurred and how it went about. But this is one thing you learn to live with, that even if you do everything well or marginally well, the outcome may not be what you're hoping for it to be.
That's life.
Yeah.
That's the nature of humanity.
Yeah. And when you deal with some of the elements we were dealing with and the type of people that we were dealing with in that particular case, John Cooey and his sister, and just that house of horrors that were across the street that nobody ever knew was a house of horrors that was going on. It's just something that, a case that defines you as a person. As you can see, I don't stutter normally or have trouble finding words, but in this particular case, I do, because Jesse lives with me. We have the medallion that we made, and it's on my wife's dresser in our bedroom. That's been there ever since we had those made up. And I've been out of office 20 years, and that was in the early 2000s. And, it's one of those defining cases in your career.
Yeah. I'm sure anyone who serves long enough as you did is going to have some case that sticks with them to some degree, especially in the role of sheriff. I'm sure.
You lose an officer on a line of duty, you'll have a shooting. It just prioritizes in your background as to what the horrific things you've seen, and we're not asking for anybody's sympathy, of course, because that's the career field that we took. But it is just something that lives with you day in and day out. And Jesse's the case. I mean, I look back, people, would always question, why didn't you use bloodhounds? I said, well, I used all kinds of bloodhounds. Not many people know there's bloodhounds that are just specific for nighttime that we brought in to work, and they didn't work. It was just a calamity from the aspect of the technology and the things that were supposed to work just didn't lead us in the right path.
Well, listen, I recently had the opportunity to go down to Polk County and interview Grady recently, Sheriff Grady Judd, and that was a fun experience. And for him, it seems obvious that one of those moments was the loss of a deputy, and I think it was a situation where he was asked, why'd you shoot him 68 times? And his classic answer that sort of propelled him into social media fame anyway was because we ran out of bullets. Yeah. Him talk about losing that deputy. Gosh, I wish I could remember his last name right now, but his first name was Matthew, and the impact that had on him. It's not, I don't know. It's not a sympathy evoking thing for me, right? It's a gratitude thing, because somebody has to bear the weight of those burdens, and you freely chose to bear that weight, to be sheriff, and I gotta think that it would take a while to decompress when you retire, because you're always on as sheriff. There's not a moment where you're not sheriff.
5 minutes before the swearing in, your phone is ringing, and 5 minutes after it's not. It's kind of funny. And Gail and I, we went away for a couple of days, went over to Orlando and did the Mickey Mouse thing. Well, not really. We just went over to Orlando, some of our favorite spots over there, and just kind of like relaxed and kicked our feet up. But, it's funny. And I was very fortunate because a lot of people trusted our organization, my leadership team, not me, but my leadership team, because the sheriff's office that's today is different than it is when I was in office. We were really more of a public safety entity. We were able to consolidate both police departments into us,
and fire
service came with us. We ran the academy for the superintendent, even though it was under her reign. She gave us the affordability. We had emergency management, we had animal control, we had the 911 center. So there was a large amount of responsibility that looked different than it does now. good, bad, or indifferent. I'm one of those guys that believes that consolidation is a very effective way in certain communities to be more efficient and more effective with the tax dollars, but also with the way the operation is. That being said, when you say decompressed, we were approached prior to our fifth term ending whether or not we'd run again, and my answer was absolutely no. I was tired. I was beat. I was ready to leave, and I always promised myself I wouldn't stay any longer than I had to, from the aspect of enjoying it. And once I didn't have that thrill, I mean, like I said, I would leave at 4:30 in the morning and come home later on that evening. So yeah, I would say decompressing, maybe just recharging.
Mhm.
It took quite a while to recharge. And I tell the sisters that are watching that, when you hear me talk about that, by no means am I complaining. I truly enjoyed that immense responsibility I had. It was one of the greatest things besides my children and my wife. Probably the greatest part of my life was being the sheriff of this community.
Yeah, and you say that the community trusted not you, but your command staff. No, we trusted you too.
Yeah, maybe just a little.
We
bit.
know we did. Listen, if you wanted to be sheriff for that extra term, you would have been. There's no listen. I remember during campaigns when you would come in and you're in that sheriff uniform, and then you've got your competitor that's that's sitting there, maybe in a sport coat or whatever, and I'm like, no, it's clear who the sheriff is. Like you don't stand a chance, buddy. You don't even stand a chance right now. I don't even know why you're doing this right now, because you listen, man. You looked the part. You sounded the part. I think you had the confidence of this community for sure. I mean, you had mine. I'm not just saying that because you're sitting here. I mean, you did.
Well, I just want to reflect on somebody that's in office right now, Craig Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
So Craig and I, Craig worked in my administration for years, and his lovely wife also was within our organization. So we take some of the pride that he's in office right now. And Craig had the honor to run unopposed. I had the honor to run unopposed my first reelection. I told him that is the only way to run for reelection is unopposed. It is truly the blessing.
Well, Craig's one of those guys that definitely has the support and confidence of the community as well. I've never seen someone raise so much campaign funds so quickly. If you paid attention to that last election.
I told him I refused to give him any money until somebody came out against him.
There you go. That's a good strategy, I think. But we mentioned Jesse's place, and Melissa will be in here early or later on today. Melissa's going to be in here at 3:30.
She does a great job.
She does, and man, their future is bright. They're doing some stuff right now. They're going to be doing some expansion and whatnot, some building and whatnot.
But isn't that a terrible thing?
Well, it is. Yes. I mean, if you have to have that type of thing, and unfortunately in the broken world we live in, you have to, but if you're going to have somebody at the helm of that, then that's a great person to have at the helm of it. So
Barnard, she was my selection, and she has exceeded, and I tell her that all the time. If expectation is a good word, she has exceeded my expectations as to where she would develop to and where she would take Jesse's place.
Yeah, she's done a great job. Well, listen, our next guest is here, and I think
I'm ready to get off the hot seat. How about you? Ready to get on?
Yeah, the hot seat here. It's you see the temperature? Are you cold?
Yeah. No, I'm really nice. If anybody noticed anything, this is gray, but there's also some frost now in it. It's nice.
It's 64 degrees in here right now, according to that. Oh, that's not reliable. Did you see that, Sheriff? It just jumped up to 66 really quick. That's at 65.
What's the 41, 43? That's where I think where we're
at. That is, that's seconds.
Okay.
Yes. So we have a very fancy clock sitting here. If you ever see the clock advertisements on TikTok or Facebook Reels or digital shorts or whatever on YouTube, you'll undoubtedly see an ad for that clock right there. And so I ordered it just for today,
Nice.
so I could keep myself on track. So Madeline said to me the other day, we need a clock upstairs. I'm like, sis, you need to go upstairs and look. I already took care of that. I'm on top of things. Nothing gets by me. So it is saying it's 64 degrees in here right now. But listen, this is about my comfort here today. Man, I'm in this chair for 12
long time.
hours. 12
Long time.
hours.
And to go along with anybody that would like to donate, Key Training Center. There's so many great charitable organizations out here. But if you want to feel really good about yourself that you're helping a child that is in the worst particular situation of their life, Jesse's Place is truly the facility to donate to, because they truly are the caretaker that embraces that child and works that child all the way through the judicial system, which is a scary place for adults. You can only imagine when you're 5, 6 years of age and the most horrific thing that's ever happened to you, being sexually assaulted or abused, has happened to you. And then you're now thrust in front of a group of strangers. And Melissa minimizes the damage to those children as much as she can. And she's truly a special person. We're lucky to have her in their position.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, we're lucky to have you as sheriff for so long, and lucky to still have you in our community doing good
Thanks.
stuff. You're doing good stuff right now that we didn't even get into today,
Right.
with some
Doing
reentry
some-
stuff.
Yeah,
and whatnot.
reentry stuff I'm working
Would
on.
would you be willing to come back
Sure,
sometime?
I'd love
And
to.
we'll do just a
Can we have
regular
it like maybe at
podcast.
68 degrees?
Well,
here,
we
just
can
in
make-
case
we'll make that happen. We can make that happen.
Hey, it's old people. We have to have blankets and stuff,
Yeah, your skin kind of that. Listen, I'm getting there too, but yeah, we'll do that. That'd be
I'd
a
love
lot of
to.
fun. I think we
It'd be
could.
a lot of
I
fun.
think we could yuck it up for a while,
Yep.
and I do want to hear about some of the reentry efforts and whatnot. You're still doing
We're
great
moving
stuff
along.
out there.
We're moving along.
for sure.
Doing mental health and some drug stuff right now for people going
Yeah.
back into the community.
Yeah, Sheriff, I appreciate
Hey,
you.
it was my
man.
pleasure. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thanks for
Take care.
joining us. It's an honor. Yeah, bring that over to where it's just like a fist away is what people say. That's the way to do it.
Good.
There you go.
Yeah, all right.
Madeline will let you know if she can't hear you, but you
All right.
just speak loud. Speak like you speak to them girls down there if they acting up in the hallways.
Oh, they never act up.
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
No.
I'm sure they don't. All right. So, welcome back, everybody. We are joined now by Angela Kennedy from Pace Center for Girls. And I will say this: I was happy with Madeline, with you putting up that picture of the dogs that said, what was it? What was the last one you put up? We're grabbing a quick, stay tuned. We need a quick snack because like the last 4 transitions, Madeline, you've put up the other one. Put up the other one. Where is it? Yeah, that's the one you keep putting up. Folks, I want
They
to,
look super cute there.
well, they do look really cute right there, but folks, I assure you that I have not pottied 6 times today so far. If so, I would have some issues that would need to be addressed. But yeah, I did grab a quick snack though. It's a long day. It's a long day. It's already.
You do have a long
This
day.
is going pretty quickly though. I do feel like we have on the wall, as you can see back there, Angela, we have the schedule for the day. We have that on 2 sheets, and so we have transitioned over to the second one. And up next at 1:30, so this will be a hard break for sure. At 1:30 is Melissa Nelson, our state president of United Way of Florida. But we're glad that you would be here today to join in on the fun. It's Giving Tuesday.
Yes, it
It's
is.
that giving time of year
Mhm.
as well. So many nonprofits. I'm sure Pace is no different. This is the time of year where a good part of our budget comes in, right?
Right.
It's the giving season. I don't, some of it might be just people getting their last contributions made before the end of the year for taxes or whatnot. But I think it's probably just more just the giving season. And so we're happy to have you here. And maybe some folks will be inspired to give to Pace Center for Girls today as
Absolutely.
well. Y'all do really great work down there.
Appreciate that.
And so tell us a little bit about Pace for those that don't know. This is the challenge for all of us, by the way, for people
Okay.
to know what we do.
Right, exactly.
Right. And so many nonprofits out there, we struggle with that.
Mhm.
And so there's certainly people in the community that are not sure what Pace is all about.
Absolutely.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. So, Pace Center for Girls Citrus opened in 2019. We are part of a statewide network of Pace Centers for Girls. It actually started in 1985 in Jacksonville with just 10 girls. And in the 40 years since, January will actually be 41 years, over 40,000 girls have been served statewide. But we've been here in Citrus since 2019, and we serve girls age 11 through 17, grades 6 through 12. We're a social services program, but we also offer full academics. The girls that come to our program, it's totally voluntary. They typically have had some mental health challenges. We know that still to this day, 1 in 3 girls are reporting nationally that they are having some challenges with their mental health. So our mission at Pace is to provide an opportunity for girls and young women to have a better future through education, counseling, training, and advocacy. We have a full complement of social services on site. The girls see their counselors every 2 weeks. Outside services come in. A lot of the girls that we serve are also clients of Jesse's Place. So you can imagine, the population that we serve. But our girls are ready to make a change. They're ready to break some generational cycles. We also have incredible family support. The girls that are at our center. So it's a wonderful feeling to have 50 girls and their families who are ready to do what they need to do to break those cycles and to have a brighter future. And that's what we work on every day.
What is it typically? And there may not be an answer to this when I say typically, but it's voluntary.
It absolutely is.
So there's a decision that's been made
Mhm.
that now's the time
Mhm.
to make some changes. And change is a process, not an event.
Right.
An event is a miracle, right?
Mhm.
And so we don't see a whole lot of miracles as it relates to behavior change.
Mhm.
What we see is a process.
Mhm.
And oftentimes that near the beginning of that process is that decision that's made that I'm going to make my life better. Now,
Yes.
before that, there's other stages of change, like that ambivalent stage where someone's just like, I kind of want to change, but I don't really want to change. And, just people are sorting that type of stuff out.
Mhm.
But in order for people to change, they got to make that decision. But oftentimes when they do make that decision, they start to change.
Mhm.
If they experience a little bit of a setback, you can see someone drawing back and being like, I really don't want to do this. And I'm sure that you see a lot of that. And I'm sure that's where a lot of the support comes in from the counselors and whatnot. What you said there, for a person who's been in that world for 25 years,
Mhm.
you said a lot of stuff right there that piques my interest. And I recognize a lot of that. Am I making sense? I mean, are those girls coming to that decision on their own?
Yes.
And what does that normally look like?
So we get referrals for girls from multiple sources. The largest referral source is the school district. The school district in Citrus County is phenomenal. They are an incredible partner. But we get referrals from everywhere. And a lot of times it's a self-referral from a family. So the girl will come in for a tour, but when she learns about the program and she learns that it's her decision, she has to be ready to make that change. Is she ready to embrace that philosophy that we have, that every girl deserves to live a life defined by serenity, dignity, and grace? If she's not ready, then the PACE program won't work for her. So she has to make that decision. And it's pretty powerful to see an 11-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old make a decision like that. And like you said, sometimes after, they've made that decision, it's like, oh, I don't know. But that's why we're there. The safety net, the social services goals that are in place, and having so many staff there to hold her up, lift her up, and also her peers who have been working the program a little bit longer, because they really do form a sisterhood to support each other in their personal journeys. But
Mhm.
sure, there's going to be a little backsliding, but it's so powerful that, I know you've never been a preteen or teenage girl, but I was, and I raised two. It's pretty powerful for them to make a decision at that age and see it through. That's to be applauded. That's very, very brave.
Yeah. You said 1 in 3 girls nationally are reporting some mental health
Concerns.
What is it? What's causing that?
I think that if anyone really had the answer to that, we could probably put it in a book, package it up, and sell it if we knew the answer to the mental health crisis. There are so many factors going on, but we know we can only look right now, right here in Citrus County. We know what's happening in our community. We know about the poverty levels. We know that there's, not for lack of trying, but there's a lack of resources. No matter how much we try, there's so much need, and there's only so much to go around. And I think it might sound cliche, but social media is you cannot get away. When we were kids, once we left school, if somebody was, bothering someone else, you didn't have to worry about it till you went back. You can't get away from it now. It's and if, parents take your phone away, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's so pervasive. It's everywhere. You literally cannot escape that. And let's be honest, kids can sometimes not be the nicest to each other. So
I do think that social media has had a particular negative impact on young girls
Yeah.
in our culture.
Mhm.
for sure. I mean, there's do you remember, like, when we were younger, you would see, whenever we're talking about women and girls and issues and whatnot, it was common to see people talking about, well, look at the magazines and the magazine rack in the grocery store,
Right.
all this comparing yourself to this person that's on the cover of Vogue or Cosmo now, and just identity issues and measuring up and that sort of thing. And that was like a magazine rack that you could just pass by and not look at. But like you said, this is something that's ubiquitous. It's always there. It's always in the face of our young women, and it now young men are really, really struggling right now as well. A great book, the title, Scott Galloway, his book just came out talking about the struggle that men are having, and young men in particular. I don't know. Everyone's just sort of feeling it, and I do think social media has a huge role.
Oh,
all
absolutely,
of that.
absolutely. And I think you see it too, not just with the, with young women, but I think really any age. I mean, I know I'm guilty of doing the same thing. How, scrolling through social media or something mindlessly, and definitely making comparisons, body type, career, whatever it is. So it's just it's so much a part of our daily lives now. So making that conscious decision to turn that off, that's not a thought that's productive to me. I'm not making any kind of personal growth for me by making that comparison. So I have to make that conscious decision. And we work, with our girls, teaching our girls and modeling for them how to best do that, but understand that they're in good company. Everyone struggles with those things. Everyone. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's something we can work on together. We can all support each other. We always have room for growth.
What does a typical day look like for a young woman at Pace?
So she'll come in usually on the school bus, because we have a wonderful, again, I can't say it more, partnership with the school district. So she'll come in on the school bus. She'll go have breakfast. And then she has her full complement of classes. We have all certified, Florida State certified teachers. And she will usually see her kid. Like I said, she'll see her counselor every 2 weeks. And then we also do group sessions. We have a lot of guest speakers that come in, and we do a lot through our one major elective, which is Pace wide. It's called Spirited Girls. It's like a life skills and career exploration is huge in that class, personal finance and things of that nature. Also substance use education through that class. So she usually has a lot of opportunities to meet women who have had similar backgrounds and have now found success in the community, to come in, and they'll share their stories with them. And then 2:20, she gets on the bus and goes home. The big difference, besides the social services piece, is we are a non-punitive facility. There's not OSS, ISS. If there's some sort of a behavior, which it's rare, but there's a cause for that behavior. So instead of, like, I'm the executive director, not necessarily the principal. Instead of me going in and, they come to Miss Angela's office, it's, you need to speak with your counselor. Let's see what's going on. Let's see the why, and let's work on what are the strategies we're going to use to not have that reaction again, so that we see that improvement. And then we celebrate those improvements as she moves forward. And then the other big difference is our girls have 230 academic days. So we do go year round.
Yeah, big difference. Does that ever dissuade anyone from participating in?
Not really.
Doesn't-
Not really.
doesn't
I mean,
sound like it.
during the summer, there's a little little grumbling. I mean, my friends don't have school, but we offer electives during that third semester that are, we ask the girls, what courses would you really like to take to maybe get a little bit ahead, earn a couple extra high school credits. So this past summer we did photography. They had an agri-science class of gardening. And then we also had some credit recovery options for girls. So we see a little bit, but we try and make it fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if any of those girls are interested in the podcasting world, get a couple of them together and start your Pace Citrus podcast. You can come right here and use all
there
this
we go. We
fancy
can
equipment and
come right down the road.
do
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
positive social media like
Yeah.
what we're doing today here for 12 hours.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So before you know it, they'd be teaching us probably
Most likely.
what to do.
They're wonderful at that. I'll tell you, we take them every year. Pace Day at the Capitol. We go to Tallahassee. We're going this February. The girls get to participate in a mock session on the Senate floor. They have an opportunity to meet one-on-one with our lawmakers, and they ask some tough questions. They're very good, but they are incredible at self-advocating. So we'll be spending some time in February up in Tallahassee with a few of our girls, and I've been pretty impressed on some of the things that they've asked in years past.
Yeah, I'm
They're
sure
very good.
Representative Grow and our
Oh, he's
new
fantastic.
senator
Mhm.
will. I bet they enjoy those
Oh,
opportunities when you all
absolutely.
come up there.
They do.
They have
Yeah.
to. It always makes for great social media as well. I love seeing
Right.
the girls up there. It's got to be really empowering.
It is. And that's what we're all about, empowering.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you all do a fundraiser, a breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
and we went to the last one, and it was absolutely fantastic, and love hearing from the girls.
Yeah.
They get up there and they talk, and you're like, oh my gosh, I think public speaking like ranks right behind snakes and spiders in terms of people's fears that they
Yeah.
have generally. And these girls get up and talk and do an amazing job. And, it reminds me of the girls at Camping Inihasi, another great girls program in our community. I worked for Eckerd for 3 years. My wife worked at Camping Inihasi for many years, probably about 14 years or so. Our kids grew up rambling through those woods out there. And, our young women, whether they get into Inihasi or they go to Pace, they just thrive, and they just impress you so much. And it just seems to me it's about getting into the right environment, getting that support that they need, to just have those great attributes that they have, just to call those forth, and those are great environments to do it. Those girls are always impressive.
They really are. I mean, like I said, there's so much bravery when you see our young ladies, 14, 15 years old, get up and speak to a room full of adults. That's intimidating for many people. And the girls will get up and they will tell their story. And some of the things that, they share will bring a grown man to his knees. And here she is just thriving. And every time that she's speaking, she says, I learned this, I learned who I am, and I learned to advocate for myself and for other girls like me because of my time at Pace. And, it's so important that each girl has a trusted adult at the center. We maintain a very small ratio. It's classrooms are 14-1. But we have 3 counselors as well as our 5 teachers. And we make sure that every girl has at least that one person that she's comfortable with, that she can go to. But that's one of our biggest struggles, is making sure that we have enough adults to provide that safety net for our girls, for that continuity of the program, to really, really make her successful. And that's where the support of our donors comes in. The support of our board is just phenomenal.
Yeah. All right, Madeline, can you pull up the Pace Center website? There it is
Yeah.
on the screen. That's a good looking website.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, I don't know who you had do that, but I
So
need
that
to,
would be national office.
I need to talk to them.
Are you on the Citrus? No, that's not. You're on the main site. So if you go up to the top or locations right there is fine too. And you can type in Citrus. You should be able to click on it. There are multiple ways to get to. Here we go. There's
There
our
you go.
homepage. And on our Pace Citrus page, it gives you in the purple box to the right, gives you some information. There's a picture there. Sanja from Nature Coast Ministries.
Oh, cool.
We
Who's
have
here
a
earlier
wonderful,
today?
we have a
Yeah.
wonderful partnership. But some fast facts about our center and then, supporting our center information is right there to people can donate right there.
Awesome.
Whether in, one time or a reoccurring gift is so appreciated. And then we also do, in addition to our big fundraiser, which this year our board is planning a phenomenal dinner gala. So stay tuned for
good.
some information. We do some restaurant nights too. In fact, tomorrow night, Texas Roadhouse, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow, 10% of sales with the flyer. Madeline has a flyer. It's on the Pace Citrus
There it
Facebook
is.
page, and there's some copies downstairs for you and your staff. Present the flyer tomorrow, and 10% of sales come to Pace Center.
I just met the managing partner over there,
Mhm.
and David and Aaron,
Mhm.
married couple, and they came in, brought us some vouchers last week for some
Yes.
meals to give to veterans, which was
Mhm.
just so appreciated. We always say at United Way that United is the way. That is how we make great things happen in our community,
Mhm.
and we love Pace Center for Girls, and
And we love United Way.
we've been so pleased to be able to make contributions to you all
Yes.
in the past and show up for breakfasts, and I'll look forward to the gala that you're going to throw, and and listen, you got Tiara out there. Listen,
I
I've known
know.
Tiara since she was in middle school. She's like,
Uh-huh.
I love Tiara. She's like a little
Yes.
sister to me. And you got good people out there,
Yes, we do.
good organization, doing good work for
Mhm.
kids in our community. And we're happy to
Yeah.
stand alongside of you and do that.
Thank you. We
And,
appreciate you.
so if you want to make a contribution to Pace Center for Girls and Citrus, Madeline just showed you how to navigate to get to their website, make that contribution. And again, you can always make contributions by picking up the telephone right now, dialing the number at the bottom of the screen that's scrolling. Jen will answer that phone call. We want you to give to United Way today. We want you to also give to community partners like Pace Center for Girls. So you can always direct those contributions to Pace, even when you call us or go on our website and click that donate button. So I'm proud of the work that y'all are doing down there.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing it. Y'all do a great job.
So do you.
So, all right. Well, we appreciate it.
All right.
All right. So she's already on here now. She has joined us virtually. We have our next guest, and we're going to say goodbye to Angela.
Yes. Thank you.
And go warm up, Angela. It's now my thermometer now is saying it's 62 degrees in here. But we have joining us, and what an honor it truly is, the president and CEO of United Way of Florida, our state United Way network leader here, and that is Melissa Nelson. And Madeline, I think it would be great if you just put this on the wide shot and you just came over here and joined me for this segment. Okay, so Melissa, she's looking at me like I'm crazy right now, so maybe she doesn't want to be on camera. But Melissa, thank you for joining us.
I am so glad to be here today with you virtually. I really, really wanted to be there with you in person, but the stars did not align. So especially now that I'm looking at that set and I know you've got it chilly enough to be a Florida Christmas in there.
Yes, it is. Now the digital thermometer is saying 61 degrees in here. Uh, Melissa, I am a heater. I have ever since I was little. Yeah, I have always been someone who's always hot all of the time, and because today I'm going to sit here for 12 hours, I'm just making it as comfortable as I can. And right now it's in the low 60s, and so it is what
So,
it is.
as someone that's always been cold, maybe it's a good thing the stars did not align. People shake my hand and they'll say, "Oh, so cold." And you know, the saying is cold hands, warm heart. I like
Yes.
to throw everybody off balance by saying cold hand, cold heart. But, that's really not true.
Well, there has been a couple moments where if people were really noticing, if they could see that I put my hands underneath my legs here to warm them up. My hands are not the warmest, but it is what it is. And listen, if you're watching right now live, thank you for doing so. And you see the scroll at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to contribute today, we are doing a 12-hour live broadcast. 12 hours is all we get on Facebook. They'll kick us off after 12 hours. So it is what it is. Part of keeping it cool in here also is making sure that these cameras don't overheat and just quit working. That's a whole other issue, and we're doing good so far. We do have some backup webcams in place if we had to, but things are going quite well. We've made it to 1:30. And we've got quite a few more guests to go, but this is going really great so far, and we are honored that you would join us. You have visited Citrus County
I have.
a number of times, just even to visit us here at our United Way, and then along with the Chamber of Commerce, we hosted earlier this year in April an Alice town hall at the YMCA, and we were fortunate to have you join us and speak to us, and also Mark Wilson, the chamber president and CEO of the Florida Chamber, was here as well. And so
It was
yeah,
a
for a
great
small
event.
town like we have, a great honor to have you all.
Well, it was a great event, and we were happy. I'm going to sing George and Madeline's praises here at our quarterly Board of Governors meeting, where our Board of Governors and our CEOs come together. We made George share because that was such a great example of ways that we can interact with our community. And the way we're stronger is when we share what works. And that's my favorite part of my job, is getting out and visiting our 28 United Ways that serve all 67 counties in the state of Florida, and bringing ideas from your United Way to another United Way, and then that United Way to the next. Everybody's hyper local, but we're all working in the same space. So why not share ideas, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. And, I mentioned that earlier today, that there's 28 United Ways serving all 67 counties. That obviously looks different depending on where you're at, because obviously you can do the math. Our United Way is one of those where we just serve this county alone. So you go one county south, there's United Way of Hernando County. Then below that, you got United Way Pasco County. Below that, you get into United Way Suncoast, which, Melissa, they serve what, 5 counties? Is that right?
They serve 4, maybe
4.
5.
Okay.
I'd have to count. When you get into some of the more populated areas and those county lines blur, it makes a lot of sense to do a region, which they've done in the greater St. Pete, Tampa, Sarasota area, but and Jacksonville as well, the Northeast Florida area. They serve Clay, Nassau, Duval. But when you're really dense, like in South Florida, we have United Way of Miami, which serves that area, just that county alone. But then we have Broward serving just Broward, and Palm Beach serving just Palm Beach. So our largest United Way county-wise is United Way of the Big Bend, which is the Tallahassee area. It's so rural around Tallahassee. that those counties are all serviced out of the greater Tallahassee area. So that's our largest number, but not our largest population. So it's what works in each community. I use that word hyper local over and over when I'm addressing the work we do, because everything we do is based in the community or communities that we serve.
Yeah, and that's why I brought that up. Is that you mentioned hyper local? One of the strengths of United Way, just as a network, even outside the bounds of Florida, right, is that United Way is that hyper local agency in a county. And I don't know, I don't know what it would be like. I was new to United Way when I came to United Way of Citrus County 3.5 years ago. It's hard to believe I'm saying 3.5 years ago, Melissa.
I know.
And it has been 3.5 years. And but we truly are hyper local, serving just this county. And what do we mean by hyper local? Well, we are connected to so many nonprofits. That's on full display today. We also are. It's on full display today that we are connected with key leaders and decision makers in our community. We have access to great data in the form of Alice, the Alice report, and other data that we have as well. We know what the issues are in Citrus County and other respective counties. United Ways know their counties; they know the issues. Somebody could say, well, we all know what the issues are, and start ticking stuff off. It's housing, it's this, it's that, the other thing. But it's not just that we know the issues. We know them at a granular level, I would say. And we also have the relationships that we can pull people together to really leverage the different aspects of our agencies to make some real change. I've mentioned it once today,
holistic perspective.
Yes, because I believe progress moves at the speed of relationships. That's how stuff gets done. And so do I. From still a relative newbie at United Way to someone who's much more seasoned than me, am I capturing the hyper local sort of ethos here? Am I on track?
I think so. And I'm going to tell you a phrase I heard at a meeting that I was at with my counterparts just a couple of weeks ago, and I loved it. And I said, I can't wait to share this. United Ways are the invisible infrastructure. We're so busy doing our work that often we're not promoting the work that we're doing. So in many ways, people don't understand the breadth and the depth of the work that we're doing. But we're that invisible infrastructure. And when I was in your position, before I was at the state, I remember having a conversation. I was actually at an annual meeting for one of our partners. And the explanation is, and that's why I said holistic, we could have, your last gift was from PACE. So you could have one of those girls that has an issue, but frequently there are more than one issues, or there may be issues that have to do with the family or the work environment, or there's so many different places. So you can't just address one issue. And that's where United Way really, really sets the bar in regards to what we're doing in communities. And because of our structure, 24/7, 365 days a year, United Way is doing our work. And I did used to like to say, and I still do, that, we don't ever take a year off. We don't say, it's not a good year to do a campaign, or, it's not a good year to address that issue. Let's hit pause and focus on this. United Way never does that. We just never do that. Every year we say, we're going to go out, we're going to do our work. We're going to raise the money for our partners to do their work. We're going to figure out what are the most pressing issues in our community, and then we're going to huddle up and figure out how to address them. And that's what I mean by invisible infrastructure.
Yeah, and it's so true. Like your point there resonates with me so much. And, I've mentioned it a couple of times today. Earlier in the day, our second guest was County Commissioner Jeff Kennard, and we were talking about this, the work that we're doing for to help people recover from Helene and Milton, our long-term recovery group. And I think we haven't had an opportunity to talk about. I missed the last quarterly meeting.
Yes, you did.
And I'm hoping I don't have to miss. I'm hoping I don't have to miss our legislative days in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
But that's in February, and my daughter gets married on February 7th. I told Beth I'm going to try to make it, but we'll see what happens. I'm cutting it really close. So we'll see how wedding
I
prep
don't know.
is.
Family
So,
always first, George. Family
yes,
always
for
first.
sure. But so we haven't had a whole lot of time to discuss our progress that we made in our long-term recovery group. And we have now a grant that was provided to us by the American Red Cross. And that's really helped us go to the next level with our long-term recovery efforts here in Citrus County. But if you look at a storm, what really makes a big splash is the initial relief efforts. Everyone sees it. It's so needed. Agencies and people, businesses, everyone just bands together in that time. And then there gets to be a point where if you're just looking around, didn't know any better, you'd think, well, that's over. We've weathered the storm. It's over. But in communities like ours and across the state, there are still long-term recovery efforts that are happening. And we're still helping people navigate that system of FEMA and insurance, and how do you meet your needs after you're not made whole from all of those efforts, and how do you navigate Elevate Florida and this program and that one. And so we're doing that work right now, and so many other United Ways are doing that work. But to the point that you made, a lot of people don't see that, and it can feel like just another insurmountable task among all that we already have on our plate. LTRG is just one of many things that we do. It feels like one other big task to make sure that we're out there communicating that to everyone so that they know what we're doing. And we've got a little ways to go when it comes to that, and kind of tooting our own horn. But hey, today we've been able to do that. So thank goodness for 12-hour Facebook Live events like this. So I get the sense we're not having those struggles all on our own, Melissa.
No, I would tell you of our 28 United Ways, there are 20 that are currently the fiscal agent, the lead, or housing the long-term recovery effort in their communities. Last year, not this year, thank God, but last year with all of our major storms so close back to back, basically like 60 out of 67 counties in Florida were designated at the full level for individual assistance. And because of that, United Ways really had to step up. And we always have, but that number of United Ways at the same time probably was record breaking. It's certainly in our historical documents, it's record breaking. I mean, I look back, I'm, lifetime Floridian. I look back, the year of Charlie was probably the closest, but it is that was a long time ago. That was 21 years ago. But so our United Ways are continuing to be in that space. And it makes a lot of sense because remember that phrase I used, we always are addressing the most pressing needs in our community, and we're always here 24/7. So during a storm, when we have so many great partners from outside the state that flood the state, that come in and help and mutt and gut, and they help restore power lines, and they help hand out food. All of that is great, and it's needed in the moment, and we couldn't do our work without them, but they pack up and leave. United Way in our community is who is here for the long haul. And George, you've heard I heard me say it a million times. Responding to a disaster is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And so, years out, we're still rebuilding, we're still helping families. So you might have a family that had a nest egg, but it took all of that nest egg for them to recover. And that's when something else happens, right? And that's when they need our assistance. It's still related to the storm, but it's not immediate. Or it could be that their insurance didn't cover everything. Or it could be that there was a problem that was undiagnosed. Maybe all the mold wasn't found and there was construction that had to happen afterwards. There's so many things that our long-term recovery efforts do. And long-term recovery is truly something that no one organization can do on their own. It has to be a community effort. We all have resources. I know I sat around that unmet needs table so many times, week after week, after Hurricane Matthew, after Hurricane Irma in my own community. And, that was only the beginning, right? So, United Ways are there. We're not known for being in the disaster space like Red Cross, but we are sure in the disaster space. And that's why I said we're invisible infrastructure. When those groups come in and they're ready to muck and gut and they need to know where they can set up camp, they call United Way. When they need supplies and they need to get them on the ground where they're working, they call United Way. When they're in need of additional bodies and volunteers, they call United Way. And so we're really part of it, but it's not something we're trumpeting.
Yeah, it reminds me of when we had our conference over in Orlando last summer. There was a gentleman from United Way up in the Pacific Northwest, and I'll never forget how he characterized United Way. He said, "We are scrappy gap fillers."
Yeah,
I loved that. I wrote that down, and in fact, yesterday I made mention of that in a meeting that I was in with some community leaders, talking about the issue of generational poverty and whatnot in our community, and how we can affect some real tangible change there. And in so many ways, our United Way is that scrappy gap filler. So even talking yesterday, knowing our community, we fill in the gaps when it comes to Christmas gifts, right? There's some agencies in particular. We'll have RJ on later today from our Family Resource Center here. That is the hub of Christmas, and there's no need for our United Way to jump in that lane that RJ's in. But if there's a gap to be filled in his efforts, we are ready to jump in there, whether that's volunteers or they need us to make an allocation to help them out. We're going to be there to fill in those gaps. And I think that's part of the proposition even to donors that might see this today, and you're thinking about, well, I don't know every agency in the community. I don't know who's reputable. I don't know who's doing what. Is there just a bunch of duplication going on, or is where's my money going to go here or there? That's part of our value proposition at United Way, is that we have those relationships. It's not that uncommon to get a call and have someone ask me. I'm thinking of a person in our community right now that will call and say, "Hey, George, what do you know about this agency and what's going on there?" Because we know what's going on. And so, regardless of what county you're in, if you want to do some good work and you want some accountability for that contribution, then you can feel confident that you can make that contribution to United Way, and it's going to meet needs that are right there in that community, because we are hyper local, scrappy gap fillers. Melissa?
Well, we are, but in addition to that, here's a thought to build out. So many of the partners that we work with have their own fund development, fundraiser, individuals and departments, and that's great. And they need to, right? So I'm not taking away from that, but I'm also saying that sometimes we need those professional agencies to be able to not focus on fundraising, but to focus on the great work that they are doing. Like I'm thinking of the women's shelter or the Learn to Read, where they're teaching students and second language, and that's their skill set, or at that, whatever your local habitat is in your community. They need to be out there helping build those houses, right? They don't need to have to plan yet another golf tournament or yet another fundraiser. And by working with United Way, you're ensuring that they're putting their efforts towards good work and not towards fundraising, because that's something we do well. We do it well. And so it is great for us to be able to be that conduit for a donor to say, you know what, I can make this donation to United Way. I know they're going to put it where they need to, and that's going to allow those partner agencies to direct their energy towards the work that is in front of them. And to me, as a donor, that makes a lot of sense.
You know, one of the reasons why I was really excited about having you on today is that I want the people here locally to know that our local United Way is a part of a bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I think having you here, we made a request to get the CEO of United Way worldwide on with us today as well, but her schedule would not allow that to happen. But I want
it's a global network. She's pretty busy.
Yeah, she's pretty busy, especially on Giving Tuesday, right? But
actually, you know what she's doing today? She's ringing the bell at the stock exchange today. That's where she is. That's why she couldn't do it. Yes. To celebrate Giving Tuesday, she is ringing the bell at the stock exchange.
Well, we'll let her off the hook. Yeah, we'll let Angela off the hook for that one. I get it. I mean, yeah. I mean, if there was
I would have gone.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a bell at a local park that I would have been asked to ring today to kick off the day, I probably wouldn't be here. I mean, I'll take whatever coverage I can get. So yeah, we'll let her off the hook for that. But yeah, I want our board, our leadership, our team here, our community to see that we are a part of a bigger, broader picture that starts here locally, but it's a part of a network in the state of Florida where we help each other out. And I think we have an exceptional network. I haven't seen other states, but gosh, do we have a good network. I feel like I can call any of my counterparts.
You can.
It's not I feel like I can. I know I can confidently call any of my other counterparts. And they're just so helpful to me always. We've visited quite a few of the United Ways around the state. We've traveled around and learned from others and had Zooms with others, and we're just part of a bigger network. So can you explain just quickly here in the last 5 minutes we've got together, like what are some of the priorities of United Way of Florida?
So United Way of Florida, we have been a staffed state organization since 1979. The United Ways in the state of Florida said, you know what? We could probably do more if we worked together. And so that's when United Way of Florida was formed. Not every state has a staffed state office. About half do. But in Florida, we have since 1979. We're not the oldest, but we're in the older group. And we focus on the things that benefit all of our United Ways. Georgia mentioned the Alice report. That Alice report, Florida was out of the chute first in saying we want a report like that for the state of Florida after the first one was done in New Jersey. And United Ways in the state of Florida, we band together to fund the purchase, to do the research, to make that report, and then we make it available. You'll find it on the state chamber's website. You will find it on the state nonprofit association's website. You will find that power companies like FPL use it in their assistance program. So we make that available. It's data. It's not biased. We don't do the work. We engage our higher education and other professionals across the state to consult with the statisticians that develop that. And so that's one of the things that we do collectively as a state of Florida. We have the state report, but then it's broken out for every county and every community so everyone could see. And I can't tell you how successful that's been. Our state legislators, our governor, they will talk about the work that is done with the Alice community, those working families that make our state economy function the way that it does, in a way that we understand how important those families are to our state, and that they're our neighbors, our family members, our coworkers. And so, but it's a big part of Florida's population. We do that. We do a lot of advocacy work. I spend a lot of my time walking around in the Capitol. Next week, I will be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's committee weeks. This week and next week is the last one. We are, as a state, hoping to secure an appropriation to continue our volunteer income tax preparation assistance, where we bring millions of dollars back to the state of Florida by just assisting people to correctly file their taxes. And not run down the street as spinning sign guy where they're happy to finance a car you should not be financing, or even driving maybe. But we do that. We work a lot in the space, just like on the local United Way, that health, education, financial stability. We're working on those issues as a state advocate. For example, something that is important in Miami is also important in Pensacola, but the politics are different. And so Miami can't go in and move the needle on that with the legislature on their own, nor could Pensacola. But when we come together, we really can have really robust conversations. And so we do a lot of advocacy. Who knew that I would become a licensed lobbyist? Not licensed, but registered lobbyist at the age of 60. I sure didn't. My mom sure didn't. But, it's great work. We're doing great work. So we do a lot of advocacy. We do work that we can work together. And then I'm going to throw back, because I know I'm watching the clock here, to the disaster work that we do. When disaster hits the state of Florida, we need to work together. If a United Way serving a community needs backup support, we have others that are tried and true, that have already experienced it, know exactly what to do, know how to help, whether it's we're attending the state VOAD meetings and sharing information down, whether we're fundraising. Last year, United Way of Florida raised, about $3 million in change that we dispersed into the community. So like when a big company wants to donate and they don't really know, like last year, where do I send the money? They can call me and I will help them. We have a process that's data driven. We use the Alice report, we use population, we use FEMA numbers, and we methodically are able to divide out that money. So if somebody like, I'm going to use Publix as an example because they're so generous, says, where can we direct money, whether it comes through us or directly from them to communities, we can help them do that. They don't have to go through those efforts of trying to figure it out. If you have never read one of the FEMA compilations, I would suggest that you don't, because it's no fun.
Right. No
yeah,
kidding.
so we do all of those kind of things and then some.
So we are definitely at this local level. We are part of a bigger picture. We appreciate all of that support. I can't imagine where I would be right now and how much less I would know and about how to function in a United Way without our state network and your mentorship, Melissa. I so appreciate that. I know that I can call you anytime and seek guidance, and I have, and I'll continue to do that. And so it's greatly appreciated. And we've got our next guest in the queue right now, so we want to get over to him. But I do want to make one last comment here: is that everything that's given here to our local United Way stays right here at our local United Way. Now, we do have membership dues that we pay to be a part of the statewide network and United Way worldwide, and we're so happy to to pay those dues. If you were in a for-profit situation, you might think of that as like a franchise fee. And folks, we are winning on that one because we literally last year, with contributions made to our local United Way to help people recover from Helene and Milton, contributions made by United Way Florida and United Way Worldwide, those contributions amount to about 10 years, literally about 10 years worth of dues. And so we are winning. All right. We are winning big time to be a local United Way and have the support of United Way Florida and United Way Worldwide. So Melissa, thank you for all of your efforts. I'm going to do my level best. I miss our network and you and Beth and everyone else. I haven't seen you for a little while. I've dropped 25 pounds, Melissa. I'm going to come.
Well, you're going to stand up and show me?
You're going to recognize me. You're going to recognize me. So getting healthy so I can be in this role United Way for a long time doing good work.
You and me both. You and me both. I'm just going to say we appreciate you. We appreciate your team. Appreciate Madeline. You guys are hard working. You talked about the scrappy gap fillers, but as a smaller United Way, we tend to think of ourselves that way in the state of Florida with our United Ways that are your size, but you're by no means small when it comes to other states and other areas. Florida's pretty populous, so even our smallest United Ways are big compared to others. But we do like to use that phrase, small but mighty. I absolutely would say that Citrus County is in the mighty category. So we appreciate you. We appreciate your team, appreciate your community, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today, even if it was virtually.
Yeah, well, have the best Christmas ever. We appreciate you, and we're going to bring on our next guest, which I think it says on screen here is Clark Griswold, if I'm reading that correctly. So let's go ahead and bring Clark on, and we'll say goodbye to Melissa.
Don't know.
Is that you, Clark?
Yeah, it's my
Clark.
mic.
Is that you?
Like a chipmunk? Because if it does, I got to change mics.
Oh no, we hear you fine.
It sounds okay.
Yeah, you sound great, man. Am I reading that right? Does it say Clark Griswold?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
Griswold. Yeah,
it's a fitting scene you got there behind you. I mean, I don't see a whole lot of lights, but it's middle of the day. I mean, but your tree looks great.
Yeah, I am a Christmas fanatic. Our neighborhood does a massive fundraiser in the month. I take that back. I do a massive fundraiser, and my neighborhood tolerates me doing a massive
hot
fundraiser.
cocoa, right? Is it hot cocoa?
It's hot chocolate, yeah. And
yeah.
what we do is yeah, there's a picture of it. Hey, boy, you guys have got it down. Damn.
Hey, listen. We since the last time you were on, we've made some technological advances here. I mean, I think that safe to say that our interview of you generated more views than any other podcasts or live broadcasts on Facebook that we've done, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
People like Clark Griswold. I mean, he's a
they do. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like Clark?
The funny thing about that is, in all sincerity, is by the way, my real name is Dennis, but I'm going by Clark right during the month of December. But so on that picture that you just showed, so I just like this year I bought a Ferris wheel that is supposed to come tomorrow. Now it's not a real Ferris wheel, but see where that arch is right there in the middle?
Yes.
So it's a 6-foot Ferris wheel, and it actually goes in the whole, we're going to put like little characters in it, but it's going to go right in front of it. So I'm going to have to find a place to put all that other stuff because it's constant. It is a constant thing. But getting back to what I was talking about is, so, we do this big hot chocolate fundraiser for Children's Miracle Network, and we typically do it the second and third Saturday in December in our neighborhood. And the thing is, I go on TV and invite the entire Bay Area to come out and get some hot chocolate and look at the neighborhood lights, because the neighborhood lights have been a thing for 30, 40 years. I've only been here 12. And the problem is when you go on TV and invite the entire Bay Area to come, a lot of people come. And the HOA is not a fan. They simply are not a fan of me in particular, but it's Christmas. So fortunately, they have at least been tolerant enough to go with it. And this year, we're only doing it one night. We're doing it December 3rd. And we get people from Citrus County. We get people drive all the way from Homosassa and Crystal River and all over. And, I get people that drive over from the East Coast because we get quite a following on Facebook during hurricane season. And they like to all come over and say hi. And we'll just sit there and, and shoot the breeze for 6-7 hours. And it's a blast. So anybody who's watching, or if you're watching does this repeat? Is this going to repeat as well? Or is this only?
We'll clip this and put it out as like like a reel or a short.
Well, anybody who wants to, December 13th, that's Saturday from around 5 o'clock until 10 o'clock, 5 p.m. to 10 at night. On my daughter's softball team, we literally do car hop service because the traffic is so insane and bumper to bumper. And we hire Pinellas County sheriffs to handle traffic. But the girls run out to the car, they take your order, they come back, they get it, they bring it back up to the window. But I always tell people the best way to do it is to park outside the neighborhood and walk it, because so many families, so many people take part in the lighting in this neighborhood. I honestly, not that I'm biased, which I clearly am, but I honestly think it's one of the, or if not the nicest neighborhoods for Christmas displays. And we're not a fancy neighborhood. It's not gated. There's only one way in and out. It's not that big. But everybody gets involved, or most people get involved. So it's a really big thing. So we're in Indian Trails in Palm Harbor, and any night the lights are up, but the 13th is the day we're doing our hot chocolate.
All right. So just, for the benefit of the folks that are watching right now, and you're seeing Clark Griswold with us right now, if that is his real name. No, that's not his real name, and he's not in his normal attire. So if you're like, who is this guy? Which no one is. You should, you know who this is. This is
right now.
Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News down in the Tampa Bay area. And this rare appearance without your suspenders. And I love the story too about the suspenders, and you shared last time. And so, listen, if you're watching this and you want to hear that podcast, Dennis and I talked for about 53 minutes or so when Dennis was on our podcast. It's Voices United. You can download that, subscribe to it on any of the podcast platforms, and listen to that conversation. I think that if there's one moment from that podcast that still stands out to me, Dennis, is when I asked you to compare all those children in your house that you and your wife have raised to a weather pattern, and instantly you were like Cat 17 hurricane. It was like just such a classic answer from you. And that was pretty funny.
Yeah,
so
and
how about the holidays? Remind me, Dennis. Like you got a tribe, man. You got like 7 kids or something.
I had 6 kids. Yeah, I got
6 kids.
But now it's to the point where this was the first Thanksgiving that my daughter was able to make it. So my oldest son's a doctor in New Orleans, and then my second son, he lives in South Tampa, so he's still here. And my oldest daughter, just finished up her doctorate at UF, and she's now an occupational therapist in Denver. So she's always been home for the holidays, except for this year. So we're all going to be here for Christmas, and they're all going to be here for New Year's. And, New Year's is a big thing matter of fact, New Year's might be our biggest family tradition. I am all about family traditions. That to me, there's nothing more flattering than when somebody comes into this neighborhood at Christmas time and says, hey, when I was a kid, I used to come into this neighborhood to look at the lights, and now I'm bringing my kids to come and look at the lights. It is the most wonderful thing. And so this family tradition we had is my dad. I don't know how long it's been going on even before my dad, but at New Year's, in the stroke of midnight, we have a penny of that year. So 2025 penny in your hand, a sardine on a cracker, and a glass of champagne. And the champagne's supposed to bring drink. The cracker and the sardine brings food, and the penny brings money. And then you take the penny, and everybody has a penny. All the kids have the penny. So they have multiple ones. They have one for their house. They have one for our house. at midnight, and they give us all a penny. We put them over our door and tape it up over our front door. And that's supposed to bring money into your home for that upcoming year. And now when we have all our friends come and my kids bring their friends, I literally had to buy on eBay 3 rolls of 50 pennies. So everybody had pennies, but we're running into a massive dilemma because this is the last year they're making pennies.
Yes, that's where I was going to go with this. What are you going to do?
I think we'll end up having to do dimes because my wife doesn't like nickels. She's even said, I don't want a nickel. So it's going to have, and dimes are closer to the size of pennies. So, I mean, if I'm going to be buying 3 rolls of dimes, that's like, I guess it's not that much, but like I paid a fool in his money, as my dad said, for each of those rolls of pennies worth of 50 cents. I paid about $15 a roll because it was on eBay. And trust me, it's a lot easier than going to every bank on New Year's Eve. Hey, can I have all your pennies? And then look through them to try to find a 2024 or 2025. So we are set for our final year of the tradition, which is kind of a sad thing. I mean, it's been a thing. I'm old, and it's been a thing all my life, ever since I remember.
So, yeah, I mean, this begs a couple of questions. So you buy the pennies from eBay, you said? From eBay? Oh, there he's got his Diet Dr. Pepper out.
No, I only Diet Coke. Or I'm out of
Diet Coke today? Oh, okay.
I had to the store. But by the way, I got my roll number 7.
Oh, yes, you do. I tried to wear mine last time, if you remember, but I had a green screen, and that really light colored one that I had was it wouldn't work. I was fading into the background. But all right, so you bought the pennies, you said, on eBay.
Yep. Yeah, people sell anything on eBay, So
there's a market out there for rolls of pennies from particular years?
Man, there's a market for anything,
Man, I had no idea.
Stand by. I'm still here. Wait a minute. Let me grab them. I'll show you. All right, here. So, yeah, you go on eBay. I'm not lying. In fact, I'll tell you another story. You'll appreciate this. Again, fooling his money. So look, there's the pennies, and I've got 3 rolls of these, and I think I bought these actually even before they announced that they weren't going to make pennies anymore. So I probably got a deal. I bet if I went on eBay right now, a roll of these pennies, if this is the last year they're making them, I bet they're $100. I bet it is because collectors will probably say, "Hey, this is the last year they're doing this." But no, you can buy anything. My wife collects Disney Loungefly backpacks. My daughter and my wife, they both love doing that. We're a Disney family. So, a Loungefly is like a mini backpack, right? And there was one in particular that they used to sell at Epcot, and couldn't find it. And she loved it. She loved this backpack. I wanted to find it. Couldn't find it anywhere. Ended up going on eBay. I found it. Somebody sold it to me from the Ukraine. They literally had a new one in the Ukraine and shipped it, and it was shipped and all that stuff. So again, I say it again. You go on eBay, you can probably search anything on earth, and it will probably be there. So.
Well, when y'all put the dimes up there, then I'm hoping for some great juju in the forms of 10x. Whatever money would have came in, if it would have been pennies up there, when it's dimes, we're looking for 10x on this thing.
I'm looking here. Oh, you know what? So get a load of this. I just clicked on eBay as we're talking here. 1 roll of pennies, $100.
No kidding.
$100. So I could, if I were smart, I'd just tell my kids, find your own, and I can sell these. I got 3 of these. It says $300. $300.
That's incredible.
For 50 cents worth of pennies. It's insanity. Anyway, how you been?
This was a world commentator. Listen, I've been doing good. Listen, I do remember also asking you about how crazy it is to me that I've heard stories over the years about weathermen getting death threats for bad weather. I mean, if the inverse is true, I mean, you should be getting all your favorite treats like cases of Diet Dr. Pepper delivered right to your front doorstep, and public subs and everything that you like should be coming to you right now, even free rolls of 2025 pennies, because we did it. We got through hurricane season, no storms. Rule number 7 definitely came into full effect this year. to not freak out. I saw your post. You know, I'm an avid follower, man, and I love watching DPL, and I always appreciate when I go on and say hello, and you might catch my comment there, and you're, hey George, how you doing? But we made it through, man, and you know, it's just another testament to. I think you're right that when you say you're not a big fan of like the predictions at the beginning of the year that can really freak folks out like us at United Way when we're still trying to help people recover from Adalia and Helene and Milton. We'll be doing that for a while, man. And then we hear, oh, there's going to be, 9 major hurricanes and all the rest of it. And we're like, oh my gosh, man. I feel like I'm just on pins and needles during the season.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, this year was a perfect example. And, you know, there were quite a few storms that formed in the Atlantic, and all but one curved. We had no hurricanes in the Gulf, none. We had no landfalling hurricanes in the United States, but yet we saw just how, and this was another, I think, a perfect example of what I do believe is the new norm. You know, how many storms form are meaningless. We only care about the ones that make landfall. But what we are seeing, and I know y'all are seeing the same thing, the storms that do form are getting stronger, faster than we've ever seen. And you can argue till the cows come home about why that's happening. And 50% of the audience thinks it's one thing. Maybe 5%, that might be high, but maybe 5% of the audience thinks that it's man-made and that the government's doing it, and that we have a big old weather machine and that we're making this happen.
Cloud seeding, Dennis.
Yeah, we were having.
I don't even know what that is yet.
We were having this discussion yesterday. When my son, we took a trip to UF for him to take a tour of the school. He's graduating this year, and we were talking about this in the car. And my wife was actually surprised when I said, "Yeah, it's just, it's obviously a bunch of nonsense." And she was a little surprised. We don't have the technology to do that. Period. You're like, well, then why did they make legislature to prevent it from happening? I don't know. But we don't do it. If we knew how to, we could stop drought. If we knew how to, we could alleviate all these problems in the world. Why would someone want to create all these storms for world down? It's such nonsense. And yet you have people who truly, truly believe it. I'm like, you know what? If you want to believe it, that's fine. You believe what you want to. But at the end of the day, people are like, well, what about a hurricane? Why can't you just drop a big nuclear bomb into a hurricane and blow it up? And of course, the reason would be, well, not only would you have a hurricane, but you would have a radioactive hurricane, which is probably even worse than a regular hurricane. So hurricanes in 1 minute produce the same amount of energy as over 100 atomic bombs in 1 minute. So imagine just how powerful they are. And the fact that they all turned away from the U.S., like you said, you know, the United Way in Citrus County, you guys do great work. And you all probably have to deal with it. In our viewing area, which runs from Citrus to Sarasota and then east, you guys have had to deal with it more than any other county because you're usually right there. Even the ones that miss the Bay Area, a lot of times they don't miss Citrus.
That's right, and God bless the people that are just north out of the Tampa Bay viewing area up there, Cedar Key, man, and along the Big Bend, just getting blasted over and over. Gosh, our friends and neighbors in Cedar Key, I just feel terrible for them. You always just feel terrible when it's like, man, I'm gonna pray that hurricane away. No, what I just said is that thing's going to hit somebody else, and we don't want to see it hit anyone. But
that's always
how fortunate.
That is a big thing because that survivor's guilt. I mean, that is a thing. And I noticed it with Charlie back in 2004 when Hurricane Charlie was coming. That was when I started wearing suspenders in the first place. I told the story about that. But, you have that moment where you're like, oh, yes, it's going to miss us. And then 10 seconds later, like, oh, yeah, but it's going to hit somebody else. And I think human nature is you got the sigh of relief for it's missing you, but then all of a sudden you start realizing what that reality is. And it seems like Levy County, you're right. And Levy County, I used to work in Gainesville. I worked there for 3 years, and Levy County was our viewing area back then. And I was there when Elena hit. And Elena hit in 86 and had Was it 89? Nah, it's all blurred. One of those two. It's either 86 or 89. And it destroyed the boardwalk at Cedar Key. You know, the water just kept pushing it over and over again. And I mean, you guys, like you said, with the Dahlia, I mean, you guys got it with the Dahlia and, you know, and Helene, obviously. So you do great work, man. You really do. I mean, I think, you know, a lot of times I'll get messages from people in citrus say, hey, don't forget about us. You know, we're in the viewing area. I said, trust me, in hurricane season, I don't forget about you because you guys are usually more in the crosshairs than the rest of the Bay Area is most of the time.
Yeah. Is there a scientific reason, Dennis, that these storms, that while they might be fewer, but when they ramp up quick and they ramp up to these such high levels? Is there a scientific reason for that? I mean, I remember some weather patterns, like I remember El Nino and you know, different explanations for different weather patterns. What do we got going on now that's
well,
in terms of just climatology or whatever that's
we're in a La
causing
Nina
that?
right now. La Nina usually means more storms, especially in the Caribbean. Didn't this year. You know, unfortunately, I mean, and that's just a kind of a broad brush. What it does is it gives you overall conditions in a really broad brush area, not specifics on a day-to-day forecast. And we all know weather changes so fast. You can try to say, well, it's going to be like this for a month or two, but the reality of it is there's always little times within there. I mean, the cold snap that we had at Halloween, right? We had 3 days of incredibly cold weather, coldest ever, and then we're back to 90 degrees a few days later. So even though the whole pattern might tend to give us warmer temperatures, you're going to have, you know, a brief break from that from time to time. Same with hurricane season. And, you know, with you guys, you talk about why are they blowing up? Look, that is a very controversial discussion, and we all know it because the two words that you say, if you bring them up, you will have massive pushback either way. And of course, that's climate change, right? You know, you can call it global warming, you can call it whatever. So at the end of the day, I have enough trouble getting the weather right 7 days in advance. If you think I'm going to try to tackle 20 years or 30 years or 50 years down the road, that ain't my thing. That is not my forte. But what I am willing to look at and see is there's no arguing the waters have gotten warmer. They have. You can't argue it. It's a fact. Now you want to say, why have they gotten warmer? You want to say, is it going to stay warm? Are you going to say, is it going to turn around because it's cyclical? All of those arguments that I think are valid arguments. And I think because we don't know. Excuse me. We don't know. But what I do know is right now, the waters are super warm. And if you ask most meteorologists, do they think that the water is going to continue to get warmer? Probably. But that's not a set in stone. You know, you've got some people, you know how people are. A lot of times their opinion, no matter what anybody else says, their opinion is going to be right. And the people who say, yes, it's going to turn around and get cooler, you may be right. But at the end of the day, hurricanes get super strong because the water's warmer. That's simple.
Yeah, and that's all I'm interested. I'm not interested in the arguments after the fact. Dennis, I don't know if you saw, but just within the last couple of weeks, Reuters had a story about the impending ice age. I mean, I'd listen. I don't know what to believe. All that stuff's out of my pay grade. All I can deal with is the facts at hand. And the last 2 years, those facts have been that we've been in hurricane recovery around here, and this year we are blessed to have a reprieve from that, and hopefully we'll get on a good streak here and continue to be blessed year after year like we were this year. I mean, when we're helping people recover from these storms, that's generally an 18 to 24 month process to really get people to recover long term, and we sure need the break right. Yeah, that's one storm, and
we'll get another one.
We sure need that break right now to kind of catch up. Is what we really need.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I don't try to tackle the long range stuff. But the bottom line is, the answer to your question was, why are they getting stronger? They're getting stronger because the water is not only warmer, the warm water is deeper. Because what happens is when a storm goes over warm water, it churns the water up and brings the colder water from underneath up to the top, and that usually will weaken a storm. Hurricanes are there for a reason. Hurricanes are created, literally they form to cool the atmosphere. If it gets too warm, a hurricane forms and it cools things off. They have a point. There's a reason, which is why you don't want to eliminate them, because if you eliminate them, then there are going to be other problems that are going to come out of it. But at the end of the day, the deeper the warm water is, the stronger these storms become, because that cold water doesn't rise to the top, or there's not enough to make of an impact. And you get storms like Melissa that had the strongest wind ever recorded in a hurricane. 252 mile an hour winds at about 650 feet up as a drop sound, as a, the things they drop out of the hurricane hunters, they throw those things out and they get the data. Well, that drop sound at about 650 feet got a 252 mile an hour wind gust. And remember, Jamaica has mountainous areas and people live up to 1,500 feet up. So they got winds 250 mile an hour gusts. And it was like an EF4 tornado cut across that island at about a 6 or 7 mile wide tornado at 250 mile an hour winds. It was unlike anything we've ever seen. So unfortunately, the answer to your question is, I don't know if that's going to continue down the road 20, 30 years, but I do know right now the waters are such that every year for the last 5 or 10 years, the numbers don't lie. The waters are warmer, and warmer waters will produce stronger hurricanes. That doesn't mean anybody's going to get hit any differently. That doesn't mean we're more likely to get hit. In fact, I think that has no impact on where they go, but it does matter how strong they get.
Well, and you bring to mind the flight that you took with the hurricane hunters as well. So if you haven't watched the podcast that we did earlier in the year, to go back and check that out, because Dennis shares a great story about going along for a ride. Oh my gosh, it's just it's hilarious. I need to cut up some clips from that and share with folks. And you were gracious enough to extend the offer to me that if you were if we were experiencing an impending hurricane and I was down at the EOC like I generally am, that you could call in and we could talk to the folks in Citrus County. I never had to do that this year, but I certainly would have if that would have been.
Well, you have my cell. You have my cell. If you don't have my cell, message me or I'll respond to the email with my cell, because all the EOC folks I don't sleep during hurricane season. They text me. I don't answer calls a lot. I miss calls because my ringer's always off when I'm on TV, but I see texts all the time. So 24/7, you can always text me if you ever have any questions.
I'll do that. I'll get your cell phone number offline, and we'll do that. And what a service that you provide, and other meteorologists in the Tampa Bay area and all over the country that you all provide. We see it during hurricane season, how you all just pull those long hours, and it's really a very trusted position, man. We're really in need of good data, and that's the difference between life and death, man. And in so many situations, I wish more people would heed the warnings when they're told to evacuate.
Yeah.
I know some people close to me that don't heed those warnings like I think they should, and they stress me out sometimes. Speaking of family, I'm like, listen, my house is big enough. Come to the house. Like, we don't, I'm all about rule number 7, but there are those times where it's like, it's time to go. Yeah. You live in a flood zone. So the information that you provide is so crucial.
I do think Helene was open a lot of eyes for people. That storm was 150 miles offshore, and we still had an 8-foot surge in areas from Pasco and Pinellas and and all the way up to Citrus. And I think that was the one that really caught people's attention, because usually the mindset, Floridians, it's 100 miles offshore. We're not worried about it. It's only going to bother us if it, and even if it's a direct hit, it's going to miss us. That is just Floridians, right? That's how most of us are. But I think with Helene, and unfortunately, that was exactly what happened. 17 people died in Pinellas County. 17 people drowned with Helene when that surge came in. And I don't know if it's because they were unable to evacuate. I don't know if it was because they chose not to evacuate. But at the end of the day, when you see a storm 150 miles offshore, I think our thought is it's too far off to hurt us. We're not going to get an 8-foot surge if this thing's 150 miles offshore. but we did, and the forecasts were absolutely perfect on that storm. I mean, the Hurricane Center literally, they missed their landfall by 7 miles 5 days out. I mean, that you can't get any better warning. For 3 days out, people knew that storm was coming. I do want to mention one thing quickly, though. I know we probably got to go. This is important because when we go on TV or on social media, because we said this before, nowadays, I think more people get their information from me on social media than on TV. I mean, it's just refresh when a storm's coming. And then they'll turn on the TV when we do continuous coverage as well. But the majority of the time it is, it's Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever. But my point is, when the Hurricane Center puts out a storm surge forecast, when you see that number, whether it's on Facebook, on TV or wherever, and they're saying a number of 10 to 12 feet, let's say they predict a surge of 10 to 12 feet. And that's the number you see everywhere. All right. And that is the number you will see everywhere because everybody just regurgitates pretty much what the Hurricane Center says. But what's important to remember is that number that they predict, by definition, is the most reasonable worst case scenario. And that's important because more often than not, we don't get the worst case scenario. Fingers crossed. But usually we don't. But the reason they give you that number is because they want you to be prepared for what the worst it could be. So with Helene, those numbers were 8 to 12 feet, maybe even 10 to 12 feet. I can't remember. It might have been a little bit more for you guys. And we got 7 to 8. If you watched TV or followed us, I don't know of any media source that did not say that was going to be a 7 or 8 foot surge because the slosh model showed it days in advance. But the confusion came in as, but why is the Hurricane Center saying 10 to 12 and you're saying 7? Because by definition, they're giving you the worst case scenario, so you'll be ready for the worst just in case.
Yeah, well, listen, I had the sheriff in here, a former sheriff in here earlier, and we were talking about how if you're the sheriff, your job never ends. You're sheriff 24/7. Man, I feel the same way about your position that you're in. I say that because, man, I've caught your updates from Disney World. Right, it's like no matter where you're at, you're still providing information to us. And listen, Matt, you're my go-to source, and so many others. Whether it's watching you live on TV or catching DPL, I love DPL on Facebook. But even in your time off, and even in some family time, you find a way to slip away and do a quick update from your cell phone, let us know what's going on. And that's appreciated, man. It's not just me. I'm not just saying that because you're joining me for the second time and helping me get views. Nobody knows who George Schmalstig is. Everybody knows who Dennis Phillips is. I appreciate it, man. This is great. But you do provide a great service, and other meteorologists do as well, and we appreciate it.
They do. And you know what? I think it isn't just the fact that it's the expectation, because it is the expectation these days. I mean, that's I think people have just grown accustomed to that. And once they get something, they're not willing to give it up. Right. But for me, I love doing it. And I think you know that. I mean, you can. That's evident. I'm not doing it because I have to. I'm doing it because I love to do it. And I'm very transparent to my wife's chagrin. I'm very transparent with my family life, with my kids, with our address, with everything. And, and you mentioned earlier about things showing up at my door. Oh yeah. During hurricane season, 2, 3 a.m., we get 12 packs of Diet Dr. Pepper just show up right at our front door. And it is so kind. And look, look, a lot of times when we don't get it right, we deserve the heat that we get. But what's at least nice to know is that people do appreciate the effort, right or wrong. And there's a lot of sources, like you said, buddy of mine, Mike Boylan over at Mike's Weather Page. A lot of people follow Mike. Mike is a marketing degree from USF, no formal weather training, but he loves weather and he's followed it and he's learned a lot from a lot of sources and a lot of people, myself included. And he's got a great following because I think at the end of the day, people are going to watch or follow people that they relate to or people that they like. It's as simple as that. The message usually isn't very different. It's how it's presented, I think. And like you said, this market has some great meteorologists, and a lot of us, I think all of us, portray it a little bit differently. But at the end of the day, when a storm's coming, I think the message is still hopefully about the same. And that's kind of what our goal is, to keep everybody safe, just like y'all. I mean, because that's exactly what y'all do in Citrus County. I mean, you're there to keep people safe and to be there after the fact. And that's the thing sometimes a lot of people forget, you know, is how bad, and as you mentioned, how long things stay rough after a storm.
Yeah. Well, Dennis, our next guest is here, man. I know you and I have proven that we can talk for at least about 52 minutes without coming up for air. We could go on a lot longer than this, but it is Giving Tuesday, and I'm now officially halfway through this 12-hour long marathon I'm doing here today. Have quite a few people coming in here today. Local electeds, our local Chamber of Commerce president and CEO sitting to my left right now, about ready to join us. And man, we had to ask you to come on today, and we appreciate you accepting that invitation.
Real quick, when are you done with this tonight?
Oh, I'm done at 8:00.
Okay, because I was going to say I'll put you on DPL tonight.
Man, I would love that. All right, let's find another time to do that, man. That would be so fun. That would be a lot of fun for me, man.
We'll absolutely do it. I'll email you.
Yeah. All right, Dennis Phillips, and listen, folks, you can watch this back if you're going to catch this later. Dennis told everybody where he lives and about the hot chocolate and
they want
the children's miracle.
My front door lock combination too. I'm like, whatever, It's
Children's Miracle Network is the beneficiary of the hot chocolate sales. So let's bombard Dennis's neighborhood. Let's just make it happen.
Yeah.
So, all right, everyone, the great Dennis Phillips, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll talk again, and I'll get your cell phone number, and we'll stay in contact, my friend.
Perfect, George. Thanks. Hey, you're looking good, man.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I've lost a few pounds since we spoke last, honestly.
You look good.
I've got my daughter's wedding coming soon, and I need to drop a few lbs. So, all right, Dennis, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, well, without further ado, I don't think I need to take a break. Come on in here, Josh. Josh is, if y'all know Josh Wooten and his propensity to make unneeded comments,
right.
He's over there making some right now. Talking
nice pillow here.
Oh, well, you don't have to have it. Is that
I like
is that
it.
helpful?
It's like lumbar.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you, I've been sitting here since 8 o'clock.
I can't imagine.
And I don't know. I think I might be getting to the point where I'm just so sore that it's just, I'm not even feeling it anymore.
No, you never get to that point.
No, well,
I got a few years on you, George. I'm telling you.
I'll probably be paying for this tomorrow. Let's get that.
Sometimes
closer.
I throw my back out sneezing.
Well, you are getting to that age.
Yes, sir.
I know you are. So we had
you got to have good insurance.
Insurance,
yeah,
as you say. We had your buddy Sheriff Jeff Dawsey in here earlier today.
Yeah, he actually watched the Gator game with him Saturday.
Did you?
So there was a Dawsey sighting.
Okay. Well, that was a joyous occasion.
It was for me.
Yeah.
He's a USF guy now. This has actually bothered me.
Okay. We'll get comfortable. I mean, Dennis Phillips ate up about 10 minutes of the time, but I don't know.
Right.
You might be able to encroach on Jerry Mulligan for 5 minutes or so.
Jerry's irrelevant now. So I leave here to go to Sam Himmel's annual, Connor's Gifts.
Oh, good.
Soiree.
Yes.
So got a full day.
Yeah. Well, tis the season.
Yes, sir.
That's for sure. We had a great meeting yesterday.
Yes,
downtown
that was
with some local leaders and Chamber of Commerce president from the state level. Mark Wilson was in town. And,
isn't it awesome how much time he's investing in us?
He comes here quite a bit.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
I think he's going to end up buying something down here. To all you realtors out there.
Yeah, well, he should.
Yeah.
And so that's like yesterday was part of the Prosperity Initiative, and just trying to tackle some of those issues in the community, like generational poverty and talking about third grade reading scores, which those are major issues that the Chamber Foundation is focused in on. And I think one of the takeaways from that meeting yesterday was the collaboration that you see amongst agencies in our community. Would you agree? Like, it seemed pretty strong, right? We've got quite a few agencies working together. We know each other. We call each other, and we've talked about it a couple of times today. To the extent that folks are operating in silos, sometimes I just think, well, if you are, you kind of got yourself there. Like, there's no reason to be involved in be in a silo in this community.
You and me both will embrace anybody with a good idea. I mean, come on.
That's exactly
no reason to be in a silo. So it's overwhelming and humbling to sit with a group like we sat with yesterday, and everybody in that room was so passionate about solving these major problems that we have in society today. You and I ain't getting rich in the nonprofit world.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
But we're getting, we get rich every day, and that we can wake up in the morning, and tackle these problems, like make life-changing help decisions for families or businesses, or, get our community going in the right way. You've been doing this side of it a lot longer. The Chamber just got involved in mental health, behavioral health, making sure families have all the tools they need to be successful, food insecurity, food deserts. I mean, you've been around that a lot longer than we have. But Mark Wilson, the state president, has kind of drilled into me, and you too, that these problems just continually exist. But if the business community gets involved and really gets involved, then we got a pretty good shot at solving some of them.
Yeah. So to talk about that a little bit. So what is the role of the Chamber and the business community as it relates to those social issues that nonprofits like United Way want to tackle? Like, what's the Chamber's role in that?
Well, it's evolved. Probably 50 years ago, the Chamber had no role in any of that. It was, welcoming new businesses, cutting ribbons, telling people to go down to Main Street and shop and do all those things. And we still do all those things. But we began to realize that, when you can't fill if a business has openings and you don't have a qualified workforce to fill those positions, then, we got to go back. We got to drill a little deeper and see what the issues are. Is it substance abuse? Is it lack of training? Is it because somebody doesn't have a GED? I mean, there's any number of things, and a lot of it is generational. As know, it's just a cycle. Generational poverty is an issue. So the United Way is very good at collecting data. We rely heavily on you, and I can't tell you how much I value our relationship. And I hope we get a chance to talk about how well we work together and why it's important for folks to support the United Way. But we've got to stop the cycle. So the business community is a large part of that. So now, about 5 years ago, the State Chamber embarked on this initiative, prosperity initiative, to where we can't keep doing the same things over and over again and expecting different results. Put that and then add that to this digital age and kids on their phone and parents, 2 jobs. My mother stayed home, and there's no way, don't write in letters to me about, oh, you think the little lady should stay home? Heck no. My office is filled with strong women. Your office is filled with strong women. I'm just saying, my dad, I was fortunate that I had a caretaker that was home with me and my brothers and sisters that could guide me and read to me and teach me and do all those things. Not every child is that fortunate. we know that, and you can help me with statistics, but kids that go to VPK have almost an 80% of them are reading at grade level.
Yeah, a chance that they will. Yeah,
chance where
yeah, likelihood.
And if they don't, they're like in the 40%. So the United Way and the Florida Chamber has kind of dumbed it down to where you can, I mean, we can probably fix that, over at least before another generation passes through. Fully fund VPK, or make sure that every child that has the ability to go to VPK. I know that when my daughter was looking for my grandson, there wasn't any availability. She finally found a private entity to do it. So, third grade, they got to be reading at third grade level, or a lot of bad things can happen. They're less likely to graduate from high school. They're more likely to get involved with the juvenile justice system. So that's very important. Literacy is very important. Then I think you need some criminal justice reform, which is, you have a background in that, is dad gets caught with a little bit of pot, misses a court date, his license gets suspended, the fines keep piling up, he goes underground, finally gets picked up, and then he might be out of the house for 30, 45 days. And then that whole family collapses. Y'all talk about the Alice family that's one paycheck away. And so we need to fix some of that stuff too.
Yeah, I do have that background in the criminal justice system, more so like on the institution side, prisons and youth facilities and whatnot. And I remember early on in my career hearing that the projections by state leaders and whatnot on how many prisons will be needed in the future. How do they make that projection? They are looking at reading scores and behavior reports and that sort of thing of third graders. Isn't that interesting? So I'm like, third graders. Okay, well, they're 8 years old. When are they eligible to go to the institution? Well, when they're 18. That's a 10-year projection to figure out, okay, how many prisons do we think how many beds are we going to need in the future? There's just so much riding on that pivotal moment in the development of a child. And we need all hands on deck to effectuate the most amount of change possible for those kids that are falling behind right now. It's crucial.
And then there's substance abuse that's rampant, and not just our community, every community that I know of. And when I talk to people around the state, it's the same thing. We've got to try to salvage these families. In the meeting yesterday, there was so much talk about keeping families intact and thinking of new ways to do that. I actually left there very hopeful that there's kind of a new way of thinking. DCF was sitting at the table. Of course, our new sheriff is, I think, he's open to any good idea, which is, a nice change from what we've had at the occupant there. But yeah, when you go around that room, we're starting to figure it out. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. So the chamber, I guess you could say, in a selfish way, we're trying to save society so they can work at our businesses and keep the economy going.
Right.
But there's also a compassionate side of it.
For sure.
And, I've tried everything. I tried to be everything to everybody. I've been here 15 years now doing this job. And, I can't. We're not a social service agency. But I can connect people with the right people, and that's where you come in. I mean, vital. I was just talking to a staff member about you before we came here. We rely on what y'all do, what y'all bring to the table, because we can't do what you do, and you can't do what we do. But there's a lot of synergy. We're flying in the same circles and all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard a talk show host many years ago, as a fan of talk radio, I won't say who it was, but he posed the question to the
Howard
listening
Stern.
audience. No, it wasn't Howard Stern. Um,
Don Imus,
no, it wasn't Imus either.
Larry King.
No, well, you're hitting some oldies, man.
I'm
I'm
old.
not your. Well, I said I heard it, not you heard it. I
Oh,
heard
okay.
it. Okay,
And,
so you got
Richard Spires.
You got to cut. I was on with Richard this morning.
Were you?
Yeah, you're on there too. I hear you on there
Yeah,
every
well,
now and then.
That's a great connection to have,
Isn't
too,
it?
with our local friend running that station.
Richard's fantastic, and we started off the day with DJ Trey in this seat. Jay,
Really? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Jay. We love DJ Trey.
I love him too, but man, he's a ball of energy.
So that's why we had him at 8 o'clock to get this thing started.
Yeah,
he's a ball of
You don't
energy.
need coffee.
And then we were followed up by Commissioner Jeff Kennard, which he said that
Good
he's
guy.
a ball of energy in the morning as well. So we started off the day with quite a bit of energy. But anyway, where I was going with that is this talk show host posed the question: what has done more good for humanity, capitalism or charity? And hands down, when I hear that question, hands down, it's not even close in my mind. As a guy who will be in the nonprofit sector come next March for 28 years, that's a good long time. Capitalism, there's no doubt. Like, we can't do the good work that we do at United Way without a thriving business community and corporations that are out there willing to support us, and it's individuals, right? And in a community like Citrus County, where it gets hard to draw the line between individuals and businesses, doesn't it? Because look at our chamber membership. I mean, how many of those are small businesses? Small business
Most
is
of
the
them,
backbone of
by
America.
far.
Yeah, and by far, small businesses
1 to 4 employees.
There you go. And by far, our economic backbone of our country is made up of small businesses. And so I know that might be, I don't know, I'm just thinking about some people like on our chamber board. That might be Bob Kane, Kane's Hardware, but that's a contribution, Bob is making to his charity of choice in this community as well. And so we
Bob's
need
a very generous guy.
Yeah, we need a
Unlike his
thriving
cousin
business
Jeff that you had on earlier.
Yeah. We need a thriving business community in order for us here at United Way to be successful, and certainly for the chamber to be successful as well. And you all help with that. And we have, you all have legacy members. We have our champion circle, and we're really grateful.
And we're in that.
Yep. We're very grateful that our Chamber of Commerce here in Citrus County is a part of that.
And let me tell you why we invest in y'all. We don't have the apparatus to determine the needs or the best practices or verify things. Y'all do. And so if I invest our money in you, money that we raise to do good works in the community, we can bumble our way through it, make mistakes, give out money where it's not a good investment, or I can invest it in you, and y'all have the apparatus to know, is the person that coming in the door truly in need, and can what you invest in them lift them out of whatever situation it's in. Not just coming every week and saying, or every month, can you pay my light bill? Well, no, we can't, because we're going to have to get behind that and see, why can't you pay your light bill every month? Or is there a different alternative? So, there's different reasons why people need help. It can be temporary, it can be long-term, it can be illness. I don't have the skill set in my office. That's not what we do, but we are good at, raising a little bit of money with our events. And so I've decided to invest it largely with you, but we have other things that we do it. And we do it all where people are held accountable, and there's some kind of a system in place that makes sure that we're getting the highest and best use of our funds.
Yeah, we owe that to the people that are contributing to us or buying the tickets to come into the Strawberry Festival.
Absolutely.
And other events that the chamber does.
Well, this is a good time for, even though we are at the highest level, and you told me, you just write one check and we won't ask you for anything else.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to make a $500 challenge to all the businesses that are watching this now, and maybe on rerun. Is this going to rerun?
Oh yeah. We'll clip it up.
I like to make a challenge. It doesn't have to be $500. It can be $500,000.
There we go. Now we're
If
talking.
you're watching, Kennedy. No, but it could be $5. It could be $100. Invest your money here, and they will do all the due diligence and legwork to make sure that money goes to the most need and that it's used for the highest and best use. So that's a challenge to all of our small businesses. It's $500. I think most businesses can afford that. If you made money this year, not much time left for tax deductible donations.
That's right. Up to December 31st. That's
Right.
it.
So this is the time to write George a check. We got Madeline in here. She'll come pick it up.
Take a picture.
Yeah, take a picture. She'll come to the office before you've written the check. Just if you even hint that you might give money. But
Madeline is.
look at that.
There we go.
So was that the big check?
Yes.
And that was a great day. I should have brought the sign.
Yeah.
No new programs. Remember that?
I do.
Mark Wilson
I do.
said, you guys got all the apparatus. Quit starting new programs. So we sent him a picture that said, no new programs.
Yeah, we risked life and limb up there on the bridge.
Yeah. We
up on
probably should have
19.
gone to 491.
We probably should have went almost anywhere.
Look at
else.
all these pictures.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
There's
we
your
were
team,
doing
our
this
team.
before it was cool.
Yeah.
Obviously.
That's right. That's right. And yeah, that was down
There's
at
the
the
boss
office.
baby there.
Yeah. Quite the team we've got here. Have you met the Paul Jack manager, Madeline's dog? And I know you've met my dog, Buckeye. You've met him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I met Madeline's dog when I brought my grandson in here for a picture.
Yeah, there's
my grandson
Maggie right there.
Thought the dog was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, there's Buckeye. What he was doing right there was begging for food from Madeline. She was sitting at her desk eating lunch. So
He looks like a guy I went to high school with.
well,
guy from Floral City.
well, he's a very cute man, whoever that man was.
Yes.
Yeah. So, listen, we don't have many benefits around here, friends benefits or anything else. We don't have benefits. We don't have at this United Way, unfortunately. But we create them, and those benefits look like the nursery downstairs where Jess can bring Nolan and
well, you've been recognized statewide for your practices by bosses with babies.
Yeah.
And that's I tell this story that I've been in some kind of community service. There's a little bit of ego involved in community service, George. You got an ego. But I remember when I was on the commission, I had to choose between a recital and a speech at the Rotary Club, and I struggled with that when I was younger, but now I remember my daughter, I have grandkids now, and she called me not this year but last year, the day of the big industry appreciation luncheon. Wilton Simpson, I think, was our keynote speaker, or some big deal, sold out crowd, and said, hey, Dana can't watch. Carter, can you watch them? And I'm like, I got the biggest luncheon of the year. No, I can't watch them. And then I had this epiphany that I'm out preaching to people about, to do all these things. And I just said, you know what? Yes, I'll watch him. I'll take him with me. And it was the best luncheon I've ever had, taking him with me. And I've taken him to several others. But the story is, so in this society, if you can help your child or grandchild, like taking care of them while mom's got at work or there's an illness or something like that, imagine how that keeps the flow going for that child and for the business where they can go to work. And in my daughter's case, she had to go to work. Well, last year, before her husband got a big promotion, they didn't have any expendable income. They were an Alice family. So, I started thinking differently on that. And so the chamber is like your place. Although I don't let all the dogs in. You got a lot of dogs coming and going here.
Yeah, we got a couple of them.
We're not a humane society, but what we do is we allow, if the kid's got a half a day of school, I don't care if you go pick up your kid and bring them back. I got kids laying on the floor in the room doing their homework. That doesn't bother me at all. That's good stuff. Some of my best memories were going to my dad's office.
Yeah.
And drinking orange knee highs. And he would get these big containers of Charles chips delivered. And that was good time. So we allow that too, just like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I haven't had one that's had a full-time nursery in my building like you do.
Yeah, we made some significant changes around here. Not only just the nursery, but when Jess let us know that she was pregnant, crazy enough, I hadn't been here very long, and I started looking through the policy manual, and there was really no maternity policy in there, and she had a certain amount of PTO, but it wasn't enough. So we got to thinking about it. And so Madeline and I, we gave Jess our PTO to help cover her. But then, I started looking around, Josh, online and found this idea of, and I don't think this is really a good name for it, but unlimited PTO, some people call it, where the PTO process looks exactly the same. We have PTO forms. You got to be approved for PTO. If there's no one around the office that day or we're short staffed, then it may not get approved. But what we're not going to do is just keep track of it the way traditionally maybe a business would. And so as I started looking into that more and more, there was a couple things it would do for us. It would remove PTO liability off of our balance sheet, which was business-wise was a good decision for us. The other thing that you have to be careful about in that scenario is making sure people actually do take that time, because there's a psychological thing where they feel like they haven't earned it. So they are hesitant to take
Well, I
it.
don't have that problem with my employees. They know they've earned it.
Yeah. So, so even just encouraging. The process really hasn't looked any different around here, but I don't know if Jess and Ryan decide they need a fourth child, which let's
they did decide that?
No, if they should, we'll be covered anyway because of our PTO policy lines up. It's just a good business decision for us here at our small business. Like I've said it today, I say it often. Mark Wilson, someone says this all the time as well, that nonprofits like yours and mine, nonprofit is a tax distinction. You have a responsibility, and so do I, just to do good business.
Right.
Like
exactly.
you really do. Like you're the Chamber of Commerce. You got to be like the paragon of good business. And you guys run a good business. We run a good business here as well. And
well, as I say, that's why we invest in you, because we trust you with our money. Our members obviously trust us. We've, every year we break records for revenue, membership, because we've shown them value. We've shown our members value. Mm-hmm. But it comes down to, as far as employees, anybody listening out there that's got employees, you treat them right. You have to be, you have to, are you talking to Jade or something?
Tell Josh we're all leaving early today. That was that was Jade.
Yeah. You better not leave if you don't have any comp time. But we do a lot of events, like if somebody's working a mixer, then I tell them, go out, get out the door early Friday.
For sure.
Or if Lou's is at the board meeting, leave after the luncheon on Friday. So we have a system, but I don't, I'm not like a drill sergeant about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they like the flexibility. They like to be able to take a 3-day weekend.
Sure.
We do the big festivals, they can do 40 hours over 3 days at those festivals.
Well, I've by the end of the day, I'll have 30 in already for this week. My board president was here earlier, board chair Tamika, and she let me know that if we raise a sufficient amount of money today, that she'll allow me to flex some time this week.
What's the goal?
Well, I will tell you that you helped us get closer to that, so I appreciate that.
Well, I'm also doing the challenge.
Yeah, you are. You are, and we're going to clip that and we're going to replay it.
Yeah,
And,
$500. By the end of get it in by the end of the year, it's tax deductible. If you don't trust George, you know you can trust me because I used to own a used car dealership and I was in politics. But I'm telling you, the money is spent very wisely.
Yeah.
You're not a miser. I wouldn't call you a miser, but you are a very frugal.
I came here with a red pen. Did I not, Madeline?
We call him cheap.
Yeah, well, but that's good because you're dealing with people's money. You want to invest it where it's doing good in the community.
Yeah, and listen, this is Giving Tuesday. It's not just about United Way.
Oh, it's not?
There's other great organizations in our community,
I thought-
and mess around, you're gonna
I
get
got the wrong memo.
You know, I'm on your board. I'll make a motion next. So
You didn't even have to make a motion. That was out of my discretionary.
no, I was talking about a motion for your removal if you take that check back.
If you can find 14 more votes.
Well, I probably wouldn't be able to do that. But there's other organizations that you all contribute to as well, like the Education Foundation.
Oh yeah, we're very
Last
big.
Things,
We
and all these
we
others,
have
so-
a standing thing where we buy $5,000 worth of books every year.
Yep.
Getting back to that third grade reading.
Yeah. So there's other organizations in our community. What we've done today so far, and we'll continue to do. We have Jerry Mulligan next, and then after that,
So I'm sure Jerry's going to match that.
we'll have
$500.
Melissa. Listen, Jerry and
I
Janet are
heard he backed a Brinks truck up to the back of the Chronicle when he retired.
really.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
We're 8 minutes over.
I heard it in the sounding off.
I'm sure you did. Yeah, I think you're getting to the point where you're enjoying that microphone too much. So we're going to go.
Yeah, and I've got to go to Sam Himmel's annual open house.
Yeah.
At Connor's Gifts. You know, she's working in the family business now that she's not superintendent anymore.
Yeah.
She's selling Christmas ornaments. So I'm going to go support her too.
I don't know, man. I've had some rough days here. I'm sure you've had them too, where Christmas ornament sales might sound appealing, but you know, this every job's got something. I mean, Christmas ornament sales, that bring a lot of joy to people, man. It's not.
I've enjoyed coming in though, George. Thank you. But I would like to come back so we can drill down a little deeper in the 10 root causes of poverty. You know, we had a great governmental affairs meeting this morning. Marcy Holder, our incoming chair, who's chief nursing officer at Tampa General, she's taken this very seriously. We had a meeting with her because her retreat is coming up next week, where she's going to set her agenda for the whole year, and it's very heavy on prosperity. And you know, Tampa General is also very generous, so they'll probably get involved financially, and we're going to move the needle this year. This is the year of connecting the dots.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad you came in. I appreciate it. So we'll definitely do that. And tell Jade we've got quite the podcast set up here. I know she's been threatening to do some shows and some broadcasts for the chamber, and she's
and we
she's
talked
welcome to
about a
come in.
partnership, but the number you shot me wasn't budgeted. But we would like to.
I'll tell you what, it's on a show.
Can we just rent studio time?
Yeah,
from you?
absolutely. Love to do that. And Madeline and I, all this equipment that you're seeing right now, even the tongue and groove on the wall, we actually made that investment personally for our United Way. So donor dollars didn't go to this, but we think this is a great thing and a great way to get the word out to the community about great things that we do. And yeah,
I think this is great. And this is where people are, you know, they're online wanting content.
Exactly
And if we can give them some positive content to help our community, I'm all in.
More power to us. All right, man. I'm gonna get you out of here because we have the esteemed.
Our friend Jerry's here.
He is here, man.
Jerry is. Let me give a shout out to our Christmas parade this Saturday, 6 p.m. And Jerry and I have been starting it for the last 16 years. You were probably doing it before I was here, but it's a great tradition. So we can't wait. Dr. Desai is our Grand Marshal.
Yep.
So we're looking forward to it. Take care. Always a pleasure, Madeline.
Well, thank you for the donation. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you,
Can
man.
hold that check till.
No problem.
a hand away.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. Well, thanks for joining us. He's a handful.
He's a handful.
So he just got into your time by 12 minutes.
That is fine.
And that's always a danger.
Josh does not have an off button.
He does not.
And that's what makes him special, though. You see what he's done to the Chamber of Commerce over the years.
Yeah.
He has really built that organization to the strongest it has ever been.
You're like a lifetime.
Yeah,
member.
I actually was on the chamber board. I joined the chamber board, I think, in 1991, and spent about 30 years, and helped hire Josh. That was one of the good hires. Not that he isn't a handful on occasion.
Mm-hmm.
He has been known to, stick his nose in things that he probably shouldn't be in. But he's so enthusiastic. He loves Citrus County so much, and that's why he's such an advocate for United Way.
Yeah, there's a few of us in the community that might try to reel him in every now and then, but doing great work and for our community for sure. I think that I've been on that chamber board for about 3 years now, and if I remember right, when I came to the board, the first board retreat, I believe, might have been your last.
Might have been.
Yeah, about 3 years. About 3 years
I
ago.
retired about 3 years ago from the paper.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
And you are, like, a lot of people don't know this. You're one of the founders of this United Way, and come May 12th next year, that'll be 40 years.
How can that be? I'm not 40 years old.
I'm telling you. So 40 years ago, you, Steve Lamb, and Wilson
Burns
came together and
they were
pulled this effort together.
There were a bunch of players back then, people who, like Jean Grant, who was well known in the community. She was a county commissioner, head of the fair board. She was one that was there from the very beginning and helped give it a high public image. Steve Lamb, who has a great reputation in the community, he was somewhat brand new. He'd been here a couple of years at that point and just started his first car dealership. But Jean was instrumental. Wilson Burns, Sugar Mill Woods resident who had been affiliated with United Way back in his previous life, came here and just didn't understand why we didn't have one. And it was interesting. We tried to start it and it didn't work, maybe 1981. And we just couldn't get enough enthusiasm behind it. But a funny thing happened. A golf tournament was held. I don't know if you've heard this story or not, but
I haven't.
Golf tournament was planned to help some family. I think their house burned down in a fire, and we were all going to raise money doing a golf tournament. They held the tournament. Lots of people got involved and donated money. And the guy coordinating the golf tournament left town with the money.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And, we all just sat there scratching our heads saying, this is so dumb. I mean, we just worked really hard to try to help this family out and raise some money. And there was no controls over what was happening. And the fellow just left town. And that's where we started talking again and said, if we had a United Way coordinating this kind of stuff wouldn't happen. And I think everybody came to the table at that point and said, yeah, we need some level of organization to this kind of thing, because there are always people in need. There's always issues that come up that you need an organization like United Way to take the lead on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we did. We got together and it was disorganized and loose knit, and we had absolutely no employees. It was 100% volunteers in the first couple of years because we didn't want to spend any money. We weren't raising that much money in the beginning, but we didn't want to spend anything. So we had a bunch of volunteers doing the work, and it worked out year after year. It got a little bit better, and we got some of the big companies stepped up. It's a different world now than it was 40 years ago when we started, because, in a place like Citrus County, there were big players who came to the table, like Florida Power. It's now Duke Energy, but back then, Florida Power was a real close-knit organization, very connected to the community. With Cucci Electric was another, Publix. Companies like that took the lead. A lot of people work there. and they urged their employees to give the United Way, and it really worked out. It was, after 3 or 4 years, we were raising substantial money, and there were a lot of organizations in need in Citrus County, a lot of nonprofits that, you sit back and you make the decision as a nonprofit. You can provide the service that people want from you, or you can raise money. It's very hard to do both.
Right.
And again, that's where United Way came in. We would, we'd go out and help the Boy Scouts stay afloat, help the Girl Scouts stay afloat, and organizations like CASA and Cub and, some of the early ones, they didn't have the structure to get out there and fundraise. Now there's a lot more people who are better at fundraising, as you guys know.
Mm-hmm.
And, so there's competition, and there's also, there's a willingness on the part of some of the larger nonprofits to get out there and work hard to raise money too.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I say quite often that now we sort of have this hybrid model based on what you're saying there. Like, we're out there trying to raise funds, not only for the programs that we run, but also to make contributions still to other nonprofits. But just the work that we do in-house here, whether it's our tax assistance, our long-term recovery efforts that we have here that we're making, financial literacy, we can go down the line of things that we do here. That work feels like enough already.
Yeah.
For anybody. But then you add on top of that, we need to go out and we need to raise $600,000 plus a year to make all those things happen and to be able to support other agencies. And when I say $600,000 a year, we're talking like baseline right there, right? In years where we have storms like 23 and 24, that number climbed to over 800,000 because of the money that came to our United Way to help disaster victims, survivors. So it's, man, what a task that we have here, not only to just provide good services, but support the work others are doing and find the money to do that.
Yeah. And to be in a position where you already exist, because every once in a while the tornado is going to rip through town, or a hurricane's going to come, a flood's going to come, some natural disaster, some fire is going to happen. That there was a time back in the 1920s that downtown Inverness pretty much burned down, as did Crystal River. Everybody used to have fires, and it turns the world upside down. When you have a United Way around, it's the organization that can pull all those other pieces together and get everybody pointed in the right direction the next day. I personally witnessed you guys come to the rescue of so many people during the hurricanes that beat up our coast the last couple of years. And there's everybody else, a lot of the other nonprofits, and I'm involved in a lot of them too. That's not what their job is. Their job is, to run the YMCA or to provide, services to abused women. We have things to do, and it's not emergency response is not one of them. United Way can step up and say, okay, we're going to fill that void. We didn't see it coming, but we're going to be there and help make things right.
Yeah, we're able to be really agile and respond quickly, in part because United Way we are our own separate 501c3. I mean, we carry that name, but we do have a governing board. And so when it comes to needing to make a quick decision about what we do and how we help our community, our board makes those decisions. It's not like we're calling United Way of Florida worldwide and getting permission or some regional structure.
Right. A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. We are our own separate entity.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's, that is, to me, is really important. It's critical that you be able to turn immediately and approach a problem that exists in the community. And who better to do it? You don't need somebody in Tallahassee or Washington sending you a memo telling you this is what you should look out for. You know what you should look out for. You run into it every day as you travel around town and talk to different people in different groups and stuff.
Yeah. What else can you tell me about Wilson? Because of the three of you all, I know you the best by far. I know Steve a little bit. I know Jewel better than I know Steve. and I really just don't know anything about Wilson. You said he had some background with United Way previously.
Yeah,
but-
Wilson was again a retiree that came to Sugar Mill Woods, but he was one of those retirees that wasn't ready to retire. And just to digress, Citrus County needs to do a better job taking those guys in and letting them continue to work, even if it's in the volunteer realm. Let them do things to make this place better. And Wilson's a perfect example. He worked for, I want to say, National Harvester, or one of these big manufacturing companies, and he traveled the world. He was in charge of contracts in Moscow. I know he was all through Eastern Europe doing work and making big things happen. He had a very big job, and he came here and he just wanted to make things better. He joined Rotary in Crystal River, and was a member there for a bunch of years. And he just kept hammering, we need a United Way. We need to make this thing happen. And, I'll admit, my office at the time was in Inverness, and he would come and see me every other month. He would come by and he would just show up, take me around the corner, get a cup of coffee, and hammer into me that we needed this. And, he was relentless. I admit that there were times when, oh no, Wilson's here again. I'm going to get the speech that we need a United Way. And honestly, I'd never worked with one either. In the other communities where I worked at newspapers, they didn't have United Ways. So I got to see it when Wilson got it started. I was a novice. I just, I followed his lead. Steve Lamb did the same thing. We followed his lead and started that campaign. But Wilson was, he was relentless, and he was always so polite. He was always so, again, guy in international business who travels the world. You got to have your wherewithal around. He just built friends. He didn't build enemies. And in doing that, he managed to build this organization. I want to say when our first board of directors that we had like 20 members come forward and volunteer to be on the group. A lot of people didn't have a lot of money back then, but we had a lot of small contributions. I want to say our first campaign, we raised about $140,000. But Duke Energy and Publix were the big players in it. Those were the folks that, and Wilson was very comfortable in making those contacts because he was used to dealing at a high corporate level. So he went right to the top and said, you guys have a responsibility. Both organizations, both Publix and Florida Power, were big players in our community. And he convinced them that they need to come forward and play a leadership role. And they did. They really helped make this thing happen.
Well, I'm glad he was relentless, and I'm glad he came and visited you.
Yeah, he was. We had another guy in Inverness, Barry Walker. I want to say that Barry was the first VP for United Way in the community, and he was a retired colonel. He was also a piece of work and involved in Rotary Club on the Inverness side. So used to helping people out, but they those were good people because they were not afraid to ask for contributions. I have to admit that is not a core strength that I have. I was involved in building the YMCA here, and we did raise a lot of money, but I was really awful at asking people to donate their money because I know how hard people work for their money. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to ask for a corporation to donate money. It's another thing to ask for individuals. You don't know what their personal situations really are, and you make the case and you hope people can see the need and help out. But I tell you, the people of Citrus County have been really good to United Way over these years. And I can tell you there's no better organization in the community that gets out there, identifies problems, and goes and searches for those solutions and helps other people come together to solve problems. United Way is not in competition with any of the other nonprofits in the community. United Way always wants to see everybody succeed, and you guys have done a good job at it.
Yeah, we're definitely carrying on that tradition. I was trying to say, but Josh wouldn't let me get in a word there. But just like other nonprofits that the chamber supports, we're doing this 12-hour broadcast today, and we want people to go to our website or call the number. It's scrolling at the bottom of the screen and make contributions to our United Way. But we also want people to go to the YMCA's website, and we've shown some websites today for some of our guests from Nature Coast Ministries and Habitat and Pace Center for Girls. If there's when an organization's mission really resonates with folks, then you may not even have to make the ask really very strongly. They might just, but man, that's just something that really resonates with me, and I want to be a part of that. And people give, and Citrus County is definitely a giving place.
It is, but I'll tell you a funny story on that. Is that doing the YMCA campaign 10 years ago now that we built that. I wasn't very good at it, but I would align myself with people that had capacity to support. And I took this one really nice guy out to lunch 3 different times, explaining to him and he was a Black Diamond resident, had the money to contribute, was familiar with what YMCA did. And I kept taking him out and explaining and hoping he would step forward and write a check and stuff. And he never did. And after the 3rd lunch, I'm walking to my car, scratching my head, and the guy says, "Jerry, I got to tell you, you've never asked me for the money." And I'm like, "You're kidding. Okay, will you give me a check?" And he did. And he wrote me a check right there for $50,000. I didn't know how to ask for it. Sometimes some people, they want to hear you make the ask. I work with Jewel Lamb on that project. Jewel has no trouble making the ask. Her motto was start high and justify. She was very good at it, and some people are naturals. But I'll tell you what I'm a natural for is I love Citrus County, and I know this is a very different place to live. The folks who have been here forever understand that, but all of the new people coming in, they get the feel for it. They understand it after a little bit that Citrus County is special. It is a place where we don't need the federal government or the state government to stand up and tell us you got to help people out. We understand that. We come forward and help each other out in rough times. And we don't, most folks don't look for anything in return. They just know that's, if you want to have a strong community, you got to be committed to helping your fellow citizens when they're in need. And that's what United Way is all about. It is about helping people out in an organized way. Go back to the story I told about the golf tournament in the beginning. You never know. Unfortunately, there are unscrupulous people in every avenue of life. And sometimes they come forward and they steal money, from people in need. It's horrible, but it happens. United Way is something that makes sure that things like that never happen. It's just a group of really good people who donate their time and their energy to help others out. How can you make it any better than that?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So you've been retired now for 3 years. Do you feel like you're retired? Because I feel like you stay pretty busy.
Yeah, I'm still pretty busy. Still involved in a number of things, but you slow down as time goes on. But it's hard. It's hard to let go of things too. When when I was with the newspaper for all those years, it was nights and weekends I was doing a lot of the volunteer stuff. Now I get to volunteer and it's all I do. I don't need a paycheck. I just sit and try to figure things out. I'm very involved in Three Sisters Springs and trying to help the refuge keep going in the right direction and raise money for them so they can make some improvements out there to the wildlife refuge. But that's just to me, that's a perfect example of what Citrus County is about. Go back to 15, 20 years ago, what was going to happen? Three Sister Springs was going to be a condominium project. And people came together and said, no, that's a bad idea. Let's figure out how to not let that happen. And how did what happened? People in the community came together, raised $13 million, got lots of grants from different organizations, different levels of government, but people worked their tails off to raise that money and protect that piece of property. And now it's the most popular national wildlife refuge in Florida and one of the top in the entire nation. And we made it happen because we cared about our community. We were willing to come forward and raise money to do those things. We didn't have to take a directive from Washington to tell us to do that, or Tallahassee. We made that decision ourselves and made it happen.
Listen, I've told you many times, one of the things that I appreciate most about you is your stories and your history that you can draw upon. You had front seat to Citrus County history for,
is that a nice way to say
for
I'm
so
old,
many
George?
years. We'll call you a seasoned
Okay.
citizen. But I love your stories. I still have my favorite. You shared it on a podcast that we did together about former sheriff, and but we need folks like you that know those stories and are willing to tell them. Just you shared that very story recently at a Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And just how important it is for
Right.
us to remember that when we're looking at conserving land in the environment here in Citrus County for future generations. So,
and look what just happened with that. I mean, guys, Johnny Cash came together with Jeff Kennard. I know you had Jeff on earlier today, and they convinced people to contribute $400,000 to help save the Ozello Park. Did you, that was another high density development was planned for that property. We only have so many pieces of nature that you can preserve, and you only get one shot. Once you build a 7-Eleven on a piece of property, you're not going to turn it into a park. That's not the way it works. You gotta save it when we have the chance. And people here, they just come forward and do those things, and that's one of the real strengths we have.
Yeah, Withlacoochee River Electric Co-op came together with that one as well, and I saw them presenting a check for $100,000. And are you still helping them out with Operation Roundup?
Yep, I still sit on that board. With
Yeah,
them. Yeah, they do good things. They are out there looking to help people who are in need, and that's just another example of them stepping forward and helping out with the park. They also have a fund where in Citrus County schools, they give hundreds of thousands of dollars of scholarships each year to kids who want to go off to college or trade school. They like trade school too, because a lot of those kids end up working for the co-op. But I mean, it's not, we have strong citizens here. We also have strong corporations, and we have a lot of strong public officials. Not all of them, but a lot of them, and they step forward and they're willing to fight for the right thing. That is unique. We take it for granted because we get used to it. It's not that way every place in Florida or in other places in this country.
Yeah. So our challenge will be to over the years as this place grows to hang on to that. And we've got I feel like we've got a good crop of younger leaders coming up. I remember during Leadership Citrus, my Leadership Citrus group, and going back 2020, 2021, we had our first day where we did team building out at the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranch.
Right,
and you came and talked to us that day. And one of the questions that someone in my class asked was, do we have who are some of the leaders that are coming up, right? And what a great thing that that you were able to quickly just rattle off the next generation, the younger generation of leaders that are coming behind folks like Wilson and Steve and yourself and George Russo and others that we just recently lost. I feel really encouraged about the future. I feel like we've got a pretty deep bench.
Yeah, and I
here.
agree with you. And you put an organized program like Leadership Citrus together, gets them all knowing each other and working together. What a really cool idea that has continued to gain momentum over the years.
Yeah.
Let's that younger class talk to each other and work together on projects.
Yeah.
Neat idea.
Well, Jerry, I know I will see you around the community. I don't know if you know, but I'm on the editorial board now, and I've really, really enjoyed that so much. That's been fantastic. Glad to be a part of the editorial board down at our Chronicle. It is so important that we have a local newspaper. The value of that for a community like ours is
and I don't know if a lot of people recognize they don't the significance that the newspaper plays in promoting the good things that happen in the community. I had when I was running the Chronicle, actually had 9 different newspapers in Florida in different counties. So I would travel a lot and see and talk to all these people. But I was always being stopped by people who didn't have newspapers in their community. And the thing they were looking for, yeah, they like that you cover the county commission and you report the crime. But what they really want you to see is when their kid is the quarterback of the football team and they win the championship, if it's not on the front page of the newspaper, they don't feel like the whole community really knows what's happened. The Chronicle plays a great role in helping people know what happens here. And the editorial board, that editorial board we started 30 years ago, has lots of citizens that have come and gone on that board. 2 of my favorite are Charlie Dean, the retired sheriff senator. But we also had, people may not remember, Richard Corcoran, who is in the news frequently now because he's the president of New College and creating a stir down in Sarasota. He was also a member of the board. We've had a lot of interesting characters, but it's one of the last editorial boards that really exists at newspapers in Florida. That's not the way it's done at other newspapers, unfortunately, because the economy has changed and the model for newspapers has changed. So my plug is support your local newspaper, and it supports your local community. It makes sure that things like United Way continue to be successful.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been good for me. And we have a diverse set of opinions on that board. I probably couldn't, 90% of the time, I probably will disagree with Jim, and he'll disagree with me, but we're not disagreeable, and we always find lanes where we agree and have common ground, and it's a really cool thing, man. It's a valuable thing here in our community.
I'm glad you're doing it.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, thank you for coming in. Always a pleasure to have you, and we'll have to do it again on the podcast sometime. I always enjoy your stories.
Very good. Sounds good,
sure.
George. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're going to take a break for a moment and get Melissa in here. Melissa Bowermaster is with us. Looking forward to talking to her. But I got to stretch my back real quick, so we're going to do that. So we'll be right back in just a moment. All right, our producer over there is getting a little punchy. You got a couple of mice over there, and you were just using the wrong one. Yeah, it happens. We started this broadcast at 8 a.m. We're almost 8 hours into it.
Got here at 6:30.
Yeah, we did get here at 6:30. You got here at 6:30. I rolled in about 10 to 7, and then got situated. Then called in to 99.9 out of Brooksville to talk on the radio with Richard Spires, Nature Coast News. And we're going to get that closer to you over there. Yeah, right up there. And then started here at 8 o'clock. And it was like this frenzy. Like I've been testing all this equipment. There's a lot of equipment up here, right?
It is.
So I've been testing all of this equipment like for the last week to make sure I don't have any issues, because AV issues drive me up the wall. Like at an event or anything, you know, it just drives me up the wall. So this morning, I still needed to do a few things, like make an adjustment to the telephone prompt, you know, when people call, because people are calling today and making contributions. We had some other issues, like a camera wasn't focusing. Like all of a sudden, things are just going downhill. But I feel like we've recovered. It's been a fun day.
Sounds like a long day.
It has been a long day. We had a really great list of folks. And,
I was looking at your lineup over there. It's pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive, isn't it? And we're impressed to have you here.
Thank you.
If people in the community don't recognize our guests right now, then where have you been? That's number one. But number two, we have Melissa Bowermaster with us, and you're the executive director.
Yes.
Correct. Of the Citrus County Child Advocacy Center, also known as Jesse's Place.
Correct.
And I don't know if you saw earlier, but we had Sheriff Dawsey came in.
I saw the name.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. He came in earlier today. It was a lot of fun talking to him.
Always.
Yeah, what a great dude. And yeah, he was singing your praises today for sure. And
I'll pay him that $20.
yeah, no, you didn't pay him a thing. But yeah, that was. I mean, part of having him in here, not just that he's a heck of a guy and fun to talk to, is that you know, what a tragic situation. He said it today, like it's a shame that we need a child advocacy center. It's obviously, it points to an ill in society, right? There's a brokenness of the world that we live in, but we've got to have it. And we both agree that no better person to be running that agency than you. And
thank you.
We have all the confidence. Our community has all the confidence in you. How long have you been down there? You are the first executive director.
I'm the only executive director,
one.
that we've ever had. And that's thanks in large part to Sheriff Dawsey, to Jeff. When Jesse's Place first started, of course, he was our sheriff, and he was very supportive of the project. And Jesse's Place was very much a grassroots Citrus County community developed organization. So it was a small group of people in the community, from the prosecutor's office, from DCF, from law enforcement, that worked these cases and saw that there was a better way to do things. Hernando County had a child advocacy center. Marion County had a child advocacy center. So it really truly started from a community conversation that said, why is it that our kids are going out of the county to get the services that they need? And because Sheriff Dawsey supported the project, he allowed me, because I worked for him at the time, to use my work time to really help, this come to fruition. So it just kind of evolved from there. So starting as a sheriff's office employee, supporting this project to help our kids, to a volunteer, to a part-time executive director, to a full-time executive director. So I've been there full-time since 2013.
So let's drill into the reason for a child advocacy center. You mentioned there was just a better way of doing things,
right?
And we needed a better way of doing things. And I believe I understand that better way of doing things is not just that kids had to leave Citrus County, but there's a better way. There's a way of addressing the trauma, so that we're not re-traumatizing children in the process of holding offenders accountable and whatnot, and capturing their stories and the medical data that you have to capture. So can you tell us, like, how were things prior to, and how does Jesse's Place address those issues?
You did a great job. You don't need me. You did a great job. So the concept to a child advocacy center, and it's actually a national model. We didn't invent this wheel. So it's a nationally utilized and proven model. But the concept is that you bring all of the agencies to the child and the family in one child-friendly facility. So to answer your question, if Jesse's Place did not exist in Citrus County, when there was a new allegation of abuse, so someone calls into the hotline, right, to the abuse hotline, we all know 1-800-96-ABUSE, right? But so if an allegation comes in, then DCF would be notified, and then DCF would go out and do an interview with that child, right? And so say there's validity to the allegation, it needs to be investigated further, so they would notify law enforcement. Well, then law enforcement would come and do an interview with the child, right? Well, and this is going forward. These, the allegations are valid, and we're going to do a full-fledged investigation. So, now there's more interviews, and there needs to be that medical exam, right? So now they're going to go to the hospital. They've already been to DCF office. They've already been to law enforcement office, the sheriff's office. Now they're going to go to the hospital, have a medical exam done, right? And then as a case progresses, now prosecutors, right, they need to do interviews. So statistically, they say that a child going through the system without a child advocacy center will have to tell their story on average of about 15 times. So when I do like public presentations, I ask, who wants to get up and share, right, the worst thing that's ever happened to them, and then ask them to do it 15 times. So the concept is that when there's with Jesse's Place, when there's an allegation of abuse, the child comes to our center. And so when they walk through the front door, it's obvious to them that this is a place for kids. We have kites hanging from the ceiling. Everything about our center is to make kids feel safe and comfortable. And they go into an interview room where they're interviewed by a specialist who's trained to interview kids, and law enforcement and DCF can sit and watch the interview in live time so that everybody gets the information they need from the one interview. And the medicals can be done right there in our center at the same time. So the kids aren't going from one place to another place to another place, none of which are designed to make kids feel safe and comfortable, right? They're designed to make the professional's job easier, right? And and all of the different traveling back and forth and going to all those different places is eliminated because they get to come to Jesse's Place and do it all there. And then when we put them into our therapy program to help them overcome the trauma, they still get to come back to this very same place that they get to know, and it becomes their place. They're comfortable, they're safe, and the therapists that treat them are trained specially to deal with trauma. So not every mental health treatment is the same, and all of our clinicians have specialized training to deal with trauma.
Yeah, you all have quite the technology down there.
Yeah, we utilize telehealth.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and you all still have partners with or partner with UF. Yeah, the
University of Florida Child Protection Team. So forensic interviews and medical exams on allegations of child abuse are actually state-funded services. And most states don't have that. But in Florida, the state actually pays to provide those services. And in our area, the University of Florida has the contract with the Department of Health to provide those services. So I have 6 members of the UF Child Protection Team in my center so that kids get access to specialists from one of the best medical facilities in the state, probably in the country, UF, but they get it in a child-friendly facility, and they don't have to leave the county to get it.
Yeah. If I had a crime perpetrated against me and I, as a grown man, had to recount that story 15 times, I'm going to tell you what would happen. Whoever the perpetrator is, they would probably walk. And I'm going to tell you why I think they'd probably walk. Is because by the time I had to talk about a traumatic event 15 times, I just know my brain and most human beings. I would say something that didn't line up with what I said the 7th time I told the story and the 9th time and all the rest of it. And part of the process of criminal defense is finding any type of discrepancy, any type of inconsistency in the story, And so I can see so much value there in just not aside the re-traumatization issue is enough. Let's just have that kid go through that one time. But the other issue for me is that comes to mind is just while it's fresh on the mind and whatnot, dealing with that, working your way through it, and then not having to come back and do it over and over and over again probably provides some continuity and whatnot. And so, do I sound crazy right now?
No, you're absolutely correct, because one of the, aside from, and again, right, the benefit to the kids is always a number one priority.
Yes.
But having the collaboration of agencies, which is what the CAC model supports, improves our investigations and ultimately our prosecutorial outcomes, because you have that collaboration, you have that information sharing, you don't have multiple interviews, and no one recounts anything the same way that many times, right? There is always, something that will occur to you later. And when I'm speaking in public and people ask me about it, I'm like, if you've ever been around kids, when your kid comes home from school and you say, "What did you do today?" Usually what's their response?
Nothing.
Right? Nothing. And I'm like, and I've always asked my kids, like, you're at school for 7 hours, you did nothing. But if you ask them, how did you do in math class today? You were going to get a different answer. Doesn't necessarily mean that either answer was intentionally deceptive, that they were lying. That's just kids, right?
Yeah, that's why we need trained professionals doing any type of assessment.
Right.
Melissa, I mean, I just provided some training to our staff here in motivational interviewing, of which you are familiar. And so when I worked in the criminal justice system, I traveled all over the country training folks in that, because when you do any type of assessment, whether you're assessing what we would call criminogenic risks and needs, like what are the issues present in someone's life that may contribute to them engaging in criminal behavior, or the assessments that you all do. And I'd even say, when we do like point in time count in Citrus County and talk to folks that are homeless and really drilling down into the causes and the reasons for that, we need people who are trained that know how to ask those questions, know the difference between an open-ended question and a closed-ended question, understand some of those principles of empathy and respecting people's autonomy and affirming people, and just all that stuff that just contributes to good, healthy communication. You got to have all of that stuff, because if you don't, then you're not going to get accurate information.
Right.
And if you don't have accurate information, then how do you even put in some places like case plans together to help people make changes, or in your world putting together a case that's going to have a favorable outcome for that survivor of the abuse.
Yep. And I think you and I have had conversations about the trauma informed perspective and bringing that training to the community. But instead of asking what's wrong with you, asking what happened to you. Generally speaking, there's a reason, right? Why people do what they do. And when we have those, the clients that were, like you said, trying to develop a case plan and trying to help, if you don't understand their history, it's going to be really hard to help them become successful in the future. And when we have kids who experience trauma, if we don't get them the intervention that they need to help them understand that trauma and deal with that trauma in a way that is positive for them, or not detrimental to them, right? We miss the mark when we don't understand that. That there has to be treatment and there has to be intervention for trauma, because kids perceive things very differently, and kids who have trauma carry a lot of shame and a lot of guilt. And unless we change that, that will impact them for the rest of their lives.
I love nonprofits like the Child Advocacy Center, like Jesse's Place, because what you're doing is just like saturated with scientifically proven evidence behind the things that you all do. For many efforts over the years, programs over the years, dealing with human services and whatnot. So many programs over the years just went on gut feeling. And I know what's best for people. I've been around. I've been doing this forever. I know what's best. I know how to talk to these kids. No, we can actually look at research to figure out what is the best intervention. What is the best way to talk to folks to get accurate information from them? How do we develop case plans? How do we do what works? That's what we would call it in the criminal justice system. Like what works? That was like the term that we gave to the what works literature, the body of work that's out there that shows us how do we reduce recidivism in the criminal justice system. When our criminal justice system started really to pay attention to that and start doing those evidence-based practices, cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational interviewing, assessing criminogenic risks and needs, we start getting better outcomes because it's we're not just going by gut feeling, and that's something that you all do.
Yeah. When I mentioned that all of our therapists have to have advanced training or additional training in trauma treatment, that training has to be in an evidence-based treatment modality. So as we're a nationally accredited child advocacy center, which is a pretty big deal, and Citrus County should be proud of the fact that their CAC is nationally accredited. Every policy, practice, procedure that we have has been reviewed on a national level to make sure that we are in line with best practice. But so those therapists get the training in an evidence-based treatment modality because there's a body of research, like you said, behind it that says this is the best way to treat trauma, right? Because if you don't utilize that and you're basing your treatment on your gut instinct or your feeling, you can do more harm than you do good. So it's really important that that you are using that evidence-based treatment. And that we know what we're doing, so we know that the kids in Citrus County get the best treatment they can.
Yeah. Would you say I think of the times early in my career working in juvenile justice facilities where people would say things like, "Go down there and treat them kids like they're your own," and then you think about that for a second, and you're like, "No, do not do that. There's a better way. You don't do that. Let's actually do things that work here." And that's not your child; that's someone else's child.
Exactly.
So let's figure out what actually works. So on this Giving Tuesday, I would encourage people to, as I have been doing all day long, listen, I want you to contribute to United Way. And we've had the opportunity to invest in Jesse's Place along the way. And I would encourage you to give to our United Way. You can see the information. Madeline put up a picture there of us down there at Jesse's Place. There's some of those kites that you were talking about. And the information's there. You can go to our website. But if people want to donate directly to Jesse's Place, what's the best way for them to do that?
Visit our website, which is www.jessesplacecitrus.org.
jessesplacecitrus.org.
Yeah.
I see Madeline over there at the computer. I think any second now we're going to see that pop up on screen, and there we are.
Yep.
And that looks like the donate tab right there, so folks can go there and donate today to Jesse's Place, and your money will be well spent. And we love what you do, and we appreciate you all. And y'all got some we're gonna have to have you come back and talk more in the future, because y'all got some good stuff happening down there.
We've got some big plans.
You got some big plans.
Yeah.
You got some support from the legislature last year to get those plans rolling. Hopefully some more support this year from the legislature. You all got an allocation last year of what, about $500,000?
No, only 200,000 last year. So our plan was to do a little ask and then do some bigger ask later. But so we got $200,000 from the legislature to start the design for our building expansion. We are just simply out of space. We have about 5,000 square feet in our current facility, which is a county-owned building, but the county gave us a 50-year lease, so we have secured our long-term placement there. And we don't pay our leases for zero rent. For those people that are interested, I get asked that all the time. How much rent do you pay the county? They don't charge us anything. But So the design phase is well underway, working with Donnelly Architecture and Daly and Zilch for construction management. So that is well underway. We plan to ask for some money this year to start construction next summer.
Awesome.
So
I've watched this from a distance, that progression of, I saw when you went to the BOCC meeting and asked for a 50-year lease, and you didn't have to lean on them very hard. They jumped right in there, got on that, and we're grateful that they did that, and that sets you up to where you felt comfortable. It looked like to me anyway, that you got that 50-year lease. That gives you that confidence to say, okay, we've secured this.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and start working on a much needed expansion, and it's cool to see all that lining up for you.
Yeah,
So,
we've got big plans, certainly adding therapy rooms. We have a wait list right now of 31 kids because I simply don't have more space to
you
put
know,
them.
and Sheriff Dawsey said it earlier today. It's a shame that you even have to have it.
Yeah. I would love to find a different job. I'll come work at United Way.
Yeah, come on. It's a shame that you have to have it, but you know what? Our community has to have that.
Yeah.
That is an absolute necessity, and we're grateful. That's what a legacy for Sheriff Dawsey, right?
Yeah, he was instrumental in making this happen for this community.
Yeah,
more
listen,
than
that's
instrumental.
a 50-year lease. That's gonna outlast everybody in this room, and what a legacy that is to leave. And so,
I'll be long gone, so
I will as
next
well.
time they got to expand it, it won't be.
Yeah, that's
on my
right.
watch.
Up to somebody else.
That's right.
There'll be a statue of you maybe
I
outside.
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be. Yeah, I won't be around. I won't see that either. But we'll talk to somebody. We'll get you recognized. That's for sure. So you do a great job. Jesse's Place is awesome. Obviously, I've been there more than once, a few times. I know about the work that y'all do. It's highly impressive, and we appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you very much and the support of the United Way. Just so appreciated. And not just for Jesse's Place. Obviously, Jesse's Place appreciates the support of the United Way. And you guys giving us funds, particularly unrestricted funds, is just wonderful because that doesn't happen very often. But as a community member, someone has lived here almost my entire life. So 28 years. But you laughing. But I appreciate the work and the effort that United Way gives back to our community. So, and not just to Jesse's Place, but to our community as a whole. So as a community member, I appreciate United Way too.
We've known each other a good long time now.
We have.
Not quite all of our 28 years that we've been gracing the face of the earth, but I knew you when you worked for the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
That's been it's been a minute ago.
Yeah, I've been doing victim services in this community for well over 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So
You started when you were 8.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. All right, Melissa Bowermaster, Jesse's Place. Check out their website. Madeline showed it to you a few minutes ago. They're not hard to find, and contribute to them. Or if you call in, and Jen answers the phone, and you make a contribution, and you say, "I want that to go to Jesse's Place," then we'll be happy to send those funds over to such a great cause. So our next guests are here from the Seco Foundation, and so we are going to take just a quick break, and we have to adjust the room a little bit because there's going to be 3 of us in the next one, and then 4 of us. Ooh, 4 of us, and then we'll go from there. So all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're getting a little punchy. We've been at this
Little punch drunk?
over 8 hours now. We've been at this, and so I say we're getting a little punchy because I started talking, and then I realized, thank goodness for this extra screen right here. What a setup we have here, right?
Yeah, perfect.
I could see that Madeline had not unmuted us. Now, we did have an issue with Facebook. Facebook kicked us off the stream for whatever reason. So, but we were able to figure that out. And if you're on Facebook and you missed Melissa Bowermaster or any bit of that, I'll have you know, you can also go to YouTube, and we're streaming live to our YouTube. That has been uninterrupted today. So that's working. We're just testing all this out. This is welcome to our broadcast today, and you're part of this experiment to see if I would have the stamina to do this for 12 hours and if our equipment and the technology would hold up. And so we have Mary and Mariah from the Seco Energy Foundation.
Yep.
And we are very, very happy recipients of some grants from Seco Energy Foundation, and the foundation is rather new as well, because when I first came here to our United Way 3.5 years ago, we had funds that Seco would provide us to help Seco Energy customers with their bills, and that was probably maybe my first 2 years here. And then the Seco Energy Foundation was created to sort of expand the amount of help that agencies like ours could provide to the community. And so we are now in a position to apply for grants that we can still use to help people with their bills. And that's important when 50% of households in Citrus County are below that ALICE threshold or into the below the poverty level. So that's important work. But what it's allowed us to do here is to run a really good financial stability class. There it is up on the screen. A flyer that we put together there for our GROW initiative, which is an 11-week financial security class that we do here at United Way. And we're able to do that alongside other partners that help us with those 11 weeks and teach those courses that we're teaching. But listen, we've been able to do that because of the Seco Energy Foundation.
That's awesome.
And your contributions to us. So which one of you I want to talk a little bit about the foundation and the good work that you all do aside what I've mentioned so far?
Mary Parrish, you got this?
Mary.
I knew she was going to do that. So what we've done is, what happens with the Seco Foundation is your electric bill, whoever is a Seco customer, your bill may be $450.50, and we're going to charge you $451 because that $50.50 is going into a bucket. And with that bucket, it really adds up. We have 206,000 members. Is that how many we have now?
About 240,000.
Okay. So you think your little 6 cent don't matter, or your 50 cent don't matter, but it matters a lot. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
So far, we've given 80 grants out.
This year.
Just this year. Last year, I don't know how many we did, but and it was $1.1 million that we've given out so far.
Mm-hmm.
And we are encouraging people. You do not have to be a Seco Energy customer to apply for the grants. Right. You just have to work in the area that we service, which is Levy, Citrus, Hernando,
Pasco, Sumter, Lake,
and Marion.
Yeah.
We've given quite a bit of funds to the fire department there, to the sheriff's department over there, to Wildwood Police Department. We've given money there. You don't even think, oh, well, we're a government, we can't give you. Oh yeah, you can apply for the grant for certain. You can't ask for an overall, I just need $25,000. You have to have a reason to get it, and we just love giving to United Way. We truly do. I was so excited. You saw me on the streets. Wait a minute.
That's normally where I see Mary
is. That's a different show.
On the streets. all the streets of
you know,
the main streets
we're
of
both
Inverness.
we're both involved a lot in the community, and we see
Yeah.
each other in the community. And I tell him, I said, did you do it yet? Did you apply? Did you apply? Because it's so important that people know that we have money to give.
Right.
Okay, that we have money to give, you know, and we still have money next year. You can apply for next year for grants. You can only do it up to 25,000 a year, but if you say you only need 10 the first quarter, then the second quarter, the third quarter, fourth quarter, if you need more money, you just apply for it.
Right.
So up to 25,000 a year that that people can apply. Let's say an agency had one initiative in house that they would like $10,000 for, and they have another initiative in house that they would like $10,000 for. Can they submit 2 proposals at once as long as it doesn't go above that annual
I would
threshold
say
of 25?
I'd say included on the same application.
Okay.
And you can access the application through our website, secofoundation.org, and fill out the application online. We've made the process as simple as possible. The next deadline is December 20th, and then we'll have our board meeting in January. So we give out grants quarterly. So you can always check with the website to see when the deadline dates are. And we fund veterans.
We've done VFW.
Yeah.
They needed a generator. Now, if you only need a little, at $5,000, you can get a $5,000 grant, and you don't need to have your taxes done every year.
Yeah.
You just have to fill out the application. So, you know, generator for VFW. Why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
The Allen Rawls
Mhm.
American Legion, they
Yeah.
received a generator. I'm trying to think of who else over here in Sumter County. We've done
Jesse's.
Aspire,
Mhm.
Jesse's Place,
Citrus Blessing.
Citrus Blessings, Citrus Abuse Shelter, has
And the
received
food
funds.
bank, we're going to go give the check to them.
The Community Food
Mhm.
Bank, Habitat
Yep.
of Citrus.
See, I live in
United
Citrus
Way.
County for the last 55 years. So where do you think I want the money to go?
Yeah, you want to bring it home to the streets where we see each other.
Streets. Mary is a fantastic advocate for Citrus County.
Yes, I know
So
she is.
we have 9 districts. So the foundation has 9 board members, and each representing that district. And Mary's the representative for District 5,
Mhm.
and that's Citrus County. And then your equivalent on the Seco Energy Board is Shannon Wright.
Yes,
right? And
Shannon,
She's,
yep.
she's elected
Yes.
by Seco members.
Yep. Shannon Dean Wright. Yep.
Yep. For her district, and then she chooses my board member. So
Yeah, and I love it when you all come around to present us with the check.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not saying that just because it's a check, but I'll tell you what I love is I love to see how happy you all are.
Yeah.
To present those checks, and then even like when you leave, and we walk you out, to see the smile on your face as you're telling us where
Mhm.
you're going to next.
Mhm.
There's something about that ancient truth that it's more blessed to give than to receive.
Absolutely.
It feels good, does it not?
Yes, it does.
To
Yes,
make
it does.
those contributions to great programs. I know it feels good to folks today. That we've had some guests today that have contributed. This morning at 8:30, Dr. Kennard was on here and said, we're gonna contribute. And within an hour, he had done so, and
Awesome.
it just feels good to give. I've talked about this a little bit around the community recently as it's been campaign season. I remember growing up in a household where we had to give our toys away, some of our toys away before we got more at Christmas time. And one year I gave away my favorite toys to a needy family. And here's what I can tell you all these years later, 35, 38 years later, I remember the gift that I gave, but what I don't remember is what I received for Christmas that year. Right. And it's
awesome.
for me,
That's
that
great
points
testimonial,
to the evidence
absolutely.
of the gift that you give is more lasting, memorable, gratifying than the receiving of the gifts. And so I always get to see you all, how excited you are. We're excited to receive in that moment.
Absolutely.
But it's cool to see how much you all enjoy making those contributions.
Oh, we
And
do.
we received $23,000 from the foundation to run our grow program, and there we are accepting that,
Yep.
that check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that we took that picture actually out in our warehouse space, didn't we?
Yes,
yes, we
with,
did.
with the
Mhm,
logo
mhm,
behind us
mhm.
there, and think of it, we just had I think it was 28 folks that went through that course. Now
Oh,
that was
awesome.
that was our 5th cohort of running that class.
Oh, wow.
And we patterned it after Strong Families over in Marion County.
Mhm.
And so we just finished our 5th cohort. When we started that, we piloted that. We had like 8 people in that class. And in short order, we're up to 28.
That is awesome.
In
That
this
is
latest
awesome.
one.
And that's really amazing because it is hard to get people to attend classes. And so the fact that you have that many in your classes must mean that they're spectacular. They must be
Yeah.
really teaching something that people want to learn.
Yeah, and it's also testament to the partnerships that we have with other agencies, some of which have been through here today, like Habitat for Humanity, and they come in and they teach a night. Truist comes in and teaches for 3 nights. Career Source comes in. The person who handles our books here at United Way, Tabitha Wells, she comes in and provides people information
awesome.
on taxes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And there's other agencies where if I wasn't 8.5 hours into a Facebook Live, I could remember them right now at this point. But
You still got 4 hours to go,
that's
dear.
right.
Oh, gosh.
That make that class possible, and so that's in part why we have 28 people in there, because those agencies
Right.
will refer people to us, or maybe Habitat says, yeah, you know what, we have to have our clients go through budgeting classes as well. How about we have those folks come and do that down at United
Partner.
Way during your grow initiative? And so that's what that's looked like. There's no shortage of need out there.
No.
For sure, for those types of programs, and we're happy to do it. And we did have a great model in what they do over in Marion
good.
County.
That's good.
So when you provide childcare,
Mhm.
and again, we wouldn't be able to pay those qualified childcare providers to make that happen without y'all support. When you have a hot meal for everyone, you provide them incentives to come. We did a savings match this time as a part of
that's
that.
great.
That that grant proposal that you all approved for us, up to $125 throughout that 11 weeks that they save, we would match that.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's
So all
great.
of that
Really
type of
good.
stuff makes a big difference. And when you're running good programming like that, people are going to show up for it.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
awesome.
that's I don't. It almost feels like a grant meeting. Like it's like.
Are you asking for more money?
Well, we will. That's for sure.
January is coming, okay?
This just turned into from Giving Tuesday to Receiving Tuesday for us here. But
Well, we're the giver, so you're the receiver,
that's
okay?
right.
So
We're happy. We're happy about that.
we're doing both.
for sure. So this is great timing, Mary, for you to be doing this. You just retired
Yes,
not too long
sir, I
ago.
did.
From
It's 3 months up from today.
Cadence
Cadence
Bank.
Bank, yeah. I was in
Wow.
banking for 40 years. And I've lived here, like I said, in Citrus County. That's why I want all the money to come to Citrus County,
Yeah.
But yeah, I love my community.
You staying busy?
Yes.
I know you are. You're a ambassador with the chamber
sure am.
as
Yep.
well, and so
Yep.
I know that keeps you hopping.
Yeah. And then I'm also the treasurer for Citrus Aid Cancer Foundation,
Okay.
which gives money to people that are going through cancer treatments. We can pay their light bill, their phone bill, their mortgage. We do all that. And I'm the treasurer
Wow.
for that. So I keep busy.
Citrus Cancer Aid Foundation.
Mhm. Citrus Aid Cancer Foundation.
I see Madeline over there pulling out her phone, and I know that what that
Toby-
means right now. I don't think
Toby,
she's taking a text. I think she's writing that down. Right now.
Toby Phillips is our
Okay.
secretary.
Okay.
And then we have Mark Chapault. I probably said his name wrong. He's our president this year. But it's been going on for 14 years now. And I just have to tell you, and I cannot stress as much as the community is so giving. And it's just awesome how the community just goes and, helps people, and it's just really neat. And of course, I said I'm I'm still an ambassador for the chamber, so that everything keeps me pretty busy.
That's
And
been
she's
a
not allowed to leave my board.
No, I'm not going to leave your board.
that is a reoccurring theme today, as we've talked with everyone, is just how Citrus County is that special place where when a need arises, there is no shortage of people to step up,
Exactly
whether
right.
it's cleaning off the streets after a hurricane or
Mhm.
helping someone who's going through cancer
Absolutely.
treatments or providing much needed food to people and shelter.
Isn't that awesome to be able to say that?
I know.
It really is. It really is. We've
No.
talked a little bit about the silos. We often get accused of working in silos as nonprofits. I kind of reject that idea here in Citrus County.
Absolutely.
You know that you
Mhm.
you see us all together at chamber luncheons and other events around this community. There's no nonprofit leader in our community that I can't just call, get on the phone, and that's not just because I'm one of their colleagues or counterparts here. I could do that before I was here as well. But people are accessible. We work well together, support each other, root for each other. This is definitely a special place. I don't know. I haven't done this work in any other county. It's been here. I'm sure there's other
Well, we're
special
gonna
places.
keep you here, okay?
Yeah.
All right. I have no intention of going on somewhere, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, the opportunity presented itself.
No, you're
I
not
could
going
go
nowhere.
Okay.
Okay, just to let you know.
You're not. While you're out in the streets, you don't want to miss out on the opportunity
That's
to see
right.
me
You
out
never
there.
put that
That's
one
right.
down there.
I know.
That's for sure.
You don't mess with the lady.
I can see the Photoshop PowerPoint slide I'm going to do right now. I can think of it.
So
Yeah.
the next grant deadline is December
December 20th.
20th.
And if anybody has any questions about filling out the grant, they can always call me, email me. I'll walk them through it. We try to make the process as accessible as possible. We're here to give out the funds.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she's real good about that. If you do the grant and it's not right, she's going to tell you. She's going to tell you how to do it to make it right, in order for you to get money.
Yeah.
She's really good about that.
And what's the website again?
SECOfoundation.org.
There you go. SECOfoundation.org.
Yep.
You can go there. Right there it is.
Yep, there
Madeline
it
just
is.
pulled that up.
Yep.
And you can learn about that foundation and apply for
Mm-hmm.
funding to do great works in our community. So, well, ladies, I greatly appreciate y'all coming in here today, and y'all got to see the dogs while you were here.
We let him out.
You let them out.
We let them out.
You saw Buckeye? Did
Yeah,
you see
see
Buckeye?
Buckeye.
Yeah.
He ate a banana.
Listen, that
I
is,
wasn't supposed to tell you.
no, you should.
That,
That is that's one of his favorite foods.
Mary, you're the one that said
I said,
what
"Don't
happens in the conference room stays in the
I said, don't
conference
tell him.
room."
Don't tell him.
No. It's most days that I bring a banana with me, and then he and I share that banana in the morning as I'm sort of ramping up and getting him settled in here.
He's cute.
He is
Both the dogs
cute.
are very cute.
Okay, which one's cuter though?
That's not fair. I'm putting it each. The little
No,
little
it's
dog is
The
yours,
little
right?
one,
Okay, my
the
dog's
little one's
pretty.
bows. The little one has those plaid Christmas bows.
There they are.
Yeah, they are.
That
There they
is pretty darn cute.
I'm kind of tired of people saying that my dog, my Buckeye right there, is so ugly. He's cute.
Oh
I
no,
just
he's
think
beautiful.
just-
No,
He's
he's
just
super cute.
He is cute.
He just needs a Christmas tie or something.
Yeah. We actually we did get for him a Christmas hat that has
Oh.
reindeer antlers
Oh,
on it.
really? How'd that work out?
The biggest one we could find was a large, and you've seen him. He's a meathead,
Yeah.
and so we tried to get that on his head, and it would not work. No,
That's
so
funny.
we need to find an XL or maybe an XXL. We also got Maggie a little Christmas hat,
Oh.
and she looks adorable in that. And listen, she
And they get along so well.
Yeah,
They're
they
just
do.
They're besties.
super cute.
Yeah,
That's
they
awesome.
do. All right, well, ladies, thank you for coming. And who we got next? Oh, we got Colonel Kurt Ebbets coming in from the Citrus County Veterans Foundation, and we've got some adjusting of furniture
Yes,
to
you
do. So we'll take a break. And again, thank you all for coming in and for blessing our
Yeah.
community with much needed funding, not only here, but other agencies as well, and all throughout the region. So thank you all.
You're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back.
Should I look at you or?
Oh, you could. There's a camera right there. One over. That one's on me. That one's on you, and then we got one in the center. But yeah, we could just talk. We're live on Facebook right now, and I appreciate those of you that are joining us live. Remember that you can make a comment under this feed. If you're on Facebook, we're now on our second feed because Facebook booted us off. After, I don't know, they had enough of me today, Mr. Kurt, after about 7.5 hours, I think they kicked us off. And so then we went ahead and re-upped it, and here we go. And we're on the countdown to 8 p.m. So 3 hours and 24 minutes left of our 12-hour broadcast that we're doing today on Giving Tuesday. And we've been encouraging folks all day to make contributions to our United Way here, support the good work that we do, but we've also made sure that we've brought in guests like yourself that are a part of other nonprofits. You know, it's kind of at the heart of United Way that we don't just root for our United Way and help raise money for our United Way, but also other agencies in the community. And so we've had a great list of guests. It's pretty impressive, right? When you look at the list of folks that have come in here today, great cross section of leaders, elected and otherwise, in our community, and great nonprofit leaders. I look at that list. I'm just humbled that these folks would give us time of day. We talked to Dennis Phillips again today. You familiar with Dennis Phillips? Yeah, he was on earlier today. It's always so much fun to talk to Dennis, and he told me that he would have me on his show, Dennis Phillips Live, sometime as well. So that's going to be fun. I really like that guy. But now we have Colonel.
No, just Kurt. That's good.
Kurt Ebbets. I always call you Mr. Kurt, man. I have. I was telling this to Sheriff Dawsey earlier, that he's ahead of me a few years in life, as are you. And I don't just,
I think it's more than a few now.
I don't just call folks like you Mr. or call him Sheriff just because I was taught to, and it's the right thing to do.
Right.
But I have a lot of respect for you and for Sheriff, and it's important for a guy like me at 48 years old. I plan on being in this role for a while and serving our community. It's been almost 28 years of me doing that so far. And I think I probably got another good 20 years ahead of me, but it's important for me to look at folks like you and Jerry, who was in here earlier, and others, as that generation of folks that are older than me, men in particular, that I admire. And I don't think I've ever really told you that, but I do admire you, and glad to have you here, and want to hear about the foundation that you run, and it's fun to be on the editorial board with you as well. You've been on the editorial board.
I have been there. Wow.
20.
I've almost as long as I was in the Army. Wow. I've been on there since as a full-time member since 99. And I initially came on as a guest member in 98. And I was there for, I think, 6 months as a guest member. And then that was it. And then they invited me to come back in 99. They were short staffed at the time. They had several people with some major health issues at the time. So I've been on ever since.
Yeah, that's a good long time. And what keeps you going on that?
Boy, that old adage, you're as young as you feel, and keeping active really is important to keeping your body fit going, and more importantly, your mind. And I know my wife, Maria Lane, has the same attitude. She keeps busy, and she says, you got to keep the synapses firing. And, if you don't keep busy, and I never had a hobby to speak of in the Army. It demanded so much of my time, long hours, sometimes day on day of being at work, so to speak. And then when you did get home, you were just so tired. You just want to relax and spend that time with the family instead of going out and go hunting, fishing, or golfing. So because I never got involved in those type of things after I got out of the Army, I just wanted to sit back and do what I wanted to do and give back to the community. There's a motto among the Army for as long as I can remember is when you retire, we say proudly, retired, still serving. And so many of my Army friends really exemplify that and keeps us going that way.
Yeah. When did you go into the Army?
Oh boy. I was commissioned in August of 1964 as a regular Army commission. Back in those days, when you were commissioned, you either got a regular Army commission or a reserve commission. Regular Army commissions went to academy graduates or distinguished military graduates out of ROTC. So I was a distinguished military graduate from ROTC at the University of Pittsburgh, and I was offered and accepted a regular Army commission. So,
did you grow up in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I never left Pennsylvania to speak of until I came on active duty in the Army.
Was that an ambition of yours as a child to go into the Army?
Never thought about it.
Really? How did that come about? That
well, in high school, the high school yearbook under my picture says Kurt plans to join the Air Force, and then Kurt, in his senior year, met a young lady, and then he didn't want to leave that young lady, so he didn't go into the Air Force. And then that didn't work out. So, I bounced around, worked a couple of years, decided finally I think I'll go to college. But never, how I got on ROTC is really a happenstance thing. I enrolled late, and by the time I enrolled, there was only one class open for phys ed, and you had to take phys ed. That was a requirement. And the only phys ed class open was Monday morning swimming class. And I'm thinking, Monday morning swimming class in Pittsburgh during the winter? I don't think so. So I said, is there something else? And my advisor said, well, there's something called ROTC. And honest to goodness, I had no idea what ROTC even stood for. So I said, well, what is it? She said, I don't know. So she said, but there's it's something to do with the Army. I said, I want to go in the Army. And she said, well, you don't have to. The first 2 years you can take their courses. So the first course they offered as a freshman to me was national security. And that was right up my alley. I just find that so interesting. And anyhow, that's how I got in ROTC, and I guess found a little home there and made friends and saw it all the way through until got commissioned.
So you didn't necessarily know that was up your alley until you got into that class.
Did not.
You got exposed to that, and it just really piqued your interest, and it so much so that it even just changed the course of the rest of your life.
And even when I got offered the regular Army commission, I initially didn't. I told the professor of military science, I don't think I wanted to accept it, because at that time in my life, it was an initial 3-year obligation as opposed to a 2-year reserve obligation. And then he talked me into it, and with good reasons, like what's one more year to a young man? It's 3 years to save money. So you can, because I was thinking about going to law school at that point in time. And so, what's one more year? And then Vietnam came. And nobody ever told me this, but during times of conflict, if you're a regular Army officer, you serve at the needs of the Secretary of the Army. So you don't get out until they say you can get out. So when my 3-year obligation officially was up, I served. My service was indefinite because of the war.
And so, ultimately, how many years would you go on to serve?
28 years. Decided to get out. I was offered an assignment in Africa with 2 years ago, and I thought on a company tour, and I said, nah, at that point in time, I'll just get out now. So
And I've had the pleasure of spending a little time with you and your wife, and we were at the Sanctuary Mission annual fundraiser together, and it's just fun to listen to some of your stories of your experiences. You've been in situations where you've had to have like security around you, guards around you, and
I had even had an armored sedan. Yeah, because I was a target for the I was stationed in Puerto Rico. I was the readiness group commander, and I was a high value target for the Macheteros, which at the time was I think the FBI at the time categorized it as or classified it as the top terrorist organization at the time. And so because of that, the Army gave me an armored sedan and maybe wear a bulletproof vest every time I went off the base. So,
and so was your family there with you?
Yeah, they were. Yep.
And so what was that like for Marilyn?
Well, they were pretty secure. I mean, we were a very small installation called Fort Buchanan. And because of the terrorist threat level, we had an entire military police company for a postage size post. And so the military police ratio to resident was probably about 3 to for every 3 residents, there was a military policeman, and security was very tight. And my job, however, involved going out and advising and assisting in the training with the National Guard and the reserve units in Puerto Rico.
So I leaving base, leaving the confines of the base?
I spent a lot of time on the road traveling to the various reserve units, National Guard, armories, and their training sites. Yeah. So,
yeah, man, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine being in those types of circumstances and what that was like, and for your family, and it not something you ever even saw coming.
You learn to live with it. And I will say the Army did give me excellent training. They in terms of how to know when you're under surveillance, what to do so you don't have travel habits, things like that.
Taking a different route when you go here and there.
Yeah, and not only adjusting your time by hours, but days sometimes. Some just don't go in that day, and so.
Yeah, that's some serious stuff. So, so now here you are in Citrus County. You are the chair of the president of
the foundation
of the Citrus County Veterans Foundation. And there's different groups out there. There's the Citrus County Veterans Coalition.
Right? Well, we have the Citrus County Veterans Coalition. Their primary emphasis is their food pantry. They do help veterans in other areas, but that seems to be their focus. And then we have the Bridge for Veterans, and that's a shelter for homeless veterans, and they assist them, give them a place to live and help get back on their feet and become productive citizens. And then our Citrus County Veterans Foundation was formed in 2004 to provide urgent assistance to Citrus County veterans and their surviving spouses. And we, as an organization, we take pride that we, being military, a lot of our board members are retired, and we know how important the spouse is to a successful military career. They're the ones that keep the family together when you're out traveling or going overseas or go off to war, so to speak. And so we make sure the surviving spouses are, we want to help them too.
Yeah, they're serving as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So what are some of the types of services and supports that you all provide to veterans and their surviving spouses?
Well, like I said, we're there to give short-term emergency assistance, and car repossessions. If a car is going to transportation is vital. And so if their car is going to be repossessed, we have paid their back car payments. And also if they use their car, which a lot of them do, to go to work or the part-time job, or even go to the doctors, so to speak, we pay for car repairs, anything to do with transportation. We even had one surviving spouse who needed a new tire. And then when we checked it out, she actually needed 4 tires. So we replaced 4 tires so she could safely get to where she had to go. And so, making sure they have transportation. Our biggest one is electric bills. We get a lot for electric bills, water bills, mortgage payments. Rent is probably the second biggest need that we get. People fall behind on rent because, as you know, so many people in our county are a paycheck away from needing a lot of help because an illness comes up, they have a car needs repair, or they're, anything like that. They're struggling paycheck to paycheck, and anything unforeseen can really, and that's what we're there to do in those situations, to get them over the hump. And so we do that. And we've even paid back property taxes, so they wouldn't lose their only asset that they have. And on 3 occasions, we had surviving spouses ask for assistance just to cremate the remains of their husband. They didn't have the money for cremation. So 3 times we helped on that, which is it really gets your gut when you think about it. You have a loved one and you don't even have the money to give them, an honorable burial, which they deserve.
Yeah. So you've had 3 of those. I can tell you one of those came as a referral from us.
Yeah, I think
right,
so.
Madeline?
Yeah.
And I remember that quite well because we were leaving the office to go somewhere, and there was a lady coming in, and I saw that she was going to our door. And so I stopped and talked to her and just find out what her need was and what was going on. And that was what the need was. And so we talked, and in no time, we got her connected to you all, and you all met that need. And you're right. That one kind of punches you in the
really
gut.
does. It really does. And you said the key word for our organization, referral. I'll tell the other organizations out there, nonprofits, referrals. We have the resources to support. We need to make known to us who those people are, and communicating to the people who need the help and getting them to you is one of the biggest challenges that I think any nonprofit faces. So we try to operate as close as we can with other organizations, because referrals are important to get these people who need the help to us so we can help them. And that's why we really enjoy our relationship with the United Way. Like you said, we do work as a team. And when you get a veteran or a surviving spouse, don't use your resources, use our resources, because we're there to help those people specifically.
I've been asked a couple of times in the last 2 weeks, what do we do here at United Way for veterans? Because, this is a community with a large veteran population, and we want to do everything that we can to support veterans in this community. But when it comes to actual programming for veterans, what my answer has been the last couple of weeks, and as you well know, when I got here 3.5 years ago, we made some changes around here and slimmed things down and became more efficient, and put more money out into the community as opposed to in-house here at United Way. And part of that slimming things down was making sure that we were doing a good job of supporting the great work that's already being done out there by organizations like the Veterans Foundation, Veterans Coalition, Bridges, and other organizations out there. Iris with the VA, she contacts us all the time. And just last week, we were able to get to her $750 worth of Publix gift cards to give to veterans that needed Thanksgiving meals. And Texas Roadhouse gave us some vouchers for meals as well to give to veterans in our community. So we really look at it at United Way as our role being, how do we add value and support good work being done by other organizations like you all?
Yeah, and that's one of the challenges, is that there are a lot of caring organizations in Citrus County, which makes this what a wonderful community to live in. But oftentimes you're competing for the same audience, so to speak. And so by like you say, working together and helping each other, it really, I think, reaches more people, and it also will preserve your resources. So those things that you want to focus on. So that's why I tell, I go out and I like to attend the breakfast that you have with all the nonprofits, just to put the word out. We're there to help. If you got anybody in that category of a veteran who has been honorably discharged and lives in Citrus County, or their surviving spouse, we're there to help them.
Yeah, when the phone rings or we get emails for help for those issues that you've just mentioned, particularly light bills and mortgage and rent, for our team, we're going to ask a couple of questions right offhand. Is this need that you have, is it related to hurricane? Because if it is, we have a pot of money for that. You know how it is in nonprofit.
Yeah.
You have restricted funds and whatnot, and we've got a good pot of money restricted for that. And we have other great partners that if something's out of our scope, we can rely on them to get people made whole from hurricanes. Another question is are you a veteran? And I like to hear yes on that question, because there really are quite a bit of resources out there for veterans. And our go-to around here is going to be the Citrus County Veterans Foundation.
Yeah.
And you guys got a good thing going on there, even with Phil. You guys work really well.
Yeah,
with
Phil we work very closely with him. And you mentioned restrictions on your funds. Well, that's one thing about our organization, since we raise all our own money with the help of other organizations who support us. We have no restrictions other than what our bylaws have, So we're out there, anything within the framework of our bylaws, we can provide that financial assistance. And a lot of times we break new ground. For example, I met back with Justin of Habitat several months back, and we haven't had a candidate yet, but we will pay the closing costs for one of their clients that has a home that he's ready to move into or to purchase, and so working together that way.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about you all, is that you just try to find ways to be of service and benefit to veterans in our community. And you're always banging that drum of, hey, send us referrals, referrals. When we walked at an editorial board last week, you reminded me again.
That's
hey,
right.
You get anybody now, if there's somebody's been honorably discharged or their surviving spouse, remember. And
we're there to help.
I know you are. And we're here to help you guys and get the word out as much as possible. To other community partners.
We also support the Bridge for Veterans, and when we do that on a recurring basis now, we added them, and also we've been a pretty long time supporter now of the Nature Coast Ministries free dental clinic. We've helped them with the veterans that they provide dental care to.
Yeah, Sandra was in here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I saw her name up there.
She was in here earlier today and talking about what they do. And by the way, the temperature has increased in here from 61 degrees when you got here up to we're now at 69 degrees. So
that's all that hot air.
I hope it's I hope it's a little bit more comfortable in here for you now. But you guys are doing great work, and it's a cause that's just so important in our community with the amount of veterans that we have
Yep.
here. Listen, if we had 2 veterans here, it's important, right?
That's right.
Listen,
Yeah,
we are free because of sacrifices that.
Yeah, it
folks
doesn't
like
matter
yourself have made.
where they serve or what branch. Some veterans say, "Well, I wasn't in combat." Well, you don't have to be in combat to sacrifice, because being in the military requires, just like our first responders, requires personal sacrifice every day in some way or another.
Yeah. Madeline showed a little bit ago the picture of us together at one of your meetings where you all joined our Small Business 365 circle. It's not just businesses that join that. We also have
Right.
nonprofits that join that group as well. And we appreciate that from your organization. Key Training Center is another nonprofit that's a part of that, and others. A chamber is a member as well at a high level. And so, yeah, there it is, our picture together that we took with your crew. And
speaking about my crew, I'm very proud of the board members we have. They are all volunteers. The only expenses we have as an organization is our filing our income tax every year with our local CPA and the state filing fee. And our board members, not only do they volunteer and serve without any compensation, they spend a lot of their money too, just to support what we're doing.
Yeah. How do people find you all online?
We have a website, Citrus VF. That's Citrus V as in Victor, F as in Foxtrot.org, citrusvf.org. And our application's on there, and just print the application. And then where they take it is to our Veteran Service Office up in Lecanto.
Awesome.
And Phil, the Veteran Service Officer Manager, is the intake person for us. And then we verify the information and everything.
So the Veteran Service Officer, that's Phil in our community, as you said, that's a position like a county level position. And I imagine probably every county has.
Every county has a Veteran Service Office, right? But we have a good relationship with ours, in a sense that ever since the foundation was formed, the Citrus County Veteran Service Office has been part as a liaison to our board.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
And he attends our meetings, participates in them. And so we have that really good, close relationship.
And that's keeping expenses down and more money out for veterans in our community that are in need.
And we it's good because, veterans come in, they go to the Veteran Service Office, and right away he knows if they need any assistance just when they come in to file a claim, or wherever it may be.
Yeah. All right, everyone. So visit, Madeline just put the website up there, citrusvf.org, to learn more about the Citrus County Veterans Foundation. And Mr. Kurt, we need you in our community doing these good works, and we appreciate it. And
well, thank you. We appreciate you and the United Way, and what you all do to help people in our community.
Yeah, we appreciate your service and that of every other veteran in our community. I get to sit here and run my trap for 12 hours today on Facebook because I live in a free country, and that came at a cost, right? People willing to step up and maybe even when they didn't see it coming, like you
that's
did.
right.
You happened upon a ROTC class in college, University of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And what a life that turned out to be for you and your family. So appreciate you coming in. So we are going to take a quick break. Rain is here from CASA, and we're going to switch spots here, and I'm going to wet my palate real quick. I'm surprised I still got a strong voice. Very strong voice at 5 p.m. with 2 hours and 55 minutes left to go. Do you hear my knee?
Well,
crack
thank you
right
very
there?
much, and wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, wish you a Merry Christmas as well. I'll see you before Christmas, but hope you and your family have the best Christmas ever. All right, we will be right back in just a minute with Rain. himself is what he's doing. Come here, big boy. Come here. Buckeye has joined the broadcast, and he is very rambunctious right now. He's been downstairs all day while Daddy's been up here running his mouth, and here he is. And you brought gifts for our babies today too, didn't you, Rain?
I did. I could not leave them out today.
All right, so we have Rain from Casa.
Hello. Thank
Me,
you for having me.
Oh my gosh! There's good Christmas gifts. Oh my goodness!
Oh yes.
Oh my
All right.
gosh!
I know it's as big as you.
Oh,
It's as big as
he
you.
is. He is having fun with this. Look at this. Oh my gosh, buddy! This.
Can we speak?
Rain, I hope you're not going to be offended that this toy is not going to last
No.
until I leave here at 8 o'clock. Oh, it's got a squeaker too. It's got a
He wants
squeaker.
hers.
Yes.
You can have both of them.
All right. So if you're watching right now on Facebook, I would like for you to go into the comments section and comment on whose dog is cuter. Buckeye, my boy right here, or Maggie right over there. Rain's petting Maggie right now. So Buckeye or Maggie. And for any of you Ohio State haters out there, don't be saying Maggie just because my dog's name is Buckeye. And I am originally an Ohio boy, and I love my Buckeyes, and I love this Buckeye.
Oh, thanks, George.
What happened? Oh, that's United Way, said Maggie. You did that, Madeline. You know, always cheating the system here. All right. So did someone? Oh, all right. D squared, Donna Dyer.
My mother coming in strong.
Yeah. What'd she say? My granddaughter dog, of course.
Maggie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
here's another one.
this thing is rigged already. This is
I don't even know who that is, so it's very fair.
Jan. I don't know. Can we get a check on the cameras? I don't know.
Oh,
if
that's my
we're
board
not-
chair.
Oh, is that who that is? Okay. Well, obviously, I don't think we're shooting in high definition right now. I think the stream might be convoluted or something. People clearly are not seeing these dogs for what they are.
They couldn't see his face. He had the
That's
toy in
right.
it.
He's so cute. He's so cute. This is our chief fun officer here. And Rain, you brought the fun with toys today. And Maggie is the Paul Jack manager around here. And we had some cute pictures of them. Madeline got them jerseys. Obviously, a Buckeye jersey for this one and an IU jersey for Maggie. Madeline is from Indiana. I'm from Ohio. And we are very excited about the Big Ten matchup at 6:30 p.m. on Saturday with number 1, Ohio State, and number 2, Indiana. And so
It's going to be a reckoning.
Yeah.
I'm a fellow Hoosier.
She is.
I seem to remember that now.
Mhm.
Yeah. So are you a fan of the football team, or like do you follow that at all? Or?
I do not.
Okay.
I did when I was
It's
at home.
best
That's
that you
the only
don't. I mean,
thing. Like, yeah.
By 9:30 on Saturday, it's going to be best that you're not really following the IU football program because they're going to get leveled by the Ohio State University. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We have talked a little football today, that's for sure. But I've been talking now for 8+ hours and 9+ hours. My math right? 9+ hours. So yeah, football's going to get in there. But today is Giving Tuesday, and Giving Tuesday is the response to Black Friday, Cyber Monday, where we all go out and we spend money. I haven't spent any yet. I'm like one of those last minute people, but spend money on gifts and whatnot for our family members, which is a great thing. But it's also a great thing to give to worthy causes in our community. Rain, I always tell people that I definitely believe in buying local, supporting local businesses, but giving local is also really, really important. Not a discouragement to give to national organizations because there's great ones, but in all of that giving, we also want to give to local organizations. And you happen to be the head of a really good one, that being CASA, Citrus Abuse Shelter Association. And so tell us about CASA, and we might need to move that mic a little closer to you as you do that. So tell us all about CASA and what you all do down there.
Yeah, so CASA is Citrus Abuse Shelter. We do have a lot of people moving here from up north and whatnot. So there is some thinking that CASA is the guardian ad litem program.
Oh.
Because that's what it is up north. It's a children's service. So for all of our northerners that come, CASA is Citrus Abuse Shelter, and we are Citrus County's local domestic violence agency. We've been in operation since 1983. Started very small with a few volunteers answering hotline. And today we have a 32-bed safe home. We have room for up to 40 men, women, or children in that shelter. And then we have our outreach programs and services that range from financial advocacy to legal support, prevention programs for programming for our schools and jails and whatnot. So it has definitely grown. We still have our hotline, which is 24/7, that's answered by our local advocates. So everything remains in the county, local. So anybody reaching out to the hotline is going to talk to most likely somebody that they're going to see face to face when they come into the office or the shelter.
Yeah. So when I think about CASA, I think one of the similarities that you all have, maybe even just theoretically, is with Jesse's place in regards to, it's a shame that you have to have something like that. It's been talked about today. Former Sheriff Jeff Dawsey was here, and he made that point. It's you hate that you have to have a child advocacy center, but you have to have one. You hate that you have to have a domestic violence shelter, but we live in a broken world, and you have to have one.
Yep.
I mean, that's just the bottom line. And you all have a tremendous facility. I've been there a number of times, and we don't want to talk about where it is or anything like that, but it is a great facility. And I feel like y'all do a really good job of making it as homely as you can, right? For those types of situations.
People hear shelter, and that's what we've even tried to get away from the word shelter, just because you think shelter, you think it's like a jail. There's a few cots and it's very cold. And we've worked really hard to make the communal living space as homey and as comfortable as possible. It's a very difficult time, obviously, and why they're coming to us and needing the safe house. So we want to make it as comfortable as possible. Mm-hmm. So we've, even down to the paint colors, and we've made a special space for the younger kids, and with sensory swings and a mural, and even with the addition of a separate teen room recently, because it's hard being a teenager in a normal world, but communal living and you're thrown in kind of with everybody. We wanted to make sure that they even had their own space. So it is just one big house.
Mm-hmm. And I know that it has to take a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of contributions of even supplies. Like I think I saw in the paper just a couple of days ago, it's a routine thing that we see in there where you all come to the community, and CASA has for many years come to the community with very specific items that you need for the folks that are there. It's got to be a massive undertaking, like financially.
It is. You think about what the cost of everything and the price of how much everything's gone up for a regular household. And we run a house with usually 40 people in it every day. So it's a lot of paper towels, it's a lot of toilet paper, it's a lot of laundry detergent. And that's why we put those needs list out, because it is a lot of times the basic needs. The other items are items that we weren't able to like purchase from the food bank and whatnot that our survivors staying in the safe house are actually requesting. Some people think we actually cook for them in the house, but we don't actually do any of the cooking. Our advocates don't. They get to do their own cooking and meal planning and things like that. So they let us know what items they need to be able to do that. And our incredibly generous community helps that need be fulfilled.
Yeah, we brought some big turkeys over there last year. That's for
Mhm.
sure. I don't know. Madeline has a picture of that, but there's a picture of us making a contribution to you all, and yes, it takes a lot to run a. Yeah, you're right. Like shelter's not the best term.
It's not. It's very.
Has anyone changed that? Has there been a good alternative sort of found yet? It's
No, we just
our
call
English
it this.
language is so
We call it the safe house. Is kind of where we've been trying to shift to.
okay.
But in our like contract and our services as a domestic violence agency, the word emergency shelter is what is used.
Gotcha. Tell us about the need in terms of like the numbers. Is that do you see an increase in domestic violence over the years, or is it going down? Is it hold steady? What is that looking like? How's that trending?
It's definitely trending up. So we've seen a year-over-year increase in both shelter resident, so shelter nights, as well as our outreach services. So last year we served just under 1,400 through direct services. So that means we didn't see them at a community event or a group event. Those are individuals either coming to the outreach or staying in shelter with our services. So it is trending up over year, and unfortunately our domestic violence agencies nationwide have seen drastic funding reductions from VOCA, so our Victims of Crime Act, which is our federal funder. So this year alone, our cut was $290,000. So
$290,000 cut from your annual revenue that you otherwise would have had.
yes, so October 1st, funding award was $290,000 less than previously,
While the need is going up.
while the need is going up.
So, and I know we've had this conversation, like when you came to editorial board about, the question then becomes, how do you make up for that gap? And a significant amount of funding over the years for CASA has been grant funding. And I seem to remember you saying that, it's imperative for you all to start receiving more contributions from people in the community that really align with your mission and want to help out survivors of domestic violence. And so on this Giving Tuesday, I certainly would recommend that you give to CASA just as our United Way has. We've made an investment in CASA, and I've said leaders go first. That's my simple leadership principle, and I would encourage anybody to do that. And certainly that contribution can always just come here earmarked to go to them. But I'm sure that folks can go to your website and contribute there, I would imagine, right? So
Yep.
what is the website?
It's CASAFL.org.
CASAFL.org, and Madeline will pull that up for everybody watching at home. And we want to encourage people to give because it was one of the challenges that I was asked before I even darkened the door of this place 3.5 years ago. I had a reporter from the Chronicle call me. I hadn't even came in here yet. I was on my way to the office trying to leave the house, and the reporter called me, and I'll never forget him saying, George, with the state of the economy, the need is going up in the community. But the flip side of the economy going down is there's likely to be less contributions. And so how are you going to navigate that situation? And I was like, man, let me get to the office first. I haven't even got in there and met the team yet. We'll get to that. But it's been challenging for nonprofits like ours and yours. There's no doubt about it. That's been a challenge for you all, right?
It is. And, there's so many this year that are struggling with the same. And our community is incredibly unique in how we support each other. So if there are things that maybe we would have necessarily bought or services that we would have necessarily paid for, we're just being very resourceful with one another and saying, hey, do you have extra of these? I have these. Let's share the resources. Let's make the best of what we have. I'm on a lot of statewide calls, and that is not the case in so many communities. So we are very unique and very blessed to have the community that we have here.
Yeah. And, you hear that from people that we live in this unique place and where we work together well as agencies and community members come together. And gosh, if you heard it from one or two people, you might say, oh, okay, whatever. But that's just been a reoccurring theme all day long. And I know people aren't just saying that because we're live on Facebook right now. If you step into our world here in the nonprofit sector in Citrus County, it becomes evident really quickly that we do have good relationships and work well together. We always say at United Way that, our motto used to be live united. We say united is the way now, and it truly is the way to move the dial in terms of the issues in our community. And I love the fact that you all do some outreach to the schools you mentioned as well. Tell us a little bit about what that looks like.
Yeah. So we partner with some of the other agencies. We collaborate on some projects like with Aspire, Jesse's Place, and whatnot. But our specific program is geared towards those students who have been referred to us, so to say, in a classroom setting, that their teachers, guidance counselors might have knowledge of them experiencing some sort of violence in the household or in a dating violence situation. So it's very specific. So that way, our advocate has those specific skills and training to be able to help those students without providing direct services. So we're not able to provide the direct advocacy, therapy sessions, things like that, but we can provide some programming so that way they become more confident, self-esteem. They understand what, red flags in a relationship are, who to get help, how to get help, and whatnot.
Yeah. Do you all see an uptick in domestic violence in the during the holiday season?
Yes. So any of the stressors. So obviously, with the way things are economically, the strain, people are moving into smaller living spaces together to reduce expenses, whether that's travel trailer, things like that. So that adds to it. You have the holiday times, which, and even a lot of that is just economic. They're not able to provide the holidays that they would like or that they're used to. But hurricanes, any sort of storms like that, there's always an uptick when those stressors happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm about ready to make what might be a bad decision, and that is to let go of Buckeye's leash. And hopefully he's not going to disrupt all my wire management. If we go black,
the cameras just fly.
That might be Buckeye tearing up everything and unplugging us. So hopefully that won't happen. So there's my daughter. She came to the rescue, and she said, "Oh, well, she didn't say that Buckeye, she calls him Bucky, was more cute than Maggie, but we know that she feels that way." And she said, "Hi, Dad." So appreciate my baby watching her father tonight as we do this. But yeah, it's a unfortunate reality that this can be a stressful time of year for some folks. You see an uptick and we're glad that you're out there to help folks in those situations. Again, it's unfortunate that we have to have it.
Yep.
But we have to have it.
Yeah, and we're not, you know, and we've tried to express too, we're not just there for those that are directly experiencing, but even if you have somebody that you know is experiencing, maybe it's somebody you work with. You know, we talked about a little bit this morning with the Chronicle, and you know, how do you help support that person? What do you say? What do you do? But just believe them, and you can even reach out to us for help with what to say to that person. If they don't want to get direct services, if you are that go-between, like, that's all we can ask. You know, that's one of our asks of people, is just know where we are, what we do, and how we can help, and you can be that person too.
Yeah. So when did you come to CASA?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. So
Yeah,
not quite.
Couple weeks. Yeah.
Couple weeks will hit the 2-year mark. And you came from banking or financial
Banking
service?
and insurance.
Yeah, insurance. Yeah. I just want to say, so this is your first foray into nonprofit world, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I have seen you just grow so much, and I'm proud of you personally, and as an old head in the nonprofit sector. March will make 28 years for me, 3.5 here, but you're doing great stuff, and I'm assuming this has been a good move for you to do this and to be on this mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate it. It has been incredibly challenging, but also very rewarding to know that just what we do has a direct impact. You know, we're not making more money for a huge corporation, and you know, we're affecting people's lives every single day.
Yeah. All right, Madeline, do you still have the there's where we dropped off some turkeys and whatnot. Was that last year? Gosh, I'm just running by so fast. That was last year. And RJ's here, and Buckeye is really enjoying RJ over there right now. I'm not sure how much RJ's enjoying Buckeye.
You should ask which dog. You should ask which dog is the best behaved.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen. Okay. Well, let's ask which dog is best behaved, because Rain, I don't know if you had the same experience that I did about 5 minutes ago while we were trying to do this live broadcast, where there was a smell that started coming from behind my chair right here. And what the viewers at home could not see, because
I think they could.
well, maybe so. Maybe so. But I do know you switched the camera view onto Rain as you went behind me and cleaned up a mess made by your little princess Maggie over there.
Jen is supposed to be walking the dog. She's clearly neglecting her duties.
She got nervous in front of the camera.
Maybe that's it. So I don't want to hear anything about which dog is more well behaved after her dog just about stunk me out of this place about 10 minutes ago. So anyway, all right, you can tell we're getting punchy now. This the longest I've ever done a broadcast has been like 4 hours. Craig Dalton and I, during COVID, we went live for Foundation Fest, for the Education Foundation, and did their broadcast for 4 hours, encouraging people to give and doing like online silent auction and all that good stuff. And I remember after like 4 hours, like how punchy we were. And
so you just decided to double it.
Yeah. So triple it actually, up to 12 hours. 12 hours.
8, yeah.
So
I can't math.
It is what it is, but it's good.
I've never sat this long.
Yeah, and I don't want to downplay the fact that Madeline's back there sitting in a chair punching buttons as well, and cleaning up the occasional mess by her dog, not my dog. My dog is well behaved.
Well, I mean, let's just be glad it was the little one and not the big one, though.
As he tears up that toy that you brought. Rain, thank you for what you do. Thank you for coming in this
Thank you.
evening, being a part of this broadcast. Thank you for the toys, for the pups, and the great looking Casa hats that you brought us. as well. So keep at it. And I hope people will give to you all on this Giving Tuesday and this giving season, right? Because as nonprofits, we do rely heavily on that end of year giving for our budgets, and you all need it just like everybody else. So thanks for being here.
Yes, thank you.
All right, well, so we're going to take a minute to readjust, maybe get Buckeye and Maggie back downstairs. I think that's probably a good idea. And RJ from the Family Resource Center is here, so we'll get him situated, and we will be right back. Man, I had to go down and get that wrap real quick.
You haven't eaten.
I know I've not eaten today. It's this day started off early.
You still need time for food.
RJ Fontana.
Thank you,
Family
George, for having
Resource
me.
Center.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I feel like your stock is growing in this community, man. Like you've been at it now for what, about 3 years?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Down there. Yeah, you know, it was close to this time that Ginger West passed away.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she passed away in 22, December 18th of 22.
Yeah,
and I stepped in as the executive director back in March, so that following year.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's been an adventure and a ride from there.
I know it has, man, and I feel like I've had a front row seat to it, and it's been a joy and a pleasure to get to know you and to watch the evolution of the Family Resource Center. We'll talk about that, but you like our digs up here, though, don't you?
I'm loving it. I wish you guys could see it. It's really, really nice. It's a nice setup. Very
Yeah,
nice.
and it's a lot of tech up there,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And I saw your eyes lighting up when you were looking at it over there when Rain was here, and it's a lot of wires, a lot of different things, and I just started compiling all of this stuff years ago when COVID hit, and I started doing like a little podcast of my own and Facebook Live, and I started compiling this stuff, added some other things to it recently, and here we go. And so it's I don't know, maybe it's been a little bit of a pet project, but RJ, I feel like this is like where the future is going.
Absolutely.
More nonprofits
Mhm.
probably need to would benefit from having some technology like this. And so listen, man, Mikasa Sukasa, you want to shoot some stuff or do what you guys are starting to do some videos and whatnot that I've enjoyed watching, some high quality stuff. But man, you want to shoot PSA or do something, you just let us know and we can make something happen.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is a busy time of year for you all. I mean, this is the time of the year where I feel like the eyes of the community are really on the Family Resource Center. Your time where you just kind of stand out head and shoulders above everybody else because it's Christmas season. No one does Christmas like you all do Christmas, serving so many children and families. And you got a great new, well, it's not a new building, but recently renovated building. Tell us all about what Christmas looks like at the Family Resource Center.
So it's amazing. I mean, our community is amazing. We are in the old fire station on Highway 200, and it's amazing. It's 4,000 square feet of just pure magic. And I tell people that because we're able to serve over 2,000 kids in a 6-week span. And we have over 400 volunteers that come in and help make that happen. We have sponsors. We have no need for sponsors. First time ever, our kids are already sponsored out. We're just waiting for them to come back. And
when you say sponsors, what do you mean by
so we work with 35 groups in our community that identify the kids directly. And we kind of find the sponsors, and we have amazing business owners and county departments and individuals, churches that come in and sponsor these kids. And then we get to we have volunteers that come in and wrap the presents, and then the caseworkers get to deliver the presents. And it's the best space we've ever had, and for a program as big as ours and a program that we're most known for, we needed a separate building that could just house everything that we do. The unique thing about our program is we try to give away toys and clothing. And so we're meeting those needs such as blankets, underwear, socks, clothing, that kind of thing.
So it's the clothing aspect that makes it unique.
Yes, because I think that when people think Christmas, they think of toys, right? Barbies and trucks, but we want to see past that. We want that child to go to school with a brand new outfit for school. And we also serve teenagers, and a lot of the groups in our area are not serving teenagers. So that's another unique factor of our group.
Yeah. And you all work a massive amount of hours down there, right? But I'm wondering if the new facility and just sort of the efficiency and everything, I'm wondering if that's helped this year even.
Absolutely. We started earlier. So we started beginning of November. We started sending kids out to the sponsors back in August. And so everything's come back quicker. Volunteers are being able to leave earlier. I'm able to leave at 6 o'clock most nights, whereas before,
you were there like 2 or 3 o'clock at night.
And I don't think people realize how much work goes into this. We're trying to make sure the sibling groups are matching. We're making sure that they're getting what they want, right? So if they want Mickey Mouse or Bluey, we're trying to make that magic happen for that child. And if you have not been to the new building, I encourage people to go and see it. You
can't miss it.
Can't miss it. It looks like you can't miss it. It's a Christmas building on 200. You can't miss it. Oh yeah. So Wave of Green, that's our United Way was able to connect us with Publix, and Publix came out and just had a serve day. And let me tell you, they wrapped over 93 packages that day.
Wow.
And they were able to do an inventory of all of our items and just being able to help us know what we had. So then when community members are calling, hey, what does the Family Resource Center need? We're able to say, hey, we need this. And that was thanks to the Green Wave of Publix.
Yeah, Publix is amazing. They had a couple of shifts that they did that day. We fed them in between those shifts and whatnot. And Publix is the number one contributor financially to United Way of Citrus County, to United Ways in the state of Florida, and overall United Way worldwide. Publix is now in 8 states. And so if you think about the huge multinational corporations that are out there, and then you think about Publix is in 8 states in our country, and they are the number one contributor to United Way worldwide.
Wow.
So Mr. Jenkins made that commitment many years ago to support United Way, and that commitment is strong today, and we're so grateful. When we have natural disasters that we've experienced for the last couple of years, Publix will go above and beyond their giving, and next thing you know, you get a check in the mail for another $20,000 above and beyond to help residents in our community. Such an amazing corporation, and just culture at Publix, right? And I know you have to see that on full display when they come down.
Oh
there.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it takes about 400 volunteers, did you say?
Yeah. And believe it or not, we are booked for the season for rappers. We normally are begging to get help, and we're booked for the season. And I think a lot of that is I've been able to really go out into the community and educate, hey, this is what we're doing. Here are the needs that we have. Here are the volunteer opportunities. And being able to bring in our business community has been a huge piece of it too. And, they're able to do team building while they're there, and it's been just a real cool thing to see. Another cool thing is we've seen Girl Scout groups come in, and they started off at 6 or 7 years old, and now they're a part of our evening processing team. And so now they've grown up, they've aged out of school, and now they want to give back. So they started from one angle, and now they're helping on the whole other side of our program. So it's really cool. Even generationally, like we're seeing families come in together, and now they're bringing their kids, and it's been a cool thing to see the last 3 years, because we've been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah.
So
Christmas is just one aspect, and we devoted some time here to talk about that, because obviously it is the Christmas season, but there's so much more to the Family Resource Center as well. You all have a medical clinic, which is amazing. You have food, clothing, education that you all provide as well. So, and you've made some changes. So, and every time there's leadership changes in an organization, someone's going to come in and have maybe a little bit of a different approach or new way to meet the mission and whatnot. And so things have changed a little bit at the Family Resource Center. Your approach, your logo has changed. Your Christmas program has changed.
The way the building looks.
The way the building looks. You just had a ribbon cutting, and you've had an open house recently as well for people to come see the main building where you all operate out of, and it looks absolutely amazing. So tell us about the main building, the programs, what you're doing for the community out of the main building aside from Christmas.
Of course. And so first and foremost, I've been the director now for almost 3 years. And one thing that I wanted to do was go around to the other nonprofits and really look and see what's being done, right? And how can Family Resource Center bridge the gap? And hence why we don't have a whole lot of our programs anymore, because we were looking at at the time of the program start for Family Resource Center, things were not being done, right? And as time progressed, other nonprofits have picked up on the areas that were lacking at that point in time that Ginger started a program. And so we were able to really kind of look back and see, are we doing this program well? Or are we just doing this program, right? And do we have the staff? Do we have the volunteers? All those things are important when you're working in our world, because nonprofit really is a business, right?
It is.
And so And it needs to be looked at that way, because just like any business owner, we have expenses. We have to pay the accountant. We have to do all those different things so we can be on the uppity up as well. And one thing that I noticed is that there were so many of one thing, but not necessarily the other, right? And this is where you and I, United Way and Family Resource Center, see so much on the same wavelength, because the ALICE population is really what was falling. That particular demographic of people were falling through the cracks, right? It wasn't our seniors. It wasn't those experiencing homelessness or food insecure, because all those programs are being done. It was really who is going to focus on the ALICE and who's going to help our neighbors get to long-term self-sufficiency. And so we want to backtrack. So after all that happened, went back to the board and said, listen, all these nonprofits are doing all these things. What can we do? Right. And so there is some overlap with duplication. So we do have a food pantry like others do, but we want to use that as a tool to get them in, figure out why they're there, identify the barriers, and then release them. And so that's been my ultimate goal over the last 3 years. And we just were able to get a brand new board voted in that's going to really help us grow as an organization. And they're really encouraging the empowerment model. We want to get our people to long-term self-sufficiency. We want to build a bridge. And what does that look like? It just can't be a saying, right? And so how can we utilize the programs that we have and use them? So we're basically having 3 levels. We're going to have a help level, a grow level, and a sustain level. And ultimately, we want to get all of our neighbors that we serve on that sustain level, right? That means they no longer need Family Resource Center. They're doing well. They're employed. They're good to go, right? And so all of our neighbors will be able to come in and be evaluated on what level they're going to jump into. So our help level is going to be just our basic dignified stuff, our food pantry, our clothing. We'll have a clothing closet, and I'll go over that in a minute. And then our medical clinic. Those are dignified services. Everybody should have access to healthcare, that kind of thing. And they can come 4 times a year, free and clear, no strings attached. But we want to help them long term. So let's get them a birth certificate. Let's get them an ID. Let's get them a resume. Let's get them a job. Let's get all those different things, because we have the resources within our community to help make that happen. Let's partner with those that can do that. And so we're really wanting to do case management, identification of barriers, and then let's release them from poverty the best way that we can. And so when they leave from that help level to go into the grow level, that grow level is they're going to do exactly that. They're working on getting their birth certificate. They're working on getting the necessary steps that they need to be able to get to self-sufficiency. They can't get a job without a birth certificate. They can't get a job without an ID. And so we get them in that point, we get them a job. They don't have transportation. We have a bike. So everything is all going to work together now with our programs that we have. And at that point in time, they'll earn resource dollars to be able to go and use in our new thrift store that we're opening up after the first of the year. And we're excited for that, because handouts work for a day, but they don't work for long-term outcomes, right? And so we're really wanting to meet that need, but not keep them in the web of dependency, right? Social services, we do a great job by helping people, but when it's helping too much. And that's one thing that Family Resource Center has identified, is we have to do more than help. We need to get them to a point where we teach them to fish and we release them, catch and release, right? And that's true outcome, not by people served, not by what we're doing, but how many are we getting to a point where they no longer need a Family Resource Center?
That takes a little bit of a difference in mindset, even for our community, right? Or any community, to really embrace that model, where what we're looking at is we don't want to celebrate the fact that we served 3,000 people last year and we're serving 4,000 people this year. Now let me explain what I mean by that. Now, if there's need out there and we grow our resources, then we're able to reach more people that need the help. That's perfectly fine and good. And that's not what I'm saying, but there needs to be a releasing at some point if we're really doing really good work and people reach self-sufficiency. So ultimately, what we would like to see is our efforts be so helpful to the community that over time those numbers start to decrease, the amount of people that we're helping, because things are just really improving. I mean,
Yeah.
at least theoretically, that's what we're talking
We
about.
should all
here.
be working ourselves out of a job
Essentially
at
is.
the end of the day, right? We're going to still see poverty. That's not going to go away. But if we can
Jesus said the poor will always be among you.
yeah,
And I believe it.
but if we can knock that number in half, right, and then ultimately figure out a way to end that, that should be all of our nonprofits' goals, is to be able to help and release. And that's one thing that we kind of grabbed onto. And mentors like yourself, you've been able to help me kind of embrace that, right? Utilize the strengths that Family Resource Center has, our community partners that we work with, and just all working together for the common good of the community.
Man, if there's one thing you do good, it's communicate with other agencies and folks in the community doing well and drawing folks in and partnering with folks. That's something that you all do. You do exceptionally well. You do far better than I do, I believe. And that's where we need to be, is building those partnerships. Now, you had a column in the newspaper recently about Alice, and Alice is a term that we've been really using quite a bit in the last 3.5 years. I know that I've been here, and since United Way of Northern New Jersey sort of spearheaded that Alice project and continues to do that research and provide that data to our communities. But I still think we got a little bit of a ways to go in the understanding of who Alice is in our community.
Absolutely.
Right. It's a relatively
yeah.
new term, right?
yeah.
So I think Alice can get confused maybe with folks that are more, they're in poverty or in situations that we might classify as generational poverty. Maybe there's a little bit of a difference.
Oh yeah,
there?
absolutely.
So from your perspective, like, who is Alice?
Such a broad term, really.
Yeah.
Because I think that people can jump in and out of that as well, depending on situational. Like, if somebody's working 2 jobs and they're still not making ends meet, that would be considered an Alice neighbor, right? Somebody that is doing everything they can, still not making ends meet. That would be asset limited, right? And then that would be income constrained.
Right.
Asset limited is our seniors, right? Those that thought they were ready, thought they were prepared, and at the end of the day, they weren't because of inflation and that kind of thing. So I think it's such a broad way of looking at it. And I think that, you at the spearhead of this United Way, you're trying to help all of us nonprofits see what is Alice, right? And I'll tell you, you and I've talked at first I struggled with what is Alice. I'm looking at it from more income constrained versus asset limited, right? And there's 2 different sets, right? And these are still employed people. And that's what people need to understand, that I was trying to express in that column, is like, it isn't people that are lazy. It isn't people that are just asking for a handout. It isn't people. These are people that desperately need the help, should get the help. And a lot of them are refusing the help because they feel like somebody else needs it more than them.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the
and
thing,
they're the
man.
hardest
Like,
to reach.
We're real. Yeah, they are very hard to reach. And I think that, I think you put that finer point on that issue, even for me. And as a part of United Way, I mean, I'm up to my ears in Alice data and Alice summits and conferences, and we're having that conversation all the time. I think it even catches people off guard sometimes when we know that transportation is an issue in our community. But you and I know that. Does Alice have a car?
They have a car.
Alice has a car.
They have a car.
Alice has a car. People are surprised to find out that there you are in Hernando, and you guys do a great job of keeping track of data. And the majority of your clients come from where?
Crystal River and Homosassa.
There you go, Crystal River and Homosassa, and that catches people off guard as well. That they think that it's just folks that are needy in Hernando or the east side of the county that are coming to the Family Resource Center. That's not necessarily the case. And so I think we need to continue to have conversation about who is Alice in our community.
Yeah.
It's not the folks that are living homeless in the
Mhm.
woods. It's not folks that just don't have a car. It's look, the price of childcare is so astronomical that before you know it, your household is not making that Alice survival budget, is what we call it, the survival budget. And that budget's pretty high.
Yeah.
These days.
And I think a lot of times too, even with our business community here, we need to be paying affordable wages to our people that are working for us, because at the end of the day, we want to not have them within that Alice report, right? And so, yeah, it's a challenge for sure, trying to just figure out.
Man, I want to keep talking to you. It's 6 o'clock right now, and we do have Commissioner.
You do this to us all the time.
No, I know, but you don't have to go anywhere. Do you have to go anywhere right now?
I got to go back to work.
Well, I've just.
Do you want me to stay on with Holly?
I'm going to invite you to stay on for another segment
Okay.
here, if you want, or for a period of time. And
big shout out to the volunteers at the Christmas Project. Thank you for letting me do this.
Absolutely. What?
Okay.
Oh, look at there. There's your wife chiming in here. Awesome. Why don't we just go ahead and bring in Commissioner Davis into the discussion even now that we're having. And Commissioner Davis, welcome.
I'm feeling kind of FOMO because you got this great studio set up, but one of my little brat ponies got loose this afternoon, and it was just a bridge too far to actually get out of the house down there in time. So, and
all right, hey, Madeline, will you
delighted to
turn
have RJ stick
Commissioner Davis up a little bit? No, just the volume on the computer so that I can hear her a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Let's bring that up a little bit. I love it. Hey, listen, Commissioner Davis, you live in my neighborhood, and so I would be really caught off guard if I looked out in the backyard and saw a. Now, is it a pony or a miniature horse? I don't know. Oh, there we go. There we go.
that's the brat that got out. That's baby Ruby.
That's the brat. So if I saw that brat in my backyard, it would be a little alarming, but I would know who it belongs to. That's for sure.
Honestly, she's up there. She and her mother are all of 39 inches tall. So even people who are scared of horses are not scared of these two. They're like overgrown dogs. They're very affectionate. So.
All right. So when I'm coming down, my street, I am so accustomed now to when I pass the point in the road where I can look over and see in your backyard. I'm so accustomed to looking over and seeing if your babies are out there, and I see them frequently.
Yeah, they're just over there to visit, to have a little grass. It's driving season right now that it's not hotter than the surface of the sun. So I bring them over. They live outside the HOA, of course, because we can't have them there. But they come over and I drive them and then tie them out to get a little grass because they don't have any grass where they are. So they bring a lot of joy to the neighborhood. It's the senior citizens and the kids in particular love them. And people will screech to a halt. And, there's a lady going, honey, pull over. And, comes out and they feed them sugar cubes and take pictures. And, they're just, they just bring a lot of joy. And I now located unicorn horns. So I have turned into the crazy old lady that has a costume for all the holidays. So I literally now have unicorn horns, and little girls are going to lose their ever-loving minds.
Well, I've heard of the cat lady, but I've not heard of the unicorn lady. I feel like you're blazing a whole new trail here.
Are you ready to go for a pony drive with me? I'm happy to take y'all around.
That would be fun. I could just walk over to the house.
Yeah, I take a lot of the neighbors out. So you got my
That's
mobile.
That's right.
But RJ is a very tough act to follow to get down to the serious part. I do not serve at the front lines like you do, George, like RJ does, like Anne-Marie Briercheck, like so many luminous, amazing public servants that we have in this community. I just am trying very hard to do what I can as a commissioner to aid your efforts to help our least fortunate among us, and especially those who are really striving to get out of the situation that they're in. George, you and I have done some mind meld on that whole hand up, not hand out thing. And you and I are in complete agreement with that. And to allow people the dignity of a livable wage and the dignity of work and providing for their own family is huge. And somewhere there's a path forward for that.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, when you all had the discussion in chambers about the homelessness issue in our community, and had agencies come in and talk about who was doing what. I was somewhere out of town. Was I in
You were in
DC?
Washington,
I was
yeah.
in Washington DC and was unable to attend.
Yeah, you were
But,
definitely.
yeah, I actually skipped out on a couple of breakout sessions during that conference and stayed out in the lobby and tuned into the live broadcast. And Commissioner Davis, I heard you at some point say, what is it that George says about when you give, like the one-way giving and like what happens?
The 5 things that I have yet
Yes.
to commit it to memory, but I'm sure you're going to remind me right now.
Yeah. So, and in fact, when I heard you say it, I actually sent you, I texted you
You did. I didn't get it till after the meeting because I'm a good girl,
Yep.
but yes.
yeah, I texted you a graphic that had it, but, and that comes from a book called Charity Detox. And that author also wrote a book called Toxic Charity. I turned RJ onto those books, and that really disrupted everything for him. He may have cursed me a few times as he was just working through that shift in mindset that kind of comes when you read that book. But that section of the book, RJ is talking about this one-way giving, right? And that neither your agency, mine, anyone else, we're not going to solve generational poverty with one-way giving. And what I mean by one-way giving is that gift that we just continue to provide of that electric bill assistance, rental assistance, and whatnot. And it requires nothing from the recipient, right? It's just one-way giving.
There's no dignity in that.
That's exactly right,
Yeah.
Commissioner. And so, and we don't want to rob people of their dignity. And so, yeah, you give once, you'll get appreciation from that recipient. You give twice, you'll get anticipation. If they're at the door at our United Way the third time, and we give, there'll be expectation. If you give 4 times, that's where you get entitlement. And by that 5th gift of one-way giving, you start to get dependency. And there's a flip side, and it was probably on the graphic that I sent you, Holly. There's actually a flip side as well. What does it do for the person giving the gift? And that can be equally as toxic, because I don't have all those memorized yet, but I do know the last one is.
I'm going to have to get that book.
Yes,
it's good.
Yeah, when we have given like 5 times and we've created dependency, even out of a good place, it can create a sense of like paternalism on your end as the giver. And that is not a good place to be when you're the person given that gift, right?
Yeah, I think that people want instant gratification, right? So when they see an event where we're giving things away, when they see a Christmas project that's doing 2,000 children, right? I think people want to see that instant gratification. They see their money at work. But how do we shift their focus to looking at it from the standpoint of they may not need the Christmas project. They may not need this giveaway. They may not need, long-term self-sufficiency. Outcomes are more important than people served, right? And I think our community as a whole, they're so generous and they're willing to help all of us in numbers. And, prime example with Kennard, I saw the podcast with that, but, people want to give in our community. And we heard this yesterday at a meeting that we were at, but I think long-term, people are wanting to see, there's so many of us out there doing good work. How are these donor dollars being used in the way to get people out? Right. And I think that's everybody's desire, is for us to all look at, right? Like, what are we doing to get our people to
Clarity helps a lot. And I've told that story a lot to folks, because people will say, oh, well, I know that they're double, triple, quadruple, quintuple dipping, et cetera. And I said, not so fast. We now have the technology to actually track that, as long as all of the various nonprofits work together, which y'all are, very well now through Clarity. And so you do actually catch people trying to double, triple, quadruple dip, and it doesn't happen. Or if it happens, it happens very rarely. There's, occasional mistakes, but there's not mass fraud going on. But
it's not systemic.
Yeah. If I may, I want to talk about the cost of homelessness, because we do have a really wonderful opportunity to bring Catholic Charities into Citrus County. They rightfully will not go forward unless they have they will raise all the money for all the infrastructure or do everything, but they rightfully won't go forward unless there is some sort of ongoing, some sort of stipend from some source. And every place they operate, which is Pinellas Hope, Tampa Hope, and Pasco Hope, all three of those aggregate communities, because Pinellas Hope is also supported by City of St. Pete and some of the other municipalities, they all give them a stipend. So I talked to our financial planning firm, and I told them about what the success rate is. It's 50%. The national average is 25%. They have 50% of people go into stable working lives when they come through the program, which is enormous. They've really got this figured out very well. And they do it for a cost of $25 and change to $29 and change dollars per day per person. And the average length of stay is 110 days. They shoot for 90, but they've been averaging 110 because of, the housing crisis or affordable housing crisis. So I was telling our financial planning firm that. They go, oh, well, get us these input numbers and we can figure it out, because it's absolutely a taxpayer savings, 100%. And so I did a dive, and I got the jail, our county jail, to do a point in time survey. I think they've done 4 or 5 months in a row now. They're averaging 55 inmates daily who are homeless, that are in jail essentially because they're homeless. They got picked up for loitering, for panhandling, for shoplifting for food and Wawa, and they don't have a place to be. Those kind of true homelessness kind of things. And our jail monitor, Joe Wittick, said something quite heartbreaking to me. He said, we have people serving life sentences 90 days at a time. They go in, they get 3 square meals a day, they stay there 90 days, they serve their time, they get out, they go right back in. That is a twofold insult. It's an insult to their life, to have dignity and have a productive life and be that person that they could be. And it's also an insult to taxpayers, because we're supporting that. And so the cost at $87 to $88 a day times 55 inmates is $1.8 million a year. 1.8 million Citrus County taxpayers. Okay, so take a fraction of that. Some hundreds of thousands, less than 1 million. Because we're not going to eradicate homelessness. We're not going to take 55 to 0. Absolutely not. But let's take a swing at that number. Let's say we can reduce homelessness by 50%. Why would we not take half of the 1.8 million or some figure like that? Okay, I'm just spitballing numbers out here. Why would we not put that against a homeless shelter that takes them off the streets, out of the woods, and they only bring in people that want to make a difference in their lives? And that's a big reason why the 50% success rate, right? People always talk about, well, there's people that want to be in the woods and they just want to be homeless. Yeah, they are. They got a needle in their arm and they're just going to die there. Okay. But there are so many stories of people that they are one bad run of luck or a couple of knuckleheaded decisions away from being in the woods. And our Alice population is the ones that are hovering on the edge of that. You know, you have a couple of bad car repairs, your kid gets sick, your wife gets sick, you get sick, you miss work, whatever, all of a sudden you're living in the woods. But they've been trying their darndest to not be there. So those are the folks that Citrus Hope would help to bring them back to productive lives. And I'm going to stop my rant now.
I know it's totally good. And, you know, Holly, as you're saying all that, and RJ, I want to hear your reaction to what Commissioner Davis just said as well. But I'm sitting here wishing that I had brought upstairs from my office the latest numbers that I got from Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition on the number of homeless that are in our community. And part of the challenge, and we had this conversation yesterday at RJ in a meeting, is just wrapping our heads around the definition of homeless across the different agencies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we had that conversation yesterday. The Florida Chamber president was in the room, local chamber representatives, and some nonprofits, our superintendent, our sheriff, RJ, myself, a few other agencies involved in the discussion about how we have to have some common language and be singing off the same sheet of music so that we can even inform our community of the issue in a way that's coherent and makes some sense, because there are so many different guidelines for what constitutes homelessness. If we look at HUD guidelines, we had an instance that I shared yesterday where we had someone in the community that contacted us because he and his wife was paying the bill for a family to be in a hotel and then subsequently an Airbnb for the week. And we said, no, we can get them connected to Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition. We can get them housed. We have the best housing services director at the county you can imagine.
Oh,
and
Michelle Alford's amazing.
We can get some stuff done here. Let's do it. And so when we got them connected to Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition, the pot of money that they needed to draw funds out of to help this family get housed, they had requirements there from HUD that basically said, no, they're not homeless according to the definition because there's a good Samaritan in the community that's paying the bill. So, well, the question then becomes, how do we make them homeless? Because that's what we're doing now. and so that they meet that definition. And it was like, okay, well, George, they'll meet the definition if an agency like RJ's agency or United Way, if we're footing the bill. And so we did. We went ahead and got them into another Airbnb the next week. That qualified them as homeless. That opened up the pot of money from the federal government to help get that mother, 5 children, and her 2 elderly parents that she was also caring for into a home. Yes,
so essentially we just
that.
need to tell Good Samaritans to donate money to.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's a great
Way.
point. That's a real salient point here on Giving Tuesday, Commissioner, is that yes, we need those resources in an instance like that to be able to put that family up, because now that opens up resources to them that otherwise wouldn't be. You
made me think of something else though, George. Talking about trying to, number one, what is the definition of homelessness? Because there's so many different definitions, and McKinney-Vento, all those different ones. Then there's unhoused versus homeless. The other issue is that a whole bunch of the agencies don't track homelessness. Some of them are not allowed to. So the hospitals don't track. So the homeless use ERs as primary care, right? So that's a couple of different things. It's a drain on taxpayers. It's a drain on the hospitals. And it also will even cause hospitals to go on to divert status. So you have a heart attack and you're getting bussed an hour away to a hospital because your local hospital's on divert. So those are 3 kind of ugly points. But the hospitals, I believe the hospitals are not allowed to track it because of HIPAA, or they don't track it. Because I went down deep into all of the various agencies. Our fire rescue cannot put a cost on homelessness. Our own fire rescue. They know it's a drain, but they can't put a dollar cost to it. I did get a dollar cost from the clerk of courts, And the way I said this to everyone is I said, look, I know this is kind of what I would call swamp math. So go with the lowest possible estimate and the highest reasonable estimate, and we'll pick something in the middle, right? So Clerk Tracy Perry was able to get me numbers, which is essentially the amount of time it takes per court system to process homeless inmates in and out of the jail and all their paperwork and what their hourly cost rate is loaded. Fire Rescue could not give me that answer. CCFR. CCSD could not give me that answer. They know it's a huge drag, but they don't know the cost. The hospitals were able to sort of gin up a pretty good answer. So another factoid here is that Medicaid, we have to reimburse Medicaid for indigent care in our hospitals. Last year, it was almost 2 million. I believe this year it's like 2.4 million dollars, something like that. So I went to the hospitals. I said, let's just spitball here. What percentage of your indigent care do you think are homeless? Because a whole lot of the indigent care have housing. They're just severely out, right? So they use ERs as their primary care. And they came up with somewhere between 3 and 4%. So for each hospital, if it's 3 to 4%, 3.5% of two, it's coming up on about 100,000, I think. So that add that to the 1.8 million with the jail. Again, you're not gonna, and then add to that Clerk Perry's cost, add to that Sheriff Vincent, add to that Chief Stevens, all of their budgets that are impacted, and you got to be looking at over $2 million a year to keep homeless in the same bad situation they're in now. You're not bringing them onto the tax rolls where they're earning money and not costing taxpayer money. That's the cold hard. I have a huge heart. I live to serve, but I do have a little cold calculator part of my soul where I'm always trying to figure out what the efficient way is forward. And so you look at that from a very logical cold standpoint, and it makes perfect sense to do a Citrus Hope. It just does.
You've really done you've done a lot of work on this. Your
Yes,
math
sir.
is deep dive, as you call it, and why? Like what's at the heart of that, Holly? What is driving that? Because if I remember right, when the chamber first started talking about prosperity initiative, I do remember right. Man, I've got a mind like a steel trap. I can't remember what happened yesterday, but I can remember meeting. I can remember meeting Holly Davis for the first time at Jim Lagrone Park for a prosperity initiative
Prosperity
event
Citrus.
that they put together, and
Which
someone
is still, which is
introduced.
still kind of going forward. Yeah.
Yep, someone introduced us to each other, and you were at a table there, and the person who introduced us asked me if I would share with you the mentoring program that I was running at the time, and that's where we first met.
Filter is amazing. I wish it had been
Filter,
able to continue. So
yeah, Honda pulled out, but I'll tell you what, if Honda didn't pull out of that and decide corporately to go a different direction, that left us and 32 other programs in the country trying to figure out what we were going to do. It just happened to be that happened right at the time that this position opened up, and I've been here, and it's been a great avenue for me to be
God is good, George. God is
yeah,
good.
more people, right? When what do they say? When God closes the door, He opens a window. The window is United Way. But you've been engaged in this for quite a while. It seems like since near the beginning of your tenure as a county commissioner. You're in your second term now, right?
Yep, just finished my 5th year on the board. So
and
I'm
so
finally
where does that come from? That desire to affect change in this particular area, where does that come from for you?
My dad was very big, and my mom followed suit, but my dad in particular was very big on having humility and to understand where you came from and that you were no better than anyone else. And my grandfather on my maternal side was a turpentine farmer native Scotland, native Scot, immigrated here. My paternal grandfather was a mule dealer in Arkansas. So I come from pretty humble roots on both grandparents' sides. And my dad, all he ever wanted to do was fly. So he joined the Navy, became a fighter pilot, is officially a 3-war veteran, World War II through Vietnam.
Wow.
And my mom was a stay-at-home mom. She raised 3 kids. And then there's a huge gap. And then I was a surprise, I'm pregnant. But by my mom. And so I had this really unique upbringing where all 3 kids, like the youngest went to college the year I started first grade. So I had my mom and dad pretty much all to myself, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom. So she cooked everything from scratch. This was in the time when women were going into the workforce, and there was lots of TV dinners and processed foods, but mom cooked everything from scratch. She sewed all my own clothes, and she read to me. And my favorite place to go is the library. And I was, 3, 4, 5 years old, and I'd go check out the maximum number of books. And 3 days later, I'd say, can I go back to the library? And so fast forward to, I don't know I think I was running for office. I think it was the beginning of 2020 when I first heard Mark Wilson, the CEO of the chamber, talk about the poverty levels and generational poverty and what keeps kids in generational poverty and children raising children, right? They weren't raised right, so they're not going to raise their kids right. They're not going to raise their kids right. And something stuck in my head. He said that, and I still to this day don't know if this is a rumor or the truth, but the Florida Department of Corrections looks at 3rd grade reading scores to forecast
I mentioned that earlier today.
20 years out, right?
Mm-hmm.
It rings true. I don't know that to be absolutely true. But
No, I can tell you, listen, as a 25-year veteran of the criminal justice system, I can tell you that's true. I can't remember who it was I was talking to earlier today about this. I think it was Josh Wooten. Yeah, it was Wooten. That I did learn along the way in my criminal justice career that, yes, that if we're looking at how many prisons we need to build in the future, we're evaluating the behavior and academics of 3rd graders, because a 3rd grader is 8 years old, and that gives you a 10-year projection until they're an adult of how many prison beds we're going to need. It's a huge issue.
Yeah. So, and I know we're getting close on time. So to sort of put that together, I have a creative side to my brain, and and I'm empathetic. And so my brain galloped off to, holy cow, like if my mom had not, let's just say my dad was killed in action, my mom made a bad decision and ended up with someone who beat her, and I ended up acting out and got pregnant when I was in 9th grade, and all of a sudden my whole life, I was born on second base. There are kids born not knowing where the ball field is. And I actually consider myself so blessed in my childhood that I'm kind of a slacker. I should have accomplished a lot more with the beginnings that I had. And so someone suggested to me that I read a framework for understanding poverty. And there was something really heartbreaking. And there's a lot of case studies in there, and I highly recommend reading the book. One of them was a school teacher. There was a little kid. He was maybe like that 3rd grade level, something like that, 2nd grade level. And he had been, he got into fights. He had horrible grades. He was never paying attention in school. And there was one school teacher, I think when he was in 2nd grade, that she saw something in him, and she invested a lot of extra time in him, and his grades started coming up. And all of a sudden there was like a field day, like the kids have at school. And this old man comes stomping up to her and says, "Quit this nonsense." It was the boy's grandfather. He honestly basically said, "I don't want the boy to rise above his raisin."
Wow.
So there is that culture. And I think a lot of us have read enough about that, about Appalachia and things like that, that there's that culture of belonging. And even though it's kind of not a nice place to belong, it's your tribe. and they don't want, it's like the mafia. They don't want the tribe people to leave, right? And you end up getting sucked in. And so a big part of a framework for understanding poverty was to say you remove them from that situation. And that's why a place like Citrus Hope, where everyone who is there wants to turn their life around, makes a lot of sense, right? Because you have people who are all striving to get out of a bad situation.
Yeah, listen, these issues for me come back to the family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you've basically said that here in your answer, Holly. I challenge people often to take any ill in society and trace it back anywhere other than the family. And you're hard pressed to do that, right? I mean, of course, we have mental illness issues and whatnot, but right now, if you look at the ALICE data, 50% of households in Citrus County are below the ALICE threshold. Holly, that number goes to 22%. That's a drastic drop for households where they are led by a married couple with children. So the question, so when we hear questions like, well, how do we cut that ALICE number in half? We cut it in half when families are strong and they are staying together. Now, if you're part of that 22%, we still need solutions in the community to help drive that number down as well. But it is the family unit that needs to be strong in communities to if we're going to have a shot. If we look at the data from Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition, they survey their clients and to ascertain what are the leading causes of homelessness in Citrus County. And if you look at their data, the top answer is family issues. No surprise, right? So this is where we see that data intersecting, their data, our data, and quite frankly, common sense is at that intersection as well. And so it's about family.
Anne Marie talks about how many families that come through that are buying Cheetos at Wawa to feed their kids dinner. Like, this is not healthy, and it's also expensive.
Yeah, no kidding. I will tell you though, man, if it was like liver and onion night at my house when I was a kid, I'd have eat them Cheetos. You hear what I'm saying? I'd have been all about that bag of Cheetos, some Funyuns, pork rinds. I'd have ate a bag of pork rinds for sure.
You had to bring up the Funyuns.
Yeah, Funyun. I love Funyuns. You may not want to be around me afterwards, but I love those Funyuns. All right, 6:31. We're going to say goodbye to Commissioner Davis and
Thank
to
you so much for having me,
RJ.
George.
Yeah, of
Good
course.
seeing you.
RJ, any final words, man? You hung in there with us,
Yeah.
but you know, hard to get a word in edgewise in the second segment between Holly and myself. I done a lot of talking today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I have done a lot. I've done a
You're
lot
gonna
of
have
talking.
to rest the vocal cords when you get home.
Yeah, I'm surprised that my voice is still so strong after these hours. Hey, I started the day on the radio with Richard Spires on 99.9 out of Brooksville at the 7:05 segment this morning. So it has been one heck of a broadcasting day here.
Oh, I think I got stuck with like a 6:05 segment with him one time when Kennard couldn't do it.
Oh man, yeah.
That was
no.
brutal.
When Richard calls or texts me, I'm usually like, all right, man, give me that 7 o'clock or that 8 o'clock. I don't know about that 6 o'clock. And I'm an avid listener, but yesterday, apparently, he brought my name up a couple times on the show, and he caught me not listening because he called me earlier in the afternoon. He's like, I know you weren't listening today because I brought your name up a couple times, and you know he didn't get a text or anything from me when that happened. But all right, Commissioner Davis, listen, if I don't
Thank
see you before, I hope you have the best Christmas ever. Keep those.
Oh, well,
Those-
we're going to do a pony drive before Christmas.
All right, perfect. I would love that. Actually, let's do it. We'll make that happen.
All right.
Right there in the neighborhood. All right. Well, have a
Thank
great
you, George. Bye, RJ.
have a great rest of your evening.
Bye.
Thank you, RJ. Man, thank you for being in here, man. It has been a pleasure to get to know
Yes.
you over the last 3 years, and sometimes commiserate with you
Oh, yeah.
and be on the same page with you in terms of our outlook for
Right.
seeking great outcomes.
It's a
and
dangerous game having
it-
both of us in the same room.
It is. All right, brother.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Hey, we'll be right back with Dave DiCarlo, Pasta as he's called. He's joining us right now. In fact, I don't need a break. Let's just roll right into it. Let's bring Pasta up. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend, the Pasta. Can you hear me okay?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I can't hear you, so stand by.
Madeline, can you hear me? I think
I
we're
heard Holly. I heard Commissioner Davis.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so if you're out there watching live, we have some people.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Stand by.
We've got some people watching live right now, and you can be a part of our technical team here and let me know. Just drop a line in the chat there in the comment section and let me know if you can hear me while Madeline is pulling up her phone right now to see. This probably looks really weird right now. My lips are moving feverishly and maybe no one's hearing me. Oh,
What
yeah.
about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear it. Can you hear me?
You're not coming across well at all, George. I apologize. You're coming across all squeaky. I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. We ought to have you somehow shut that thing down and start it over and see if that works. And maybe what you do is, Madeline, you
I'm gonna have Jess call him and tell him all of this.
yeah, and this will give me an opportunity to take a break right now while we get this ironed out, and we've got time to do that. So we'll iron this out. So Madeline, go ahead and send us to break, and we'll be back with Pasta in just a minute. Let me finish this banana real quick. You want to go ahead and add Pasta in here, and we'll see if we have it worked out now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. For some reason, it's not going through my iPods.
Yeah, interesting. I can definitely hear myself on your end as well.
I couldn't hear you. You were all like Mickey Mouse.
Wow. Okay. Well, turn me down a little bit on your side to where you can just hear me, and maybe I won't be able to hear myself, and I think we'll be there.
Hi, I'm good.
All right, awesome. Welcome, man. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Hey, listen, if we're in the 11th, 10th hour, almost the 11th hour, and this is we've had a couple of technical issues today. We did get kicked off of Facebook once, and then we figured that out, and we now know how to get ourselves back on if we get kicked off.
It's trial and error.
It is trial and error. This is like this is like SpaceX putting a rocket ship on the pad and blowing it up. They learned something from it, so next time,
right? Exactly.
It's all the better. So it's been a great day, though, Dave, for sure. We've
Good.
had you are joining an esteemed list of guests that we've had here.
I am very honored and that you guys would think of me as plan E, F, or G. So it's all good.
Hey, man. Listen, you're a little higher in the rating scale than that. Listen, you're one of my bosses now. I've got like 15 bosses. You're one of them,
and you're doing a phenomenal job. I don't care what the other 14 say. I think you're doing phenomenal.
All right, Dave. I'll get that. Drop by the office tomorrow. I'll get you that.
I'll put that in writing too if you need
that 20
to.
spot. That 20 spot I owe you for saying that. Yeah. Yeah. But listen, you're a great addition to our board for numerous reasons. The first one I'm going to say is because you have such a depth of experience when it comes to natural disasters and being somebody that's ran EOC both here in Citrus County and in Hernando County, and that makes you a great fit for our agency right now, in particular because of the long-term recovery work that we're doing, and we're just really at the more toward the beginning of that type of work, and we're learning, and we definitely need the help of folks like you. But you've been a part of that type of work for quite a long time, right?
Yeah, for since 2015. I was worked at the sheriff's office. I was the CID captain for a period of time, and then the former captain of emergency management, which is under the sheriff's office in Citrus County. He retired, and so then Sheriff Jeff Dawsey, who is one of your collaborators today, my understanding, he asked me to be the emergency management director. So I really didn't have a clue what emergency management was all about, but he had the confidence in me that I can learn on the fly, and that's exactly what we did. Because as soon as I was, put in that position, we got storm after storm since 2016, and just this year we have, it is the first time in about 10 years that we have not had a hurricane hit the continental United States.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we need a break.
We need a break. Absolutely. It's been like nonstop since 2016. I remember my first storm and the first flood that I experienced, and it's devastating to these people that live on the coast. And so this long-term recovery program is key. It really is.
Yeah, we had Dennis Phillips on today as well, meteorologist from ABC Action News, Channel 28 down in Tampa, and we talked quite a bit about hurricanes and the weather. And yeah, man, we needed a break this year, because I think that I'll tell you what a break does for us here at our United Way in a very practical, sort of functional way, is it allows us to get a little breathing room in terms of helping people recover from the events of the past 2 years.
Right.
It's probably been about 6-8 weeks ago that we assisted someone that we think is probably the last Idalia survivor that we will provide financial assistance to as we move on to help folks that were impacted by Helene and Milton. And that process of recovery can, easily last up to 2 years for folks when they go through the process of making their FEMA applications. Maybe they get denied. Maybe then they appeal
Right.
a couple times, or they're just updating their applications as new needs arise. Then they're going through their insurance if they had insurance, and it's not always like irresponsibility either. Dave, when people don't have the insurance, some of these insurance rates actually put insurance out of reach for some homeowners, especially when
Yes,
you think about
it
some of
does.
the folks that maybe the house has been in their family for generations, and they may not have a mortgage on that home. Maybe they spent a lot of money, and maybe they're all of their savings to recover from Idalia, and the next thing you know, here comes Helene, and now they're tapped out and don't have anything. So people get in those situations and they need help, and they end up with unmet needs. And that's when we're just hoping and praying that people in the community give us a call here at United Way. Call us tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let
You know,
us
and
know
it's,
if you're in that situation.
and I understand it can be frustrating, for the applicants. Because if nothing else, I've learned that FEMA changes the rules after every storm. Either new standards or new restrictions or anything of that nature. So it's important, to keep with the system. The system will work, and it probably won't be as fast as people want it to be. I totally understand that. They want help and they need help now. But keep the faith, and if you get denied, you can appeal it. It just may be paperwork, just lack of the proper documentation. And because federal government is heavy on the documentation, that, and they want to make sure there's checks and balances, and they're not, anybody committing fraud, and we want to make sure that all these people that we are helping are actually have unmet needs that we can help with.
Yeah, and I think the bureaucratic process sometimes that people find themselves engaged in when they're navigating some of those programs are just so overwhelming that sometimes
it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, man, people just end up quitting. And some of what we're doing here is just even helping people navigate the process, or we've got a client that we're working with right now who applied for Elevate Florida, and that came at a cost, and that money wasn't there to engage in that. And
Right.
so we're able to help that person and get back on the road to recovery, who's living in a FEMA trailer right now that's parked right next to her house that has just been decimated
Right.
by those floodwaters. So,
And it really doesn't matter if you have 2 feet or 2 inches. Flood water is flood water. And I know some people got it worse than others, but still, if you had intrusion, storm surge inside your house, it's contaminated. It's considered contaminated water, and you got to do the right steps to mitigate, make sure you go through the proper process and get your permits, and make sure, you have a contractor in place that's going to do it by the book. So you don't want any mold or mildew to come back. Make sure it's, they're mucking it out correctly and replacing it responsibly, for the next people that will live there, and I understand that insurance is expensive, especially that flood insurance. And I think you're right. I think some people just get, the cost of it, prevents people from getting it, and then they get caught without it. So,
yeah, we saw that after Idalia, 8 weeks later, a tornado rips through Crystal River.
Yes.
Those of you that are watching from Citrus County right now, you'll remember that well, I believe. And so that left plenty of people in Crystal River in a really bad situation, because some folks after Idalia, their insurance was canceled, or the rates went up so high that they could no longer afford their premiums. So then here comes a tornado ripping up people's
the last thing that we need,
breaking
right?
windows and
Right.
all of that sort of stuff with no insurance coverage. We got a call from just a wonderful human being in our community that we just love to death. Her name's Charlene, and she asked us to come to her neighborhood and take a walk around and just see some of that damage. And next thing you know, thanks to some funding that we had received, from PNC Bank. They gave us some money to help Adalia survivors, but we called them up and said, hey, would it be okay if we use your $25,000 and we could put more money toward it as well, but $25,000 towards those that need help after that tornado. And of course they were like, absolutely, go help those folks. And next thing you know, we're working with a local roofer to re-roof some houses in that neighborhood. And that was an interesting situation too, because that was not a declared disaster.
No.
There was not enough damage to reach that threshold of what was somewhere around 40 million or something like that. I don't remember the number. You might know better. If I hadn't been talking for almost 11 hours now, I might remember it. But it was not a disaster that was declared, so you couldn't go to FEMA and try to get money for that. And
Right. And that was those isolated tornadoes, unless there's extensive damage like they had in North Florida a couple of years ago. In fact, there's still, executive orders that they've been extended for that declared state of emergency for those tornadoes up in North Florida. But when it's so isolated, like we had in Crystal River, obviously there's catastrophic damage, but it's just the state won't come in or the federal government won't come in for assistance. So we all depend on the local community, and that United Way is a perfect place, to help these people, because, obviously, disaster recovery is so important, and we've experienced it for years after years after years, and luckily we kind of sailed through this hurricane season without one. So we absolutely definitely needed that reprieve.
Man, did we ever. And right now we're right around $180,000 that we have dedicated toward disaster recovery for citizens in Citrus County. And as we get further into that recovery process with Helene and Milton, that's going to go pretty quickly. And so we're glad to have other partners as well that have deeper pockets than us to bring those cases to. And I don't know, man, that it might even catch people off guard that I say that we're still kind of at the beginning stages of that long-term recovery, because there does take a little bit of time.
It takes time. It does. It's not an overnight process by no means.
Yeah, they work through that FEMA process and the insurance process, and that might take 8-9 months to a year working through some of that. And then that's when people realize, okay, I need some extra help. In fact, we had, and I'm not trying to slam FEMA. I mean, we know that, and they know, and they make no bones about it. They're not going to be able to make people whole completely.
No.
And I've heard them say, listen, after we've done what we can, then it's up to the philanthropic community to help. And so I'm sitting in a meeting and I hear that, the philanthropic community, and I'm like, why
That's you.
The philanthropic community?
They're talking to you, George.
Well, they're talking to me, and they're talking about the nature of why we've been broadcasting all day, is that the philanthropic community are the people that have been watching today and that have made contributions to us today. It's the chamber that made a contribution. It's Dr. Kennard that made a contribution today, and others that have contributed. That's the philanthropic community. And we have so much work to do at United Way, just in terms of the programming that we're doing, supporting the good work of other nonprofits. When you add on top of all of that work, that's a full-time job in and of itself for our small team of 4. But when you add on top of that, okay, you've got to go out there and engage the philanthropic community and get the philanthropic community on board.
Yes.
It's like, hey, let's not use those big words. It's just individuals in our community, small businesses in our community.
It's people who care. And I've never seen, when we had these disasters, since I've been in emergency management for the amount of time that I have been, this community, Citrus County, is just, they always step up. It seems like, we are a very giving community. It really doesn't matter what has happened or transpired, whether it be a hurricane or a personal loss or something that affected the community as a whole. Citrus County, man, they step up. I'm very proud to live here, and I've been here since 1974. I've been here 51 years, and it's just a great community. I'm so proud to be part of it.
Yeah, you came here young then, man.
I was 7 years old.
7 years old.
Yeah, and we moved here. Yeah. Yeah, Mile Hill was 2 lanes for the longest time. So yeah, been a
Yeah.
lot of change, a lot of growth. We've seen a lot of growth in the last 50 years here in Citrus County.
So many people are used to referring to you as pasta. Tell us what's the origin of that? If it's not one of those where if you told you had to kill me.
No, it's really nothing. It was it's been since probably high school, freshman year of high school, middle school probably, but definitely in high school, freshman year in high school. I was of all things, I liked basketball, so I was a basketball player. And yes, short little Italian guy. I was a shooting guard. Deadly from the
Okay. I was going
deadly
to
from the
say.
outside.
I was
Deadly
going to
from the
say.
outside.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you fit the description, but yeah, go
No,
ahead.
absolutely not. Right. Broke all the norms. So it was our first away game, and I didn't know any better, and some of the guys that, some of the upperclassmen, they had brought a sandwich or lunch on their bus ride to the away game to have something to eat, and I didn't know any better. And so, of course, me being Italian, a little bit Italian, they said, "Hey, what did you bring to eat?" And I said, "I didn't bring anything." He says, "You didn't bring any pasta?" I'm like, "No, I didn't bring any pasta," because I was Italian. And it kind of stuck. They started calling me pasta, and I don't mind it. Some people don't know my real name. They just know me as pasta, which is okay with me. It's all good. So it's, it was kind of given to me through friendship and my teammates. And I absolutely have embraced it ever since.
I love it. I love it. My grandmother by marriage, not by blood, but the only grandmother that she's the only one I knew. Her last name was Melfi. She was a Melfi, and great Italian family, big family, 10 children. Classic story of her parents coming over from Italy and settling in Columbus, Ohio, and growing up there. And I love that big Italian family that I was able to grow up around as a Schmostig. Very, very German lineage right there. But I feel like I relate better to that the Italian family than certainly my other side that was probably in German Village in Columbus.
Yeah. So the majority of our family is my parents are from Naugatuck, Connecticut. So I still have family in Connecticut and have some family on my father's side still up in Illinois, where we moved from. We moved, down here to Florida from Illinois back in 1974. So yeah, it's always good to go back and see family. And it's just that, every Sunday my aunt still cooks Sunday dinner, and all my cousins go there, and now they got their kids and their families, and it's not a big house at all. And they pack it in, every Sunday, and my aunt she loves cooking Sunday dinner. So
we've talked about our Facebook feeds today a little bit. Like mine is full of me running out of gas, eating White Castles, my dog, and wearing white pants. That basically sums up my Facebook feed.
I can relate to the gas. I can absolutely relate to that.
Okay, I'm not the only one. I mean, I really caught some grief today by my longtime friend Diana Finnegan.
The fuel in the car. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but if I think about your feed, I think about you in the car with your father.
Yes. Yeah, every weekend we try to take a ride. He's getting up there, and my mom passed away in 2019, so family time is very precious. Again, it's an Italian thing, family, and so I want to spend as much time as I can with him, and that's that's our thing. We just go for a ride, and we'll get up early on Sunday or usually Sunday mornings, and we'll go out for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and he'll just ride, and we'll have a good time, and just sit there and talk, or just listen to music, or just look at the scenery. And sometimes we'll go north, and we'll go up to Ocala and go through the horse farms and look at the scenery there, or sometimes we'll go south, through Brooksville and Dade City, and it all depends on what his urges that day. So yeah.
What is that convertible that y'all are riding in? What is that?
It is a Chrysler Crossfire. 2005 Chrysler Crossfire. That's it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was from this past Sunday.
Yeah, with the you get up to a certain speed and the little spoiler opens up on the back of
Yeah,
that thing.
it is. In fact, that spoiler opens up at 60 miles per hour.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
And that actually, the bones of that car, it's like a Mercedes.
It is. It is a Mercedes body in a Chrysler dress per se. Yeah, it's a 6-speed manual transmission. So he loves putting it in. He loves putting it in 6th gear. That's for sure. So we have a good time.
Yeah.
It's our thing that we do, and I want to spend as much time as I can. While he's still here.
Dave, I feel really good about some of the conversation we've had today. I think that for those that have been watching and tuned in a little bit, they've seen that the CEO of the United Way is a man who knows how to swing a hammer, knows about construction, knows about football, knows about some cars. I mean, I'm just proving to the world today that I'm just such a man's man.
I'm going to put that in your eval.
My light blue pants and my white pants that I have on, online.
You had red pants on the other day.
I did. No, I think they were salmon.
I think it was salmon. It was salmon color, and I think you chat GPT. Didn't you chat GPT how to put your ensemble together?
Well, listen, I am a member of the color deficient community, so that particular day, my daughter's in Gainesville, and my wife was at work. I didn't have anyone to keep me in check in terms of what was matching. So I thought, let me go to the fount of all knowledge at this point in our world. And that is not just the internet, but to AI, Chat GPT.
Right.
I took a picture of my pants and I asked Chat GPT to tell me what might look good with those pants. And I was really in luck because it gave me quite a few options, but it described a white shirt with blue, like dark blue polka dots, like a tight pattern, like small polka dot, not something big, not clownish, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have that in my
You
closet.
have that. That's what's scary.
So
Is actually, you have that in your closet.
It was already there. And I did. And what was even better, Dave? I didn't even have to iron. It was all ready to go. At least the shirt was. And,
salmon.
And I showed up styling and profiling that day in my salmon pants.
You did.
And I appreciate it. Really left an impression on you. I could see
did. I'm very impressed. Like you're just styling today. You're looking very casual. I like the open collar. Look good.
I really thought about wearing some Christmas PJs in here because here we are now in the 11th hour. We just started the 12th hour. We got 11 hours down. Just started hour number 12. And I don't know, maybe PJs would have been, but I'm pretty comfortable. So
you look comfortable.
Good. Yeah. If you're watching at home, you can comment in the comment section right now of whether we've lost the point. So let me bring us back here.
Let's bring it back. All right, let's bring it back.
The point is Giving Tuesday, and there's so many agencies, nonprofits in our community and outside of our community as well that do so much good work. And Giving Tuesday is that response to Black Friday, Cyber Monday, where it's about consumerism. And hey, listen, that's not all bad, right? Like, let's not treat that like it's a dirty word. We need a thriving economy. So
we do.
So get out there and don't overextend yourself and cause yourself stress, obviously, but you get those gifts for your loved ones this holiday season. But the answer to that consumerism in the minds of some is on the Tuesday after Cyber Monday to kind of come back and recenter and say, okay, this is the giving season as well, and let's give during this giving season to our charitable endeavors, and that's good for the community. It's good for the individual. It's good for it's good for our own hearts to do that. And so whether that's
and also-
United Way or other agencies in the community that we featured
Absolutely.
today, we encourage people to give.
You know, and as we talked the other day when we saw each other, when the board was together, we talked about the amount that people are able to give, and we kind of came to the consensus of just, you know, what can you afford? I mean, we'll take any amount, right? So, you know, again, like I said, you know, Citrus County is very giving, very generous, and people, you know, always dig deep. You know, but there's no set amount per se. You know, we'll give what you can. United Way does wonderful work for a number of different organizations. One is which that we talked about today was long-term disaster recovery. You know, so George, you're doing a great job. You and your staff, the other board members. I'm very proud. I'm very honored that you guys asked me to be part of your board, and I don't take it lightly. And I'm just I'm glad to be part of this organization.
Well, I'm glad to have you back in Citrus County. I'm certainly glad to have you on our board, but even if you weren't, I just think it's good to have you back in Citrus County. So at the sheriff's office, since Sheriff Vincent came on board, he brought you on board to be the director of community engagement,
Executive director
and
of
transparency.
Yes, community engagement and transparency. Yes.
I got that right.
It's a big long title.
Man, that's a big long title. And I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud of myself in the 12th hour that I got that correct with no notes. I've still got it, Dave. I've still got it. So tell us what that is. What that's a big job title. I know it's also just a big job. But tell us what it is.
So when Sheriff Vincent ran, you know, he ran on community policing and having the sheriff's office get back engaged with the community. That's something he felt that was kind of getting lost over the past administration. Wasn't really in tune with what the community needed. So he wanted to get back to that. So he created this position to do just that. So, you know, I engage with a number of different organizations, homeowners, associations, you know, I have our volunteers, I have our strategic plan, I have emergency management, obviously, from my past background. And again, it's just to get back the sheriff's office back into the community because, you know, that's who we serve. It's all about the customer service. You know, the sheriff's about, you know, we do things for the right reasons, for the, you know, the right way. And the citizens are our customer base. You know, if we're going to run it like a business, you know, it is what it is. You're our customers, and we're here to serve you, and we're going to give you the best service possible, and we're going to be engaged with you. The more you're engaged, the more intel we can get on, you know, possibly what's happening in the community, and how can we come together and solve those problems. It's all about community policing and coming together and being one, right? Stronger together, one community, one goal. So that's kind of that's pretty much in a nutshell what he brought me on board to do, and I think we're doing a great job. You know, our volunteer base is starting to expand. You know, we started our chaplain corps back up again. We brought on Chaplain Doug Alexander. You know, so we're moving in the right direction. You know, so the sheriff is trying to get to each community event that he can without killing himself. Obviously, you know,
man, he's been at a lot.
He's been a lot. He tries to go everywhere. You know, so we try to, you know, also, you know, monitor his time because he needs his own downtime as well, you know. So I think the executive team does a good job. He's put together a fantastic, you know, the people that he brought on board when he took office, you know, I think it's just phenomenal what we're doing. And I'm very proud to be back. I'm very happy to be back with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And just speaking of transparency, just the fact that we have body cameras now, that's been something that has been talked about for so many years, and in no time Sheriff Vincent found the money to make that happen. It's a big expense. It's a big reoccurring expense.
It is
as well over time, but the transparency that brings to the agency, just that decision, and I don't want to downplay it like it's just a simple thing, because it's not. It's complicated, but that brings a huge amount of transparency to the sheriff's office, does it not?
It does. You know, those body cams, you know, he was, you know, and that's another position that he ran on. He wanted to get body cams. if elected or when elected. And when he was, that was the first thing, even prior to coming on board, and when he met with, during the transition or lack of transition per se, but during the transition period, getting with these directors and saying, hey, it's coming, start finding the money in this budget year. And he's not going to go back to the Board of County Commissioners and ask for, extra money to get this program started. We're going to find it within this budget year, because we inherited this budget from the previous administration. So, we sharpened the pencils and went through all the budget, and we found the money that was able to get us into this contract with the body cameras. And the recurring costs, he met with each of the individual commissioners, and they're on board. So, and that's part of transparency. With those body cams will protect our deputies, but also show a true picture of what is depicted. If anybody complains or anything of that nature, we'll just go to the body cam. And the sheriff's always said, if we messed up, we'll say we messed up, and that's part of his transparency. But the body cam proves, time and time again that the deputies acted properly and professionally. So,
yeah, that's an interesting thing about that. When we actually had Sheriff Vincent come in for our podcast a few episodes ago, we talked about that very thing. Is that you see across the country in different municipalities the outcry we need from citizens. We need body cams. Basically to hold the law enforcement accountable. But Dave, it is clear as can be that who does it benefit most? It benefits the law enforcement officer the most. These body cams have protected the law enforcement agencies more than I think it.
Yes,
just one man's opinion here.
No,
that it actually even has the community members, because it's like more than 9 times out of 10, we replay the tape and we realize, man, that officer was being patient, was speaking kindly, and the person was non-compliant. And thank goodness there was a body cam there to show that.
And it's always being professional, and that's we're going to be nice until it's time not to be nice. We'll be patient up to that point, but we're still going to be nice about it, right? There's still a way to be professional and still put somebody either in handcuffs or place them under arrest or escort them into the vehicle, So it still goes back to that customer service, and the deputies were really kind of excited to get the body cams. Some of the older guys were like, we'll see how it goes. But, for the most part, everybody's is on board now. My son's a police officer in a small department here in Florida. And he wouldn't go, he loves the body cam. He would, so he'd like, if they took this away, I'd be really upset. So the body cams, again, it's about the transparency, these open communications. The sheriff does his weekly wrap up every Friday, with the statistics, with the number of traffic stops, number of arrests, number of citations, number of calls for service, and again, he wants to highlight the employees. So you'll see some significant arrests that the deputies, the men and women, that are on the road patrol that they do. He wants to highlight them, because our brand is the men and women within the sheriff's office. This is not, Sheriff Dave Vincent's sheriff's office. This is the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. And he prides himself on that, so the men and women are the brand of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. So, how we act and how we behave is a direct reflection on the badge, and the integrity of the badge is paramount above everything else, and he takes that very, very seriously. And we have, that message has been delivered to all the deputies, and civilian staff as well. So we're very, very proud of what we've come, since we taken office and everything that we've accomplished so far within the last, going on 11 months. Soon it'll be 12 months. It'll be a year. Right around the corner. It's going to be a year that the sheriff's been in office. But it's been amazing. It's been a great ride so far, and we're having fun. And that's the main thing. Have fun while we're doing it.
Yeah. Gosh, and that is those are some words to live by right there. We try to do that here as well. Now, Madeline, I see a something else that we're probably learning right now about our phone system. Do you see the comment that Emily made? So we have our phone system here set to go to the away greeting at close of business. So we've probably now had a good 2, almost 3 hours where if someone has called in, it's going to the away greeting instead of the greeting that we recorded this morning. So Emily, I appreciate you doing your best to call in. You still can go to our website if you want to make a contribution. The best way to do that at this point would be to go to citrusunitedway.org, click on the donate tab, and make your contribution that way. Madeline, did you have something else you wanted to let me know?
She just said she doesn't do online.
Oh, okay.
So.
I got you. Well, we can get a hold of Emily at any rate. So, Emily, thank you. Maybe you just now
Thank you,
picked up
Emily.
DJ Trey's credit card that he asked you to use earlier today. So we appreciate that. Dave, before we let you go, tell us about how does the sheriff's office rely on nonprofits in our community? What are some of the ways that you all lean on the nonprofits and ways nonprofits can assist the sheriff's office?
Well, one is just giving and be part of the community. However we can partner, with these nonprofits or the United Way, to get your message across, we'll be more than happy to help with that. There's so many different avenues, either volunteer groups or, however we can help one another, to get the message across. We're more than happy to do that. And the sheriff wants to, it's one of his things. He wants to be a community partner, a very giving partner, and whatever we can do within, the realm of giving, we'll do that for sure.
Your former boss, Sheriff Dawsey, was in here earlier today, and we talked about Jesse's Place, and Melissa Bowermaster was in here today, and she's the director there, and that's an organization that I got to believe is still near and dear to the men and women of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office.
Yes,
that's
there's only maybe a handful that are still at the sheriff's office that were part of that investigation in that case. I was here when that happened back in 2004. It's been over 20 years now. That's something we'll never forget. If you experienced it, if you're part of the sheriff's office, and I'm sure there's some retirees out there that remember that case very strongly. And Jesse's Place was that investigation was the genesis for Jesse's Place. To help these kids and help these the community and go through that process of the criminal justice system. So we're very proud of that. We're proud to be part of that, and I still have a relationship with Melissa Bowermaster. So longtime friends. Whatever we can do to assist them, we'll be more than happy to do.
Yeah. Well, we're glad to have you back, man, in our community, in the position that you're in, and really happy to have you on our board here at United Way. And I will certainly be leaning on you as we get further and further into the recovery process, and seeking some advice and some wisdom from you.
Absolutely.
When I need it. And I think we're going to do some really good things to help people recover here over the next year and a half from these storms. And man, hopefully we'll get through another season next year without any more storms.
I hope so.
It would be great. Now the downside, that's not a downside. The challenge for a long-term recovery group is to keep that thing going in blue skies, to keep people at the table having the discussion about resiliency and plans for, okay, when another storm does come, we got to keep that flame lit somehow in our community. That's going to be our challenge, but we want to keep that fire burning, because before you know it, if we slack off after a couple of years of not having storms, then we're going to get hit again, and then we're going to be on our flat footed. We don't want that to happen.
Yeah, when I first took this position back in 2015, we had not been hit. There was a period of time of almost like a decade that we had not gotten hit, and so when I did my community presentations, my whole thing was, it's not if, it's when, and it only takes one storm, and because there were so many years in between a landfall in the state of Florida anyway, a lot of people, the number of people that have moved in over a decade, never experienced a hurricane before, didn't know how to prepare, pretty kind of had like amnesia, hurricane amnesia, or disaster preparedness. It can't happen here. Well, it can absolutely happen, and we learned that very quickly. It just takes one storm. And even though we're not in hurricane season now, we're getting into winter, and as we move into December, into January, into February, I worry about these cold fronts that come through, that come down in the state of Florida, that can absolutely produce, severe storms and thunderstorms and tornadoes. So just because we're not in hurricane season doesn't mean a disaster can't happen. So please keep that in mind. These cold fronts that come through, sometimes I worry about them.
Yeah, listen, man, I feel like I've heard it all. I heard someone say that, we don't have significant storms here because of those Indian mounds out there. I'm like, okay, well, I think we can do away with that idea.
So I remember the
we've
no-name
had
storm. I was living in Crystal River during the no-name storm. I was on road patrol, and in fact, I was away that weekend. I was over the other side of the state visiting my sister who was in college, and I got a phone call to come back right away. So I get back, and I actually had to take so I lived right on Crystal, down by the old port. There's apartments down there.
Oh,
right
yeah,
on
yeah,
the,
like
by Port
like Port
Paradise. They
Paradise,
had
that
two
area?
apartments. Yes, I lived
Yeah.
in a townhouse, and I had to take a boat, a John boat, or down. I think I picked it up right at 44 in Fort Island, somewhere there, and went down to my house, to the townhouse, and my patrol car. The only thing was showing that my patrol car was the light bar. The water had flooded everything. The only thing you could see was the light bar. I lost a lot of stuff. So I've experienced it. So it can happen. And that wasn't even a named storm. That's why they call it the no-name storm. That was just a cold front that just developed in March of all months.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
And it snowed after that too, that day. It snowed that weekend.
Wow, that was before my time here.
Just a
I've
little
seen
fun
it
fact.
snow.
Yeah, just a little fun fact. I
Yeah.
remember directing traffic afterwards, and finally I had to go and get a new set of uniforms and new everything. Got a spare patrol car, and directing traffic on I think it was 495 as that intersection, and I remember it started snowflakes. Was coming down, so it can happen. It has happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's hope it doesn't happen for a long time. You mentioned that 10-year period. Well, I mean, I think back to 2004, we had about 3 or 4 storms that year.
Yeah, Charlie
Charlie
Jean and Charlie Jean and
Charlie
Francis
was that
come
year.
through.
That was the year that we had a newborn in our house. My daughter had just been born, and we boarded up the house for a couple of those storms. And we didn't board up the whole house, but we at least put up some boards over the windows in the living room. We moved a mattress out to the living room, and we were laying there. It was so hot in our house, no power. It is just pitch black outside, and I'm so hot. It's raining, and I'm hearing water come off the valley in the roof and splashing onto the concrete patio out back. And the thought that I had was, it's pitch black outside. I'm burning up. What I'm hearing right now is the sound of a really cold shower that will feel amazing. So I went outside and I took a shower, and that rainwater coming down off the valley of the roof, that's the best shower I've ever had in my entire life. So then my wife decided she would do the same thing. And then she took bar soap outside, everything, left the bar of soap on the windowsill outside. A couple hours later, we woke up and our boxer was foaming at the mouth. We're like concerned, like, what's wrong with our dog now? Come to find out, the foaming at the mouth was Dial. It was soap.
He got the soap.
Yeah, went out there and ate that soap. Came in foaming at the mouth. So there you go. Boxers
That'll
lead
happen.
into that. And speaking of dogs right now we've got Buckeye and Maggie, which obviously you've met. They are on the couch over there, starting to have it out. They're fighting over a toy that Rain brought in earlier. And so this is a good time to go over there and correct our children. We'll let you go. Pasta, thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the
Thank you
work
for
that
having
you're
me. I
doing.
appreciate it,
at the Sheriff's
George.
Office, and pass along our best wishes to everyone at the Sheriff's Office.
I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas. Be safe and have a happy holidays. And let's, kick off the new year. 2026 right around the corner.
Sounds great. All right, Pasta, thank you, man. We appreciate it. Hey, we're going
Thanks,
to
George.
come back in just a moment for our final segment. Let me get my children over there that are acting up on that couch, Buckeye and Maggie. Let me get them in check, and then we'll be right back. All right, and just like that, we are back. It's 7:30 p.m. We've been at it since 8, and the First Lady of United Way of Citrus County, Madeline Russell, has joined us, Vice President of Operations and Fund Development, Fund with a D, Development. Sometimes fun. Yeah, most of the time. We do have a good time around here. don't we?
Yeah, sure.
So I've been griping today about my achy bones and the chair and all the rest of it. I am glad I brought these chairs in. Probably beat the alternative. But, I don't want to neglect the fact that you've been sitting over there behind the desk there for 12 hours as well.
In an office chair.
Was it comfy, though?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
That's a nice office chair.
It is.
And again, another investment personally made by me, not United Way, in that chair. I hope we don't ever sound self-righteous about that, right? But you and I have both done that. Like if people come in and they see our offices, and our offices are really nice, they're very cool, but really to the point where we always actually feel compelled to tell people that we have made that investment ourselves in the office and the podcast studio because we've not wanted donor dollars to really even go for that.
Right.
And but by the way, our offices are so cool that I don't know if we would have gotten approval by our board. Probably not. These are responsible people that we have.
Right.
I took down a wall in my office. I was like, wait a minute, there's 2 rooms here. And I'm looking at this wall, and it doesn't even go all the way to the drop ceiling, which tells me obviously not load bearing. So I'll just take the wall down, and that's what I did. You helped with that. We just deconstructed that whole thing, and anyway, we adjoined your office to the office next to it by turning a closet into a French door. We've done some stuff.
We sound bougie.
We do. We have like warehouse space out back that was just full of all kinds of stuff, and we got all that stuff out of there. We made that space pretty, and now we roll up the door and we have mixers here that cost us nothing. What was it y'all called me earlier?
Cheap.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I prefer fiscally conservative.
Okay. Potato.
Yeah, fiscally conservative. And but now we have mixers out back and string lights, and there's a certain ambiance out there for we've got one coming up soon for donors to United Way in
December 12th.
December 12th. And in fact, I think after today, we have a few more people to add to that invitation list that have given today on this Giving Tuesday. And I don't know. Do you think we ought to do this again next year?
I think so.
12-hour broadcast?
Wow, it's fantastic. How do you feel?
I feel great. Listen, I still have strong voice. Just downstairs, we went down there and take our children, our dogs, and put them away so that this last segment we'd be able to get something done. But we talked to Jen and Jess, who are downstairs, and they've been welcoming in our guests all day long. We had food set up for everyone, and
from the breakfast station.
From the breakfast station, yep, one of our partners there, the breakfast station in Beverly Hills specifically, and great food down there today. And I loved hearing this, though. They just said that as they were welcoming guests in, the big question from everyone was like, what's he going to ask me? And they're like, no, it's going to be fine. No, the conversation's just going to flow. Did they say that George is a highly trained professional? Was that what they said?
Well, I don't know what they said, but I had several emails from people asking for talking points that they could prepare for.
Oh yeah, prior to this. And what did you tell? You just told them, no, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's just going to be
conversational. It's friendly. He's not going to put you on the spot. Or
I don't know if that microphone's close enough to you right now. I hope it is, but yeah.
I've never been accused of being too quiet.
It's been a long day, sis.
It has.
It has. Yeah, but that was a number one question. But I think everyone, it sounded like from their perspective, there you go. Everyone left feeling great about their experience today.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get any emails or anything tomorrow about guests having a bad experience.
No
And
hate
listen,
mail.
That was quite the list of people that we had here today.
It
too.
was.
Are there any moments as you were fulfilling your duties as producer that stand out to you today?
Yes.
Okay. Aside from your dog going behind my chair while I was talking to Rain, and
She's really sorry.
and as I refer to it, there's TT and Tata, and your dog did a Tata
She sure did.
right behind my chair. Quite the memorable moment today, Valerie, and that came right on the heels of us asking people to share whose dog was
Cuter.
cuter.
Maggie won. I couldn't
And
get
that's
that
because-
camera changed quickly enough. when
And
she
that's
was
because
doing
this is not a 4D experience. Isn't that 4D where you actually have like smell as well?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think both of our dogs are quite cute.
they are. But what yeah, we don't have to have a competition about that. We have enough competitions as it is between you and I.
We do.
So any memorable moments today that'll stand out to you in particular?
Well, using the wrong mouse
Oh.
to try to get us unmuted or muted.
Mhm.
But no, I mean, it went pretty well considering that's really the first time that I've produced on that level. There were a lot of moving parts and
Yep.
it wasn't perfect. I mean, there were a couple of times that I was distracted because people were texting me and asking me questions that I wouldn't change the camera angle quickly enough, which is why you're asking me this in the first place, because you were going to bring it up.
That's not why that's truly not why I was asking it. But as you started talking, I did think about the couple of times today where it may not have been on camera, but I did a motion while like you're on the phone or something and the camera angle was wrong. And it kind of looked like this. If you didn't see it, because it was off camera, it kind of looked like this. Yeah, that's the best I had.
Yep.
To get you to wake up and change the camera. And we bought a switcher,
trying
so
to
you got like these 3 big buttons there that just all you had to do was tap them. But
I wish I had more time to play with it before we did this today, but that's okay.
yeah, that was a good experience. I think it was great to see Sheriff Dawsey today.
Yes.
I haven't seen Sheriff Dawsey in a little while.
Yes.
And it was really, really fun to kind of catch up with him
Mhm.
today. Always fun talking to Dennis Phillips.
Yeah.
And I love,
You have his cell phone number, by the way.
yeah,
He emailed me.
awesome. And yeah, I really like that guy. I thought it was funny when he logged on and his screen name was Clark Griswold and he's sitting in front of his Christmas tree. But when he
That
did
was
come
funny.
on, I thought, I have those suspenders downstairs. I was going to put the suspenders on for
Oh.
when he came on,
You were.
and I forgot all about putting on the suspenders. I really love the fact that he gave me an invitation to be on DPL though.
I know.
And so maybe I'll wear my suspenders when I have my debut.
Mhm.
I shouldn't say debut. That makes it sound like I'm going to be a regular. But a man can dream, right?
Right.
But when I have my opportunity to be on DPL,
You'll need someone to do
that's
your
gonna be
stage
cool. I'm
makeup
sure-
again.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. He's probably doing DPL right now, and
Probably.
I'll click over to it when we get off of here. We had 3 county commissioners today, the
Mhm.
county administrator, great nonprofit leaders that came in here today.
We did.
Our board president or chair came in here,
Mhm.
and we may have raised enough money. She will allow me some flex time this week. I'm entering into hour number 30 and it's only Tuesday. And I don't know about that Josh Wooten though. It was hard to get a word in edgewise with that guy.
Hey, you know what? He gave us a $500 check.
Yes, he did. Josh,
Floor
we
was his.
appreciate that. We appreciate that.
We do.
And Jerry came in. I always love Jerry's stories.
I know.
Did you learn a little bit about United Way of Citrus County history today, right?
Yes.
And we do have a save the date out there that we've sent out to the community. We are having our 40th anniversary. You'll see if you pay attention to our social media and whatnot, and we really hope you will, that when we get into January, you'll see a 40th anniversary logo that we will be unveiling. And we want to make hay about the fact that our United Way has been here in Citrus County for 40 years. That's a good long time. There are some United Ways across the state of Florida that have been around for 100 years.
Yes.
And ours has been around for 40. And just think about the impact in 40 years. And we want to do our level best here while we have been entrusted with this agency, right?
Absolutely.
Us and,
Yes.
and our board, to make sure that 40 years from now, this agency is still here and on solid footing. And we appreciate the folks that have given today, that give all year long, that support us, individuals, the Small Business 365 members, corporations like Publix. It's hard to imagine us doing the work that we do in our community without Publix. I don't know how we do it.
I don't know that we could.
And then we have groups that we really didn't talk about today, but Women United.
Yes.
And last year in January, you really had a successful membership drive for that, and you were seeking 100 women in our community at $100 annually to join Women United, and you reached that goal, which is very impressive. And y'all have done some good stuff volunteering with Habitat. We saw the pictures today.
Yes.
You all had some good gatherings as well. Just time to spend together as a group, and of course, college scholarships. That's what it's all
Right.
about.
Most impactful.
Yeah, and so when we started that group or revitalized it, it is something that was
It's
a part
transformed over
Mhm.
the years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think after COVID or during COVID, I think it kind of got put on the back burner to some degree, and we brought that back. And the first year that we did that, we were able to provide $4,000 worth of scholarships. Not a bad start, right? That's respectable. And then year two, last year, that went to 8,000. And how awesome would it be for us to be able to double that number and provide $16,000 worth of scholarships? And the only way that happens is what, Madeline?
Women join.
That's
For
exactly right.
$100.
So I know you'll be on that push again in come January.
I'm assertive.
Yes, you are. That is for sure.
We'll get there.
Yep. And I think the ask this year will be that when you look at your 100 members, if each one will bring one,
Yes.
if each one brings one, then we reach that goal of $16,000 worth of scholarships
Yes.
for graduating seniors, and that's going to be a great thing.
And you know what's been so amazing this past year with the Women United group having over 100 women? There was not one complaint. There was nothing but praise, and this group is awesome, and all of those women just really are happy to see the collective impact that they're making by providing scholarships. They've been very helpful. It's been quite blissful. It's just a really great group of women whose hearts are in the right place.
Yeah, one of the things I think about, another highlight of the day, was having Corey in here, Corey Edwards.
Yes.
From 352 Legends. And when he painted that picture of what it's like for friends and family members to come to the field, and I loved how he talked about making an event out of it where people hang around. And they're not just watching their kids' game, but they might watch their friends' kids' games and spending time. It's that community piece. And we talked about that today, and building community, especially as we seem to be more and more on this fast track to a digital life. And so, yeah, when you mentioned the Women United group, it makes me think of that conversation with Corey today. Is we need in our community a healthy, thriving culture is going to need that real life human interaction. And even Corey said it today. He's like, I can't believe we're even talking like this.
I know.
That's where we're at to discussing the merits of actually doing life together face to face.
Makes me fearful for our children.
Yeah. Yeah.
And our grandchildren.
Yeah, it does to some degree. It's also motivating. It's also motivating to me as well that, again, like I said, while we are entrusted with leadership of this organization, and you see the great folks that have been in here today that are also entrusted with great organizations, it's imperative for us to make sure we continue to do that community building, because that the things that we're fearful of, that doesn't have to be true, right? That doesn't have to be our story. In so many years of working with folks experiencing significant brokenness, most of that time with young people, teenagers, I have asked so many teenagers over the years to consider that life doesn't have to be this way. There's a different way life could look, right? There's an alternative future out there maybe for us, that doesn't have to look the way that maybe all the folks that are providing us warnings, maybe rightfully so, about AI and whatnot. So it doesn't have to look that way. We can still do community, and we've heard some of those bright spots today, which I think is awesome.
We did.
Yeah. I loved Steve Howard's mantra for the next year. Success through collaboration is what he said.
Yes.
You see how sharp I am still after in hour 12?
It's pretty impressive.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
And
I don't compliment you much, but
I know.
I'll give you that one.
I know. So at any rate, it's been a good day. We might log off of here with about 10 minutes to spare. And you know what we should have done? We should have told everyone that if you watch for 12 hours straight, we're going to put you in a drawing for that Cadillac that the CEO drives.
Your Cadillac.
The CEO drives a Cadillac around here. I'm not sure where that Cadillac is, but we did see that on the Citrus County word of mouth
I've never
page.
seen your Cadillac.
We saw one time that the CEO of the United Way is running around in a big old Cadillac.
And you get a housing allowance.
And I get a housing allowance. I'm not sure what that is either. Is it too late to get Tamika back
You're
in here?
holding
and
out
talk
on
to her?
me.
We've had a number of board members on here today. We could have mustered up a motion and a vote maybe for the CEO to have a Cadillac and a housing allowance, because I don't know where those fringe benefits are. But maybe I don't know. Maybe we should have done that, and we would have had tons more viewers today. You think that would have done the trick?
I mean, I would watch anything for 12 hours if I could get into a drawing for a Cadillac.
Yeah, I mean, you'd at least
Leave it running in the background.
Yeah. You'd at least leave it running in the background while you were doing other things, like not switching the cameras at the appropriate time.
I was answering emails.
Yeah, well, I have missed so many calls today on my phone. My watch has been blowing up all day. Next time I'm taking this off, because right now I'm getting a battery warning. I've only got 4% left. But this thing's been telling me all day to stand up. I'm like, I wish I could. It's, big text messages, phone calls. My church called me today. I don't normally get a call from the church, but
maybe they wanted to make a contribution.
Maybe they did. I'll call back tomorrow. But I think I'm gonna have a busy day of catching up tomorrow, and then maybe I can get that time off that Tamika said I could get. That might be what we do. So, all right. Well, I feel like it's been a successful day of Giving Tuesday. first time we've tried something like this,
Mhm.
and tech issues were at a minimum. I appreciate people that are still hanging on there right now. I can see that we have some viewers. There's no one sitting at the table to pull up your comments right now. I see RJ commented something a few minutes ago. Maybe even RJ's wife. It looks like. Can you read that?
I cannot.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
How do I something?
Yeah. How do I collect? I don't know. The odds are the first to go, Madeline.
I know. Oh,
Yeah.
what's second?
I don't know. I don't want to know, but I'm ready to get up out of this chair. Hey, thank you so much for watching today. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts to the guests that came in today. We hope that you had a great experience with our team downstairs and up here. We appreciate all the work that you all are doing. Everything from our county commissioner. Oh, my father's calling me right now. Dad, I'll call you back in just a moment. Our county commissioners, and county leadership, and nonprofit leaders, and just all around great folks out there that decided to join us today. We could have asked many other folks that are doing great stuff in our community as well. There's no shortage of individuals doing great stuff out there, but I really feel honored that when we put out the call that we had the response. Melissa Nelson, President of United Way of Florida, Dennis Phillips again, just great folks. Kurt Ebbets. I just look at Kurt Ebbets like in awe. I just think that dude's a hero. I really look up to that guy. It's fun to talk to him today. So we got a community that's amazing, great folks. And now this is a point where unless I say goodnight, I'm going to start repeating myself. So I'm going to say goodnight. We've talked about quite a few things today that I would love for you to get a hold of our office in regards to. You've heard us talk about disaster recovery today. If you know someone that needs help recovering from Helene and Milton, please, please, please have them pick up the phone, call our office as early as tomorrow. We'll get the ball rolling in terms of helping with recovery. Tax season's coming really soon. And Madeline and I will be doing taxes for people in our community for the third year. Households that the household income is below $80,000, we'll do your taxes for you free. That's our VITA program. Remember that if you're in need of social services in this community, you can always dial 211. And I encourage you to tell others about 211. They can dial, get an operator on the other end. You tell them where you live and you tell them what your need is, and they'll provide you with a list of resources that can help meet that need. So many things we do here at United Way. We exist for the betterment of the community. So if we can be of service to you, make sure that you reach out to us. And when we pick up that phone, we start with yes in mind. Do we not?
Yes.
We do. We're always trying to work our way to a yes to make sure that that we can help people. And that's our starting point, just to be helpful to folks. So that's where we're at. Every community needs a strong United Way. We have one here, and we appreciate everyone that helps make that a reality. So with that, sis, I don't know. Maybe you get up and go over to the table and
Sign us off.
Click that button that says end stream. And we're going to be done with about 6 minutes to spare. We love Citrus County. We love all you all. God bless you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas and holiday season. We're out.